Chapter 168, Blood Battle 5. Master, please issue the command swiftly. We can no longer endure. If this continues, all our disciples will perish. This is not a trial of vanquishing demons, but rather a premeditated and targeted massacre. We can no longer stand idly by. The simultaneous shattering of so many jade tokens, over half of which belong to inner disciples, including several direct disciples, is alarming. Various circumstances indicate that the disciples venturing down the mountain have been ensnared in a deadly scheme, now facing imminent peril. Taoist Xianxiu, seated in the foremost position, whose countenance is usually gentle and benevolent, now appears as dark and turbulent as the waters. Previous instances of casualties were initially perceived as mere accidents. It is only now that the depth of the scheming becomes apparent. Enough is enough. We shall no longer endure. Taoist Xianxiu decisively proclaimed, "Fellow brothers and sisters, join me as we eradicate that detestable horde of evil demons." Yes, the crowd erupted with fervor, eagerly awaiting the words of their esteemed leader. By the way, where is Sister Qingjing? Taoist Xianxiu scanned the assembly, only to find that Qingjing was conspicuously absent. Until now, the focus had been on the alarming fatalities among the disciples, and they had failed to notice the absence of some members. With Taoist Xianxiu's remark, they belatedly realized that Qingjing was not present. Suddenly, a thought struck Taoist Xianxiu, and his expression shifted. This is dire. Sister Qingjing must have descended the mountain alone to rescue someone. What? Everyone was taken aback. Fellow brothers, hasten with me. The other elders shall guard the seven-star palace against any incursions. Understood. We shall obey the master's command. Taoist Xianxiu's instincts were indeed correct. Qingjing had indeed gone down the mountain to render aid. It turned out that upon hearing the tolling of the golden bell in the seven-star hall, Qingjing sensed that something was amiss. This golden bell, an artifact left by the founding ancestor of their sect, hangs at the highest point of the hall, signifying its esteemed status. It would never be rung lightly unless a matter concerning the life and death of the sect arose. For many years, the seven-star palace had remained tranquil, with only the incursion of Dugu, over 20 years ago, marking any significant disturbances. Now, with the bell suddenly ringing, Qingjing could naturally surmise that the disciples undergoing training down the mountain were in grave danger. This batch of disciples was the hope for the future legacy of the seven-star palace. Should they encounter misfortune, the seven-star palace would inevitably face a dire predicament of having no successors. This was undoubtedly a matter of life and death for the sect. Over the years that the disciples have been training down the mountain, Qingjing has often heard distressing news of their fall. Consumed with anxiety, she had repeatedly suggested recalling the disciples, but her proposals were consistently dismissed. Now, upon hearing that Shui Ling and others were in peril, how could she remain passive? Qingjing initially intended to seize this opportunity to urge the master to summon the disciples back to prevent further calamity. However, she quickly recalled that while the master is kind-hearted, he tends to deliberate excessively and be indecisive. Even if he agreed to her request to bring back Shui Ling and the others, it would likely require extensive discussions with the peak masters and elders. Rescuing lives is akin to extinguishing a fire. There is no time for lengthy consultations. By the time they reach a consensus, it would likely be too late. If you do not care for the disciples, I do. If you will not go to their aid, then I shall. This has always been Qingjing's spirited nature. With this thought in mind, she immediately retrieved healing elixirs and stored them in her spatial ring before departing the seven-star palace on her sword. Let us shift our focus to Dan Yao's side of the story. After 5 arduous years of diligent cultivation, Dan Yao has nearly succumbed to a state of stagnation. Chapter 169, Blood Battle 6. At this moment, she was meandering through an endless sea of blossoms, quietly admiring the vibrant spectacle of blooming flowers, when suddenly, her brow furrowed. The protective talisman inscribed on my jade hairpin has activated. Before Shui Ling descended the mountain, Dan Yao, fearing she might encounter peril, had deliberately inscribed a talisman upon her jade hairpin. At the moment Shui Ling finds herself in danger, the hairpin would immediately activate, urging Shui Ling to vanquish formidable foes. This talisman is a manifestation of her spiritual energy, intricately connected to her, thus allowing for effortless perception. Now that the talisman has been triggered, It indicates that Shui Ling and her companions are facing a dire crisis. Just then, the resonant sound of a golden bell echoed. Dan Yao's expression shifted once more. Even the sect leader has struck the golden bell, indicating that this crisis is no trifling matter. Do you wish to intervene? Xiangyang spoke softly. Indeed. How to articulate her feelings for Shui Ling? Firstly, she had long regarded the Seven Stars Palace as her home. Shui Ling did not disdain her humble status as a flower girl and respectfully referred to her as senior sister. In turn, she viewed Shui Ling as a younger sister. When her sister is in danger, how could she, as the elder sister, remain indifferent? Secondly, the realm of cultivation, much like the secular world, is rife with a severe bias towards males. Female cultivators are not only scarce, but often face discrimination, and some male practitioners of lewd arts even exploit young female cultivators, leading to their tragic demise. With so many talented individuals in the eastern region and numerous gifted disciples within the Seven Stars Palace, why should she favor Shui Ling time and again? It is not solely due to Shui Ling's kindness towards her. It is also because Shui Ling is among the few female cultivators among a multitude of young prodigies. If she does not lend her support, should she instead assist those talented male cultivators to grow stronger, only for them to perpetuate the discrimination against female cultivators? Lastly, Shui Ling mistakenly believed that her own talent was lacking and had gifted her a cleansing grass. Although this item holds no value for her, the sentiment behind the gesture is what she treasures. When others extend a hand of kindness, she reciprocates tenfold. If someone offers her a drop of water, she will repay with a fountain. Xiangyang gazed into the distance with her cat-like green eyes, smiling as she said, "There is no need for you to intervene. The reclusive Taoist has already descended the mountain. No matter how inadequate the Seven Stars Palace may be, it is still one of the 10 major righteous sects. Those lurking behind would not dare act without confidence, fearing retribution. Perhaps there are masters from the Cave Void realm, or even Earth Sovereign realm supporting them. The reclusive practitioner possesses a fiery temperament, yet her cultivation has not reached the Cave Void. She would not be able to save many and might even endanger herself." Upon reflecting on this, Dan Yao let out a soft sigh. "Very well, I have not descended the mountain in over 20 years. I shall take a stroll, considering it a form of travel." Xiangyang hurriedly offered, "Then I shall accompany you." Dan Yao shook her head. "It would be best for you to remain here. Shui Ling knows that I have a cat, and if you descend the mountain with me and she recognizes you, how can I conceal my identity? Fame can be a burden, and I do not wish to be pestered all day." "Very well, the sooner you go, the sooner you shall return," Xiangyang replied. Somewhat reluctantly, Dan Yao summoned her doppelganger once again to handle the trivial matters of the 100-Flower Valley. Subsequently, Dan Yao donned a light blue gauzy garment and adorned herself with an ice jade butterfly mask, transforming into a streak of rainbow light as she descended the mountain. The sudden demise of the Tao Wu sent the three elders into a state of shock, prompting them to retreat to the Tianma Ridge, 100 miles away. A group of incompetent fools. How could a mere hairpin terrify you to such an extent? Chapter 170, Blood Battle, 7. At this moment, the black snake glared ominously at the three elders seated before him, his voice laced with fury. The three elders bowed their heads in shame, unable to conceal the panic they had felt upon witnessing Tao Wu's demise. Xianxia, with a stiff resolve, stated, "Master, this defeat is entirely due to that little wretch Shui Ling. We never anticipated that she possessed such a formidable treasure." After 5 years of guerrilla warfare, they believed they had grasped the Seven Stars Palace's secrets, which led them to act. Little did they know, Shui Ling harbored such a terrifying hairpin. With just one strike, Tao Wu had been pierced without any resistance. "I did not foresee that Shui Ling had such a hidden ace, but you fled far too swiftly," the black snake retorted angrily. The three elders exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that with Tao Wu's death, they could not remain and offer themselves as sacrifices. Naturally, they dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Tao Tai forced a smile. "Master, it is not that we fear death, but that Shui Ling's hairpin is truly too powerful." "You fools," the black snake interrupted coldly. "That hairpin she wears is a creation of a higher being, conjured from spiritual energy, meant for emergencies. It can only be used once. You failed to recognize this and fled, bringing shame upon the Yomi sect. What? Her hairpin is a one-time use." The three were taken aback. The black snake continued, "Indeed, the hairpin is made of utterly ordinary jade. It is fortunate it can be utilized once at all. How could it possibly be used repeatedly? No wonder we have not seen that wretch Shui Ling use her hairpin in 5 years. It turns out this item can only be employed once, and once used, it is gone." Xianxia and the others gritted their teeth as they spoke. Simultaneously, they felt relieved that the hairpin was a one-time use. Otherwise, if Shui Ling were to master such a formidable artifact, even 9 lives would not suffice for her to exact vengeance upon them. "This defeat is our fault. We implore the Master to grant us another opportunity. This time, we shall surely annihilate the disciples of the Seven Stars Palace and capture Qihao for you. Xianxia knelt down. We beseech the Master to grant us another chance to atone for our sins. We must avenge Elder Tao Wu. Tao Tai and Hundun also knelt. A cold glint flickered in the black snake's eyes. Very well, I shall grant you another chance to redeem yourselves. Though the Seven Stars Palace is deeply rooted, it is improbable that they possess another weapon of such unparalleled lethality as the Jade Hairpin. Shui Ling has already used it. They no longer have a means of self-preservation. Act swiftly to capture Qihao. Eliminate the others without mercy. Yes, we shall obey. The three of them replied in unison. The black snake retrieved a small green cone from his spatial ring, stating, "This cone, known as the Wuling Soul-Disrupting Cone, belonged to a former elder of our sect. It is imbued with the essence of darkness and poison. Once unleashed, none below the cave void realm can withstand it. Use this cone to take Shui Ling's wretched life and avenge Tao Wu." "Yes," Xianxia exclaimed joyfully as he hastily accepted it. "Master, will you not join us?" Tao Tai inquired anxiously. The black snake shook his head. "No, I sense the aura of that mysterious female cultivator from the spiritual energy emitted by the Jade Hairpin. She has repeatedly intervened to save them, and she must possess profound ties to the Seven Stars Palace. I must devise a strategy to trap her, otherwise, if she intervenes, none of you shall survive." Chapter 171, Blood Battle, 8. Rest assured, Master, we shall handle this matter with utmost diligence. Go. The black snake waved his hand. The sudden surge of casualties will undoubtedly raise suspicions among the elders of the Seven Stars Palace. They may be pursuing us even now. You must act swiftly. If you cannot resolve this, do not return. The three of them stiffened, responding solemnly, "Understood." Subsequently, they led a group of Yomi sect followers and vanished from sight. Qihao and Shui Ling, believing that with Tao Wu's death, the sinister sect would hesitate to pursue them, could never have anticipated their swift response. Shortly after escaping from Pingan village, they were overtaken by Xianxia and his cohorts. "Run, keep running, if you have the ability. Run some more." Shui Ling struggled to maintain her composure, clutching the jade hairpin tightly in her hand, her fingers coalescing into a fist to conceal the fracture in the precious ornament. She pointed an accusing finger at Xianxia and his companions, exclaiming, "You wicked fiends. Have you not yet had your fill of the hairpin's wrath? If you wish to avoid meeting the same fate as Tao Wu, I suggest you depart at once." "Humph. You insolent wretch. Do not mistake a feather for a dart. Do you truly believe a mere broken hairpin can pose any threat to us?" They retorted. "This pin is but a manifestation of spiritual energy, spent after a single use. Spare us your theatrics. If you know what is good for you, kneel and surrender. Or do not blame us for our ruthless hands." Shui Ling gritted her teeth in defiance. "Not a chance. If you possess the courage, then eliminate us all. There is no way we shall capitulate. Indeed, as disciples of the Seven Star Palace, we would rather perish in battle than be traitorous cowards," Qihao proclaimed loudly. Yet, despite his bravado, a bitter pang of despair coursed through him. He had hoped Shui Ling's hairpin would intimidate these vile demons, but to his dismay, they had seen through its ruse far too swiftly. Now, it seemed they were doomed to face their fate. The other disciples were equally unable to mask their despair, their faces pale with hopelessness. "Enough with the idle chatter. We must dispatch this lot quickly, or we shall perish when the old ones from Qingxiu arrive," Tao Tai urged. "Yes. The Master has commanded swift resolution. Let us act." As soon as the words left his mouth, the three elders and a throng of netherworld cultists sprang into action. Waves of black light intertwined to form a net, surging toward Qihao and his comrades. Qihao exchanged a glance with Shui Ling, both gritting their teeth as they shouted, "Brothers and sisters, we will hold them off. You must flee back to the Seven Star Palace and inform our seven masters to avenge us." "No, you cannot. Senior brother Qihao, junior sister Shui Ling, you two represent the future of the Seven Star Palace. How can you sacrifice yourselves?" One disciple protested. "My talents are not exceptional. My death would not be a significant loss. Let us hold the line while you two escape." "Yes, you both possess the highest cultivation. You are our best chance to survive." Qihao interrupted sharply. "I am the eldest brother. You must all heed my command. Go now." He surged forward, drawing the seven-star sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that split into five, ensnaring Tao Tai and Xianxia. Shui Ling, unwilling to be outdone, wielded her sword with fluid grace, binding the chaos. However, none of the disciples retreated. Instead, they advanced with their swords, ready to share the burden with Qihao. "Oh, what a deep bond among fellow disciples. None of you shall escape today." The netherworld cultists jeered cruelly. A horde of wicked spirits emerged behind them, swarming over the disciples like a locust plague, ensnaring them all. Chapter 172, the three ghost emperors of the Hollow Void realm. Upon witnessing this, Qi felt an even deeper despair. Very well, I do not seek to share my birthday with you all, but if you are unwilling to retreat, then let us fight them to the last breath. Another brutal bloodbath commenced. Emerging from the seven-star palace, Danielle soared through the skies on her sword, attuned to the lingering aura of the jade hairpin, searching for Xueling and the others. Danielle had mastered the 1,000 illusions and fragrant steps, enabling her to traverse dozens of miles in an instant. This speed was unparalleled, even by earthly sovereigns, let alone heavenly lords. The 1,000 illusions and fragrant steps were not merely a life-saving technique. They concealed myriad extraordinary effects yet to be unveiled. Following her intuition, Danielle arrived at a place thick with ghostly energy. She paused, astonished. Was this not the former lair of the Netherworld cult, the Demon Ridge? How could it be here? Could it be that the Netherworld cult had truly revived and ensnared Xueling and the others? Danielle had once clashed with Zhao Busan, a practitioner of the Netherworld cult's secret techniques for raising ghosts, and found him exceedingly difficult to contend with. Were it not for her exceptional cultivation and possession of divine weaponry, she would have struggled against him. If Zhao Busan, having merely scratched the surface of the Netherworld cult's teachings, was so formidable, one could only imagine the capabilities of that cult's leader. If Xueling and her companions had indeed fallen into the clutches of these ruthless fiends, it would be dire. Danielle dared not dwell on such thoughts and decided to descend from the clouds to investigate further. At that moment, she seemed to sense something amiss and coldly declared, "Who dares hide like a coward, lurking in the shadows? Show yourself at once." As her voice echoed, a series of sinister cackles pierced the air, chilling and grating. Suddenly, 3 crimson lights flashed before her, transforming into 3 bloodied figures clad in red, materializing right before her. Danielle's heart sank as she beheld them. These 3 blood figures were none other than ghost emperors of the Hollow Void realm. Indeed, they were ghost emperors, each surpassing the wicked spirits nurtured by Zhao Busan in terms of power. The leader of the ghostly trio spoke. "Fair maiden, my master requests your presence. Please accompany us." "Who is your master?" Danielle inquired. "That is not for us to disclose. You shall find out upon your arrival." Feigning mystery, Danielle retorted coldly. "And if I refuse to go, what can you do? If the maiden refuses the gracious invitation, she shall not escape our wrath." "Humph. I am curious to see what you 3 wretches can do to me." With that, the 3 red-clad ghost emperors unleashed a piercing shriek, summoning ghostly energy that coalesced into 3 long black whips, lashing out toward Danielle. Pathetic tricks. Danielle remained steadfast, grasping the tips of the whips with ease. With a powerful tug, she yanked the 3 ghost emperors off balance, causing them to sway precariously, nearly tumbling from the clouds. The 3 ghost emperors were taken aback, not anticipating that Danielle could thwart their assault with a single hand. The leader barked, "Form the formation." Danielle scoffed. "You pitiful lost souls dare to form a formation like the living? How amusing." In a flash, the 3 ghostly figures darted, their forms flickering, instantly doubling in number from 3 to 6, then 12, and so on. In the blink of an eye, thousands of ghostly images swirled before Danielle, dazzling her senses and obscuring the distinction between reality and illusion. Chapter 173, The Netherworld Ghost Shadow Formation. Danielle was momentarily taken aback. The Netherworld Ghost Shadow Formation. This formation was the Netherworld cult's most powerful array and one of the most enigmatic in the Eastern Domain. It was said to have been devised by a former master of the Netherworld cult, who had transformed various deceptive tricks into this peculiar formation. What made this formation truly unique was its peculiarity. Unlike the Big Dipper formation, which significantly amplified the power of its user, the strength of the Netherworld Ghost Shadow Formation lay in its bewildering nature, with countless ghostly images, real and illusory, making it impossible to discern fact from fiction. When one could not differentiate between the true and the false, any attack would be futile, leading only to entrapment within the formation. A millennium ago, the 10 righteous sects had united to eradicate the Netherworld cult. When the previous leader saw defeat was inevitable, he deployed this formation, ensnaring the strongest from the 10 sections. It was through the cover of this very formation that the Black Serpent had escaped from the web laid by the 10 sections. Danielle pointed at 2 of the ghostly figures, causing them to explode into a cacophony of shadows. Yet, the ghostly images reformed, appearing and disappearing endlessly. Danielle could not help but exclaim, "What a remarkable formation, truly worthy of being the Netherworld cult's foremost array." However, her heart sank as she thought, "But to use this trick to ensnare me is still too naive." While the Netherworld Ghost Shadow Formation was indeed formidable, it was not insurmountable. As the scripture of the Mingyu technique stated, the path of simplicity prevails, breaking through myriad laws with sheer force. In the face of absolute power, all cunning stratagems are rendered futile. Take, For instance, the era of the Three Kingdoms, the disparity in strength between Shu and Wei was immense. Thus, even though Zhuge Liang was nearly a genius, his 6 expeditions to Qishan could not achieve a successful northern campaign. Therefore, to unravel such a complex formation as the Ghost Shadow Array, the simplest approach is to wield sufficiently formidable strength. With sheer force, one can overcome the most intricate techniques. The Ghost Shadow Array before us was jointly established by 3 Ghost Emperors of the Void Realm, capable of ensnaring all beings of the Void Realm and below. However, it could not capture those who transcended the Void Realm, for the power of the Earth Sovereign far exceeds that of the Void Realm by tenfold. This vast disparity in strength is beyond what any formation can compensate for. Coincidentally, Dan Yao is presently a genuine Earth Sovereign. Dan Yao withdrew the icy jade hairpin from her coiffure, transforming it into the Snow Spirit Sword. With a single stroke, she shattered the heavens. With a commanding shout, countless sword energies surged forth, striking towards the myriad of ghostly figures. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted as the 3 red-clad Ghost Emperors exploded, meeting their demise in the most irrevocable manner. Simultaneously, within the secret cavern of Tianma Ridge, the Black Serpent, who manipulated the 3 Ghost Emperors, was violently shaken. A flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes as he erupted in a spurt of blood. The surrounding elders and disciples gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Master, what has happened?" The masked Black Serpent's expression was indiscernible, yet his eyes glowed a furious crimson, almost bleeding. I underestimated that enigmatic female cultivator. I never anticipated her cultivation to be so unfathomable. Not only did she dismantle the Ghost Shadow Array, but she also annihilated the 3 Ghost Emperors I had meticulously nurtured. Before he could finish his lament, another mouthful of blood erupted from him. The remarkable prowess of the Ghost Cult's ghost-raising secret art bore a disadvantage. Should the nurtured malevolent spirit perish, the host bound by blood contract would suffer grievous repercussions. The elders and disciples, well aware of the potential backlash, hurriedly surrounded him to offer healing. Chapter 174. Watch as I tear apart your foul mouths. The Black Serpent gasped for breath, shaking his head. I am unscathed. Swiftly summoned Xianxia and Taotai back. The disciples were puzzled. Why? The Black Serpent, feeble and breathless, replied. There is no time for explanations. Hurry, retreat. If we delay, it will be too late. These 3 Ghost Emperors of the Void Realm were the strongest forces at his disposal. The Black Serpent initially intended for them to capture Dan Yao. Even if they could not bring her back, they must ensnare her, lest she jeopardize his plans. Yet he had failed to account for the absurd strength of Dan Yao. Now, with even the combined might of the 3 Ghost Emperors falling to her, there was no hope for the likes of Taotai and Xianxia, who were beneath the Void Realm. If Dan Yao reached them, none of them would survive. The elders hastily responded, Understood, Master. We shall act immediately. Qi Hao, Shui Ling, and the disciples of the Ghost Cult engaged in a brutally fierce battle. Despite their desperate efforts, they could not withstand the overwhelming might of the Ghost Cult's elite. Shui Ling, previously afflicted by the 7 fiends Yin Yang Palm, found her combat prowess severely diminished, only able to exert 4 or 5 parts of her spiritual power. How could she contend against the chaotic adversaries? As death loomed, a thunderous voice echoed, Which scoundrel dares to harm my disciple? Upon hearing this voice, Shui Ling was both startled and overjoyed, exclaiming, Master! Qi Hao and the others also felt invigorated, simultaneously calling, Master Qingjing. Xianxia and Taotai turned in astonishment. A figure clad in purple robes soared towards them, a venerable Taoist nun, wielding a long sword and a whisk, her expression fierce and her gaze aflame. She appeared far from the serene practitioner one might expect. Rather, she resembled a wife, incensed upon discovering her husband's infidelity. Qingjing Sanren floated gracefully forward. Shui Ling rushed to meet her. Master, what brings you here? If I had not come, would you not have been bullied to death? Qingjing Sanren retorted sharply. Xianxia cast a sidelong glance at Qingjing Sanren. Are you the master of Yaowang Peak from the 7 Stars Palace? Indeed, I am Qingjing, she affirmed. Truly, seeing is believing. Xianxia chuckled mockingly. What do you find amusing? Qingjing Sanren demanded coldly. I had thought you, famed for your prowess, would resemble the enchanting Ling Hui of the Moon Goddess Palace. Instead, you are merely an old crone. Xianxia burst into laughter. Furious, Qingjing Sanren shot back. You dare insult me? Am I mistaken? You clearly resemble a withered radish. Should I pretend you are a youthful beauty? Xianxia scoffed. Indeed, a woman who has been rejected for centuries thinks herself a sweet 16. Taotai added, displaying an expression of utter revulsion. Shameless ruffians, watch as I rend your foul mouths apart. The desire for beauty is universal. No woman wishes to be called old or ugly. Xianxia and Taotai were undeniably treading upon Qingjing Sanren's sensitive ground. Enraged beyond measure, Qingjing Sanren wielded her whisk, sweeping it towards Xianxia and Taodai. As one of the 7 peak masters of the 7 Stars Palace, her cultivation was second only to the headmaster, Xianxiu Daoist. In her fury, she unleashed her full power, streams of spiritual energy gushing forth as countless strands of whisk swept through the air like steel needles, darting towards the two. Chapter 175, A Devious Scheme. Xianxia and Taodai, aware of the nun's formidable skill, did not dare to be careless and repeatedly evaded. The myriad strands of the whisk, under Qingjing Sanren's control, seemed to possess eyes. No matter how they maneuvered, they could not escape its grasp. Shui Ling discerned that her master was merging the Yaowang sword techniques with the whisk. The techniques of Yaowang manifested as circles, and the whisk as strands, being exceptionally pliable, could bend at will. Each strand of the whisk formed a circle, interweaving with one another. No matter how Xianxia and Taodai evaded, they could not escape the relentless circles. It would not take long before these 2 old demons would inevitably be ensnared by her whisk, their bones shattered and lives extinguished. Old woman, you possess quite the skill. Xianxia, despite being utterly overpowered, could not help but taunt. This woman, unclaimed by any man, is formidable indeed. Free from romantic entanglements, she focuses solely on her cultivation. Just look at her whisk skills, truly lethal. Taodai chuckled in agreement. Seeking death, Qingjing Sanren, shaking with rage, twirled her whisk, unleashing sparks of starlight. Xianxia and Taodai's eyes widened as the whisk strands surged forth, striking their chests. They spewed forth blood, staggering back several paces. As Qingjing Sanren lifted her whisk to claim their lives, a piercing cry from Shui Ling rang out. Master, be cautious. Qingjing Sanren sensed a chill creeping up her back and hurriedly attempted to cultivate her energy for protection, but it was too late. The 5-linked soul piercer struck with a swiftness that defied perception, piercing her robe and burrowing into her flesh. A searing pain coursed through Qingjing Sanren's body as she desperately channeled her energy to expel the piercing, yet it remained stubbornly lodged within. As a peak cultivator on the cusp of transcending the void realm, her internal energy was formidable. However, the 5-linked soul piercer was a chilling and poisonous entity. Once embedded, it clung to her flesh like a festering wound, and beneath the void realm, it was exceedingly challenging to expel. The Wuling soul-vanquishing needle entwined with flesh and blood. The frigid venom coursing through her veins inflicted such torment that she nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Ha ha ha, old Taoist nun. How unfortunate it is that you are the leader of Yaowang Peak, yet possess so little wit. How could you fail to recognize such a simple provocation? Truly, you are as dull as a pig. The trio of Xianxia, Taodai, and Hundun erupted in laughter. From the moment the quiet sage appeared, the 3 had understood that the situation had become dire. This old nun was renowned throughout the Eastern Domain as a formidable female cultivator, possessing profound skills and extraordinary powers. Should a direct confrontation ensue, even their combined might as the 3 elders would struggle to gain any significant advantage. The sole recourse was to utilize the Wuling soul-vanquishing needle against her. However, this esteemed figure was no novice, with her wealth of combat experience. It was unlikely they would succeed in striking her if approached head-on. Thus, the 3 resorted to provocation. Xianxia and Hundun launched personal attacks, deriding her for being old and unattractive, inciting her to fury, which compelled her to retaliate. In the chaos of the struggle, Taodai seized the opportunity, swiftly deploying the Wuling soul-vanquishing needle, plunging it into her back. The trio acted recklessly, harboring no real assurance of success. To their astonishment, this unexpected maneuver met with surprising efficacy. The quiet sage, characteristically impatient and deeply concerned for her beloved disciples, was solely focused on rescuing them without regard for her defenses, leading to her being caught off guard by Taoya's treachery. Chapter 176. The Golden Needle Stabs the Acupoint. Water Spirit was taken aback and rushed forward, calling, Master, Master. The quiet sage shook her head, asserting, I am fine. Her furious gaze bore into Taodai and his companions, unable to restrain her ire as she berated, despicable rascals. Resorting to sneak attacks when you cannot win in a fair fight. What sort of gentleman are you? Gentlemen, you so-called righteous sects have always denounced us as demonic fiends. If we are demons, then what gentleman can exist among us? The quiet sage was so incensed that her words stumbled. Taodai, fearing the arrival of other high-ranking members of the 7-Star Palace, resolved to end the confrontation swiftly. Brandishing a wolf-toothed club, he lunged at the quiet sage intent on ending her life. Master, be careful, Water Spirit exclaimed, her sword poised to ensure mutual destruction with the assailant. Yet, the quiet sage forcefully pushed her aside. With a sweep of her dust wand, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted forth. With a resounding thud, Tao Tai was struck in the chest by the dust wand, emitting a pained scream as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Tao Ye's complexion turned as pale as a ghost, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xianxia and Hundun, witnessing the quiet sage inflict such grave injury upon Tao Tai, were struck with astonishment. Wasn't this old nun supposed to be diminished by the Wuling's soul-vanquishing needle? How could she suddenly exhibit such formidable strength? Reflecting on the cunning of those from the Seven-Star Palace, they recalled how Water Spirit had been injured by a palm strike from Tao Wu, only to later retaliate with a jade hairpin. The quiet sage, being Water Spirit's master, must be even more devious. She could not have emerged unscathed from such a potent attack. She was surely feigning strength to intimidate them into retreat. With this thought, the two cast aside their reservations, one wielding a ghost-face shield and the other a mournful staff, pressing their assault. The quiet sage stood resolute, her countless strands of dust wand swirling, ensnaring the weapons of her opponents. Infusing her true energy into the wand, a sharp crack echoed as the supple strands crushed the ghost face, shield, and mournful staff into splinters. The two, realizing the peril, hastily retreated. The quiet sage then split her dust wand into two streams, appearing slow yet swift, striking their backs. The impact was akin to being struck by a boulder, and they cried out in agony, blood erupting from their mouths as they collapsed heavily to the earth. Simultaneously, the quiet sage staggered back, her own balance faltering. Water Spirit rushed to support her, exclaiming, "Master, are you all right?" "I am fine. You must flee quickly." The quiet sage rasped, observing her lips turning a deep shade of purple, indicative of severe poisoning. Water Spirit hurriedly attempted to channel energy to purge the toxin. The quiet sage grasped her hand firmly, shaking her head. "It is too late." "No, Master, you will be fine," she protested, but was interrupted by Tao Ye's frantic voice. "Old Taoist nun, what wicked sorcery have you employed to possess such strength?" The quiet sage's face, etched with fury, offered no reply. Chi Hao, puzzled, noted that his esteemed female master was merely at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. How could she possibly injure three experts at the later stage of the same realm while gravely wounded herself? A glance revealed three slender golden needles embedded in the nape of the quiet sage's neck, prompting an involuntary exclamation. "Golden needle to the acupoint? Master!" "You!" Water Spirit gasped in alarm, repeatedly urging, "Master, quickly remove the needles, you must not." The quiet sage's expression grew grim. "There is no time left." Chapter 177, A Desperate Struggle. It turned out that the quiet sage had been struck by the Wuling's soul-vanquishing needle, the lethal poison rapidly traversing her body, eroding her true essence. Aware of the poison's formidable nature, she understood that even under normal circumstances, her spiritual power would struggle to expel it, let alone with imminent danger at hand. Were Chi Hao and Water Spirit uninjured, they might have stood a chance against their adversaries in a 3-on-3 confrontation. Alas, both were wounded, their spiritual power diminished to less than 30%. Continuing the fight would undoubtedly result in their demise. In this moment of crisis, the quiet sage acted with unhesitating resolve, swiftly retrieving 3 golden needles from her spatial ring and plunging them into the vital acupoints at the nape of her neck. The golden needle to the acupoint was a forbidden technique of the Seven-Star Palace, not to be employed lightly. It bore similarity to the demonic art of the celestial demon disintegration method, capable of reversing meridians and significantly amplifying one's latent potential, enabling a practitioner to dramatically enhance their cultivation level to several or even dozens of times, thus delivering a lethal blow to a formidable foe. However, the aftermath was dire. The user faced severe backlash. Mildly, they could lose all their cultivation and become incapacitated. Severely, their meridians could shatter, leading to death. The quiet sage, originally at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, experienced a surge in spiritual power several-fold after utilizing the golden needle to the acupoint, breaking through her realm's constraints and attaining the early stage of the void realm, enabling her to severely wound Tao Tai and his companions in a single strike. Though the trio recognized the quiet sage's fiery temperament, they could not have anticipated her willingness to resort to such a reckless, life-threatening technique. "Chi Hao, take your junior brother and sister and leave this place." The quiet sage understood that after employing the golden needle to the acupoint, her fate was sealed. In truth, when she resolved to descend the mountain alone to rescue her disciples, she had no intention of returning alive. Despite her stern demeanor, seemingly devoid of humanity, she harbored deep affection for her disciples. As long as they could return safely, her own demise would be a worthy sacrifice. Chi Hao's throat tightened. "Master, in this moment of life and death, stop your hesitating." The quiet sage, filled with urgency and anger, insisted, "Go, hurry, leave." Water Spirit clung to the quiet sage, weeping. "No, I will not go. Master, you will be fine." The quiet sage pushed her away, commanding, "Leave, quickly. This is an order." Water Spirit clung even tighter. "If you do not heed my words, I shall no longer recognize you as my disciple." The quiet sage forcefully pushed her away, enunciating each word, "After my death, you shall become the 78th leader of Yaoguang Peak. The formation of our sect's Big Dipper must remain intact. You must master the Yaoguang sword technique and collaborate with your several uncles to vanquish demons and uphold righteousness. Do you understand?" With those words, the quiet sage drew forth her sword from behind her. A sword thrust forth, its energy rippling and transforming into a multitude of luminous rings, encircling the trio of Taotai, Xianxia, and Hundan, along with a host of specters from the Netherworld sect. "No, master. If we are to die, let us perish together," Shui Ling exclaimed, her emotions aflame as she grasped the sword at her feet, ready to charge forward. Observing this, Qi Hao immediately seized her tightly, proclaiming loudly, "Junior sister, heed your uncle's words, flee swiftly." Yun Ran, Chen Shuang, and several other female disciples, their eyes brimming with tears, asserted, "Our master sacrificed her life to protect us. We must return alive, or her sacrifice will be in vain." The sword energy of the quiet sage materialized into a circular formation, both ethereal and tangible, elusive yet steadfast, ensnaring the members of the Netherworld sect with unyielding resolve. Upon witnessing her increasingly ferocious strikes, wielded with reckless abandon, Taotai and his companions recognized the quiet sage's intent to engage in mutual destruction. Alarmed, they desperately fought to extricate themselves. Unbeknownst to them, the Yaoguang sword, wielded by the quiet sage, though not particularly lethal in direct confrontation, boasted the highest defensive capabilities and tenacity among the 7 stars sword techniques. Now, fueled by her Dongshu realm's spiritual power, her true energy enveloped them, forming an impenetrable barrier akin to a copper wall or iron bastion. Regardless of their frantic efforts, Taotai and his fellows could not escape her sword's encompassing grip. Meanwhile, Qi Hao, Yun Ran, and the others half-pulled and half-dragged Shui Ling to a safe distance. Unable to resist glancing back, they saw the quiet sage hovering in the air, her voice resonating like thunder. "May heaven and earth share eternal life." The 7 stars sword technique, divided into 7, allowed each disciple from the various peaks to master a unique sword style. However, this technique, "Heaven and earth share eternal life," was not only universally applicable across the peaks, but also the most devastating move within the 7 stars sword technique, designed to incinerate formidable foes along with the user. At that moment, boundless spiritual energy from heaven and earth converged instantaneously, as the winds gathered dark clouds, forming a tempestuous vortex concentrated upon the quiet sage's sword. When she unleashed this strike, even those at the Dongshu realm would suffer grievous injuries, let alone Taotai and his companions. Shui Ling cried out in despair, "Master, no?" As the imminent clash threatened to obliterate them all, a chilling blue sword, reminiscent of glacial frost, sliced through the void, colliding with the quiet sage's blade. The quiet sage, perceiving the incoming sword as reinforcements from the Netherworld sect, instinctively unleashed a stream of sword energy towards the blue blade. However, before her sword energy could make contact, it was arrested by the frigid aura emanating from the blue sword. In a swift motion, the blue sword pivoted, its hilt leading and its tip trailing behind. Before the quiet sage could react, the hilt struck her blade, nullifying her self-destructive strike entirely. Realizing the threat had been neutralized, Taotai, Xianxia, and Hundan immediately scattered in flight. Yet, after dispelling the heaven and earth share eternal life, the blue sword erupted with an even more resplendent radiance. The brilliant light surged forth, splitting into 7 streams of sword energy, resembling a vibrant rainbow. This was the unparalleled mastery of the 7 stars palace, the 7 stars sword technique. The 7 streams of sword energy descended, disregarding all obstacles, and surged toward Taotai and his companions. "Run, everyone!" Taotai, Xianxia, and Hundan, sensing the overwhelming spiritual might of the sword energy, were struck with dread, their bodies trembling in fear. This strike far surpassed the quiet sage's heaven and earth share eternal life by a factor of 10, even before it landed. A profound sense of terror seeped into their very souls. With their cultivation, how could they withstand such a terrifying sword energy? Despite their frantic evasions, the sword energy unleashed by the blue sword exceeded their wildest imaginings. The 7 streams of sword energy intertwined like a rainbow, descending in an instant. Thunder rumbled, mountains trembled, and the earth fractured. The potent sword energy enveloped them, leaving the members of the Netherworld sect with no avenue for escape. Cries of anguish erupted. As the disciples of the Netherworld sect shattered, their souls extinguished, dissolving into swirling mists of blood that dissipated into the ether. Even Taotai, Hundun, and Xianxia. Formidable as they were, could not evade the fate of utter annihilation beneath such overwhelming sword energy. The disciples of the Seven Stars Palace stood in stunned silence. As though caught in a dream, the quiet sage too wore an expression of astonishment. Just moments ago, she had intended to unleash the heaven and earth share eternal life, sacrificing herself alongside these malevolent beings. Who could have anticipated that in the blink of an eye, they would be utterly eradicated, leaving not a trace behind? Such a fearsome sword energy could not possibly have originated from her master or senior brother. Their spiritual powers had not yet reached such heights. Yet, the sword technique employed was undeniably the long-hidden Seven Stars sword technique. Could it be a revered ancestor from a bygone generation? While she pondered this, Shui Ling's voice rang out in surprise and joy. Senior, is that you? She recognized the blue sword as the personal weapon of the elder who had guided her cultivation for many years in secret. With a sigh, a delicate figure appeared in the void, clad in a simple blue gauze gown. Her flowing hair and ethereal presence made her seem like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. It was Dan Yao. The quiet sage descended the mountain first, with Dan Yao and Taoist Qing Su following closely behind. However, her cultivation far exceeded that of Taoist Qing Su and the others, and she ought to have arrived simultaneously with the quiet sage. Unfortunately, she had been ensnared by the Netherworld sect's ghostly formations. And though she had forcefully broken free with her Earth Sovereign level cultivation, the delay had been considerable. By the time she arrived, the quiet sage was on the verge of invoking heaven and earth share eternal life, prepared to perish alongside the members of the Netherworld sect. Though the quiet sage was somewhat rigid and serious, having once deemed Dan Yao's aptitude lacking and refusing to take her as a disciple, she was a person of integrity, who cared deeply for her female disciples and nurtured them with great dedication and admirable quality. Observing her desperate efforts to protect Qi Hao and Shui Ling, Dan Yao felt a surge of emotion. She thought to herself, had she joined her as a disciple 5 years ago, the quiet sage would have surely treated her with the same selflessness. Though Dan Yao had long abandoned the idea of seeking a mentor, she could not bear to watch the quiet sage face death alone. Thus, she swiftly intervened to dispel heaven and earth share eternal life and, subsequently, unleashed the Seven Stars sword energy to annihilate the heartless villains of the Netherworld sect. Just then, a swirling mass of black mist approached, dispatched by the Black Snake to aid Tao Tai and the others, urging them to retreat immediately. They could not see Tao Tai and his companions, but sensed the formidable sword energy and deduced that Tao Tai and his fellows had perished at Dan Yao's hands. They hastily employed secret techniques to attempt their escape. Dream on, Dan Yao scoffed, as the Shuepa sword soared from the ground, releasing another surge of sword energy. This energy struck like thunder, swift and unerring. Before the group could flee more than a few steps, the sword energy caught up to them. Another round of agonized screams erupted as blood mist exploded in the void, dissipating into the cosmos. Dan Yao beckoned with her hand, and the Shuepa sword flew to her grasp. The quiet sage slowly descended from the clouds, straining to approach Dan Yao, and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, are you a disciple of the Seven Stars Palace?" Dan Yao nodded, replying coolly, "Indeed." The quiet sage pressed further, "Which generation of disciple do you belong to?" Given her profound cultivation, far surpassing that of the master and senior brother, as well as her mastery of the Seven Stars sword technique, she must be a figure of great renown from the ancestors of the Seven Stars Palace. Just as Dan Yao was about to respond, she hesitated, realizing that revealing her generational status would expose her identity. She pondered for a moment before responding. "It has been so long that I have forgotten." The quiet recluse, discerning the underlying meaning in Dan Yao's words, felt a twinge of embarrassment and refrained from further inquiry. Chapter 180. Is there still hope for the master? Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. The quiet recluse expressed with a deep bow. The group of disciples followed suit, bowing in unison. "We are grateful for your intervention." "Esteemed elder, no need for such formality. I am also a member of the Seven Stars Palace," Dan Yao replied softly. "Esteemed elder, I have an ungracious request, and I hope you will grant it," the quiet recluse implored earnestly. "What is this ungracious request? Speak freely," Dan Yao inquired. "I wish to ask you to ensure the safe return of these disciples to the Seven Stars Palace." At that moment, the quiet recluse still had his disciples' well-being in mind. Dan Yao frowned. "The villains of the Netherworld sect have been vanquished by my sword. You could simply return with them. Why must I accompany you?" The quiet recluse replied despondently, "I cannot go back." Dan Yao, perplexed, asked, "Why can't you return?" Shui Ling, holding back tears, explained with sorrow. "Master has been struck by the treacherous five-pointed soul-breaking needle, and the lethal poison has entered his body. Just now, he forcibly increased his cultivation using the golden needle acupoint method, intending to perish alongside the villain. Therefore, at this point, she choked on her words and fell to her knees. Esteemed elder, with your immense power, can you save my master? I would be eternally grateful. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao was taken aback. She had been so focused on exterminating the fiends of the Netherworld sect that she had failed to notice the condition of the quiet recluse. Now, using her spiritual sense, she scanned him and indeed observed the darkening of his forehead and the ruptured meridians, clearly indicating severe injury and a life hanging by a thread. Dan Yao sighed. Let me take a look. She reached out to feel the quiet recluse's pulse, her brow furrowing in concentration, remaining silent for a while. Shui Ling and the other disciples stared at her, hoping she truly could save the quiet recluse. As Dan Yao held his pulse, the quiet recluse felt an icy chill, as if pressed against a massive slab of ice. He thought to himself, this person's hand is as white as jade, yet as cold as ice, indicating she must have cultivated an extremely cold inner power. He recalled a mysterious figure from decades ago, who had slain the dual demons with a single sword, freezing even blood with their sword energy. Could it be that all the strange occurrences over the years were due to this individual covertly offering assistance? Esteemed elder, what is the situation? Is there still hope for the master? Shui Ling gazed at Dan Yao with hope. Dan Yao pondered briefly before stating, the five-pointed soul-breaking needle is an extremely cold and toxic entity. If I had arrived earlier, I could have used my spiritual energy to expel it, and then given her some 100-flower elixir to ensure her safety. However, due to her forceful use of the golden needle acupoint method against the fiends of the Netherworld sect, her meridians have reversed, allowing the poison to penetrate deeply, which is truly dire. Shui Ling's heart felt as heavy as lead, and in despair, she could not help but cry out, Master. The quiet recluse smiled faintly. Foolish child. Life and death are fated. Why must you insist on something beyond your control? I have lived for several hundred years. If my dwindling life can ensure the safe return of so many of you, it is a fair exchange. Hearing this, Dan Yao felt a swell of emotion. To risk one's life to protect the safety of disciples, how many in the selfish realm of cultivation could achieve such selflessness? For this reason alone, the quiet recluse should not meet his end. Dan Yao gritted her teeth and declared, very well, very well. The reversal of the meridians from the golden needle acupoint method can only be corrected by embracing the mistake. With that, Dan Yao retrieved a crimson pill from her spatial ring. Upon seeing it, the quiet recluse's eyes widened in astonishment. The 100-flower calming heart pill? Dan Yao nodded. Indeed. It is the 100-flower calming heart pill. Chapter 181. The Heart's Blood of the Earth Sovereign. The quiet recluse exclaimed in disbelief. This pill was crafted by the first-generation master of Yaoguang Peak. It has been lost for thousands of years. Where did you acquire it? You need not concern yourself with where I obtained this pill. Simply understand that it can neutralize the deadly poison within you. Ah, I was presumptuous. The 100-flower calming heart pill possesses miraculous effects, capable of not only altering one's constitution, but also neutralizing extraordinary poisons. The quiet recluse had not originally hoped to survive. But upon seeing the pill, a flicker of the will to live reignited within him. Is there water here? Dan Yao inquired. Yes. Qi Hao quickly handed over a water flask. Dan Yao split the 100-flower calming heart pill in half, placing one half into the flask and handing it to Qi Hao. This water can heal your injuries. You may share it among yourselves. Qi Hao hesitated, not daring to take it. Master's poison is so profound. Will half be enough? Dan Yao smiled. The 100-flower calming heart pill is immensely potent. Half of its efficacy is sufficient to neutralize the poison of the five-pointed soul-breaking needle. The Netherworld sect employs sinister tactics, so there may be poison on their weapons as well. This water will alleviate your concerns. Stop with the hesitance. Since the esteemed elder has spoken, you should simply obey. Why do you act like your master, so fussy and slow? What great achievements can you accomplish in the future? The quiet recluse, despite his injuries, still scolded with vigor. Yes, Qi Hao accepted the flask and shared the water with the other disciples. The disciples knew that the 100-flower calming heart pill was the most precious elixir of their sect, both a remedy for wounds and a miraculous medicine for enhancing one's constitution. They hesitated to take it. Qi Hao suggested, everyone deserves a share. Let the most grievously injured brothers and sisters go first. Dan Yao, noticing Shui Ling's dazed expression, urged her, you should go too. No need. Shui Ling shook her head. I will stay here and watch over Master. Dan Yao smiled at her. Do not worry. I assure you I will return a lively and vibrant master. Shui Ling, listen to the esteemed elder. Go. The quiet recluse urged. After a moment of hesitation, Shui Ling complied and went to drink the water for healing. Dan Yao gently pressed her left hand against her heart, suddenly tasting blood in her throat, and spat out a droplet of blood. The quiet recluse, Upon seeing the blood droplet shimmering with silver light and surrounded by an aura of celestial energy, exclaimed, "Is the esteemed elder a being of the Earth Sovereign?" A powerful figure of the Earth Sovereign undergoes an extraordinary transformation after enduring the tribulation of thunder. The blood droplet, formed from the essence of the heart's blood, can serve as a miraculous remedy for all injuries and greatly enhance one's cultivation. Although the Seven Stars Palace has not birthed an Earth Sovereign for thousands of years, the sect's ancient texts contain records about the Earth Sovereign. Among these records, it has been mentioned that the heart's blood of an Earth Sovereign is bright red with a silver sheen, swirling with an ethereal rhythm, incredibly wondrous. The blood droplet, glowing with silver light and celestial energy, was identical to the descriptions in the ancient texts. This mysterious elder before him was evidently a formidable Earth Sovereign. An Earth Sovereign. She is indeed a being of the Earth Sovereign realm. Why had his master never mentioned a word about the extraordinary abilities of the previous ancestors of the Seven Stars Palace? Dan Yao said nothing. Merging the blood droplet with half of the 100-flower calming heart pill, transforming it back into a complete blood-colored elixir, and flicked it into the quiet recluse's hand. Consume it. The heart's blood of the Earth Sovereign is the essence of an Earth Sovereign's spiritual power. Chapter 182. The Aid of the Pill. Unless one is incredibly close, no Earth Sovereign would expend their true essence to extract their heart's blood for another's healing. The quiet recluse understood the immense value of this item and bowed deeply to Dan Yao before accepting it to consume. As the pill, a fusion of the heart's blood of the Earth Sovereign and the 100-flower calming heart pill, entered his body. The quiet recluse immediately felt a wave of coolness wash over him. Following that, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted within him, rampaging through his body as if it would burst forth at any moment. The quiet recluse nearly collapsed to the ground in agony. Dan Yao quickly pressed down on his shoulders, saying, "Sit down quickly. I will use my spiritual energy to help you dissolve it." "Yes, I am grateful for your assistance, esteemed elder." The demeanor of the tranquil wanderer was exceedingly respectful, a reflection not only of reverence towards the formidable earthly sovereign, but also of gratitude for her selfless expenditure of true essence to aid in his recovery. With both palms placed firmly upon the back of the tranquil wanderer, Dan Yao channeled a profound and robust stream of spiritual energy into him. A tremor coursed through his entire being. Under the influence of this powerful energy, the once chaotic true qi and medicinal force began to harmonize and return to their source. Gradually, the scattered energies coalesced into a singular flow, swiftly circulating through the meridians of his body. Wherever this force traversed, toxins dissipated, dissolving into nothingness. A sudden pop resonated as the five-wheeled soul-breaking spike ejected itself, clattering onto the ground with a sharp sound, green in hue, yet emitting an unbearable stench. Dan Yao frowned deeply, exhaling a breath of true energy that instantly shattered the spike into countless fragments. In an instant, a radiant light seemed to illuminate the tranquil wanderer's dantian. As the true qi flowed freely through his limbs and bones, breaking through the shackles of his cultivation level, prompting an involuntary exclamation of melodious and soaring delight. This sound echoed like a phoenix's cry, soaring through the heavens, carrying far and wide, reverberating for dozens of miles around. It was revealed that after reaching the pinnacle of the embryonic breeding stage, the tranquil wanderer had sought guidance from her master, the esteemed Taoist Qingsu, on the secrets to breaking through to the void-dividing stage. With their deep bond as fellow disciples, Qingsu had generously shared his insights without reservation. After contemplation, the tranquil wanderer had faintly grasped the threshold of the void-dividing stage. However, due to insufficient accumulation of spiritual energy and her fiery temperament leading to impatience, she found herself ensnared in the predicament of haste makes waste, thus delaying her breakthrough. Now, with the earthly sovereign Dan Yao's heartfelt assistance, and after consuming the 100-flower purifying heart pill, originating from the same source as her long-term tonic, the tranquil wanderer was able to absorb the full potency of the pill, a feat that would take others years of arduous cultivation to achieve. With the ample accumulation of spiritual energy and Dan Yao's profound feminine energy bolstering her, everything fell into place seamlessly. Yet, the tranquil wanderer did not anticipate this breakthrough at such a moment, and overwhelmed by emotion, she could not restrain herself from releasing a jubilant howl. At this juncture, Taoist Qingsu and his companions were hastening toward Tianma Ridge. Upon hearing the resounding cry, they were taken aback. Such a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy could not originate from the embryonic breeding stage. Taoist Qingsu exclaimed in astonishment. "It is the aura of a void-dividing stage expert. What? There is a void-dividing stage powerhouse here? This is dire news for Qi Hao and Shui Ling." Taoist Qingsu urged, "Do not panic. This energy is soft and pure, surely not of demonic origin, and likely belongs to a practitioner from another sect. During this excursion down the mountain, not only had the Qingjing Palace dispatched its elite disciples, but several other major sects were also involved in investigating the situation with the underworld sect. However, they could not fathom that Xiao harbored the secret to transcending the heavenly monarch stage. Consequently, the underworld sect was not seeking trouble with anyone else, but was specifically targeting the Qingjing Palace. Regardless of whether this individual is righteous or wicked, we must hasten our pace. Otherwise, we cannot fathom what calamity may befall us, Taoist Qingsu said, his brow furrowed with concern as he quickened his steps. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the howling gradually subsided. Dan Yao swiftly directed her true energy to stabilize and consolidate the tranquil wanderer's cultivation. Upon reopening her eyes, a lustrous glimmer sparkled within their depths, and she appeared considerably rejuvenated. She promptly rose to her feet, bowing deeply. I shall forever be grateful for your life-giving grace, revered elder. Dan Yao gently exhaled a breath of impure air. I have utilized my true energy to help you assimilate all of the medicinal power. You should now be ready to break through to the void dividing stage, correct? Indeed, thanks to your assistance. I have not only successfully breached the void dividing stage, but have also surpassed the initial phase of cultivation, the tranquil wanderer replied, astonished by the unexpected gains of the day. Previously, she had been languishing at the embryonic breeding stage, and now, through Dan Yao's intervention, she had remarkably attained the mid-tier of the void dividing stage, surpassing even her master. Taoist Qingsu. Dan Yao nodded. Having consumed the spiritual medicine formed from my essence, it is only natural for you to reach this level. I did not intend to hasten your progress artificially, but given your grievous injuries, I had no choice but to assist you this once. The path of cultivation must be steady and firm to ensure a solid foundation, now that you have forcefully broken through with my aid. It may be somewhat of a shortcut. Upon your return, you must promptly enter seclusion to cultivate, lest your foundation become unstable and adversely affect your future endeavors. Do you understand? Yes, I shall enter seclusion as soon as I return, the tranquil wanderer affirmed respectfully. Dan Yao's gaze flickered, and she smiled. Your master and fellow disciples have arrived. It is time for me to take my leave. Just as she was about to depart, Dan Yao suddenly noticed a strand of dark energy enveloping Qi Hao, seemingly tainted by malevolent sorcery, subtly resembling a black lotus. The lotus, a symbol of the Buddhist faith, should ideally be golden. How could it be black? This hidden and sinister lotus perhaps eluded even Qi Hao's awareness. Could there be a traitor among the disciples? Dan Yao's mind raced with suspicion, but she chose not to reveal her thoughts. The matter is resolved. I must take my leave now. Without waiting for the tranquil wanderer to respond, she flickered and soared into the sky. Revered elder, revered elder. The tranquil wanderer, Shui Ling, and others called out in unison, only to watch as Dan Yao vanished into the void. Dan Yao had descended the mountain solely to rescue Shui Ling. Now that the matter had reached a satisfactory conclusion, there was no need for her to linger. Otherwise, should the elder Taoist discern any inconsistencies, her tranquil life would be jeopardized. To steal a moment of leisure. In her eyes, there was nothing more peaceful and fulfilling than tending to flowers, weeding, and playing with cats in the 100-Flower Valley. At that moment, a faint whisper reached the tranquil wanderer's ears, a delicate and urgent transmission from Dan Yao. Qi Hao has fallen prey to dark sorcery. Do not alarm others. Inform the master to investigate thoroughly. The tranquil wanderer's heart tightened, and she could not help but glance at Qi Hao. Meanwhile, the group that had consumed the 100-flower purifying heart pill had thoroughly healed their internal injuries and gathered around the tranquil wanderer, inquiring about Dan Yao's identity. Master, do you know who this esteemed lady is? Sure, Shu, this individual wields the 7-star sword technique and is a woman. She must be a top-tier expert from Yaoguang Peak. Do you know her background? Indeed. I have been cultivating in the Qingjing Palace for nearly a century, yet I have never encountered this venerable figure. Such a profound and capable elder, why does she wear a mask? The disciples clamored with questions. The tranquil wanderer could only smile ruefully and shake her head. Not only do you not know her identity, but I am also unaware of who she is. She acts without seeking recognition, deeply hidden within her sect, transcending the allure of fame and fortune, wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao. This is the true essence of a transcendent being. As Taoist Qingsu and the others arrived at the periphery of Tianma Ridge, they subtly sensed a lingering and formidable sword intent in the air. The sword energy was as profound as an abyss, evoking a sense of trepidation. What a terrifying sword intent. In all my years, this is the first time I have witnessed such a thing. Taoist Qingsu's face reflected astonishment. This sword energy clearly emanated from within Tianma Ridge. If it was so sharp outside, the depths must be even more fearsome. It was indeed difficult to fathom the extent of the swordmaster's prowess. Taoist Qingyang. attuned to the spiritual energy within the sword intent, remarked in astonishment. This sword energy bears a striking resemblance to our sect's 7-star sword technique. Upon hearing this, Taoist Qing Su immediately grasped the implication. It is indeed the 7-star sword technique. There is no doubt about it. It is indeed astonishing. The sword energy is so formidable that even the headmaster seems to fall short. How could our sect harbor such a master? Taoist Qingshu sighed with a wry smile, saying, "What do you mean by falling short? There exists a vast chasm between us. Even if I were to cultivate for another 1,000 years, it would be exceedingly difficult to reach such an ethereal level of mastery." Taoist Qingchuan suddenly recalled the mysterious female cultivator mentioned by Qi Hao over 20 years ago. "Senior brother, do you think our sect is concealing an ancestral figure?" It is difficult to say. Given the intensity of this sword energy, a great battle must have unfolded. Let us first venture inside to investigate. The group swiftly entered, just in time to hear the disciples inquiring about the identity of the esteemed elder, Qingjing Sanren. Taoist Qingshu, upon hearing this, promptly inquired, "Which female elder?" "It is the true master of our sect." "Master?" "And the uncles and aunts have all arrived." The disciples, upon seeing Taoist Qingshu and the others, could not suppress their emotions and began to choke back tears. For the past 5 years, they had traversed a perilous path, constantly on guard against the schemes of the Yuming sect. Now, the sight of their elders restored a long-lost sense of safety and warmth. "Junior sister, you are injured?" Taoist Qingshu noticed blood streaming down Qingjing Sanren's back and hurriedly expressed his concern. "Is the injury severe? Are you all right?" Taoist Qingchuan promptly produced a healing elixir and offered it to Qingjing Sanren. "No need for that. I am fine," she responded, shaking her head. "What transpired? How did you sustain such injuries? Furthermore, this dense sword energy, who is responsible for it? Did you encounter the master of the Yuming sect?" Taoist Qingshu inquired. "I was ambushed and struck by the Wuling Duanhuan needle, nearly losing my life. Thankfully, an elder from our sect intervened. Otherwise, you would not have seen me again." The memory of the nearly catastrophic battle still haunted Qingjing Sanren, despite her advancement to the Dongxi realm. "An elder?" Taoist Qingshu was taken aback and pressed further. "Which elder? What do they look like?" Qingjing Sanren described. She wore a blue robe, wielded a chilling blue sword, and donned a butterfly mask. Chapter 185, the trial concludes. She recalled carefully. "Although masked, I am certain she appeared exceedingly youthful. A remarkably young elder of the sect?" Upon hearing this, Taoist Qingshu and the others were left even more perplexed. If she were indeed an elder of the sect, she should be older. Surely, it must be an elderly woman. How could it be a young person? Taoist Qingyang hesitantly remarked. "Junior sister, could you have misjudged?" Qingjing Sanren shot him a glare. "How could that be? I am not senile. Even if I were mistaken, what of the others? With so many pairs of eyes, how could we all be wrong? Indeed, we all witnessed it. A young female elder, with hair as dark as ink and hands as delicate as jade, undoubtedly a young woman. Yes, we could not possibly be mistaken. That elder was extraordinary, vanquishing all the Yuming sect's members with a single sword strike, leaving no corpses behind." The crowd eagerly echoed Qingjing Sanren's assertions. Seeing their conviction, Taoist Qingshu furrowed his brow. He had long harbored suspicions that there existed an unparalleled powerhouse concealed within the sect, one even he, as the headmaster, was unaware of. However, having never seen this figure with his own eyes, he could not ascertain the truth. The disciples' discernment and experience were insufficient to perceive those above the Dongxi realm. Now, with Qingjing Sanren affirming the existence of an immensely powerful elder, he could not help but believe it. Subsequently, Taoist Qingshu and the others inquired of Qi Hao and Shui Ling about the events of the past 5 years. As the senior brother, Qi Hao recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing of the Yuming sect's elaborate traps designed to ensnare them, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, he was filled with rage. "This is intolerable. 1,000 years ago, the Yuming sect wreaked havoc upon countless lives to cultivate malevolent spirits, prompting the righteous path to unite in their extermination. Who would have thought that after a millennium, they would have not learned restraint, but rather intensified their malevolence? Do they truly believe the Qixing Palace to be so easily bullied?" The resurgence of the Yuming sect heralds yet another storm of bloodshed. For now, they remain dormant, only dispatching their elders to covertly harm our disciples, indicating their strength has yet to be fully restored. We must swiftly devise a strategy to eradicate these fiends. Otherwise, when they regain their former might, it will be exceedingly difficult to eliminate them. Taoist Qingyu declared with a fierce determination. Taoist Qingchuan speaks wisely. The Yuming sect's villains are cunning and treacherous. "I nearly perished at the hands of those ruffians today," Qingjing Sanren reiterated through gritted teeth. Taoist Qingshu solemnly stated. The Yuming sect was once the foremost demonic sect, capable of contending with the 10 major righteous sects at its zenith. Though it has lain dormant for a millennium, it is not so easily vanquished. I must confer thoroughly with the other sects before settling this score. Senior brother speaks truth. If we do not strike decisively, we risk incurring further harm. It was our failure to eliminate those remnants 1,000 years ago that has led to today's calamity. We must either refrain from action or ensure we eradicate them completely. Otherwise, we shall be plagued with endless repercussions. Taoist Qingjing concurred. Very well. Let us return and discuss matters at length. The Tianma Ridge is saturated with malevolent energy, and one feels ill at ease upon entering. Now that we have rescued our people, there is no need to linger here. After the group departed on their swords, a dark silhouette appeared above Tianma Ridge. Chapter 186. The Veiled Female Celestial is the Earth Sovereign. What a splendid Qingjing palace. What an intriguing masked female cultivator. Truly remarkable. The black serpent cackled coldly. However, if you believe my plans have completely unraveled, you underestimate me greatly. A black lotus flower emerged from his palm, shimmering with a ghostly black glow. The secrets of the Tianjun legacy from the Fengshua Earth Sovereign had, unbeknownst to him, been grasped. I shall take note of this debt. Once I unravel the secrets and break through to the Tianjun realm, I shall return to play with you all. With that, the black serpent's figure flickered and vanished from above Tianma Ridge. Upon returning to the Qingjing Palace, the group took their respective seats according to their status. Taoist Qingxiu inquired about the mysterious female cultivator. For decades, rumors surrounding her had never ceased. Those who had encountered her often described her in a manner bordering on the divine, unlike any mortal, given her excessively enigmatic origins. No one knew when she came or where she went, nor could anyone ascertain her true identity. It was only known that she possessed mastery over the two supreme skills of the Qingjing Palace, the Qingjing sword technique and the Qingjing Hunyuan palm, with a cultivation level far surpassing that of Taoist Qingxiu. All present understood that the Qingjing sword technique and the Hunyuan palm were secrets of the sect, impossible to learn through theft. Her proficiency in these two techniques undoubtedly marked her as a disciple of the Qingjing Palace. At this moment, Taoist Qingxiu, upon hearing Qi Hao speak of Shui Ling's use of a jade hairpin to slay the Tiao Wu, inquired, Shui Ling, do you know the identity of that individual? Did she bestow that talisman upon you? Shui Ling looked bewildered and shook her head. I do not know. She has guided me in my cultivation a few times. All I know is that she is a reclusive elder of the sect, but I am unaware of her exact identity. Taoist Qin Yu suddenly interjected. Could it be that a master from another sect is deliberately impersonating her, pretending to be mysterious in order to gain our trust and ultimately subvert the Qingjing Palace? Impossible. Qingjing Sanren vehemently shook her head, asserting, while identity can be faked, the Qingjing sword technique and Hunyuan palm cannot be. Among cultivators, the act of stealing techniques may be common, but the Qingjing sword technique is an absolute art of our sect. How could it be so easily pilfered? Moreover, this esteemed senior has already attained the realm of Earth Sovereign, capable of summoning clouds with a mere flick of her wrist or conjuring rain with a casual gesture. If she harbored any intentions of malice, she could effortlessly extinguish us with a single strike. There would be no need for such elaborate machinations. Upon uttering these words, it was as though a colossal stone had plunged into water, creating tumultuous waves of shock. What? An Earth Sovereign? This elusive female elder is a formidable Earth Sovereign? How can that be? She appears so youthful. How could she possibly be an Earth Sovereign? It is no wonder that the crowd was left in utter astonishment. For the mere mention of the title Earth Sovereign carries an overwhelming weight. The Earth Sovereign, the Eastern domain is vast and boundless, home to hundreds of millions, with practitioners numbering in the millions. Among these countless cultivators, only a scant few dozen manage to reach the profound realm of void dissolution. The arduous nature of cultivation grants a mere 1 in 10,000 chance. Thus those who attain the void dissolution realm are regarded as the pinnacle of talent, leading to the saying that all beneath this realm are akin to ants. Yet, despite the prowess of the void dissolution, it still pales in comparison to the true masters, the Earth Sovereigns, who wield dominion over the cosmic realm and gaze down upon the denizens of the Eastern domain. In an era where the heavenly sovereigns have long vanished, the Earth Sovereigns stand as the most formidable entities on this continent, akin to deities. For over 10,000 years, the visible void dissolution realm, coupled with those who have passed into the afterlife, has seen little more than 300 individuals. Among these, fewer than 10 have succeeded in advancing to the Earth Sovereign level. Currently, there exist a mere 4 Earth Sovereigns, all ancient beings who have lived for millennia, with the youngest exceeding 18 centuries in age. This paints a vivid picture of the formidable challenges one must overcome to ascend to the Earth Sovereign realm. The arduous nature of this ascension, paired with the subsequent deceleration of cultivation speed post-breakthrough, means that these 4 Earth sovereigns spend the vast majority of their time in secluded meditation, rarely appearing in public. As time passes, the Earth sovereigns have become almost mythical, known by name yet unseen, existing as legendary beings. While the Moon God Palace, the Diamond Temple, and the Spirit Gate Temple may have some hope of encountering their ancient ancestors, other sects encounter only those who have reached the void dissolution realm, unable to glimpse beyond. Due to various upheavals in the transmission of knowledge, the Seven Stars Palace has not produced a new Earth sovereign in over 5,000 years. Consequently, the term Earth sovereign exists solely within the annals of sect records, and no one dares to dream of attaining such heights or restoring the former glory of the Seven Stars Palace. After Qi Hao inherited the legacy of the Wind and Snow Earth sovereign, the Taoist Xianxiu hoped for him to become a similar Earth sovereign, but understood that fully mastering the legacy and breaking through to the Earth sovereign realm would require at least a millennium of arduous cultivation. Yet, he would not live to see that day. To their utter astonishment, this mysterious female cultivator has indeed reached the Earth sovereign realm. It is essential to recognize that the void dissolution and Earth sovereign represent entirely distinct concepts. 100 void dissolution cultivators might not guarantee the success of a single breakthrough. When they first learned that the enigmatic female cultivator was a void dissolution practitioner, they were already in disbelief. Now, with the quiet sage declaring her ascension to the Earth sovereign realm, they are left utterly speechless, their faces reflecting sheer incredulity. Even Shui Ling, who shares a close bond with Dan Yao, is filled with astonishment. The elder is indeed an Earth sovereign. The very same woman who has been subtly guiding her cultivation all these years is, in fact, a legendary Earth sovereign. While she recognized the elder's formidable strength, she could never have imagined it to be of such staggering proportions. The quiet sage understands the shock resonating in the hearts of the crowd, but remains silent. Taoist Xianxiu, as the head of the Seven Stars Palace, accustomed to the tempests of life, quickly regains his composure. Taking a deep breath, he stammers, "Junior sister, is what you say truly authentic?" "Indeed, it is true. How could I possibly fabricate such a monumental claim?" The quiet sage asserts with unwavering conviction. "Junior sister, could it be that your injury is so severe that you are hallucinating?" Taoist Qingchuan inquires. "Do you see my vitality? It is even more vigorous than yours. Is this a mere illusion?" Taoist Qingchuan shakes his head. "I understand your disbelief, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. And I have proof that she is an Earth sovereign," the quiet sage states with a smile. Taoist Xianxiu hastily asks, "What proof?" "Master brother, please forgive my presumptuousness." The quiet sage swiftly moves, placing a hand upon Taoist Xianxiu's shoulders. In a flash, as quick as a rabbit pouncing upon a hawk. By the time Taoist Xianxiu comprehends the situation, the quiet sage has already grasped him firmly. Taoist Xianxiu, startled, stumbles back, breaking free. You have broken through to the void dissolution realm." The quiet sage delivers another soft strike imbued with feminine grace. Though this blow appears light and effortless, it employs the subtlety of soft overcoming hard, a profound technique. The lighter the touch, the more formidable the impact. Taoist Xianxiu dares not underestimate it. Countering with a palm of his own, a sharp sound reverberates as their palms collide, a surge of spiritual energy cascading through the air. The onlookers find their breaths caught in their throats, instinctively retreating several paces. As the energy dissipates, the quiet sage stands calmly, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if entirely unfazed. In contrast, Taoist Xianxiu is left astonished, his arm tingling, and he exclaims, "Junior sister, how has your spiritual power grown so formidable?" Suddenly struck by a revelation, he gazes at her in disbelief. You have broken through to the void dissolution realm." The quiet sage nods and smiles. "Indeed. So soon?" Taoist Qingchuan gasps. "I recall that your breakthrough to the peak of the embryonic formation was not long ago. How could you have advanced to the void dissolution realm so quickly?" According to their estimates, it would typically require 2 to 3 centuries of arduous cultivation for the quiet sage to reach the void dissolution realm, and that was the most optimistic scenario. Should any unforeseen events occur, it could take 4 to 5 centuries to achieve a successful breakthrough. For instance, Lord Zhong Wanshan of the Wujiman has been stuck at this realm for several centuries, nearly depleting his lifespan before barely managing to advance. The quiet sage explains, "It was only with the assistance of my esteemed senior that I could break through to this realm." With this, she recounts how Dan Yao presented the 100-flower purifying heart pill, infused with the Earth Sovereign's blood, to aid in her breakthrough. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally comprehends the situation. "So, you consumed the Earth Sovereign's blood, which allowed for such a swift descent to the void dissolution realm," Taoist Xianxiu realizes. Legend has it that the blood of an Earth Sovereign contains their cultivation essence, and just a single drop can enable a peak embryonic formation practitioner to swiftly breach the void dissolution realm. However, the path to becoming an Earth sovereign is fraught with challenges. And the essence of blood is the core of their true energy. No Earth sovereign would willingly sacrifice their essence to assist those beneath the void dissolution realm in breaking through. Thus, what was once mere legend has now proven to be true. Taoist Qingjing is left in awe. This esteemed elder, willing to sacrifice her true energy to assist her junior sister in healing and breaking through, must have a profound connection with the Seven Stars Palace to accomplish such a feat. Such an opportunity is truly rare. Junior sister, you are exceptionally fortunate. Taoist Qingchuan cannot hide his envy. At this moment, the crowd has come to believe that this mysterious female cultivator is indeed the legendary Earth Sovereign. Only the true essence of an Earth Sovereign can revive a practitioner on the brink of death and, upon that foundation, shatter the barriers of the realm to ascend into the void dissolution. Following this, several senior brothers congratulate the quiet sage, commending her for her breakthrough into the void dissolution realm and the prospect of enjoying a long life. Though this opportunity is indeed enviable, it also evokes a profound sense of shame among the senior disciples, who reflect on the perilous efforts made by the quiet sage to safeguard her disciples during their descent for training. Fortune often conceals calamity, and calamity harbors fortune. Were it not for the selfless dedication of the quiet sage, such a swift breakthrough would have been unattainable. This serendipity is rightfully hers, and all present acknowledge it with sincere respect. The gathered disciples bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Congratulations to our master and uncle for breaking through to the void realm. May you enjoy 1,000 years of longevity and boundless freedom." Rise, the quiet sage smiled, gracefully lifting the disciples with a mere wave of her sleeve. Chapter 189, Various Speculations. Judging from the opportunity bestowed upon our junior sister Qingjing, it is evident that this mysterious female cultivator is undoubtedly a remarkable predecessor from our Seven Stars Palace. Yet, why does she don a mask, refusing to reveal her true visage? Pondered Taoist Qingjing. It is common for unparalleled geniuses to possess temperaments that diverge from the ordinary. This esteemed predecessor, endowed with extraordinary talent, must exhibit a distinct character, which cannot be measured by conventional standards. Her repeated acts of assistance affirm her as an ally rather than an adversary. This is a certainty, remarked Taoist Qingyu. Taoist Qingshu gazed at the quiet sage and inquired, "Junior sister, I cannot shake the feeling that this enigmatic predecessor is likely from your Yaoguang peak." The quiet sage, deep in thought, replied, "I share this sentiment. Her mastery of our sect's unique skills indicates she is indeed one of us. However, our lineage divides into 7 branches, with only Yaoguang peak being female. Thus, if she is indeed a woman, she must belong to our lineage. Yet, I have never heard Master mention such a prodigy among the founding ancestors of Yaoguang peak. Not having heard of her does not equate to her non-existence. It is possible that her extraordinary talents prompted her master and ancestors to conceal her existence, fearing she might be harmed before reaching full maturity. Perhaps, due to unforeseen events, no legacy was left behind, causing her to fade from memory over time. Taoist Qingshu thoughtfully analyzed. Indeed, Du Guha expended a great deal of his essence to conjure a projection to protect Qingjing, driven by the fear that his unparalleled gifts might invite envy. He continued, "Had it not been for this naive fellow offending our esteemed predecessor, it is likely that centuries hence, the Moon Palace would have seen the rise of yet another earthly sovereign. Your reasoning holds merit. Our ancestors were embroiled in a fierce battle against the demonic forces of the underworld sect a millennium ago, during which several elder predecessors perished. The suddenness of their fall may have left no time for final words, leading even our master, uncle, and other elders to remain unaware of this individual's existence." As the quiet sage delved deeper into the conversation, she found increasing validation in their discourse. Indeed, this must be the case. Every formally initiated disciple is recorded in the sect's annals. I shall return to peruse the records and investigate her identity thoroughly. Suddenly, Shui Ling interjected, "Master, I believe this esteemed predecessor might not belong to the generation of our ancestors, or even the previous generation." "What leads you to this conclusion?" inquired the quiet sage. Shui Ling reflected carefully. "I have known this predecessor for many years. She does not exude the demeanor of age, resembling master and bearing a sisterly quality, appearing quite youthful." Upon hearing this, the quiet sage furrowed her brow. "Indeed, when she healed my wounds, her hands were as smooth and delicate as the finest jade. A quality characteristic of youth. It is quite perplexing." Chi Hao chimed in. "I also perceive that this predecessor is quite young. She entered the wind and snow secret realm with us, which imposes restrictions allowing only those under a century old and of the gathering essence realm to enter. Her presence therein implies she has yet to reach a century, and the power she displayed was clearly that of the Void Realm. To leap to earthly sovereign in merely 20 years is astonishing. Chapter 190. Are you hurt? Taoist Qingshu interjected, halting the ongoing speculations. This esteemed predecessor possesses such formidable cultivation that she has undoubtedly undergone millennia of training to manifest such prowess today. Her appearance in the wind and snow secret realm is easily explicable. Being a powerful earthly sovereign herself, she would naturally know how to circumvent the restrictions. Did not Du Gua's projection also utilize a treasure forged by earthly sovereigns to enter the realm? Pausing, he added with a smile, as for her youth, it does not necessarily imply a lack of age. Her astounding cultivation talent may have enabled her to transcend the limitations of age, thus preserving her youthful appearance. Listening to his reasoning, Shui Ling and the Quiet Sage found it compelling. This mysterious female predecessor cultivates Taoist inner arts, which excel in dispelling malign forces and nurturing life. If she has indeed penetrated the depths of inner mastery, retaining her youth and beauty would be but a trivial matter. With this newfound perspective, the group found their awe of this enigmatic female cultivator tinged with a deeper respect. Taoist Qingshu advised the Quiet Sage, "Sister, please investigate the records of Yaowang Peak. If you can uncover her identity, it would be excellent. If not, do not force the matter. Her reluctance to reveal her true self must stem from her own reasons. And as juniors, we ought not to impose upon her." "Of course, brother, I understand." The Quiet Sage, grateful for her survival and recent breakthrough into the Void Realm, felt immense respect for this female predecessor and dared not offend her. Taoist Qingshu was filled with both astonishment and joy. Over 20 years prior, Xianxiaaudiobooks perished within the wind and snow secret realm. Though they had repelled Du Gua using the Big Dipper formation, they harbored deep concerns about the potential wrath of the earthly sovereign of the Moon Palace upon learning of Xianxiaaudiobooks' demise. Now, however, with the presence of a formidable female ancestor in the earthly sovereign realm, they felt secure against any threats from the old adversaries. As everyone eagerly speculated on the background of this mysterious female cultivator, none could fathom that she was merely an ordinary flower cultivator. Dan Yao had returned to the Seven Stars Palace ahead of the rest. When Xiangyang cast a glance at her, his brow furrowed. "Are you injured?" Dan Yao shook her head. "No, there are no Tianjun realm cultivators in the eastern region. Who could possibly harm me?" Xiangyang, puzzled, remarked, "If that is the case, why does your aura seem so faint?" "It is likely due to my expenditure of earthly sovereign's essence to heal the Quiet Sage, which has diminished some of my vitality, rendering me somewhat wan." Xiangyang was taken aback. "You used earthly sovereign essence to heal that old Taoist? She has no kinship with you, and once dismissed you, refusing to accept you as a disciple. Why would you assist her?" "There is no particular reason. I admire her character. She is truly a person worthy of great respect." "I do not comprehend," Xiangyang replied, his expression one of confusion. Dan Yao recounted the bloodbath that transpired at the Tianma Ridge, detailing how the Quiet Sage selflessly risked her life to save her disciples. With a wistful sigh, she continued, "I previously resented her reluctance to take me as a disciple, but I am beginning to understand her now. Taking on disciples is akin to raising a child." Xiangyang pondered, perplexed by the sudden shift to the topic of child rearing. Chapter 191. A private conversation between siblings. As parents, once a child is born, one must take responsibility for their entire life. To give birth without nurturing, or to nurture without teaching, is hardly better than not giving birth at all. Raising a child is no small feat. To nurture a son for a century is to endure worries for 99 years. The esteemed Qingjing Sanren is acutely aware of this truth. She would rather accept fewer disciples than compromise her standards. My own aptitude back then was indeed quite lacking, so I cannot truly blame her. Dan Yao sighed deeply. The passage of time brings not only the growth of cultivation, but also profound reflections and insights into life. In her youth, she harbored grievances, but now she not only holds no resentment, but also admires Qingjing Sanren's earnest dedication to her disciples. Of course, her willingness to expend her true essence to assist Qingjing Sanren in healing is also due to the peculiar nature of her internal cultivation method, which, during operation, does not suffer any loss of spiritual energy, but rather increases it inexorably. Even if she sacrifices a small portion of her essence, her cultivation remains unaffected. A few days of recuperation and she would be restored. Qingjing Sanren did not forget Dan Yao's admonition. Upon returning to Yaowang Peak, she prepared to enter seclusion to solidify her current realm. At that moment, she recalled Dan Yao's warning, conveyed through a secretive transmission technique, that Qihao had fallen victim to dark sorcery and that there might be a traitor among the disciples of Qixing Palace, urging her to inform the sect leader for a thorough investigation. With this thought, Qingjing Sanren hurriedly flew to Tianshu Peak. At this moment, Taoist Qing Su sat upon the 8 trigrams mat in a tranquil chamber. Qi Hao knelt before him, tears in his eyes as he confessed. Disciple has committed a grave error. As the eldest disciple, before departing, you and the 6 esteemed uncles repeatedly instructed me to take care of my junior brothers and sisters. Yet, I failed to protect them, and they met a tragic fate at the hands of the heinous minions of the Yuming sect. I am truly guilty and deserving of punishment. Foolish child, this is not your fault. Life and death are fated. And how could there be no casualties in our trials outside? Taoist Qing Su, witnessing his beloved disciple's self-reproach, felt a pang of compassion and gently comforted him. After a pause, he added, in truth, the primary responsibility for all this lies with the Yuming sect, and the second lies with me, your master. Had I not misjudged the information and failed to recognize that the shattered jade tablet was a deliberate act by the Yuming sect, we would not be in this dire situation now, and your junior brothers and sisters would not have suffered such heavy losses. If you believe yourself to be guilty, then I am the first who should stand accountable. How could I dare to blame my master? You manage the vast Qixing Palace, with countless matters demanding your attention. It is only natural you could not oversee everything. As the master and disciple conversed, Qingjing Sanren's impatient voice interrupted. Enough of your back and forth. Rather than waste time here, you should be contemplating how to eradicate the vile minions of the Yuming sect. Qi Hao, upon seeing Qingjing Sanren's arrival, quickly bowed in greeting. Greetings, esteemed aunt. All is well. Sister, why are you not perusing the texts or welcoming the returning disciples? What brings you here? Taoist Qing Su inquired. I have come to find you for a specific reason, but due to the gravity of the matter, I cannot disclose it publicly, hence my private visit. As she spoke, Qingjing Sanren cast a glance at Qi Hao, silently urging him to depart to avoid being an eyesore. Understanding their need for privacy, Qi Hao promptly withdrew. Chapter 192, A Masterful Scheme. Noticing her caution, Taoist Qing Su could not help but ask, Sister, has something occurred? Qingjing Sanren lowered her voice and replied. That esteemed female elder, before her departure, used a secretive transmission technique to inform me that Qi Hao has been afflicted by dark sorcery, suggesting there may be a traitor among the disciples of Qixing Palace, and I should advise you to investigate thoroughly. What? Such a thing exists? Taoist Qing Su exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, but I found no trace of dark sorcery on Qi Hao just now, he expressed, perplexed. Neither did I detect anything amiss. Yet the esteemed female elder conveyed this matter with utmost seriousness. She would not speak lightly. There must be an issue at hand. Taoist Qing Su's breathing quickened. An elder of such high cultivation surely perceives all. If my conjecture is correct, the one behind this must be targeting the legacy of the Fengxue Earth Sovereign. The legacy of the Fengxue Earth Sovereign? Qingjing Sanren paused. I recall that the current leader of the Yuming sect, He Shi, is the son of the previous leader. That old demon was a formidable Earth Sovereign. Before his death, he imparted all his knowledge to his son. There would be no need for him to go to such lengths for the legacy of the Fengxue Earth Sovereign. Sister, you may not be aware, but Qi Hao mentioned to me that upon receiving the legacy of the Fengxue Earth Sovereign, there exists a memory shrouded in ice and snow. Only when Qi Hao reaches the Earth Sovereign realm can this memory be unlocked. It is said that the Fengxue Earth Sovereign was pursued by a group of unknown, mysterious powerhouses, ultimately leading to his demise. Thereafter arose the rumor that whoever obtains the legacy of the Fengxue Earth Sovereign could ascend to the realm of the Celestial Monarch. I boldly speculate that this rumor may hold more than mere truth. Qingjing Sanren gasped. Are you implying that this icy memory contains secrets regarding the Celestial Monarch? Taoist Qing Su nodded gravely, his voice growing more somber. An innocent man bears the burden of possessing something precious. I was aware of this long ago, which is why I refrained from speaking, fearing it might endanger Qi Hao. Now that you have informed me that dark sorcery has been cast upon him, I cannot help but think it must be related to the legacy of the Fengxue Earth Sovereign. Qingjing Sanren quickly asked, has the one behind this succeeded? Taoist Qing Su's expression turned serious. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. It is likely that they have succeeded. This individual has targeted Qi Hao, taking away the legacy of the Fengxue Earth Sovereign, while creating diversions by sending minions to haunt our disciples, all to lower our guard and make us believe their plan had failed. In this way, they can secretly unravel the secrets contained within the legacy and cultivate themselves to the realm of the Celestial Monarch. Qingjing Sanren scoffed. What a cunning scheme. This demon is truly treacherous. The depth of their machinations is unfathomable. Were it not for that mysterious elder's keen insight, we would still be oblivious to this plot. Brother, what should we do now? The legacy of the Fengxue Earth Sovereign must not fall into the hands of such a vile person, otherwise, should he break through to the realm of the Celestial Monarch, all would be lost. Taoist Qing Su sighed. What can we do? The realm of the celestial monarch is far beyond our reach. Only an Earth's sovereign can intervene. Perhaps we should immediately publicize this matter, so that the rogue cannot find peace. That is not advisable. Chapter 193, The 8 Trigrams, 1. Taoist Qing Su immediately objected. The secrets of the celestial monarch within the legacy of the Fengshua Earth sovereign are of utmost importance. If this information were to leak, the 4 Earth sovereigns from the Moon God Palace, the Diamond Temple, and the Lingmin Temple would undoubtedly act to seize the secrets. And Heishi, being elusive and cunning as a fox, whom do you think they would target if they cannot locate him? Qihao. Precisely. If this matter were to be exposed, the one to suffer would not be Heishi, but rather Qihao and the entire Qixing Palace. Thus, we must refrain from rash actions. Qingjing Sanren gritted her teeth in anger. That damned serpent. He calculated that once we became aware of this matter, we would never dare to speak out. Which is why he so audaciously plotted against us. Let me discover his identity. Otherwise, I will surely strip him of his skin and dismantle his bones. Taoist Qing Su chuckled lightly. This individual is far too cunning. He is no ordinary person. With our current capabilities, seeking revenge seems hopeless. Our only course of action is to locate Heishi swiftly, uncover his identity, and unite with other sects to subdue him before he ascends to the realm of the celestial monarch. Otherwise, given his sly nature and his ability to manipulate our disciples without ever revealing himself, how can we possibly find him? I, too, am uncertain. We can only proceed step by step. The serene Taoist Qingshu's expression darkened like still water. Junior sister, you should return for now. I shall promptly reach out to the leaders of other sects to deliberate on this matter. We must ensure that this rogue does not seize the opportunity to ascend to the heavenly sovereign. Very well, the female elder remarked. But it has been said that your realm was forcibly breached, leaving your foundation unstable. You must solidify it swiftly to avoid any adverse effects on your cultivation. Then rest assured and retreat into seclusion. I shall handle this matter. The disciples, having returned from their trials, were eager to inquire about the experiences of their peers over the past 5 years. Naturally, the legend of the mysterious female cultivator became the favored topic of gossip among the idle male and female disciples during their leisure time. This time, the safe return of senior brother Qihao and others was not solely due to the rescue efforts of a few elders, but was also greatly aided by that enigmatic female elder. Is that so? Is she truly that formidable? A disciple who had not participated in the trials expressed skepticism. Formidable? It is an understatement. Her prowess, her techniques, her presence, words fail to capture their magnificence. A disciple from Tianquan Peak recalled the events of that day, a look of reverence gracing his features. Clad in a blue robe, wielding a sword as pure as snow, she resembled a celestial being descending from the Yao platform, leaving an indelible impression upon all who beheld her. Several disciples gathered closely. Their spirits stirred, unable to contain their curiosity. Pray tell, what transpired next? We were besieged by the vile minions of the underworld sect, and Uncle Qingjing sustained grave injuries. Preparing to unleash the earth and heaven's lasting life, a self-destructive strike to take the enemy down with him. At that critical moment, the female elder, wielding her azure divine sword, arrived and thwarted Uncle Qingjing's fatal move with a single stroke, followed by a surge of sword energy. The might of that sword energy was astonishing. With one slash, the minions of the underworld sect were obliterated, reduced to ashes without a trace of their remains. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would never have believed such terrifying sword energy existed. A disciple from Tianshu Peak animatedly recounted, though his account was secondhand. The disciples who had directly experienced the brutal and bloody battle had long since forged an unshakable resolve in their hearts. Chapter 194. Gossip 2. At present, we are too busy cultivating to engage in idle chatter. Upon hearing this, the disciples collectively gasped in disbelief. With just a single sword stroke, she dispatched the minions of the underworld sect on the spot. Surely, the prowess of this mysterious female elder is astronomically remarkable. Though they had not witnessed her grand display of might, they could easily envision her unparalleled grace. What is more, she is a female cultivator. In the Tianshan continent, the imbalance between male and female cultivators is stark, with females barely constituting 1/5 of the population. Naturally, the number of female powerhouses is significantly lower than that of their male counterparts. The 4 great earth lords of the eastern region are all male cultivators, with nary a female among them, not to mention the Dongshu realm, where female cultivators are exceedingly scarce. For this elder to have risen to such heights in her cultivation as a woman is truly beyond imagination. Her talent must be extraordinary. Who dares claim that women are inferior to men? Just look at this elder. How enchanting. Indeed, the plight of female cultivators is already more difficult than that of their male counterparts. Yet this elder has managed to distinguish herself from the multitude of nameless female cultivators, emerging as a peerless powerhouse. Remarkable. The crowd buzzed with excitement, the number of gossipers growing. Moreover, there is something you may not know. Do you know what cultivation level Uncle Qingjing of Yaowang Peak has attained? A disciple jested. Who doesn't know? Uncle Qingjing is at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing stage, just a hair's breadth away from the Dongshu realm. However, who knows how long it will take him to break through? The disciple who broached the topic shook his head. Incorrect. Uncle Qingjing is no longer at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing stage. He has officially become a Dongshu powerhouse. What? Dongshu? When did Uncle Qingjing become a Dongshu powerhouse? How come we never heard of this? I recall Uncle Qingjing breaking through to the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing stage just a short while ago. How could he have advanced to Dongshu so quickly? The Dongshu realm is as lofty as the mountaintop clouds. Many embryonic breathing cultivators have been stymied by it. To breach this realm typically requires over a century of arduous cultivation. The disciple who initiated the conversation smiled. Indeed, under normal circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for one at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing stage to break through so swiftly. However, Uncle Qingjing has truly achieved it. Not only breaking through to the Dongshu realm, but also advancing directly to the mid-Dongshu stage. Nanny? From the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing stage to the mid-Dongshu stage? All those listening to the gossip were astounded. Breaching the Dongshu realm is already exceedingly challenging. How could one leap to the mid-Dongshu stage in a single bound? What an absurd jest. Everyone regarded the speaker with skepticism, instinctively assuming he was boasting. Seeing their doubt, he grew slightly irritated. I am not lying. This is the truth. Uncle Qingjing has indeed broken through to the Dongshu realm. If you do not believe me, you can ask one of the female disciples from Yaowang Peak. At that moment, a female disciple from Yaowang Peak was present among the gossipers. Upon hearing this, she immediately affirmed, this senior brother is not lying. My master has indeed broken through to the mid-Dongshu stage. Did you hear that? What I said is true. With the female disciple's endorsement, the gossip-loving disciple who had appropriated Lin Daoist's gossip mirror suddenly perked up. Given how arduous it is to break through to the Dongshu realm, how did Uncle Qingjing manage it? Did she consume some extraordinary medicinal herb like blood spirit orchid or 1,000-year snow lotus? Chapter 195, Gossip 3, Indeed. The Dongshu realm is not easily breached. Can you elaborate on the intricacies involved? Gossip knows no borders, no regions, and transcends time and space. The disciples of the Seven-Star Palace, apart from their cultivation, lead lives that are, to say the least, monotonous. Thus, those with lesser talents who are not fond of cultivation often indulge in idle gossip to pass the time. There is no particular mystery. It was simply the assistance of the female elder that enabled Uncle Qingjing to break through. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily dumbfounded, exclaiming in unison, "Is it truly that simple?" The disciple nodded. "Indeed, it is that simple." "Surely not. I have only heard of using spiritual energy to heal wounds. I have never witnessed anyone using it to break through to the Dongshu realm. What method did this female elder employ to facilitate Uncle Qingjing's breakthrough?" The disciple chuckled. "That elder is an unparalleled powerhouse at the Earth Lord level. Uncle Qingjing consumed her heart's blood, transformed from her true essence, which greatly enhanced her spiritual energy, enabling her to leap to the mid-Dongshu stage. This revelation was nothing short of earth-shattering. What? This female elder is an Earth Lord? That cannot be. Hasn't our sect been without an Earth Lord for several millennia? How could one suddenly emerge? I am not jesting," the disciple asserted earnestly. "This elder is indeed a legitimate Earth Lord. Only the heart's blood of an Earth Lord can allow a cultivator at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing stage to leap 2 minor realms and ascend to the mid-Dongshu stage. Wonderful. Our Seven-Star Palace now has an Earth Lord. From now on, we need not worry about the Moon God Palace causing us trouble. A female Earth Lord. It seems that in the millennia since the founding of the Seven-Star Palace, only the first-generation female ancestor of Yaowang Peak has reached this realm. What an incredible feat." The disciples marveled and lamented in awe. "What are you all doing here, gossiping like a bunch of idle tongues?" A stern female voice rang out. The disciples turned to see the aloof figure of Qingjing Sanren approaching with a stern expression. Having just concluded a meeting with Daoist Qingshu on Tianshu Peak, Qingjing Sanren intended to return to Yaowang Peak to consolidate his realm. However, upon overhearing the idle chatter and gossip of the disciples, he was immediately incensed. "You lot. Instead of diligently practicing your cultivation, waste your time gossiping. How dare you discuss matters concerning this esteemed elder? Such disrespect. Now, return to your quarters and reflect upon your actions. Copy the sect rules 1,000 times. You shall not leave until you have completed this task." "What? 1,000 times?" one gossip-loving disciple exclaimed, his expression akin to that of one mourning a dearly departed. The Seven Stars Palace had a long-standing tradition with over 3,000 rules, meticulously revised by successive masters and elders. Merely copying them once was exhausting, and now he was being commanded to do so 1,000 times. An unbearable burden. What? You find it insufficient? Very well, then, let it be 2,000. The disciples groaned in despair. If you dare to complain again, I shall add another 1,000 until your voices cease. Qingjing Sanren's voice rang out sharply. At that moment, the atmosphere fell silent. Do not linger here. Return and copy the rules. The frightened disciples scattered like birds startled from their perch. Qingjing Sanren summoned Qi Hao, instructing him, as the eldest disciple. It is your responsibility to keep your junior brothers and sisters in check. They are not to discuss the affairs of that esteemed elder. Do you understand? Chapter 196. An incorrigible fool. Qi Hao responded earnestly. Indeed, but I fail to comprehend why you wish to prevent them from discussing that esteemed elder. The Seven Stars Palace is one of the more laid-back sects among the 10 orthodox sections. The higher-ups emphasize the equality of disciples and do not stifle their humanity. Thus, there exists a sense of camaraderie among students and between seniors and juniors, allowing even some irreverent youths to treat their masters as peers. Qingjing Sanren pondered briefly before replying. Fame brings with it much controversy. This venerable ancestor has remained inconspicuous within the Seven Stars Palace until recently, likely wishing to avoid disturbances during her cultivation. As juniors, we cannot offer her anything in return. Instead, we seek her aid, and now we ought to respect her desire for tranquility. Your admonition is most insightful. I shall certainly keep my junior brothers and sisters in line. Qi Hao's demeanor grew solemn. Upon returning to Yaowang Peak, Qingjing Sanren immediately summoned Shui Ling. I have just broken through to the Dongshu realm, and my foundation remains unstable. I must enter seclusion for a time to solidify my cultivation. During my retreat, I entrust all matters of Yaowang Peak to your care. Yes, master, I shall take care of everything. You may rest assured and focus on your seclusion. Shui Ling replied dutifully. Indeed. Qingjing Sanren nodded. For the past 5 years, you must have been on high alert against demonic incursions, scarcely enjoying a peaceful night's sleep. Go and rest well. I shall now enter seclusion. As Shui Ling was about to depart, she suddenly recalled something and hurriedly asked, Master, regarding what I mentioned 5 years ago. Qingjing Sanren paused. What matter? About senior sister Dan Yao formally becoming your disciple. Upon hearing this, Qingjing Sanren's expression darkened. I have already consented to her joining, yet she foolishly chooses to disregard her status as a formal disciple, opting instead to remain in that place, tending to flowers. Truly, a rotten wood that cannot be carved. What? Senior sister does not wish to take you as her master? That cannot be. Shui Ling exclaimed in astonishment. I cannot fathom it either. Perhaps years of tending to flowers have dulled her wits. If you have any questions, you may inquire directly with her. I must now enter seclusion. Understood. I take my leave. In the humble cottage of the 100 Flowers Valley, Dan Yao sat cross-legged upon a jet-black jade cushion, her eyes tightly closed. The azure spiritual light enveloping her radiated outward like ripples on a lake. It appeared gentle and serene, yet concealed boundless Taoist profundities. This mystical azure light represented the essence of her spirit, cultivated through years of diligent training with the Yuan Lingdan. It was the coveted path sought by countless venerable beings wishing to ascend to the realm of the heavenly monarch. At this moment, under the guidance of the Mingyu skill, this spiritual power circulated in a grand cycle, gradually replenishing the vitality depleted by the heart's blood of the earthly sovereign. Before long, the enigmatic azure light began to fade. Dan Yao slowly opened her eyes, gently exhaling a breath of turbid air. Xiangyang gazed in awe. Common earthly sovereigns, after expelling a drop of heart's blood, require decades of cultivation even with miraculous elixirs to restore the lost essence. Yet, you have managed to recuperate within merely 2 days. The Mingyu skill is truly remarkable. Dan Yao smiled faintly. It is nothing extraordinary. Your bridal garment skill can also restore vitality in a remarkably short time. Moreover, it possesses many unexpected benefits, rivaling my Mingyu skill. Chapter 197. Unless one encounters a special opportunity. Xiangyang chuckled ruefully. True, the bridal garment skill is replete with potential, but its myriad benefits can only be fully realized once one has truly mastered the technique. Currently, I find myself trapped in a limbo of cultivation. Merely preserving my life is a challenge, let alone thinking of anything else. Dan Yao replied with a smile. As long as you assist me in breaking through to the heavenly monarch, I shall reveal the second method of cultivating the bridal garment skill to you. At that point, not only will you escape the relentless trials of this unending flame, but you will also truly master the bridal garment skill, traversing the continent with no one to impede you. Though you have reached the mid-stage of the earthly sovereign realm, There remains an extensive distance to the heavenly monarch. Without a special opportunity, it would take at least another 100 years of arduous cultivation to ascend, Xianxiang remarked. 100 years? Dan Yao gasped in surprise, reflecting upon the fact that there had not been a single heavenly monarch in the eastern region for thousands of years. She realized that if she devoted just a century, she could stand atop the pinnacle of the eastern region as a heavenly monarch. That pace was akin to soaring on a rocket. What was there to complain about? The passage of time in cultivation is elusive. 1,000 years can pass in the blink of an eye. 100 years is not long for me. I merely worry whether you can endure. In recent years, Xianxiang had been suppressing the fiery nature of the bridal garment skill, using the frost snow pearl, diligently practicing. His spiritual power grew stronger. But so did the backlash from the raging flames. Gradually, even the frost snow pearl was becoming insufficient to contain it. I should be able to manage. If I truly cannot withstand it, I trust you would not wish to see me reduced to ashes by the backlash of my own true energy, would you? Xianxiang teased. Bah, who would not care? The sooner one dies, the sooner one is reborn. Dan Yao retorted playfully. By the way, you mentioned that based on my current progress, barring any special opportunities, it would take at least 100 years to reach the heavenly monarch realm. What do you mean by special opportunity? Even after breaking through to the earthly sovereign realm, combining the boundless potential of the Mingyu skill, Dan Yao remained unrivaled in the eastern region. Nonetheless, the path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. Achieving the heavenly monarch realm was exceedingly challenging, and should she succeed sooner, she could find peace of mind at an earlier date. Xianxiang pondered for a moment before saying, My father is an elder in the Xiang clan, responsible for managing the family's secret arts, regulations, personnel information, and monitoring the affairs of other cultivation families and the wonders of the Tianxian continent. From a young age, I have been by his side, absorbing knowledge and gaining considerable insight. Dan Yao's eyes widened in realization. So your father is in charge of gathering intelligence and various wonders. No wonder you, though not a native of the eastern region, possess such profound knowledge of this continent. Even knowing about the frost snow pearl's presence within the wind and snow earthly sovereign's hidden realm. Indeed, due to my father's unique role, no one knows the Tianxian continent better than I, even if I am not a local of the eastern region. Since you are so well informed, surely you must know of something that could assist me in breaking through swiftly? Indeed. Xianxiang nodded. After breaking through to the Earth sovereign level, your spiritual power has increased significantly, and the cold energy of the frost snow pearl is no longer sufficient to aid your cultivation. The only thing that can assist you now is a singular object. Dan Yao's eyes brightened, and she eagerly inquired, What object? The blood glaze. Blood glaze? Dan Yao was taken aback. What is this object? I have never heard of it before. Of course you haven't. For this object has been missing for over 3,000 years. Chapter 198, Blood Glaze. What exactly is this blood glaze? And how can it aid me in breaking through to the heavenly monarch level? The tale of the blood glaze is indeed a long one. It originated tens of thousands of years ago, belonging to the first-generation founder of the underworld sect, the illustrious Yao Lao. Yao Lao was the most formidable and ruthless female cultivator on the eastern continent, and she is also the only recorded female heavenly monarch in history. Approximately 30,000 years ago, this extraordinarily talented female heavenly monarch sought a mystical herb to restore her youthful appearance and ventured to the ancient battlefield of the eastern domain. While she failed to locate the herb, she unexpectedly discovered a peculiar piece of glaze. This glaze exhibited an eerie red hue, and when observed under the sun, it resembled a swirling mass of blood, thus earning the name blood glaze. Upon its discovery, Yao Lao attempted to harness its power to test its hardness. If the quality proved sufficient, she intended to take it back to adorn her abode as a decoration. To her surprise, her spiritual energy was absorbed by the blood glaze. After further investigation, Yao Lao was astounded to discover that this blood glaze possessed a unique ability to absorb and store the true essence of cultivators. This revelation was truly remarkable. While there are numerous sinister techniques in demonic cultivation that allow one to siphon the spiritual energy of others, these methods are inherently limited due to the diverse practices of various sections. The Buddhist sect is known for its vigorous approach, while Taoist practices lean toward the subtle. In contrast, demonic cultivators and ghost practitioners often excel in the bizarre and the mystical. It is akin to various types of water: spring water, stream water, groundwater, and wastewater. Though all are water, their natures differ significantly. When these waters are combined, it may seem that the quantity has increased, yet the quality is irrevocably altered, rendering once pure spring water unfit for consumption. The same principle applies to the sinister techniques of siphoning another's spiritual energy. While it may appear that one's spiritual power has increased, it often corrupts the purity of their own cultivation, hindering their ability to break through to higher realms. Furthermore, the discrepancies in true energy among different sects make it arduous for the siphoner to integrate the absorbed energy, often leading to dire consequences, ranging from paralysis to fatal ruptures of the meridians. Thus, although the demonic path possesses methods to absorb other spiritual energy, no one has ever achieved true strength through such predatory means. However, the emergence of the blood glaze provided a novel solution to this conundrum. If the methods of cultivation differ across sects, making genuine fusion improbable, then why not absorb the true essence of cultivators from the same sect? After years of research, Yao Lao ultimately devised a method to store true energy. Yet, by this time, she had reached the end of her life. Therefore, before her passing, she infused the blood glaze with the entirety of her cultivated heavenly monarch true essence and instructed her successor to develop a method for extracting the true essence from the blood glaze. One cannot help but admire Yao Lao's genius. By leaving behind this legacy, even if her future disciples were to falter in their cultivation, they could still draw upon the true essence within the blood glaze to enhance their prowess. Consequently, the underworld sect could continue to stand at the pinnacle of the eastern domain, free from the threat of decline. After Yao Lao's death, the blood glaze became the sect's treasured artifact. Chapter 199. Envy only the couple, not the immortals. Yet, despite Yao Lao's admirable intentions, putting them into practice proved exceedingly difficult. Establishing a foundation is far easier than maintaining it. Infusing true essence is simple, but extracting it is fraught with challenges. After all, individuals like Yao Lao, who could single-handedly establish a great sect, are exceedingly rare. Successive leaders of the sect have exhausted all means to extract the true essence from the blood glaze. Yet they remained unsuccessful. They could only watch helplessly as the blood glaze, infused with the essence of heavenly monarchs, lay there, unattainable for their own cultivation and breakthrough to the heavenly monarch realm. In desperation, each successive leader, as long as they were not killed, would, before their lifespan expired, infuse the blood glaze with their own cultivated true essence. This became the most honorable death for the leaders of the underworld sect. They firmly believed that future inheritors would eventually fulfill their wishes and discover the means to extract the true essence from the blood glaze. Whoever could achieve this would gain the quintessence of the true essences of past leaders and ascend to the status of a heavenly monarch, dominating the eastern continent. As time flowed and the world transformed, over 3,000 years ago, a prodigy emerged within the underworld sect. This extraordinary individual had a life full of unpredictability. Initially, he became a disciple of the righteous moon god temple, but was later schemed against and forced to join the underworld sect. The then leader of the underworld sect admired his talent, not only accepting him as a direct disciple, but also bequeathing him the leadership upon his demise. After assuming the mantle of leadership, this prodigy, combining the strengths of both the righteous and the demonic paths, surprisingly deciphered the method to extract the true essence from the blood glaze. It was believed that he would become a figure of unparalleled strength like Yao Lao. However, unexpectedly, he encountered the love of his life at that moment. For the sake of his beloved, this prodigy relinquished his position as leader, taking the blood glaze and fleeing the eastern domain, henceforth shunning worldly affairs. Although he possessed the method to extract the true essence of past leaders, without the blood glaze, the underworld sect could not thrive. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao couldn't help but exclaim, "This prodigy, for the love in his heart, willingly gave up everything." Truly a testament to his devotion. Then, she furrowed her brow. "Yet, I can't shake the feeling that there is a hint of conspiracy here. That woman couldn't have been sent to him on a mission, could she? Indeed, that woman was arranged by the moon god temple. This prodigy was a traitor to the moon god temple, and the elders there were naturally concerned that he would extract the true essence from the blood glaze and seek revenge upon them. To preempt him, the moon god temple sent a woman to seduce him, ensnaring him in a web of desire and preventing him from achieving greatness. The woman approached the prodigy with the intent to steal the blood glaze and obtain the method of extracting the true essence. However, during their interactions, an unexpected romance blossomed, and she, unable to bear the thought of her beloved being harmed, chose to reveal the truth. The prodigy, moved by his beloved's honesty and disillusioned with the treachery among cultivators, decided to take his beloved and the blood glaze and flee into the horizon, leaving those from both the righteous and demonic paths who coveted the true essence of the blood glaze empty-handed. While he himself forsook everything to live a life of companionship with his beloved, Dan Yao sighed deeply. That prodigy abandoned the path of cultivation. Yet he could grow old with his beloved, which is a form of happiness in itself. Indeed, to achieve companionship in life is worth more than immortality. One can only envy the couple, not the immortals. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and countless souls perish along the way. The few who ultimately ascend to immortality are exceedingly rare. Chapter 200, not bad, quite good. As Xianxiang concluded, he gazed intently at Dan Yao, choosing to courageously retreat from the turbulent currents of life to spend a lifetime hand in hand with a loved one. Such a choice is undoubtedly more blissful. Dan Yao, being somewhat naive, failed to grasp the underlying implications. The essence contained within the blood glaze is a magical energy inherited from the dark underworld sect, while the Mingyu technique I practice is rooted in Taoist principles. The two energies are fundamentally incompatible, making direct absorption unfeasible. Furthermore, I lack the knowledge of how to extract the essence from the blood glaze. Xianxiang chuckled. There is no need for concern. Although your Mingyu technique is indeed a Taoist practice, it encompasses a multitude of aspects. Its unique energy vortex can penetrate the very barriers of the blood glaze, allowing for the extraction of its inner essence. Additionally, my own bridal garment divine skill is characterized by its utmost rigidity and solar energy, possessing the capacity to incinerate all malevolent forces. As long as you can procure the blood glaze, I will devise a method to eliminate the dark energy within its essence, transforming it into the purest spiritual energy for your consumption. Hearing this, Dan Yao couldn't help but feel elated. However, her brow furrowed once more. But the blood glaze has been missing for over 3,000 years. How are we to find it? Xianxiang gazed into the distance. The recent resurgence of remnants from the dark underworld sect plotting against the disciples of the Seven Stars Palace strikes me as a matter of greater complexity than it appears. Dan Yao cast him a sidelong glance. You noticed that as well? Also, Xianxiang was taken aback. I went to rescue Shui Ling and noticed that Shi Hao bore traces of having his memories extracted through dark sorcery. I began to ponder that the dark underworld sect leader, codenamed Black Snake, must have orchestrated this operation with more intricacy than it seems. Thus, I used the secret transmission technique to inform the quiet Taoist, urging her to alert Taoist Qingxiu. Given what you've said and the various oddities that have transpired, I increasingly suspect that this Black Snake is not as simple as he appears. There must be a grand scheme hidden beneath. And since the blood glaze is the treasure of the dark underworld sect, serving as a key to rapid ascension to the celestial monarch level, Black Snake, as the leader, is likely more aware of its significance than anyone else. If we could closely monitor him, we might find ourselves in a position to seize the advantage. Dan Yao shook her head. Let it be. Such ethereal matters are unpredictable. Instead of waiting idly, I would rather devote myself to diligent practice. Xianxiang grinned. Thus, I say unless an extraordinary opportunity presents itself, we must obediently endure our arduous cultivation. Let us focus on our training and dismiss any unnecessary thoughts. Dan Yao inhaled deeply, preparing to resume her practice. At that moment, she sensed an aura approaching the 100-Flower Valley. Who would come looking for me at such a time? Is it not obvious? It must be Shui Ling. Xianxiang replied. Dan Yao glanced outside, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Indeed, it is her. With a flicker of her thoughts, her avatar transformed into a beam of spiritual light and darted away. Dan Yao opened the door. Junior sister, you have returned? Yes, I have returned. It has been 5 years. How have you fared, senior sister? Shui Ling replied with a bright smile. Quite well indeed. I have tended to flowers, pulled weeds, and played with cats. Isn't that how the decades have passed? As she mentioned playing with cats, Dan Yao playfully tugged at Xianxiang, who had transformed into a feline. And you? How has your life been over the past 5 years? You seem to have acquired a few more lines of weariness and worldly wisdom around your eyes. Shui Ling smiled faintly. It has been all right, quite good. Chapter 201, Speaking Lies Without a Draft. After 5 years of life and death trials, narrowly escaping peril on several occasions, returning to Yaoguang Peak, and reuniting with her beloved master and sisters, all that remained to say was that it was all right. All was well. Senior sister, I heard from master that you refused to become her disciple. Dan Yao nodded. Yes, she wished to take me as her apprentice, but I declined. Why? Shui Ling asked, perplexed. Because I have grown accustomed to this unfettered lifestyle and have no desire to take on a master. Once I become an official disciple of Yaoguang Peak, I would be bound by the rules of the Seven Stars Palace, and I do not wish to live such a life, which is why I declined. Senior sister. Dan Yao interrupted her. I understand your intentions, and I am grateful for everything you have done for me, but each person has their own aspirations, and one cannot impose upon another. I simply wish to live a tranquil life. Shui Ling sighed. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall not press further. As long as you are happy. By the way, I heard that your master has broken through to the Void Realm. Is it true? Dan Yao feigned curiosity. Indeed. Master received the blood essence of that mysterious female elder, combined with the long-lost divine medicine, the 100-flower heart-calming pill, and she has ascended 2 minor realms, becoming a mid-stage Void Realm powerhouse. Wow, that is impressive. Dan Yao exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. Xiangyang rolled his eyes at her theatrics. Indeed, that elder is truly remarkable. Everyone says that my brother Qi Hao and I are unparalleled prodigies, but in comparison to that elder, we are still leagues behind. You need not belittle yourself. If we calculate the time, you have only been in the Seven Stars Palace for just over 50 years, yet you have achieved such prowess, far surpassing your peers. As for me, I need not even mention it. You have left me in the dust. Dan Yao comforted her with a smile. Xiangyang's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Clearly, she is a void realm cultivator, yet she claims that Shui Ling has surpassed her by several streets. It is truly speaking lies without a draft. Senior sister, what is wrong with this cat? Why does its mouth keep twitching? Did it eat something unclean? Shui Ling noticed Xiangyang. Not at all. This cat is quite resilient. There is nothing wrong with it. It's probably just a nervous tick. Men can be odd. Tomcats have their days of discomfort, much like women. Dan Yao replied with a smile. Xiangyang. After chatting for a while, Shui Ling remarked, during this descent for training, I have deeply realized the importance of strength. Without formidable power, one cannot protect oneself, nor can one safeguard those they cherish. Once Master emerges from her retreat, I will enter my own seclusion, striving to attain the void realm and become a true powerhouse. Then go ahead and do so. Strive for success. And I shall plant more flowers here, allowing your master to create the 100-flower immortal brew. When you achieve your goals, I will celebrate your success. Thank you for your kind words, senior sister. Await my good news. As Dan Yao watched her depart, she quietly murmured, I too must continue my efforts. Finding the blood glaze is uncertain. Rather than idly waiting, it is better to seize the time for cultivation. Thus, Dan Yao entered into an extended period of seclusion. Despite quiet Taoist repeatedly urging Qi Hao to restrain the disciples of the Seven Stars Palace, dissuading them from gossiping about the enigmatic female cultivator, fearing to provoke her ire. The matter ultimately could not be hidden. Whispers spread like wildfire, with everyone discussing the presence of a female grandmaster in the Seven Stars Palace, whose cultivation was said to transcend the heavens and earth. Chapter 202, The Hasty 10 Years. With a single sword strike, she slayed the minions of the Dark Underworld sect, causing them to wail and question their existence. She also utilized her own spiritual power to assist quiet Taoist in forcefully breaking through to the Void Realm. Previously, due to the death of Tsang Tianji, it was known that the Seven Stars Palace harbored a mysterious female cultivator of extraordinary strength. When this revelation emerged, her fame spread like wildfire. Years ago, Dan Yao had slain Tsang Tianji and Dugu He in front of the young elites of various sections. Many were puzzled. This woman was audacious enough to kill even the avatar of the Moon God Palace's master and his prized apprentice. Did she not realize that the Moon God Palace was home to a grandmaster? Such enmity with the Moon God Palace seemed like a death wish. It wasn't until it was revealed that she had used the grandmaster's blood essence to heal quiet Taoist and aid her breakthrough that the understanding dawned upon them. It turned out that this individual was not merely a void realm cultivator, but a grandmaster of the earthly sovereign level. No wonder she dared to provoke the Moon God Palace. It was also unfortunate for Tsang Tianji, who had failed to recognize the danger and foolishly provoked a grandmaster. Wasn't that akin to courting death? In the eastern region, there originally existed 4 grandmasters of the earthly sovereign level. Thanks to the presence of these 4 formidable beings, their respective sects stood aloof from the mundane world, towering above the major sections. Especially the Moon God Palace, with its 2 esteemed Earth sovereigns, has become exceedingly arrogant and imperious. Now, with the emergence of formidable Earth sovereign powerhouses in the Seven Stars Palace, their status has significantly elevated, allowing them to stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of the Diamond Temple and the Spirit Gate Temple. However, this elevation in the sect's standing has not brought joy to Taoist Qingxiu and his companions. Rather, it has filled them with trepidation. The enigmatic female ancestor, who has concealed herself within the sect for many years, clearly wishes to remain hidden from the world, with rumors now swirling and her existence becoming common knowledge. One cannot help but wonder if she will blame them for failing to keep their disciples in check. Unbeknownst to them, Dan Yao is so engrossed in her cultivation that she scarcely has time to concern herself with such trivial gossip. As time swiftly passed, another decade slipped by. Throughout these 10 years, Dan Yao remained at the mid-level of the Earth sovereign realm. Nevertheless, her physical refinement, spiritual energy accumulation, and cultivation of her primordial spirit have all made remarkable strides. At this juncture in her cultivation, she has undoubtedly emerged as an unparalleled powerhouse. Throughout the eastern region, no one can hope to rival her, not even the 4 Earth sovereign elders of the Moon God Palace, Diamond Temple, and Spirit Gate Temple. While these 4 Earth sovereign elders also possess formidable strength, they inevitably exhaust their spiritual energy in battle, rendering them progressively weaker. In contrast, Dan Yao's unique technique, The Mingyu skill allows her spiritual energy to grow increasingly abundant and potent with use. Thus, even in the same realm, those who dare to engage her in combat are destined for defeat. During this decade, the eastern region has remained remarkably tranquil. Aside from minor skirmishes among cultivators, no significant upheaval has occurred. Cowed by the fearsome reputation of this Earth's sovereign female ancestor, the heavily wounded members of the Netherworld sect refrain from any rash actions, lest they provoke Dan Yao's ire and find themselves on the receiving end of her blade, destined to traverse the bridge of helplessness to sell salted duck eggs. In the Hundred Flowers Valley, spring continues to flourish with warmth and vibrant beauty. However, within the thatched cottage, a chilling aura pervades the air, as though it were frozen in time. The powers of Frost Snow Pearl and the Mingyu skill are simultaneously unleashed, seemingly intent on encasing the world in ice. Just as Dan Yao immerses herself in her arduous training, a piece of news emerges, instantly shocking the entire eastern region. The tale begins with the re-emergence of the reclusive sage. After 10 years of secluded cultivation, the reclusive sage has firmly consolidated her mid-level Void Realm status, becoming the second openly recognized Void Realm powerhouse of the Seven Stars Palace. The reclusive sage cannot forget how the fiends of the Netherworld sect once tormented her disciples, and she herself nearly perished at the hands of the 4 malevolent elders. Thus, upon emerging from her seclusion, her first course of action is to seek Taoist Qingxiu, urging him to unite the elite from other sects to eradicate the remnants of the Netherworld sect. Taoist Qingxiu understands the gravity of the situation and initially intends to deliberate further. However, the reclusive sage's persistent demands compel him to issue invitations to all sects, excluding only the Moon God Palace. Unexpectedly, the Moon God Palace's master, Dugu He, arrives uninvited. He begins by mocking the disciples of the Seven Stars Palace as cowardly, incapable of even defeating a band of remnants from the demonic sect, and then ridicules Taoist Qingxiu and others for their inability to properly educate their disciples. The reclusive sage, infuriated, nearly comes to blows with him. Given the Netherworld sect's clandestine operations, capturing them all in one fell swoop proves to be no easy task. The sect leaders gather to deliberate, yet they remain at an impasse, unable to devise a suitable solution. At this juncture, Dugu He scans the assembly with a chilling smile, suggesting, why complicate matters? The Netherworld sect's treasure, the Blood Glass, has resurfaced. If we can acquire it, we can use it as bait to lure out that dark serpent. His words land like a bombshell, leaving all present in stunned silence. The Blood Glass. Although the eastern region may not rival the mysterious and distant central region, it is still a land rich in talent and natural treasures. If one were to rank these treasures, the Blood Glass would undoubtedly claim the top spot. As the cherished treasure of the Netherworld sect, which has been passed down for millennia, the Blood Glass harbors an unfathomable and immense energy. Tales have long circulated in the eastern region that whoever obtains the Blood Glass and masters the method of refining true essence shall ascend to become a heavenly sovereign and the ruler of the eastern region. This is no mere boast. The Netherworld sect has endured for thousands of years, with countless sect leaders pouring their life's energy into the Blood Glass before their demise, provided they are not slain beforehand. As the foremost demonic sect, the leaders of the Netherworld sect possess exceptional cultivation, either as Earth sovereigns or Void Realm masters, with one even being the heavenly sovereign ancestor, the Netherworld matriarch, with each generation of leaders infusing their true essence into the Blood Glass. The true essence energy contained within is beyond imagination. If one could refine and absorb it, not only could Earth sovereign powerhouses break through to become heavenly sovereigns, but even an ordinary person could transform into an unparalleled powerhouse. Such almost mythical effects are enough to drive every cultivator to madness. It is widely acknowledged that the title of Heavenly Sovereign has become a mere legend in the eastern region. Whoever becomes the first to attain this title will undoubtedly ascend as the supreme ruler of this vast domain. In an era when cultivation is fraught with challenges, the Blood Glass undoubtedly represents the swiftest path to achieving the status of a heavenly sovereign, unparalleled in its efficacy. Yet, despite the Blood Glass's potential to elevate one to the ranks of a heavenly sovereign, the journey to attain such power is fraught with peril. On one hand, the Blood Glass is a treasure of the Netherworld sect, its true essence energy belonging to the demonic path. For righteous cultivators to attempt to absorb its energy for their own use would be akin to courting death. On the other hand, the Blood Glass possesses a unique composition that allows it to store energy easily, yet extracting it proves exceptionally arduous. 3,000 years ago, a brilliant sect leader who defected from the Moon God Palace devised a method for extracting true essence and passed it on to his disciples. This method has been handed down through the generations, known only to those who inherit the leadership of the sect. Should one fail to overcome these two formidable obstacles, even acquiring the blood glass would be akin to possessing a useless trinket. Nevertheless, the allure of the blood glass, with its promise of transforming one into an unparalleled heavenly sovereign, remains irresistibly captivating. After all, breaking through to become a heavenly sovereign is exceedingly difficult. Many who have entered the Earth's sovereign realm toil tirelessly, yet remain trapped in their original state for their entire lives. These individuals yearn to become heavenly sovereigns with a fervor that blinds them to any potential risks, leaving them unwilling to dismiss even the faintest glimmer of hope. Despite the blood glass's numerous flaws, it is not difficult to imagine the uproar this revelation would incite if it were true. The eastern region would undoubtedly erupt in chaos. As Dugu He's words echo through the assembly, the attendees collectively gasp in astonishment. Dugu He smiles, clearly pleased with their reaction. The blood glass is the quickest route to the realm of the heavenly sovereign. Were it not for the damned traitor who chose such a perilous resting place for their remains, he would never have uttered a word. Master Dugu, is your claim genuine? Inquired Feng Jianzhong, the leader of the Wind Thunder sect. Dugu He nodded. Indeed, it is true. Yet, Mistress Miaoyin of the Heavenly Heart sect questioned. The blood glass vanished alongside the 97th leader of the Netherworld sect. Over the past 3 millennia, countless cultivators have sought this treasure, yet none have succeeded. How does Master Dugu know its whereabouts, and on what grounds can you assert that this is indeed the blood glass? Dugu He spoke slowly. This matter is rather lengthy. My junior disciple descended the mountain many years ago to vanquish demons and inadvertently stumbled upon a village. To his astonishment, he discovered that the children of this village practiced the meditation and chi-gathering techniques of the Moon God Temple. Upon inquiring further, he learned that these practices had been imparted to the villagers by a mysterious couple who settled here 3,000 years ago, and this knowledge had been passed down through generations. Following a thorough investigation, my junior disciple confirmed that this enigmatic couple was none other than Shifeng, the 97th leader of the Netherworld sect, and his wife, whose final resting place conceals the blood glaze. The leader of the Starfall Palace, Xianxia, gazed with fervent interest, unable to contain his excitement. Where, pray tell, is the burial site of this couple? Dugu He discerned the avarice etched upon the faces of those present and chuckled. Since I have divulged this secret, I shall not hold back. The burial site of the traitor Shifeng and his wife lies in the ancient battlefield where the Elder of Netherworld first discovered the blood glaze. What? An ancient battlefield? This revelation elicited another gasp from the assembly. During Dan Yao's secluded cultivation, Xiangyang vigilantly stood guard. Upon hearing that the Elder of the Clear Void had summoned other sects for a conference, he kept a watchful eye on Dan Yao. When the term blood glaze crossed his ears, he promptly roused Dan Yao from her meditation. An ancient battlefield? The blood glaze is hidden there? Upon hearing this, Dan Yao furrowed her brow deeply. Having resided in the eastern region for over 60 or 70 years, she was well aware of the ancient battlefield's notoriety. It was said that during a cataclysmic war in the primordial era of the eastern region, a devastating conflict erupted, akin to a colossal meat grinder, claiming the lives of 80% of the cultivators present. Rather than merely an ancient battlefield, it resembled a mass grave. Due to the staggering number of cultivators who perished, the area became steeped in blood and resentment, gradually transforming into the most perilous locale in the eastern region. According to legend, the overwhelming resentment of the ancient battlefield reached the heavens, provoking divine thunder to strike down in wrath. It was believed that these righteous bolts of lightning could purify the malevolent energies, but contrary to expectations, the lightning did not cleanse the site. Instead, it fused with the blood energy, lingering spirits, and remnants of the fallen cultivators, resulting in the formation of a blood-hued glaze imbued with vengeful power. This was the origin of the blood glaze. Furthermore, as the blood glaze was comprised of the corpses, blood energy, and resentments of deceased cultivators, it possessed the unique ability to store the true essence energy of human cultivators. Over the passage of time, the ancient battlefield became increasingly saturated with resentment, preventing the departed cultivators from reincarnating, thus condemning them to exist as mindless, emotionless, vengeful spirits. These spirits were not only immensely powerful, but also exceedingly ferocious, attacking any living beings they encountered, intent on draining every drop of their essence blood. Not even the mightiest of Void Realm experts dared to claim they could enter and exit alive. Several formidable beings, skeptical of the dangers, fantasized about discovering treasures akin to the blood glaze, reminiscent of the Elder of Netherworld's findings, but all met their demise within its confines, including many mid- and late-stage Void Realm experts. It was utterly unexpected that the burial site of the 97th leader of the Netherworld sect, Shifeng, would be located here, alongside the blood glaze for their eternal rest. Dan Yao remarked, when the Elder of Netherworld discovered the blood glaze at the ancient battlefield. No one could have anticipated that her 97th disciple would choose to inter it here, returning it from whence it came. How delightful. Yet Xiangyang interjected. It is likely that Shifeng and his wife had no choice but to entomb the blood glaze in the ancient battlefield. The blood glaze, being an amalgamation of the corpses and blood energy of deceased cultivators, is inherently infused with malevolent energy. Given the sinister nature of the techniques practiced by the leaders of the Netherworld sect, infusing the blood glaze with their true essence would create an object of unparalleled evil. Such a terrifying artifact poses a threat wherever it may be placed. The best choice is to return it to the ancient battlefield, intertwining it with the vengeful spirits here, to prevent its malevolence from spreading endlessly. Dan Yao sighed. Indeed, returning it to the ancient battlefield is the wisest course. Though Shifeng and his wife dwelt within the demonic path, their intentions were inherently good, revealing that the nature of humanity is rarely black and white. There are virtuous individuals within the demonic sect, and nefarious ones within the righteous path. In the seven-star hall, Dugu wore a cunning smile. The blood glaze harbors astonishingly powerful demonic true essence. Those who cultivate demonic techniques will undoubtedly covet it, especially Black Snake, the leader of the Netherworld sect, who knows precisely how to extract the true essence. Once we disseminate this information, I have no doubt that the old man will come forth. Upon hearing this, the assembly immediately grasped the implication, hypocritically praising, what a clever strategy to draw the snake from its hole. The esteemed Dugu master is truly ingenious. You flatter me. Dugu chuckled, his smile concealing a deep-seated malice and calculation. The blood glaze, with its unique structure and unparalleled hardness, is impervious to human destruction. Even a being as powerful as a Earth sovereign cannot shatter it to absorb its internal spiritual energy. In the contemporary world, only Black Snake, as the successor to the Netherworld sect's leadership, possesses the means devised by Shifeng to extract the true essence. His intention, not to summon two Earth sovereign elders to delve into the ancient battlefield in search of the blood glaze, serves as bait to lure out Black Snake, subsequently capturing him to reveal the extraction method. At that moment, Dan Yao's cold laughter resonated. It seems I cannot abstain from participating in the contest for the blood glaze. Xiangyang replied. Indeed, participation is imperative. The blood glaze contains the essence of hundreds of powerful cultivators, including the Elder of Netherworld, who was at the Heavenly Monarch level. If you can acquire it, your path to becoming a Heavenly Monarch will be significantly expedited. At that point, you shall be the true Empress of the Eastern region. Having endured the torment of the wedding garment divine art for so many years, he too longed for Dan Yao to ascend to the Heavenly Monarch level, so he could reveal the second cultivation method to her and seek his liberation. I care not for titles like Empress. They are mere empty accolades. However, the Heavenly Monarch realm is a threshold that countless cultivators have failed to breach for millennia. If I were to succeed first, the sense of accomplishment would be beyond measure. Dan Yao smiled faintly. Then let us embark on this journey. It has been roughly 10 years since you last descended the mountain. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, another decade has passed. Time truly flies. Dan Yao mused. In mere days within these caves, millennia have passed in the world. For us cultivators, time is the most invaluable of commodities. Dugu's public disclosure of the blood glaze's whereabouts has revealed his intentions to those present. However, to use this ploy to lure out Black Snake is no simple task. Regardless of his schemes, I am resolute in claiming the blood glaze for myself. And if he dares to oppose me, he can summon those two ancient ones from the Moon God Temple to contest with me. Now a formidable Earth sovereign, Dan Yao faced none but the Heavenly Monarchs, and should it come to blows, she was prepared for battle. With your current strength, those two from the Moon God Temple are no longer your match, but the complexities of the ancient battlefield are not to be underestimated. Strength alone will not guarantee possession of the blood glaze. Human greed knows no bounds. In the face of such a monumental temptation, even those of slight power will strive to engage in this contest, scheming against one another, rather than boldly stepping forth and becoming a target. It may be wiser to remain in the shadows and seize the opportunity. Dan Yao chuckled coldly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I quite fancy that. However, prior to venturing to the ancient battlefield, preparations must be made. She had recently acquired a formidable concealment technique, akin to invisibility, yet far more extraordinary. After all, while invisibility merely conceals one's form, it cannot mask one's aura or energy fluctuations. Even if one's presence cannot be seen, others can still perceive your existence through your aura. The great concealment technique, however, is distinct in its ability to simultaneously obscure both aura and form. Unless one possesses vastly superior cultivation, no one could ever detect her. just as Danielle was preparing to master the Great Concealment technique. News of the Bloodglass rapidly spread throughout the Eastern Domain like a plague. Bloodglass. Those seemingly light, 3 characters bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. For all understood what the true essence energy contained within the Bloodglass signified. In that moment, the Eastern Domain resembled a pot of boiling oil into which a single drop of water had been cast, instantly erupting into chaos. Even the reclusive ancient beings were stirred by this astounding revelation. The Bloodglass is a profoundly sinister object, its essence energy belonging to the demonic path, one that righteous cultivators cannot absorb. Furthermore, the Bloodglass is incredibly dense and unyielding, impervious to human strength. Without the secret methods of the underworld sect for extracting essence energy, even if one were to acquire it, it would be rendered utterly useless. Despite its numerous flaws, the allure it holds is unparalleled. Chapter 207. Journey to the Ancient Battlefield. 2. The Celestial Monarch represents the pinnacle of existence within the Eastern Domain. Countless formidable beings expend their entire lives striving to attain this realm, only to depart with lingering regrets. The Bloodglass encapsulates the essence energy of over 100 powerful figures from the underworld sect, presenting the fastest and most promising pathway to the Celestial Monarch state. Thus, even with its significant shortcomings and the perilous nature of the ancient battlefield, many are willing to act as moths drawn to the flame. Of course, not everyone is tempted by the essence energy of the Bloodglass. A considerable number of righteous individuals, eschewing the allure of the Celestial Monarch, seek only to destroy it. After all, no matter how exceptional the Bloodglass may be, it ultimately belongs to the demonic path. As righteous cultivators, how could they possibly absorb such malevolent artifacts for their cultivation? The best course of action is to annihilate it. By eradicating this object, the Eastern Domain can avert a series of bloody massacres. The underworld sect, which has been extinguished for a millennium, cannot rise again through the Bloodglass to overshadow the righteous path. Hence, both emotionally and rationally, destroying the Bloodglass is the optimal choice. Human hearts are diverse. The winds of change are stirring once more. Various factions are restlessly preparing to act, shattering the tranquility that the Eastern Domain has maintained for a millennium. Danielle, possessing exceptional comprehension and profound cultivation, mastered the Great Concealment technique in merely 2 days. During her focused training, numerous factions from both the righteous and demonic paths could no longer contain their excitement and dispatched individuals to delve into the ancient battlefield in search of treasure. Ahua, will you accompany me to the ancient battlefield this time? Xiangyang pondered. This Bloodglass concerns not only you, but also me. Your ascension to the Celestial Monarch will free me from the torment of the fiery wedding divine art. I shall accompany you. Together, let us see who can seize it first. Agreed. Last time, during the expedition to the Snowstorm's secret realm, it was thanks to his guidance that she successfully located the resting place of the Snowstorm Earth Sovereign and obtained the Frost Snow Pearl to break through to the Earth Sovereign level. This time, heading to the ancient battlefield, Danielle hoped he could lend her a helping hand. Danielle immediately summoned a doppelganger, instructing it to remain behind to manage the 100-Flower Valley. She and Xiangyang then transformed into beams of spiritual light, soaring towards the ancient battlefield. Though only the 2 of them were involved, their combined strength was incredibly formidable. A Celestial Monarch and an Earth Sovereign. Such a configuration was undeniably powerful. Even if all the cultivators of the Eastern Domain combined forces, they would not stand a chance against them. The ancient battlefield lies in the southern region of the Eastern Domain, a place riddled with yellow sands and unbearable heat. Not only is it the most perilous location in the Eastern Domain, but it is also a place of extreme heat. The 7-star palace resides in the northern part of the Eastern Domain, separated by a distance of thousands of miles. Fortunately, Danielle's profound cultivation allowed her, even with a 2-day delay, to utilize the 1,000 illusions fragrant steps to arrive ahead of others. As she journeyed, Danielle observed throngs of cultivators heading south, their paths aligning with hers, evidently also in pursuit of the Bloodglass. The majority of these cultivators were at the gathering essence stage, with a few having just crossed into the nurturing infancy stage, yet they fervently engaged in this endeavor. Danielle shook her head with a sigh, surprised by the terrifying allure of the Bloodglass, as they seemed to have completely forgotten the bloody horrors of the ancient battlefield. Indeed, the saying holds true, humans die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. The Bloodglass, undoubtedly, represents a colossal treasure for cultivators. As they drew closer to the ancient battlefield, the climate became increasingly hot and arid. The sun blazed mercilessly, as if intent on drying every soul. The cultivators who had journeyed thus far began to shed their layers, with the men ultimately baring their chests. Chapter 208. Journey to the Ancient Battlefield. 3. The Female Cultivators. Being more modest, naturally refrained from such exposure in public, opting instead for lighter, breathable garments. Dan Yao, cultivating the Mingyu technique, possessed a physique that was icy and cold, and as she traveled, her chilling aura naturally emanated, rendering her unaffected by the heat. In contrast, the cultivators nearby, due to their practice of the great concealment technique, could not be seen, yet they felt waves of cold emanating from her in the sweltering heat, leading them to believe they were haunted by a female ghost, causing them to panic and cry for their mothers. Dan Yao nearly doubled over with laughter, almost straining her waist. Xiangyang too could not suppress his amusement. Look, the Qingshu Taoist and others have arrived. Xiangyang pointed ahead. Dan Yao focused her gaze and indeed spotted 7 figures clad in purple robes, 6 men and 1 woman. Unmistakably the Qingshu Taoist and his companions. She scanned the area. Aside from these 7 old Taoists, there were no others. She thought to herself, given the fierce and brutal competition for the blood glass, and the ancient battlefield strewn with corpses and fraught with danger, it was unlikely that the 7 old Taoists would risk sending their remaining disciples, such as Qi Hao and Shui Ling, into such peril after the last expedition had claimed so many elite disciples. Yueya City is the closest settlement to the ancient battlefield, surrounded by desolate deserts. It is only due to its unique geographical position, relying on a crescent-shaped spring to form an oasis, that it has become a human habitation. Although this oasis city in the desert is somewhat lively, its proximity to the ancient battlefield imbues it with a sense of resentment and malevolence. It is rarely visited and remains perpetually cold and lifeless. As news of the blood glass in the ancient battlefield spread rapidly, this oasis city became remarkably bustling, teeming with people. Dan Yao, upon arriving, did not immediately venture into the ancient battlefield but instead stayed with the main group in Yueya City. After all, the ancient battlefield is a place of great peril, and without proper intelligence, rushing in recklessly could lead to significant losses. The adage caution ensures longevity rings true. As soon as Dan Yao entered Yueya City, she overheard several cultivators discussing a certain sect's disciples who, disbelieving in superstition, boldly entered the ancient battlefield in search of treasure, only to meet their demise within, including one who had just stepped into the void realm. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao recognized the validity of her cautious approach. Concealed from sight, Dan Yao could not lodge in an inn like the other cultivators. Instead, she sought a relatively quiet spot to meditate and cultivate her energy. After a while, she sensed a powerful aura gradually approaching. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the tranquil, scattering person conversing with a middle-aged nun clad in dark robes. The middle-aged nun, whom she recognized, was Master Miao Qing of the Heavenly Heart sect, one of the 10 major sects of the righteous path, and a junior sister to the sect leader, Master Miao Yin. During a casual conversation, Shui Ling had once recounted the tale of Master Miao Qing, a narrative so melodramatic that only that wretched girl Yuma could have penned it. Before taking her vows, Master Miao Qing had been the cherished daughter of a wealthy landlord, raised alongside a young gentleman from another affluent family, their bond blossoming in innocent camaraderie. However, as fortune would have it, the landlord's estate fell into decline, and the young gentleman, once privileged, found himself destitute. Rather than shunning him, Master Miao Qing selflessly supported his scholarly pursuits with her own wealth. Yet, to her dismay, this man turned out to be a heartless cad. After achieving top honors, he abandoned her to marry the favored daughter of the current prime minister. Upon learning of this betrayal, Master Miao Qing lamented the fickleness of men. On the very night the ungrateful man wed the prime minister's daughter, she chose to renounce the world and embrace monastic life, dedicating herself to the solitary companionship of candlelight and the Buddha, forsaking all worldly matters. In the following years, a saying emerged in the eastern regions: a woman's presence merely affects a man's swiftness in drawing his sword. This adage was revered by numerous ascetic male cultivators, who remained oblivious to the reciprocal influence men have on women's cultivation abilities. A woman in love, easily consumed by her emotions, might become foolish, yet upon severing her attachments, her clarity of mind could lead to unprecedented breakthroughs in her training. After her ordination, Master Miao Qing entered the Heavenly Heart sect, rapidly ascending to the condensation of embryo stage within mere decades, a feat surpassing even Shui Ling, the foremost prodigy of Yaoguang Peak. Following a century of diligent practice, shortly after the quiet sage's breakthrough, she achieved the void realm. In stark contrast, the man who had forsaken her, initially basking in the glory of his newfound status as the prime minister's son-in-law, soon found himself embroiled in political turmoil as his father-in-law faced disgrace and exile, leading to his own downfall and a life of wretchedness. Centuries slipped by, with the scoundrel's remains lost to time, while she had blossomed into a revered figure in the void realm. Sharing the same gender, Dan Yao harbored a deep-seated disdain for treacherous men. Both the quiet sage and Master Miaoqing possessed fiery temperaments and comparable abilities, fostering a strong camaraderie. After years apart, they had much to discuss. Feeling a twinge of guilt for eavesdropping, Dan Yao turned away and sought a quieter, more secluded spot to meditate and cultivate her energy. Yet just then, the unmistakable sounds of passionate intimacy reached her ears. Goodness, even in such a place, such fervor? The gasps and moans were quite unbearable. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She hurriedly retreated. With no other option, she sought yet another secluded area to rest, abandoning her meditation lest she hear any further inappropriate sounds that might disrupt her internal energy flow. Suddenly, she recalled that she had not checked in for several days. Crescent Moon City, being the closest to the ancient battlefield, was laden with heavy energy and resentment, making it a peculiar locale. Surely, signing in here would yield something valuable. With her thoughts set, Dan Yao silently intoned, "System, sign in at Crescent Moon City." Beep. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a righteous chi pearl. The righteous chi pearl, as its name implies, is imbued with the vast, righteous energy of heaven and earth, capable of purifying malevolent forces. When worn, it also protects the bearer from evil influences. The system's cool, deep voice resonated in Dan Yao's mind. The righteous chi pearl. What a delightful surprise. As she sought treasures in the ancient battlefield, her greatest fear had been the malevolent spirits lingering there. Now, with this pearl, not only was she safeguarded from the malevolent energies of the battlefield, but she could also purify any sinister forces within the blood glass she sought, obtaining the purest spiritual essence. Dan Yao marveled once more at the system's benevolence. Whatever she wished for seemed to materialize effortlessly. The luck of a transmigrated heroine was indeed beyond compare. Even her golden finger was exceptionally powerful. Subsequently, cultivators in search of blood glass began to gather in Crescent Moon City, the throng so dense it rivaled the bustling chaos of a market. Dan Yao concealed herself within the crowd, gazing at the mass before her, astonished. She had not anticipated that a piece of blood glass would attract so many formidable practitioners, including over 20 Void Realm experts, a rarity to behold. Leading the charge were the forces of the 10 major sects of the righteous path, all marching resolutely towards the ancient battlefield. Upon reaching the entrance, the air was thick with the anguished wails of vengeful spirits, sending chills down the spine of all who heard. The oppressive atmosphere foreshadowed the horrors that lay within. Even those of the Void Realm hesitated to enter alone, let alone those of lesser stages such as condensation of embryo or gathering of essence. Entering would likely mean losing their lives, becoming fodder for vengeful spirits to amplify their own powers. Dan Yao whispered, "Ahua, can you perceive anything here? I can only see the outermost layer. Anything deeper is beyond my reach. Exercise utmost caution once inside. If something seems off, retreat immediately, understood?" Xiang Yang's expression was grave. Dan Yao's demeanor shifted, her resolve firm. "I understand. No treasure is worth my life. If I cannot acquire it, I shall endure another century of arduous training. I have the time." With that thought, Dan Yao lightly pressed her toes to the ground, transforming into a streak of light as she entered with the others. The moment she crossed the threshold into the ancient battlefield, the oppressive heat of the desert vanished, replaced by an eerie, bone-chilling cold. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, obscured by a murky haze, devoid of sunlight. Vengeful spirits lurked within the depths of the black mist, poised to strike at any moment. Despite her formidable cultivation at the earthly sovereign level, Dan Yao understood the dangers ahead and did not let her guard down. Just then, a blood-curdling scream pierced the silence. Dan Yao looked up to see a middle-aged man lying not far away, his body withered and face grotesque, evidently drained of life by the vengeful spirits. A condensation of embryo expert. This unfortunate soul was indeed a legitimate practitioner of that level. To think such a skilled cultivator could perish upon entry was truly terrifying. As her thoughts raced, her spatial ring opened automatically, and she retrieved the righteous chi pearl, adorning herself with it. Upon seeing the pearl, Xiangyang was taken aback once more. The Confucian treasure, the righteous chi pearl. It was said to be forged from the blood of 100 benevolent officials, filled with the righteous energy of heaven and earth, capable of purging wickedness from the world. Yet, it had long been lost to history. Who would have guessed it would be in her possession? With this treasure in hand, she was naturally shielded from all malevolent forces. It seemed he had worried needlessly. As soon as the righteous chi pearl was worn, all evils retreated, and no harm could befall her. The vengeful spirits, sensing this overwhelming aura, scattered like mice fleeing from a cat, allowing her safe passage through the ancient battlefield's core. Otherwise, even with her strength, overcoming these spirits would have demanded considerable effort. Upon arriving at the heart of the ancient battlefield, Yao initially anticipated a scene far more terrifying and sinister than any other place. However, as she passed through a misty veil, what lay before her was a remarkably exquisite little garden. The garden was adorned with pines, bamboos, plum blossoms, crab apples, and banana plants, all arranged with meticulous care. To the left of the garden was a pond, dotted with taihu stones. Although the pond lacked flowing fish, one could still sense the thoughtful touch of its master. Chapter 211, The Eerie Peony Garden. Gazing upon the poetic and heartwarming scene before her, Yao found herself utterly bewildered. The sensation was akin to witnessing big bowl noodles transform into thin noodles. Wasn't this ancient battlefield supposed to be a realm of utmost danger? Shouldn't its core be teeming with vengeful spirits and suffused with malevolence? How could it possibly have morphed into a beautiful garden? Could it be an illusion? Yao promptly extended her spiritual sense to scan the area. The garden was indeed real, meticulously arranged by someone, not a mere mirage. Curiosity piqued, she navigated around the rockery pond, arriving at a grand flower bed. The flower bed was filled with peonies of every hue, red, yellow, pink, and purple, radiant and resplendent, embodying the very essence of the Flower King. Ahwa, what on earth is happening here? Yao questioned, her confusion deepening. Xiangyang shook his head in response. I cannot fathom it either. Logically, the center of the ancient battlefield should be a place of extreme peril and wickedness. How could it be transformed into such a beautiful garden? It resembles a retreat for a couple in love. Upon hearing this, Yao's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. I understand now. This is where the 97th leader of the Netherworld sect, Shifeng, and his wife chose to seclude themselves 3,000 years ago, although they withdrew from the conflict. The blood glaze within Shifeng was a coveted treasure for every cultivator. He must have sought to avoid further entanglement and strife, opting for this location to conceal the blood glaze. Xiangyang concurred, that must be the case. It is often said that the most dangerous places are the safest. No one would suspect that a couple would settle in such a place that others would shun. Had it not been for Shifeng imparting his meditative practices to the residents of Crescent Moon City, which ultimately caught the attention of the elders of the Moon God Palace 3,000 years later, the secret of the blood glaze might have remained buried with him forever. 3,000 years have passed. One wonders if Shifeng still lives. This is hard to determine. When Shifeng vanished over 3 millennia ago, he had just reached the Earth Sovereign realm. Earth Sovereigns have a lifespan of 2,200 years. Yet Shifeng was already over 700 years old at that time. If he did not manage to ascend to the Celestial Monarch realm, he surely would have passed by now. Conversely, if he succeeded, he would likely still be alive. Yao pondered. He is probably no longer among us. His choice to settle in such a cursed place was likely to hide the blood glaze and evade pursuit from both righteous and wicked cultivators. If he were to absorb the spiritual essence from the blood glaze and successfully break through to the Celestial Monarch realm, then no one in the Eastern Domain would be his match. Why would he still need to hide? Moreover, breaking through to the Celestial Monarch requires immense true essence energy. Although the blood glaze contains the essences of over 100 Netherworld sect leaders, time would have diminished its potency, leaving only about 70 to 80%. This amount would be sufficient for only one Earth Sovereign to ascend. If he consumed the energy from the blood glaze to break through, it would be rendered useless. So why conceal it? Furthermore, Shifeng chose to relinquish his title as leader and forego dominance over the Eastern Domain to be with his beloved. As far as I know, while his beloved was indeed beautiful, her cultivation talent was not particularly extraordinary. She could not possibly reach his level and would inevitably depart this world before him. What is love, if not a bond that intertwines life and death? If his beloved were to pass, would he still wish to linger in this world? Chapter 212, The Ghost Sovereign. Xiangyang nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Shifeng transformed this ancient battlefield into an ideal sanctuary. If he has passed, their tomb should be nearby. Let us search. Their spiritual senses rapidly expanded, ultimately settling at the rear of the garden. Behind the garden, they discovered a mound of earth, with a stone tablet standing before it, inscribed with the words, the tomb of Shifeng and his beloved wife, Yang Walking. Though the mound was simple, lacking any lavish adornments, it was surrounded by peonies, vibrant and stunning in their hues. Yao mused. This garden is filled with peonies, and the tomb is surrounded by them as well. It appears that peonies were the most cherished flowers of this young woman during her lifetime, so much so that they accompany her in death. As her gaze fell upon a crimson, glass-like object floating above the gravestone, her pupils constricted, and her heart raced with excitement. Blood glaze. Is this truly the blood glaze? After an arduous search, I have finally found you. Gazing at the vivid, blood-red, crystal-clear glaze before her, Yao could hardly contain her joy. Just as she reached out to grasp it, a thought crossed her mind. Out of respect for the deceased, she should not take it without a proper acknowledgement. Dan Yao immediately brought her palms together in a gesture of reverence, bowing, "I beg your pardon, esteemed predecessors. Please do not take offense at my intrusion." After paying her respects, she extended her hand to seize the blood glaze. However, the moment her fingers brushed against it, a surge of red light erupted from the glaze. At that moment, Xianxiang shouted, "Yao, be careful." Suddenly, a cacophony of cackling echoed as blood shadows surged forth, coalescing into a towering blood figure. The blood figure's voice was chilling, declaring, "Intruder, you shall die." An endless tide of blood energy transformed into a massive crimson chain, hurtling toward Dan Yao's slender waist. Dan Yao sensed the overwhelming power contained within the blood chain. If it ensnared her, she would surely suffer broken bones and ruptured organs. Alarmed, she swiftly executed the Thousand Illusions fragrant step, evading the strike. Yao, that is the ghost sovereign of the Earth's sovereign realm. Be cautious." Xianxiang recognized the blood figure as a vengeful spirit of the ancient battlefield, having absorbed boundless resentment, energy, blood energy, and poison, thus cultivating into a formidable ghost sovereign. Dan Yao was aware that the Netherworld sect excelled in ghostly arts and the breeding of malevolent spirits, but had not anticipated they could even produce a ghost sovereign of the Earth's sovereign realm. After all, achieving such cultivation was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. Merely feeding on the blood of the living could only yield ghost emperors of the cave void realm or ghost kings of the infant condensation realm. Reaching the level of ghost sovereign was simply unattainable. It seemed the ancient battlefield's unique location, with its abundance of corpses, heavy energy, and intense resentment, facilitated this. Shifeng, being the leader of the Netherworld sect and possessing mastery in the highest form of ghost-rearing techniques, had skillfully utilized the vengeful spirits of the ancient battlefield to cultivate such an impressive ghost sovereign. Having faced the malevolent spirits of the Netherworld sect on previous occasions, Dan Yao was familiar with their attack methods. As the blood chain lunged toward her once more, she gathered her palms to form a vortex of true energy. Employing the Mingyu Divine Palm to leverage her strength against the attack, effortlessly twisting the massive chain into a tangle before counterattacking. With a series of thunderous booms akin to thunderclaps, the Earth's sovereign blood figure emitted a mournful cry upon receiving the blow. Following that, tendrils of blood energy and ghostly energy swirled around it, manifesting as a claw of the netherworld, lunging at Dan Yao's neck. Dan Yao swiftly evaded the grasp with a deft movement. Observing this, Xianxiang called out, "Yao, let me assist you." Chapter 213. Is it perhaps coming too easily? Dan Yao shook her head. "No need. Although this creature is formidable, I can handle it alone." Since achieving the Earth's sovereign realm, she had not yet encountered a foe of equal caliber. Now, faced with a formidable adversary, it was an opportune moment to test her cultivation. Dan Yao immediately removed the icy jade hairpin from her head, transforming it into the snow spirit sword, which she wielded to cleave the ghastly claw in twain. With a sound akin to tearing thick paper, the claw dissipated. It once again transformed into a miasma of blood, malevolence, and poison, enveloping the surroundings, poised to launch a sudden attack on Dan Yao and render her unconscious. However, unbeknownst to it, Dan Yao had consumed the 100 Flowers cleansing heart pill, rendering her immune to all toxins and adorned with a chi pearl brimming with righteous energy. No matter how it unleashed blood, malevolence, or poison, it could not harm her in the slightest. The blood specter, witnessing this, let out a furious howl. Claws, faces, and chains of blood surged forth from its body like a tempest. The once vibrant peony garden was instantly transformed into a realm of blood and malevolence. Dan Yao's gaze turned frigid, her sword radiating a brilliant light, the sword aura surging forth like a blue dragon emerging from the sea. Unstoppable as it shattered the ghastly faces, claws, and chains, the blood specter, a being of the Earth's sovereign realm, was also harmed by the chilling aura of the snow spirit sword, crashing heavily onto the mountain opposite, just as Dan Yao prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, she recalled that this blood specter was a guardian raised by Shifeng to protect their couple's tomb, unlike other malevolent spirits that harmed lives. Should she slay it, the tomb of Shifeng and his wife would be left unguarded, vulnerable to desecration by the Moon God Palace. Having acquired the blood glaze was sufficient. There was no need to disturb the eternal peace of this devoted couple in death. Thus, she cast a binding spell, temporarily immobilizing the blood specter, and then drew the blood glaze into her palm. At last, the blood glaze is in my possession. Dan Yao felt the dense, sinister energy radiating from the blood glaze and could not help but smile. With it, she would swiftly break through to the celestial monarch realm. In that time, she would become the unrivaled champion of the Eastern Domain, an unstoppable force. Xianxiang urged, "This place is rife with peculiar malevolent energy. We cannot rule out that Shifeng may have left some contingency. It is unwise to linger. We should return swiftly now that we have the blood glaze. Agreed. They exchanged smiles and transformed into streaks of light, departing rapidly. Upon emerging from the ancient battlefield, Xiangyang inquired with a grin, with the blood glaze secured. It won't be long before you break through to the celestial monarch realm. Should we return to the 7-star palace now? Danyao shook her head. Let us wait a bit longer. Wait for what? Xiangyang noticed her expression turning grave and could not help but ask. Are you concerned about Taoist Qingsu and the others? No, the 7 old Taoists are protected by the Big Dipper formation. Unless an Earth sovereign intervenes, no one can harm them. Why should I worry? I am merely contemplating whether acquiring this blood glaze was perhaps too effortless. According to the narrative of typical protagonists, treasures like the blood glaze are rarely obtained without traversing numerous trials. Even if her cultivation surpassed that of other protagonists, it should not have been so straightforward. Moreover, Shifeng and his wife had gone to the perilous ancient battlefield to conceal the blood glaze. Would they carelessly place it upon a tombstone? Xiangyang furrowed his brows. It does seem a bit too easy, but Danyao lowered her gaze and smiled. In fact, there is a straightforward method to determine the authenticity of the blood glaze. Chapter 214. Indeed, it is false. Xiangyang understood her intent, directing a surge of blazing true sun energy into the blood glaze. In an instant, the blood glaze was scorched to cinders, exploding with a thunderous roar. Danyao stated coldly, it is indeed false. The blood glaze is known for its impenetrable hardness. Even the female celestial monarch of the underworld, Granny Yuming, could not harm it in the slightest with all her might. Xiangyang, constrained by the fiery nature of the wedding dress technique, could not unleash even a fraction of a celestial monarch's power. How could it possibly withstand that? This item is undoubtedly a counterfeit, a mere trick devised by Shifeng. The duo retraced their steps into the ancient battlefield in search of the truth. However, this back and forth had consumed considerable time. At that moment, the main force had already penetrated deep into the heart of the ancient battlefield, arriving at the hidden sanctuary and burial site of Shifeng and his wife. The ancient battlefield was suffused with vengeful spirits and unending slaughter. Without exceptional cultivation, it was exceedingly difficult to venture into the core. Among them were the leader of the Moon God Palace, Dugu He, the abbot of the Diamond Temple, Master Ku Chan, the abbot of Lingmen Temple, Master Liao Chun. The 2 nuns Miaoyin and Miaoqing from the Tianxin sect, Taoist Qingsu from the 7-star palace, the reclusive master, and the leader of the Wujimen, Zhong Wanshan. Each was a formidable cultivator at the pinnacle of the Dongshu realm, standing atop the pyramid of the eastern domain. Among them, Master Ku Chan of the Diamond Temple possessed the highest cultivation, having reached the peak of Dongshu, making him the strongest in this expedition. Dugu He and Master Ku Chan were originally evenly matched, both at the late stage of Dongshu. However, over 30 years ago, Dugu He's avatar was vanquished by Danyao, resulting in a significant loss of his cultivation, causing him to regress to the mid-stage of Dongshu. In contrast, Master Ku Chan, through years of diligent practice, had made further advancements to the peak of Dongshu. Yet, no matter how powerful a peak Dongshu cultivator, they could not compare to a true Earth Sovereign. Moreover, there was an entire realm, the half-step Earth Sovereign, separating them from the Earth Sovereign. Not long after they entered the Peony Garden, the Blood Spectre reappeared. However, it had just suffered a devastating blow from Danyao and was momentarily hesitant to attack. Amitba, such heavy malevolent energy. This specter's cultivation has surpassed that of this monk. Master Ku Chan gazed intently at the blood specter before him, his expression grave. What? This malevolent spirit's cultivation exceeds that of the master? Master Ku Chan, you cannot be mistaken. How could its cultivation possibly surpass yours? Indeed, you are at the peak of Dongshu. If it surpasses you, would it not be at the half-step Earth Sovereign level, or even an Earth Sovereign Spectre? Isn't it said that the sinister arts of the underworld sect can only cultivate a ghost emperor at most in the Dongshu realm? How could a ghost sovereign possibly exist? The group expressed disbelief and fear. Should this malevolent spirit truly be at the half-step Earth Sovereign or Earth Sovereign level, they would not only fail to suppress it and destroy the blood glaze, but they might also meet their demise here. Master Ku Chan sighed deeply. Though an Earth Sovereign ghost sovereign is exceedingly rare, it is not impossible. The ancient battlefield is littered with bones and steeped in resentment, and Shifeng, as the leader of the underworld sect, could harness this power to cultivate such a being. However, this monk is still uncertain whether it is a half-step Earth Sovereign or a true Earth Sovereign Ghost Emperor. If it is a half-step Earth Sovereign, we may yet have a chance. Otherwise, Amitba, confronting such a formidable malevolent spirit, even Master Ku Chan, at the peak of Dongshu, felt utterly powerless. Now, he could only hope it had not breached the Earth Sovereign realm. Otherwise, they would have to join forces to suppress it. Chapter 215, Ancestor and Forebear. Otherwise, today, they would surely perish at the hands of this malevolent spirit. Amipa, Master Liao Chun of Lingmen Temple called out a mantra, asserting, subduing demons and vanquishing evil is the duty of practitioners like us. How could we cower before life and death? This malevolent spirit is ferocious. Our only option is to unite and engage it in battle. Having said that, Master Liao Chun was the first to step forward, his emerald prayer beads snapping apart. Each bead exploded with golden light, transforming into myriad Buddhist seals that shot toward the blood specter. To their astonishment, the blood specter remained unmoved, exhaling a stream of black mist that turned the myriad seals into demonic imprints. What powerful sinister energy! Master Liao Chun could not help but exclaim, as his robe rose without wind, golden light flashing and swirling toward the blood specter. The others, well aware of the gravity of the situation, swiftly unleashed their techniques and spells to engage in battle with the blood specter. A multitude of experts from the Void Realm, alongside a throng of late-stage nascent soul cultivators, united their formidable might. Yet, how formidable could their combined prowess be against a blood-soaked specter, a ghostly sovereign rivaling the earthly sovereign realm, cloaked in a crimson aura that shielded him from harm? Every divine technique and mystical art unleashed upon the blood specter seemed to dissipate like fists striking upon cotton, inflicting no damage whatsoever. The blood specter let out a chilling cackle, and from his chest emerged ghastly visages, lunging toward the assembly. A shriek pierced the air as Yen Nanfeng, the headmaster of the Starfall Palace, found himself bitten on the left arm. With resolute determination, he transformed his right hand into a blade and severed his own arm, halting the encroachment of malevolent energy. Following this, Master Miaoyin of the Tianxin sect also emitted a cry of anguish as she was bitten on the neck. Unable to sever her neck, she could only channel her true energy to suppress the venom. However, the blood specter was a manifestation of the vengeful spirits of the ancient battlefield, imbued with extreme toxicity and malice. No matter how fervently she cultivated her inner energy, it was an arduous task to resist. Her body gradually succumbed to darkness. The leaders and elders of other sects either fell or sustained grievous injuries. Only Dugu He, Master Kuxian, Master Liaochan, and Taoist Qingshu managed to maintain their defenses. Their sects boasted ancient earthly sovereigns who had come to the ancient battleground equipped with numerous protective talismans refined by their esteemed ranks. Meanwhile, Taoist Qingshu and his fellow seven elders relied on the secretive Big Dipper formation of the Seven Stars Palace, amplifying their combat prowess by 30 to 40 times, just barely managing to withstand the onslaught. Yet, even with such preparation, they could hardly withstand the ferocious assault of the blood specter. This was no mere half-step into the earthly sovereign realm. He was an authentic earthly sovereign ghost. Master Kuxian took a direct hit, spewing forth blood and paling as he uttered words of despair. The assembly felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. If this malevolent spirit possessed only half-step earthly sovereign strength, they might have a fighting chance. Now, faced with a true earthly sovereign, their demise seemed imminent unless a powerful earthly sovereign intervened. Just as they anticipated their end at the hands of the blood specter, a radiant sword aura surged forth, shattering the ghostly visages conjured by the specter. A rainbow sword aura? The Seven Stars sword technique. It was the esteemed ancestor, come to rescue us. Only she could unleash such a formidable sword aura. Qingjing Sanren immediately recognized the sword aura as a manifestation of the Seven Stars sword technique, and only an ancestor of legendary status could wield it to such a degree. Overwhelmed with excitement, Qingjing Sanren knew that their true savior had arrived. A genuine earthly sovereign would not allow this vile specter to run rampant. Chapter 216. The formal appearance. Upon hearing Qingjing Sanren refer to her as an ancestor, Dan Yao could not suppress a smile. When had she become Qingjing Sanren's venerable matriarch? This proud old nun would surely feel embarrassed if she discovered her true identity. The more Dan Yao contemplated, the more amusing it became, and with a flicker, she appeared before the crowd. Taoist Qingshu and the 6 others beheld her enchanting figure, with hair flowing like silk and skin as pure as snow. She bore no semblance to a 1,000-year-old ancestor. Taoist Qingchuan could not help but inquire, "Sister, is she truly the one who saved you back then?" "Indeed, it is she," Qingjing Sanren affirmed with unwavering certainty. The rest of the assembly felt a shiver of apprehension at her exclamation. They had previously heard rumors in the Eastern Domain regarding a female ancestor of the Seven Stars Palace who had pierced the mysteries of the earthly sovereign realm. However, legends remained mere tales without substantiation, and as cultivators of the nascent soul and void realms, they understood the arduousness of attaining earthly sovereign status, harboring skepticism toward such claims. Now, witnessing the rumored ancestor, adorned with a mask that obscured her visage, they could only surmise her youth and beauty, hardly fitting the description of a millennia-old earthly sovereign. Yet that earlier sword aura had been so sharp, forcing the blood specter to retreat repeatedly. Surely, such power could not have come from anything less than an earthly sovereign. As the crowd pondered, each curious to witness Dan Yao's prowess and verify her legendary status, the blood specter, having previously tasted her strength, felt a twinge of trepidation. However, bound by a curse laid upon him by Shifeng upon his emergence, he was compelled to guard the blood Liuli against any formidable foe. With a furious roar, the specter summoned a remarkable, glass-like entity from his crown, emanating a blinding crimson light. Blood Liuli. So, it was the blood Liuli that had eluded our grasp on this wretched being. This entity's prowess must surely derive from the blood Liuli. Containing the essence of countless malevolent spirits, its presence amplified the specter's power exponentially. Would this venerable ancestor withstand such a formidable foe? Empowered by the sinister force of the blood Liuli, the blood specter unleashed a devastating palm strike toward Dan Yao. Another strike followed, morphing into an immense, blood-soaked hand that descended with the weight of a mountain. Should it connect, even an earthly sovereign would suffer grievous injury. Yet, Dan Yao remained unfazed. Her sword aura surged forth, cold as frost, cleaving toward the monstrous hand. Boom! The immense sword aura shattered the blood hand into a myriad of fragments. Continuing onward with unrelenting force toward the blood specter. Struck by the sword aura, the specter's body was riddled with several holes, crimson energy gushing forth uncontrollably. No matter how hard he tried to staunch the flow. Hiss! Such a terrifying sword aura. The formidable ghost sovereign, whose prowess rivals that of the earthly sovereign, despite the enhancement provided by blood Liuli, remains no match for the venerable elder. How has this elder cultivated her strength? Why have we never heard of her before? The crowd, witnessing this astonishing scene, is left in utter astonishment. Several nascent soul cultivators feel an overwhelming urge to kneel down and seek her tutelage. An earthly sovereign is a being akin to a myth, and now, not only do they behold her in the flesh, but they also witness her might as she effortlessly overpowers the ghost sovereign, leaving them in profound admiration. Why are you still here? Hurry and leave. Unless you wish to deliver your heads on a platter. Dan Yao scolded the onlookers as she continued to engage in battle. At such a critical moment, they still had the audacity to think about blood Liuli. It was truly reckless. Realizing the gravity of the situation, several individuals turned to flee. Without the presence of the blood man and this mysterious female cultivator of earthly sovereign rank, blood Liuli might have had a chance. Now, with true unparalleled power unleashed, there was no hope for blood Liuli. It was best to depart swiftly to avoid losing their lives. However, several ambitious individuals remained, unwilling to let blood Liuli slip from their grasp into Dan Yao's hands. They believed that, as the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who profits. With both parties being earthly sovereigns, if they were to exhaust each other, an opportunity would surely arise for them. Dan Yao disregarded their thoughts and unleashed a palm strike, obliterating the blood man's form into unrecognizable fragments. With a horrific scream, the blood man, suspended in the air, lost control of blood Liuli, which instantly darted away. Just as Dan Yao aimed to seize it, the blood man re-engaged, displaying an unyielding tenacity. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt forward and snatched blood Liuli. How dare you, mere ants, attempt to snatch food from my mouth? You seek death. Dan Yao roared with fury, her right hand wielding her sword to subdue the blood man, while delivering a fierce palm strike towards he with her left. Seeing the oncoming palm strike akin to a raging tide, he was gripped by fear. If struck, he would surely be rendered either dead or crippled. In a frantic moment, he produced a jade talisman, raising it defensively. The talisman spun in the air, transforming into a silver crescent blade that cleaved towards her palm strike. The collision of palm power and blade energy produced a deafening roar. He was caught in the residual force, sent flying backward, and could not suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. Dan Yao smirked coldly. So, you possess a jade talisman refined by an earthly sovereign old monster. No wonder you dare to act so insolently before me. I shall see just how many of my strikes you can withstand. With that, she unleashed another palm strike, identical to the previous one, but far more potent. He's face drained of color as he hastily extracted all remaining jade talismans from his pocket. A few talismans morphed into a massive crescent shield, positioning itself before him. Boom! The palm strike collided with the crescent shield, producing an earth-shattering sound. Dan Yao's palm power surged forth, and the crescent shield could barely withstand 3 strikes before rapidly fracturing. He, seizing this moment, took advantage of the chaos to flee with blood Liuli. Enraged, Dan Yao was about to unleash her sword energy to eradicate him. But the blood man once again entangled her like an unkillable pest. With no other choice, Dan Yao commanded Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others, "You must intercept Duguhi. Blood Lioli must not fall into the hands of the Moon God Temple. Yes, esteemed ancestor." The presence of Dan Yao wielding the 7-star sword art and the mixed yuan palm in such a transcendent manner confirmed her status as a master. Leaving no room for disobedience, they immediately took flight in pursuit. As Dan Yao observed them chasing after Duguhi, she refocused her attention on the bloodman previously. She had refrained from eliminating this creature to preserve the tranquility of the Shifeng couple, but now, its interference had cost her the chance to claim blood Lioli. "You vile creature, I shall not spare you." Dan Yao channeled her true energy into the Snow Soul Sword, which instantly erupted with a sword radiance spanning several feet. As swift as lightning and as graceful as an ice phoenix. With a single sweep of the Snow Soul Sword, an avalanche of icy true energy cascaded downward. The sword energy, imbued with extreme cold, instantly encased the blood man in ice. With an edge sharper than any, the sword cleaved through the frozen form. Slicing it in two, the severed torso fell to the ground, reduced to icy shards, devoid of any vitality. With the blood man dispatched, Dan Yao swiftly pursued, intent on reclaiming Duguhi. Yet, she was met with the sight of Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others returning, their spirits visibly deflated. Startled, Dan Yao inquired, "What transpired?" Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression was grave. "Duguhi is dead, and blood Lioli has been taken." "What?" Dan Yao exclaimed, taken aback. "Who did this?" The Lord of the Underworld, Black Snake, had been lurking among the crowd, waiting for the opportune moment. Just as Duguhi seized blood Lioli, Black Snake executed his plan, snatching it away. Given his cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to acquire blood Lioli from Duguhi, but the Elder's palm strike had wounded Duguhi, causing him not only to fail in securing blood Lioli, but ultimately to perish at Black Snake's hands. Dan Yao, upon hearing this, was at a loss for words. After expending so much effort, it had ultimately fallen into Black Snake's hands. With a deep sigh, she mused. This blood Lioli was originally the prized treasure of the underworld cult, now returned to its rightful owner. Perhaps this is fate. "Elder." Dan Yao waved her hand. "I am fine. You all should return and allow me to contemplate how to address this matter." "Yes, we take our leave." Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others had intended to inquire about Dan Yao's origins, but seeing her discontent, clearly vexed over blood Lioli, they refrained from asking further. The battle of the day had revealed to the various sects in the eastern region that there existed a female earthly sovereign in the 7 Stars Palace. Henceforth, they would hold the 7 Stars Palace in higher regard, refraining from casual affronts. After all, they would have ample time to inquire later. There was no need to rush. With this thought, the 7 elder Taoists transformed into streaks of spiritual light and departed. After a fruitless exertion, they returned to their routines of cultivation. Dan Yao shook her head. Xiangyang had been lurking in the shadows throughout, revealing himself only at this moment. He smiled at Dan Yao. "Why the haste? The serious business hasn't even begun." "What?" Dan Yao was taken aback. "The cooked duck has flown away. What else is there to do?" Xiangyang chuckled. "What Black Snake stole was merely the tail meat. The real prize lies within the peony garden." As he spoke, his gaze fixed intently on the toppled gravestone behind the peony garden. Shifeng truly was a remarkable figure of his generation, weaving a web of schemes one after another. "It is a pity he deceived others, but could not deceive me." Dan Yao's eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed hope. Upon entering, she sensed an unusual aura in the peony garden, feeling that something was amiss. Unfortunately, the garden had been laid out by a prodigy whose cultivation was not inferior to hers, rendering it difficult to discern the essence behind the facade in a short time. However, Xiangyang was different. He was a genuine celestial sovereign. Though limited by the drawbacks of his bridal attire cultivation method, his strength was not fully realized. Nevertheless, a celestial sovereign is a celestial sovereign. His perception and divine sense far surpassed that of an earthly sovereign. Despite Shifeng's extraordinary talent, he was ultimately an earthly sovereign. The intricate illusions he crafted could deceive those of the same realm, but could not fool a celestial sovereign. With this realization, Dan Yao returned once more to the peony garden. At this moment, the peony garden lay in ruins after 2 fierce battles. The couple, Shifeng and his wife, had been unearthed, their remains abandoned on the ground, a sight both harrowing and shocking. It is often said that the deceased deserve reverence. These individuals had gone to such lengths for the coveted blood glaze. Dan Yao sighed, preparing to give the couple a proper burial, when suddenly, Xiangyang pointed at the toppled gravestone, exclaiming, "Ah Yao, come and see." Dan Yao approached and brushed away the dust from the backside of the gravestone. There, she discovered a line of finely inscribed characters, hardly noticeable at first glance. The inscription read, There are relics left behind. They await a fated individual. To obtain these items, please first inter the remains of my spouse and me. If there is sincerity, please dig 3 feet deeper beneath the coffin, allowing us to rest eternally underground, in peace. Dan Yao was taken aback by Shifeng's foresight, smiling as she remarked, "You two are a rare and profound couple in this world. Treasures may be sought, but such love is truly exceptional. Even without the blood glaze, I would never allow your bodies to rot here." With that, Dan Yao retrieved the original coffin and began to dig with her sword in place of a shovel. Xiangyang joined her in the task. The soil of the ancient battlefield was notoriously hard and frigid, making excavation difficult. Fortunately, the Shuepa sword, an ancient divine weapon, proved remarkably sharp and made the work somewhat easier. After some time, a resonant clang echoed as the sword struck something. Dan Yao cleared away the dirt to reveal a jade-colored, shimmering box intricately carved from white jade. Setting the box aside, she returned the coffin to its pit and carefully placed the dismembered bones of the couple within. Subsequently, she replaced the coffin lid and covered it with earth, granting these star-crossed lovers their rightful rest. Once this was accomplished, Dan Yao picked up the box and examined it closely. Xiangyang cautioned, "There may be a mechanism. Be careful." With a cautious demeanor, Dan Yao used her spiritual sense to scan the box, finding nothing amiss, before finally opening it. As the lid lifted, a dark light shot forth, casting an image upon the opposite wall. Instantly, a dapper and strikingly handsome man clad in black appeared. He smiled warmly at Dan Yao, saying, "Though you are a woman, your words and deeds far surpass those of so-called gentlemen, earning my utmost respect. To be candid, I had long before my demise coated both my physical form and this jade box with an odorless, colorless poison." "What? You coated it with poison?" Dan Yao gasped in horror. Xiangyang's face turned red with fury, akin to a raging lion. "Do not be alarmed," the man continued. "The poisons I used are of 2 distinct kinds. While both are exceedingly lethal, they counteract one another. Should you covet the treasures I left behind without interring my spouse and me, you would fall victim to the poison within the box. No matter your cultivation or spiritual prowess, death would be inevitable. Only by resisting the temptation of the treasure and interring my remains before opening the box can you allow the poisons to mix and neutralize, thereby activating the last remnants of my spiritual essence within. Now that my essence has been triggered by you, it signifies that you have properly laid my wife and me to rest. I am eternally grateful for your kindness, and in return, I can only offer you this white glaze," he said, conjuring a piece of crystal-clear, snow-white glaze before Dan Yao. Confused, she inquired, "Isn't this supposed to be blood glaze? Why has it transformed into white glaze?" "This tale is extensive, and my essence is fading. I cannot elaborate further. You shall understand in due time," he replied, touching her forehead with a finger. A stream of spiritual light entered her mind. With a sigh, the man dissolved into wisps of azure smoke. As Dan Yao absorbed the insights contained within the spiritual light, she began to unravel the circumstances. It turned out this white glaze was indeed the treasure she had sought. Over 3,000 years ago, Shifeng had encountered the love of his life and decided to withdraw from the conflicts of righteousness and evil, choosing to live a secluded life with his beloved. However, prior to this, Shifeng had committed a grave error. He had passed on his research regarding the extraction of true essence to the elder who was to inherit the position of sect leader. Had he relinquished everything and preserved the blood glaze, that elder would have inevitably utilized Shifeng's method to extract true essence, breaking through to the heavenly monarch realm and ruling over the eastern domain. At that juncture, the entire eastern domain would have succumbed to the dominion of demonic forces. Furthermore, the elder would likely harbor animosity towards Shifeng and his wife. In desperation, Shifeng had to bring the blood glaze, a perilous burden, with his beloved to this secluded refuge. His intention was to use the blood glaze to ascend to the heavenly monarch realm, ensuring a lasting union with his beloved. Regrettably, the true essence contained within the blood glaze was only sufficient for one individual to ascend. Although his beloved possessed unparalleled beauty, she lacked exceptional talent for cultivation. No matter how diligently she trained, she could only reach the Earth's sovereign realm, never attaining the heavenly monarch level. The couple had sworn to share their lives until old age, hoping only for a shared death on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year. Shifeng's heart was irrevocably bound to Yang Wanqing. He could not bear the thought of living alone after her passing. Thus he relinquished the idea of using the blood glaze to ascend. Yet, while he wished to avoid utilizing the blood glaze for his own ascension, he was acutely aware of its significance. The true essence hidden within the blood glaze was immensely powerful, capable of allowing one to break through to the heavenly monarch realm. However, since every generation of the underworld sect leader practiced demonic arts and nurtured malevolent spirits, Their true essence was tainted with darkness and malevolence. The blood glaze itself was born from the ancient battlefield, a thing of profound evil, further exacerbated by the malevolent spiritual essence it contained. Although Shifeng had succumbed to the demonic path, his heart remained aligned with righteousness. He did not wish to leave such a profoundly evil object for posterity. Thus, he endeavored to purge the blood glaze of its malevolence. However, he underestimated the inherent wickedness of the blood glaze. It was birthed from the grievances of spirits, ghostly energies, and the essence of blood, catalyzed by heavenly thunder, rendering it a being of ultimate malice. Its malevolence was innate, not acquired. How could it be eradicated? In his brilliance, Shifeng realized that if the malevolence could not be eliminated, it could be separated. Thus, he developed a method for the extraction of true essence, creating a technique to isolate the true essence from the blood glaze. Fortunately, at that moment, another piece of glaze capable of storing true essence had formed on the ancient battlefield. This glaze was born under similar circumstances to the blood glaze, but it had formed recently, lacking the full absorption of ghostly energies, grievances, and blood essence, and thus had not yet become true blood glaze. Upon discovering this, Shifeng devised a method to rid the glaze of its malevolence, transforming it into a piece of pristine, unblemished white glaze. Subsequently, he extracted the true essence from the blood glaze and infused it into the white glaze, leaving behind the method of extraction within the jade box for future generations. Thus, the true essence of the underworld sect leaders was divided into two portions, one remaining within the white glaze and the other within the blood glaze. The spiritual essence contained within the white glaze was the purest and most refined, balanced and devoid of evil. Whether practitioners cultivate orthodox or demonic techniques, they can seamlessly absorb their training and ascend to higher realms. However, the spiritual energy contained within the blood lioli has diminished significantly, rendering it more malevolent. It is akin to a basin of murky water, where the purest portion has been purified and separated, leaving the remaining liquid far more tainted and toxic. The majority of the energy from the blood lioli has been transferred by Shifeng to the white lioli, resulting in a substantial reduction in the blood lioli's power. Otherwise, Dan Yao would not have easily slain the blood man who wielded it. After extracting the energy from the blood lioli, Shifeng suddenly recalled that the energy within the white lioli, having undergone his separation, had transformed into a serene essence that any practitioner could absorb. Should he perish and this white lioli fall into the hands of a nefarious individual, it could potentially be used to ascend beyond the heavenly monarch, wreaking havoc across the eastern domain, a scenario from which no one could emerge unscathed. Yet, the thought of destroying the white lioli filled him with reluctance. For it was an artifact he had painstakingly crafted. To obliterate it would be a grievous waste. After much contemplation, Shifeng devised a triple-layered scheme for his burial. The first layer involved creating a counterfeit blood lioli to deceive the masses. The piece Dan Yao had previously acquired was, in fact, a product of Shifeng's fabrication. The second layer entailed concealing the genuine blood lioli within the bloodman. Shifeng was acutely aware that no matter how realistic the counterfeit, it remained false and could never become true. This imitation might deceive momentarily, but it could not sustain the ruse indefinitely. Since so many coveted the authentic artifact, he decided to grant them the true blood lioli. While the blood lioli concealed within the blood man was indeed genuine, the majority of its energy had been siphoned off by him. The remaining energy was not only insufficient for transcending to the heavenly monarch, but was also imbued with terrifying demonic and sinister qualities. Those who attempted to absorb it, unless they practiced the techniques of the underworld sect, would surely succumb to madness and death. Despite their cunning, those nefarious individuals could never fathom that the blood lioli harbored an unknown white lioli behind it. Shifeng intended to use this stratagem to punish those coveting the blood lioli. Though his intentions were noble, he ultimately miscalculated. The one who absconded with the blood lioli was none other than the current leader of the underworld sect, the Black Serpent, whose cultivation techniques harmonized perfectly with the malevolence of the blood lioli. However, despite this alignment, the blood lioli had lost a significant portion of its energy. Even if he could absorb it, it would not suffice for a breakthrough to the heavenly monarch realm. The third layer of his plan involved tampering with his grave after his demise. Shifeng understood well that an innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure. With such a precious blood lioli in his possession, secluding himself from the world would not spare him from the pursuits of both righteous and wicked factions. Even in death, those hypocrites, cloaked in righteousness, would not cease their search. If discovered, given the underworld sect's ruthless nature and the moon god temple's disdain for traitors, he and his wife would find no peace in death, even if they were not ground to dust. Contemplating this, Shifeng sealed the aura of the white lioli with the power of his primordial spirit and concealed it beneath the grave. This arrangement would serve two purposes: to test the character of anyone who might claim the white Lioli, and to ensure that should his tomb be discovered, there would be someone to inter him, preventing his remains from being exposed and dishonored. The intricacies of this plan were so convoluted that, had Shifeng not left behind his primordial spirit, even Dan Yao, with tenfold intelligence, could not have fathomed its depths. Upon hearing Dan Yao recount the unfolding events, Xiangyang could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, Shifeng is as brilliant as the legends depict. A prodigious genius not only for devising the method to extract true essence, but also for conceiving a way to separate the true essence of the blood Lioli, and establishing layer upon layer of obfuscation for his tomb. Were it not for my superior cultivation, I might have also failed to discern the mysteries of his resting place, let alone uncover the white Lioli." Dan Yao sighed in agreement. Indeed, such an extraordinary genius, ultimately entangled by love. Had he chosen to absorb the energy of the blood Lioli and ascend to the heavenly monarch for his beloved, he would likely have become the strongest in the eastern domain, if not the entire Tianxian continent. Each individual has their own choices, a fateful entanglement that cannot be escaped. Chapter 223, Setting a Small Goal. Xiangyang mused, then smiled. Though he is indeed ensnared by love, he takes delight in it, wishing for a lifelong partner to share both joy and sorrow. This is a fortune sought by many a romantic. And being able to journey through life hand in hand with a beloved until old age is a form of happiness in itself. Many may deem him foolish for sacrificing everything for a woman, yet who can truly understand the joy of a fish? He has attained what he desired. And in seeking virtue, he has found virtue. Dan Yao gazed solemnly at the grave before her. The workings of fate are inscrutable, intertwining sorrow and joy. Throughout history, who among the infatuated can transcend their emotions? I hope you both find happiness in another world. Well, they have been laid to rest. We should take our leave and no longer disturb their peace, said Xiangyang. Yes, let us depart. As Dan Yao turned to leave, she suddenly recalled something. She retrieved a pouch from her space, grasped a handful of flower seeds, and scattered them around the grave. In a soft voice, she said, "Peonies are your wife's favorite flowers. The ones you previously planted were destroyed by the likes of Dugehi. Now, I will reseed them, and before long, new peonies shall bloom. I hope you can witness them." With that, Dan Yao stored the white Lioli in her spatial realm and departed with Xiangyang. Despite the arduous journey through the ancient battlefield, they had reaped significant rewards, rendering the expedition worthwhile. Upon returning to the 100 Flowers Valley, Dan Yao sat in her cottage, holding the white Lioli, which housed countless essences of true energy, and smiled broadly. With the white Lioli in her possession, she felt assured for her forthcoming cultivation. Now, she would set a modest goal, to first transcend to the heavenly monarch realm, led by the Venerable Qingsu Taoist. 7 elder priests traveled for several days and finally returned to the 7-star palace. Although they had failed to destroy the perilous blood Lioli, allowing it to fall into the hands of the underworld sect's leader, the Black Serpent, their journey was not entirely fruitless. At the very least, they had encountered the legendary female patriarch and confirmed her existence to the righteous and demonic factions across the eastern domain. Prior to this, rumors about the female patriarch had been extravagant, but only a few, such as the Quiet Wanderer and Zhong Wanshan from the Dongshu realm, had truly seen her. Others were merely inconsequential practitioners from the nurturing infancy and gathering essence stages. Thus, the prominent figures from various sects remained skeptical and hesitant to believe in the prowess of such a formidable female leader at the 7-star palace. Following the events of the ancient battlefield, Dan Yao's reputation soared. The leaders and elders of various sects had witnessed her slay the ghost sovereign of the earthly respect realm, dispelling any doubts regarding her identity and strength. With the presence of this earthly respect female patriarch, the 7-star palace became a sacred and inviolable sanctuary for cultivation. Anyone daring to provoke the 7-star palace would first need to weigh their ability to withstand the wrath of this earthly respect matriarch. Just as Dan Yao began to cultivate the Mingyu technique, drawing upon the true energy of the white Lioli to enter a state of ascension toward the heavenly monarch realm, chaos erupted in the forbidden grounds of the Moon God Palace, 1,000 miles away. The elders of the Moon God Palace discovered that the blood Lioli had been at the ancient battlefield. Yet He chose not to inform the 2 earthly respect elders immediately. Instead, he disseminated this information widely. He's motive was clear. He intended to claim the blood Lioli for himself. Since entering the Void Realm, He has increasingly felt the arduousness of cultivation. Chapter 224, The Master's Jade Tablet Shattered. In his youth, although he was one of the most talented disciples of the Moon God Temple, transcending the Void Realm to become a Earth Sovereign remained an exceedingly difficult endeavor. Over 40 years ago, he was defeated by Taoist Qingxiu and others, suffering a humiliating defeat that left him utterly mortified. Unable to bear such a psychological blow, Dugu grew ever more eager for formidable strength. In his view, only by becoming an Earth sovereign could he reclaim his dignity and redress past grievances. However, with his avatar destroyed by Dan Yao, his strength diminished rather than increased. And now he languished in the mid-stage of the Void Realm, fearing that achieving the status of Earth sovereign would be a distant dream. The emergence of Blood Glaze ignited a flicker of hope within him. He believed that possessing it would not only allow him to break through to Earth sovereign, but also ascend to the rank of Celestial Monarch. Although Dugu publicly held the title of the Moon God Temple's master, the true power lay in the hands of two venerable Earth sovereign elders. Over the years, he had grown weary of these two ancient figures, who constantly dictated his actions and reigned over him, rather than allow these two to seize Blood Glaze, break through to Celestial Monarch, and continue to overshadow him as the master of the Moon God Temple. He resolved to acquire Blood Glaze himself, achieve Celestial Monarch status, and become the true power holder. Thus, Dugu clandestinely disseminated news of Blood Glaze, hoping to take advantage of the ensuing chaos to ensnare the Black Serpent and extract from him the true methods of Blood Glaze's essence, transforming from the righteous path to the demonic, ultimately becoming a demon path Celestial Monarch. Little did he know, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Despite his meticulous calculations, he ultimately fell short, failing to scheme against the Black Serpent, resulting in his own demise and unwittingly delivering Blood Glaze into the hands of another. At this moment, the elders of the Moon God Temple were embroiled in heated disputes over Dugu's actions, dividing into factions. One faction opposed Dugu's unilateral decisions, insisting they must inform the two venerable elders to adjudicate the matter. The other faction rallied behind Dugu, fervently opposing the dissenters, arguing that the elders were in secluded meditation, and that the path to Earth sovereign was fraught with peril. Thus, the matter should be left to the master to handle, lest it disrupt the elders' cultivation, the consequences of which no one could bear. As the arguments escalated, nearly erupting into violence, a disciple responsible for guarding the master's jade tablet rushed in, kneeling on the ground in a panic, his voice quaking. "Elders, something terrible has happened. Something terrible." The elders, already agitated, were further incensed by this proclamation. What calamity could be so severe that you resort to such exaggerations? The law enforcement elder barked. The master. The master. The disciple, his face a mask of terror, stuttered. What has happened to the master? As the disciple kept his head down, the law enforcement elder failed to notice his fear. Suddenly, his brows shot up as a look of delight crossed his aged features. Has the master captured the Black Serpent and obtained Blood Glaze? The other elder's eyes brightened at the mention of Blood Glaze, for it was the key to breaking through to Celestial Monarch. If Dugu truly acquired Blood Glaze, the Moon God Temple would undoubtedly unify the Eastern Domain, becoming the undisputed foremost sect. Elders, the master, the disciple hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and declared, "The master's jade tablet has shattered." At this utterance, all the elders present were struck dumb with shock. "What did you say? The master's tablet has shattered?" Chapter 225, Summoning the Venerable Elders. The law enforcement elder fixed a steely gaze on the disciple, his voice laced with severity. "Speak. What do you mean by this?" The trembling disciple replied, "I would not dare to lie. The master's tablet has truly shattered. No, it cannot be. The master's cultivation is unparalleled. How could he fall so easily? Indeed, he is a renowned powerhouse of the Void Realm, and possesses protective jade talismans crafted by the two venerable elders. Who could possibly kill him?" "Exactly. Even the strongest of the current Void Realm, the old monk of the Diamond Temple, could not slay the master." "You fool. You speak of the master's demise as if it were trivial. Do you seek death?" The elders glared at the disciple, disbelief etched on their faces. In their eyes, unless an Earth sovereign intervened, no one could possibly kill Dugu. Currently, only 4 Earth sovereigns were confirmed in the Eastern Domain, 2 of whom resided in the Moon God Temple, with 1 each in the Diamond Temple and Lingmen Temple. Although the Earth sovereigns of the Diamond Temple and Lingmen Temple possessed the capability to slay Dugu, they would surely hesitate to act against him. Wary of the Moon God Temple's 2 Earth sovereigns, the disciple, trembling uncontrollably, stammered, "I would not dare to lie, nor would I curse the master. The master's jade tablet has truly shattered. If you do not believe me, you may follow me to verify." Seeing his unwavering confidence, the elders decided to investigate. Upon their arrival, all present fell silent. Subsequently, the elders began to probe the circumstances surrounding Dugu's demise. News of his fall in the ancient battlefield had already spread, albeit slowly due to the Moon God Temple's distance from the site. After a brief inquiry, The elders learned that he had been injured while attempting to seize Blood Glaze, having exhausted the protective talismans crafted by the two Earth Sovereign elders, only to be ambushed and killed by the Black Serpent. Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions shifted dramatically. So, the master had indeed been injured by an Earth Sovereign and subsequently slain by the Black Serpent. There truly is a female Earth Sovereign in the Seven-Star Palace. I had thought it was merely a rumor concocted by them to deter the master from seeking vengeance, but it appears to be true. The involvement of an Earth Sovereign complicates matters. If he had been slain by a Void Realm cultivator, we could have united to fight back. But to contend with an Earth Sovereign is a different matter altogether. Below Earth Sovereign, all are but ants. The elder who had discovered Blood Glaze in the ancient battlefield wore a grave expression. This female Earth Sovereign of the Seven-Star Palace possesses formidable strength beyond our reach. Our only option now is to summon the two Venerable elders to take revenge for the master. The others nodded in agreement. With an Earth Sovereigness involvement, only the two Venerable elders of the same rank could contend. They then proceeded to the ethereal, dreamlike Forbidden Ground, where they utilized the Moon God Temple's unique techniques to sense the two Venerable elders in seclusion. After a considerable time, a voice, aged and resonant, emerged from the depths. What has transpired to disturb my meditation with my fellow elder? The law enforcement elder steadied himself and replied, reporting to the Venerable elder. The master discovered the treasure Blood Glaze from the ancient Nether sect and went to the ancient battlefield to seek it, but has fallen. What? He is dead? The aged voice could not conceal its astonishment. Your master's cultivation is formidable. Who could possibly kill him? Is it the old monks of the Diamond Temple or Lingmin Temple? A further ancient voice echoed. The law enforcement elder trembled as he replied, no. It was the people of the Seven-Star Palace and the Nether sect. The Seven-Star Palace and the Nether sect? How can this be? The aged voice was filled with disbelief. The Nether sect had been obliterated for over a millennium, and the Seven-Star Palace lacked top-tier powerhouses. How could they possibly have slain The even older voice was filled with alarm. Indeed, it is true that the Seven-Star Palace conceals a formidable female ancestral master at the level of Earth Sovereign. The Hall Master was injured by her before succumbing to a treacherous assault by the leader of the Netherworld cult, the Black Serpent. As the law enforcement elder articulated with deliberate gravity, no sooner had he spoken than two towering, venerable figures materialized from the void, shimmering with lunar light. All the elders bowed in unison, reverently greeting the supreme elders. These two imposing figures were none other than the strongest foundation of the Moon God Hall, the Earth Sovereigns. Blood Moon and Cold Moon. Rise. Blood Moon waved his sleeve. Thank you, Supreme Elder. The law enforcement elder replied. Pray, enlighten us on the unfolding events. From whence has this Earth Sovereign of the Seven-Star Palace emerged? Why has her existence remained shrouded in mystery for so many years? Cold Moon queried with an icy demeanor. In comparison to the demise of the solitary crane, Blood Moon and Cold Moon were far more intrigued by the circumstances surrounding this Earth Sovereign of the Seven-Star Palace. As Earth Sovereigns themselves, they comprehended better than anyone the arduous path to transcending into this realm. Although the Seven-Star Palace boasts a lineage of millennia, given its current foundation and the overall state of cultivation across the Eastern Domain, it seems improbable that an Earth Sovereign would arise. Moreover, in a region where the Celestial Sovereigns have vanished, the Earth Sovereign stands as the preeminent force. If the Seven-Star Palace has indeed birthed an Earth Sovereign, why have there been no whispers of her presence for centuries, only for her to emerge now? However, they could never fathom that this female ancestral master of the Seven-Star Palace is yet to reach the age of 100, and thus, how could she have been known even a few centuries prior? Supreme Elder, the situation is as follows, the law enforcement elder began gravely, recounting the events of the past several decades in detail. What? Qingjing is dead? Upon hearing of Qingjing's demise, Blood Moon's murky eyes ignited with a crimson fury. Qingjing, as the most promising disciple of the Moon God Hall throughout its enduring legacy, was a figure of immense value to Blood Moon. To safeguard this prodigious talent, who might one day ascend to the status of a supreme celestial sovereign, Blood Moon had even resorted to using the essence of Earth Sovereigns to forge a crescent gold crown for his protection. Yet, upon awakening from his meditative state, he discovered to his horror that Qingjing had perished. The elders understood that Qingjing was the favored disciple of both supreme elders. Upon receiving the news of his death, their wrath was inevitable, but they had no choice but to convey the grim tidings. With a quivering voice, the law enforcement elder continued, indeed, the young master perished over 40 years ago at the hands of the female ancestral master of the Seven-Star Palace. The Hall Master was also injured by this woman, which ultimately led to his demise at the treacherous hands of that vile scoundrel, the Black Serpent. Although it was not the female ancestral master who killed the solitary crane, had she not wounded the Hall Master. How could the Black Serpent have dealt such a fatal blow? How else could the blood Lioli have fallen into his grasp? In the end, it is still this woman's fault. Let the Supreme Elders deal with her first, and then they may seek retribution against the Black Serpent at their leisure. Chapter 227, A Millennium of Grandeur. Though the old adage suggests that one should pick the softest persimmon to squeeze, who could have foreseen the cunning nature of the Black Serpent? Currently, his whereabouts remain concealed within some serpentine lair. Therefore, it is only prudent to seek trouble with the Seven-Star Palace first before addressing the matter of Blood Lioli. Wretched woman, Blood Moon spat venomously, you deserve death. Cold Moon regarded the assembly of elders, gradually regaining her composure. Spread the word of our emergence from seclusion. Supreme Elder, what is your intention? Do as instructed and cease your prattling. Cold Moon retorted. The solitary crane met his end in such a pitiful manner, and the outside world is rife with mockery. The Moon God Hall is in a state of turmoil. Only by disseminating news of our emergence can we stabilize the hearts of the people and prevent outsiders from ridiculing the Moon God Hall as a gaggle of cowards. When the news of the two Earth Sovereign Supreme Elders of the Moon God Hall emerging from seclusion spread, it caused an immediate sensation throughout the entire Eastern Domain's cultivation world. As among the few Earth Sovereigns of the Eastern Domain, the renown and influence of Blood Moon and Cold Moon were undeniably substantial, especially Cold Moon, whose prowess had reached the later stages of Earth Sovereign. Standing as the most formidable among the four esteemed Earth Sovereigns, the Earth Sovereigns of the Moon God Hall have emerged. Is this true? Indeed, it is true. With both the Hall Master and the Young Master deceased, if these two do not emerge soon, the Moon God Hall may very well face obliteration. Moreover, with the solitary crane having been slain so disgracefully by the Black Serpent, if they do not step forth to take charge, how will the Moon God Hall maintain its foothold in the Eastern Domain? As the two Earth Sovereigns emerged simultaneously, Blood Lioli fell into the clutches of the Black Serpent. And the sudden appearance of a female ancestral master from the Seven-Star Palace hinted that a storm was brewing in the Eastern Domain. In an instant, countless cultivators turned their gaze toward the two Earth Sovereign Elders of the Moon God Hall, compared to the elusive, enigmatic female ancestral master of the Seven-Star Palace. The renown and influence of these two Earth Sovereigns were indisputably greater. After all, their ascension had been documented, emerging from the ranks of the Moon God Hall's disciples, gradually earning their reputation. After years of relentless cultivation, they ascended into the realm of Earth Sovereign, becoming the apex of the Eastern Domain's hierarchy. Although these two had long been in seclusion, seldom appearing before others, the prestige of Earth Sovereigns continued to instill awe among the cultivators of the Eastern Domain. Now, in light of the solitary crane's death, the emergence of these two would undoubtedly wield significant influence and deterrence. Would the Earth Sovereigns, Blood Moon and Cold Moon, seek retribution against the female ancestral master of the Seven-Star Palace? Most assuredly, for had she not wounded the solitary crane, how could he have met his demise at the hands of the Black Serpent? Furthermore, Song Tianji, regarded as the most promising disciple of the Moon God Hall over millennia, also perished at the hands of the female ancestral master. How could the two Earth Sovereigns possibly let her go? The cultivators buzzed with speculation. One cultivator at the nascent infant stage remarked, Earth Sovereigns are like mythical beings. Should a battle erupt, it would surely be a spectacle unseen for a millennium. The Eastern Domain is the most barren and desolate among the 5 great regions of the Tianxian continent, where spiritual essence is scarce. With the celestial sovereigns gone and myriad laws withering, an Earth Sovereign emerges only once every few millennia. These rare Earth Sovereigns are typically engrossed in their cultivation, striving to transcend to the near-mythical realm of celestial sovereign, leaving little time to concern themselves with trivial matters. Thus, conflicts among Earth Sovereigns in the Eastern Domain are exceedingly rare. A battle may not occur even once in a millennium. Chapter 228, A Storm Brewing. Consequently, battles between Earth Sovereigns are heralded as occurrences of unparalleled grandeur, seldom witnessed across the ages. Just as the cultivators speculated on when the two venerable Earth Sovereigns of the Moon God Hall would confront the female ancestral master of the Seven-Star Palace. A blood-red decree from Blood Moon materialized above the Seven-Star Palace. The voice of Blood Moon resonated. In 1 month's time, my brother and I shall personally visit to inquire about the Seven-Star Palace's sacred teachings. I trust that you shall not disappoint us. In terms of seniority, Blood Moon ought to be considered Cold Moon's grand disciple, a generation removed, yet he was over 1,000 years younger. However, the arduous nature of Earth Sovereign cultivation meant that even within the esteemed Moon God Hall, it could not guarantee a lineage of prodigious talent. Upon attaining the rank of Earth Sovereign and achieving a status comparable to Cold Moon, they both deemed the generational distinctions too convoluted and thus referred to one another as brothers. This challenge ignited a fresh wave of excitement. The prospect of a rare battle between Earth sovereigns was truly on the horizon. Beneath the Bodhi tree of Lingmen Temple, two aged monks sat cross-legged on the ground. The fragrance of sandalwood wafting through the air, and the sound of their chants resonating like celestial music, transporting one to a realm of serene purity. The two venerable monks standing before us are none other than Master Mingkong of Lingmen Temple and Master Qingjing of Vajra Temple. A millennium ago, the Eastern Domain was home to only three esteemed figures, one each from the Moon God Palace, Vajra Temple, and Lingmen Temple, creating a triumvirate of power. However, the equilibrium was shattered when the fourth-generation disciple of the Moon God Palace, Blood Moon, transcended into the realm of the Earth Sovereign, establishing dual dominion. Fearing that the Moon God Palace would exploit this opportunity to expand its influence to their detriment, Vajra Temple and Lingmen Temple forged an alliance. Both sects, being Buddhist, share remarkably similar doctrines, and after a millennium of mutual exchange, they have nearly assimilated into one entity. With the emergence of the two Earth Sovereigns from the Moon God Palace, the Earth Sovereigns from Lingmen Temple and Vajra Temple could no longer remain idle and hastily broke through their own confines. It was unexpected to discover that the Seven-Star Palace, with its profound heritage, could also produce a formidable Earth Sovereign, and a female practitioner at that. A look of incredulity crossed Master Qingjing's aged visage. Master Mingkong, twirling the jade prayer beads in his hand, spoke slowly. The Seven-Star Palace was founded by a celestial monarch, and though it has waned in recent times, it is still a case of a once great camel being larger than a horse. The emergence of an Earth Sovereign is not surprising. However, for this ancestor to attain the rank of Earth Sovereign as a woman speaks volumes of her extraordinary talent among the disciples of the Seven-Star Palace. How is it that we have not heard of such a prodigious genius until now? Master Qingjing furrowed his brow in contemplation. I too find this perplexing. In this land of the Eastern Domain, those who can reach the Earth Sovereign realm are invariably dragons among men, the very best of talents. If the Seven-Star Palace possesses such an exceptional individual, it stands to reason that they would have gained renown centuries ago. Why then have we only come to know of her now? Both venerable monks were baffled, ultimately concluding that this enigmatic female ancestor of the Seven-Star Palace had chosen to act discreetly, eschewing fame and recognition, hence remaining obscure. Battles between Earth Sovereigns are exceedingly rare. It is indeed a rare opportunity to witness one. Master Qingjing smiled softly. In the Eastern Domain, where celestial monarchs have vanished, while conflicts between practitioners persist, the major sects of righteousness and evil maintain an unspoken understanding to preserve a semblance of balance. Even when disputes arise for the sake of interests, they are confined to the younger generation. Once a practitioner steps into the Void Realm, they seldom intervene. If those at the Void Realm do not interfere, one can only imagine the rarity of Earth Sovereigns taking action. The occasions on which they do so can be counted on one's fingers. Those fortunate enough to have witnessed an Earth Sovereign in action have mostly perished, leaving the younger generation without such experiences. Now, however, a chance to observe arises. Master, who do you believe will emerge victorious in the clash between the Moon God Palace and the Seven-Star Palace? The abbot of Vajra Temple, Master Qingjing, could not restrain his curiosity. This battle, regardless of its outcome, held no bearing on them. He merely wished to know who might prevail. Master Qingjing joined his palms together. According to your previous accounts, the female ancestor of the Seven-Star Palace can easily vanquish a specter of comparable strength to an Earth Sovereign, armed with an unparalleled ancient divine sword. Her prowess, even among those of the same tier, is indeed formidable. However, the Moon God Palace boasts more than one Earth Sovereign, notably the coldly formidable Earth Sovereign of Hanyu, whose cultivation has reached the later stages of the Earth Sovereign realm. Even if I and Brother Mingkong were to join forces, it would be challenging to gain any advantage over Hanyu. Master Qingjing refrained from elaborating further. The gathered monks, listening intently to the teachings, comprehended the implications. In a one-on-one engagement, the likelihood of the Seven-Star Palace's female ancestor defeating Blood Moon is exceedingly high, yet she may falter against Hanyu. Should the two Earth Sovereigns of the Moon God Palace join forces, the female ancestor of the Seven-Star Palace would undoubtedly face defeat. The Battle of Earth Sovereigns, a once-in-a-millennium occurrence, is something I have not witnessed in many years. I am eager to observe. Brother Mingkong, would you accompany me to witness this historic clash? Master Qingjing inquired with a smile. Master Mingkong picked up a withered Bodhi leaf and replied with a smile. I am indeed keen to witness the prowess of this mysterious female ancestor of the Seven-Star Palace. The assembly of monks nodded in consensus. We wish to accompany the venerable ancestor to observe the battle. The clashes between Earth Sovereigns are so rare that missing this opportunity may mean waiting another millennium to witness such an event. Even those as formidable as the Void Realm practitioners have lifespans of no more than 1,600 years. They cannot afford to wait indefinitely. If they can seize this moment to observe, it would not be in vain for their arduous cultivation. Not only Vajra Temple and Lingmin Temple, but also sects such as Starfall Palace, Phantom Sound Palace, Wujiman, Wind and Thunder Sect, Qingjing Sect, along with the Demonic Sect, the Evil Path, and Rogue Cultivators, are all keenly observing this matter. Within the Seven-Star Palace, the Taoist Qingxiu and his companions received the Blood Moon Soul Summoning Order from the Moon God Palace. Their expressions grave. Although they had witnessed the female ancestor in action, her abilities and methods could only be described as unfathomable. Yet, as the adage states, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. The 2 from the Moon God Palace are seasoned Earth sovereigns with 1,000 years of renown. In a one-on-one duel, victory is not guaranteed, let alone when facing both together. What shall we do? Can our esteemed ancestor withstand the combined forces of those 2 ancient beings from the Moon God Palace? The anxious Qingjing recluse fidgeted like an ant on a hot pan. Taoist Qingxiu, his face set like stone, shook his head. It is hard to say. The battles between Earth sovereigns are beyond the influence of Void Realm and Condensed Embryo Realm practitioners. We can only watch helplessly. Has the esteemed ancestor returned from the ancient battlefield? Taoist Qingchuan inquired. She has returned. With her cultivation, she must have arrived before us. However, I do not know her whereabouts, replied the anxious Qingjing recluse. Chapter 230, The Battle of Earth Sovereigns, 2. He feared that the esteemed ancestor, to whom he owed a debt of gratitude, might fall against the 2 old wretches from the Moon God Palace, paying with her life. Daniel was deeply engrossed in meditation, striving to ascend to the celestial monarch realm, completely unaware of the events unfolding outside. Seeing that matters were escalating, Xiangyang felt compelled to awaken her. Refusing to respond to the challenge would certainly invite ridicule. The 2 ancient beings from the Moon God Palace have issued a challenge? Upon hearing this news, Danyao's demeanor remained as tranquil as a still lake. Although her current cultivation was only at the mid-earth sovereign stage, still inferior to Han Yu's later stage. The mysterious jade technique she practiced was an unparalleled ancient art. Within its cultivation, her power continuously intensified, making it increasingly formidable. Even peak earth sovereigns would find it challenging to defeat her. Moreover, she wielded the Shuepa sword, an ancient divine weapon, ensuring that unless a celestial monarch intervened, none could hope to overcome her. Do they seek to overwhelm with numbers? Umph, I shall see just how capable you are. At that moment, Daniel sensed a peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy. What is it? Xiangyang inquired. The water spirit is seeking me. Xiangyang was taken aback. This strange energy is emanating from a jade talisman I gifted to the water spirit, which can be activated in emergencies to contact me. What could she want at this juncture? It must pertain to the challenge from the Moon God Palace. I should go. Wait here. I shall return shortly. Daniel quickly donned her attire, adorned her iced jade butterfly mask, and transformed into a streak of light, arriving at the secluded chamber where the water spirit cultivated. The water spirit had been waiting eagerly, and upon seeing Daniel, she immediately stepped forward to pay her respects. Esteemed ancestor, you have arrived. Daniel wasted no time with pleasantries, directly asking, what is the urgent matter that requires my presence? Esteemed ancestor, you must already be aware of the challenge issued to you by the Moon God Palace? Daniel nodded. I am aware. Shui Ling tentatively inquired, how do you plan to respond, esteemed senior? Daniel replied nonchalantly, what other response could there be? When soldiers come, we meet them with soldiers. When water comes, we block it with earth. Do you believe I fear those 2 ancient beings? Indeed, with your extraordinary cultivation, revered senior, it is natural for you to be unafraid of any earthly sovereign. However, there are 2 such sovereigns in the Moon God Palace. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Shui Ling observed Daniel's calm demeanor and continued, Master is concerned for your safety, which prompted me to use the jade talisman to summon you here. She mentioned that the 2 earthly sovereigns of the Moon God Palace not only possessed profound cultivation, but also remarkable techniques. If revered senior were to confront both simultaneously, victory would be elusive. Thus, the only viable strategy would be to employ provocation tactics. During their confrontation, Master and my fellow disciples would verbally deride the 2 ancient beings, accusing them of bullying a single woman with their numbers, devoid of shame and honor. As both are prominent figures, they would undoubtedly succumb to such provocation, opting for a one-on-one duel with you. This would afford you the opportunity to strike decisively against the comparatively weaker Blood Moon Sovereign with your divine weapon. Once the Blood Moon Sovereign is dealt with, the Cold Moon Sovereign would pose no threat. Upon hearing this, Daniel, though touched, simply smiled and remarked, they are merely 2 old scoundrels. A single strike will suffice. Why complicate matters? Shui Ling was momentarily taken aback. Dan Yao confidently smiled. The battles between earthly sovereigns cannot be won merely by numbers. Even those two ancient wretches of the Moon God Palace, even if bolstered by the might of the Vajra Temple and the Spirit Gate, do not intimidate me. Shui Ling remained in stunned silence for a considerable time, waves of astonishment surging within her. She was well aware of Dan Yao's formidable strength, as she had never tasted defeat in battle. Yet she had not anticipated that she could be so powerful as to disregard even the four mightiest earthly sovereigns of the Eastern Domain. When would she ever reach such heights of cultivation? With a faint smile, Shui Ling remarked, "It seems I have been too narrow-minded, unaware of the vastness of the world. I shall report back to your masters and uncles that I have accepted this challenge, so they need not worry." And thus, in the blink of an eye, a month swiftly passed. Even before the fateful day of the duel, countless cultivators had gathered outside the Seven Stars Palace, eager to witness whether the earthly sovereign at the pinnacle of the Eastern Domain truly lived up to the rumors surrounding her prowess. The Vajra Temple and the Spirit Gate, both harboring earthly sovereigns, were no exceptions, arriving early at the Seven Stars Palace to seek refuge and quietly observe the impending battle. After enduring days of painstaking waiting, the day of the decisive battle finally dawned. As the first light of dawn broke, two figures, one clad in red and the other in black, emerged above the Seven Stars Palace. Though their appearances were frail and feeble, they emanated an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Their cultivation was profoundly enigmatic, rendering even the mightiest in the void realm as insignificant as ants, easily extinguishable with a mere gesture. Blood Moon Sovereign, Cold Moon Sovereign, are these the esteemed elders of the Moon God Palace? Countless cultivators gazed up at the two old masters suspended in midair, their eyes brimming with admiration and envy. Earthly sovereigns. They stood at the summit of the pyramid, the ultimate aspiration for all cultivators, second only to the legendary celestial monarch. Indeed, these two were among the four earthly sovereigns of the Eastern Domain. Furthermore, including the matriarch of the Seven Stars Palace, they represented five of the most formidable earthly sovereigns. Truly, as earthly sovereigns, even from such a distance, they exuded an immense pressure, demonstrating their incredible strength. The Moon God Palace had reigned over the Eastern Domain for millennia, its reputation unrivaled, and none dared to underestimate it. Initially, the cultivators were awed by the Moon God Palace's renown. But upon witnessing the deaths of Du Gu He and Song Tianji, they felt a sense of disdain, viewing the Moon God Palace as a mere collection of inept individuals. Yet now, witnessing the Cold Moon and Blood Moon sovereigns hovering in the air, unrestrainedly exhibiting their earthly sovereign might, they could not help but rekindle their respect for the Moon God Palace. The Blood Moon and Cold Moon sovereigns, by issuing a challenge to Dan Yao, sought not only revenge for Du Gu He and Song Tianji, but also aimed to declare to all cultivators that the Moon God Palace remained the mightiest among the 10 righteous sections. As long as they were present, even if the Palace Lord, the Young Master, and the elders of the Moon God Palace were to perish, the status of the Moon God Palace would remain unshaken. Observing the bustling scene at the Seven Stars Palace, the two ancient beings compared it to the disarray following the deaths of the Palace Lord and Young Master, their disdain palpable. The Blood Moon, seething with rage, bellowed, "We have come, you wretched woman. Do not delay, come forth and meet your demise." His roar, amplified by the overwhelming pressure of his earthly sovereign presence, thundered like a tempest. The gathered cultivators were left reeling, their ears ringing and their scalps tingling. They thought to themselves, while the Blood Moon Sovereign is undeniably powerful, how can he speak in such a coarse manner? The audacity of opening with such an insult and demanding the matriarch of the Seven Stars Palace to come forth was utterly unbecoming. However, they dared not voice their thoughts, for should the Blood Moon Sovereign strike them down, they would find no place to rest in death. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao's expression darkened as she coldly retorted, "These two old scoundrels dare to utter such brazen words on my territory? Have you prepared your coffins?" Her words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The faces of the Cold Moon and Blood Moon sovereigns twisted in rage, akin to stepping in excrement. While the Blood Moon had already insulted Dan Yao, calling her a wretched woman, Dan Yao's sharp tongue retaliated by referring to them as old dogs. Without even showing herself, she had already delivered a resounding slap to their faces, a display of unparalleled audacity. Unbeknownst to them, Dan Yao's nature was such that she was clear about her affections and aversions. If others showed her respect, she would return it tenfold, but if they disrespected her, they should not expect her to be courteous. Having never endured such verbal humiliation, the Cold Moon and Blood Moon sovereigns seethed with rage. "Wretched woman, come out. If you do not appear, I will annihilate the entire Seven Stars Palace." The Blood Moon roared. Let us see you try," she retorted. As her words faded, a flurry of flower petals began to swirl in the air, A woman donning an ice jade butterfly mask gracefully appeared. It was Dan Yao. The Qingsu Taoist and others observed the unfolding scene. The 7 old Taoists, upon seeing Dan Yao emerge from the direction of Yaowang Peak, became increasingly convinced that she was the esteemed ancestor from the previous generation of Yaowang Peak. Esteemed senior, you must not lose, they urged, worry etched on their faces. Though they were aware of Dan Yao's formidable strength, the 2 earthly sovereigns of the Moon God Palace were ancient monsters renowned for over 1,000 years. Now that they were joining forces, the outcome was uncertain. Rest assured, Master, esteemed senior never engages in battles without confidence. She will surely prevail. Shui Ling comforted them with words, even as her heart raced with anxiety. Above the grand hall of the 7 stars, the cold moon glared icily at Dan Yao. So you are the one who has recently gained such notoriety, the matriarch of the 7 stars palace? Dan Yao responded with an air of modesty. I do not dare claim the title of matriarch, but I am indeed a disciple of the 7 stars palace. You are the one who injured Du Guhi? You also killed Song Tianji? The cold moon questioned coldly. Indeed, that was I, Dan Yao acknowledged boldly. These 2 individuals lack the foresight to provoke anyone but me. They can only blame their own misfortune. You, a mere woman, dare to speak so defiantly before me? I see you are tired of living. The cold moon's expression darkened. His voice laced with murderous intent. Dan Yao maintained her smile. If you wish to ascertain whether I am tired of living, why not give it a try? Enough of your nonsense, wretch. You have slain a disciple of the Moon God Temple. If you possess any sense, kneel and offer your apologies. Perhaps I might spare your pitiful life. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you find no escape from suffering. Blood Moon thundered in fury. Dan Yao cast a sidelong glance at Blood Moon, scoffing. You think you can make me suffer? Have you even considered your own worth? A mere initial stage Earth sovereign barking like an old dog before me. Truly, you are unaware of your own mortality. You. Blood Moon's fury reached a boiling point. His anger palpable. I have toiled for a millennium to reach the Earth's sovereign realm, and no one has dared to act so brazenly in my presence. If I do not slay you today, I, Blood Moon, shall have no face to remain in the eastern region. Thunderous half-moon slash. Chapter 233, The Battle of Earth Sovereigns, 5. With a roar that summoned the tempest, Blood Moon gathered boundless moonlight in his right hand, shaping it into a blade that descended upon Dan Yao. The thunderous half-moon slash is one of the Moon God Temple's ultimate techniques. In her time within the Void Realm, Dan Yao had once battled with the formidable Gigu He using the 7 stars sword technique, proving its might. Now, however, the same technique wielded by the Earth's sovereign Blood Moon was imbued with a ferocity that far surpassed Gigu He's prowess. The terrifying blade cleaved through the air, distorting the very fabric of space, imbued with the power of heavenly thunder. Even a peak-level Void Realm expert would be left crippled, if not dead, by this strike. Yet, Dan Yao did not flinch or evade. With a mere flick of her sleeve, she effortlessly dissipated the blow. Although her counter was executed with a casual grace, the force unleashed was unimaginable. The onlooking cultivators felt their inner energies roiling, nearly bursting forth from their bodies. Several weaker ones were violently propelled back, spewing blood and meeting their demise. Is this the power of an Earth sovereign? How terrifying, even from such a distance. The force radiated to such an extent that even peak Void Realm experts struggled to endure it. It is no wonder they say that beneath the Void Realm, all are but ants. Beneath the Earth sovereign, the Void Realm is likewise mere vermin. Truly a saying that holds water. Witnessing this, the crowd was left astounded. Dan Yao's effortless neutralization of the thunderous half-moon slash took Blood Moon by surprise. Impressive technique. No wonder you dare to slay the disciples of the Moon God Temple. Take this. Blood Moon shrieked, launching the moonlight mist palm. With both palms in motion, 2 streams of moonlight energy spiraled towards Dan Yao. Without even lifting her eyelids, she countered with a single palm, effortlessly neutralizing the 2 streams of energy. Cold Moon, observing this, was taken aback. Previously, he had estimated Dan Yao's strength, believing her ability to easily defeat the Earth Sovereign Ghost Sovereign was merely reliant on her divine weapon, and that her true strength was not particularly formidable, at most comparable to Blood Moon in the initial stage of the Earth Sovereign realm. However, witnessing Blood Moon's 2 ultimate techniques from the Moon God Temple being easily countered by her, it became evident that her control over spiritual energy had reached an astonishing level. With this realization, Cold Moon quickly shed his underestimation. He extended 2 fingers, resembling withered twigs, and pointed at Dan Yao. Instantly, boundless moonlight erupted, casting a bright, pristine glow. Cold Moon's finger, while appearing resplendent and beautiful, was far less imposing than Blood Moon's earlier display, yet it concentrated his spiritual energy to the utmost. As he thrust his finger, it seemed both slow and swift, tearing through the air and aiming directly at Dan Yao's dantian. Faced with this strike from Cold Moon, Dan Yao was indeed startled. She had not anticipated the profundity of Cold Moon's spiritual cultivation. This is the renowned Shura finger of Earth Sovereign Cold Moon. If struck, one would either lose their cultivation or, at worst, meet instant death. Can the matriarch of Seven Stars Palace withstand this? The onlooking cultivators felt a heaviness in their hearts upon witnessing Cold Moon unleash his signature technique. Cold Moon was among the 5 supreme powerhouses of the Eastern region and had been the first to break into the Earth Sovereign realm. His Shura finger, insidiously designed to shatter a cultivator's dantian, was feared for its ability to reduce a practitioner to a mere shell of their former self. Yet, to everyone's shock, Dan Yao faced this finger without flinching, gathering her spiritual energy around her to form an ice-blue protective barrier. When Cold Moon's finger struck the barrier, it vanished as if it had encountered hot oil. Chapter 234, The Battle of Earth Sovereigns, 6. A protective barrier of spiritual energy withstood the Shura finger. How could this be possible? Countless cultivators stood dumbfounded, their expressions betraying disbelief. They had never imagined that Dan Yao's spiritual power could be so formidable as to form a protective barrier against Cold Moon's strike. In the heavenly Xian continent, once a cultivator attains significant mastery, they can indeed condense a protective barrier to shield themselves from harm. However, such barriers typically withstand attacks from those of lower cultivation. To resist an attack from an equal level was unheard of. "Brother, let us strike together," Blood Moon exclaimed, realizing that even Cold Moon's powerful finger had failed to harm a single hair on Dan Yao. He recognized that they had encountered an unprecedentedly powerful adversary today. If they did not quickly join forces to eliminate her, they would surely pay with their lives. Dan Yao chuckled coldly. "Do you think I fear being outnumbered? Watch closely." With a flick, her hairpin transformed into the Snow Spirit Sword. With a single stroke, the sword unleashed a torrent of sword energy, cleaving through the air. Blood Moon gasped for breath, his hands transforming into blades as he summoned the thunderous half-moon slash, channeling the thunderous moonlight power to sweep toward Dan Yao. Cold Moon, too, thrust his finger, unleashing the extreme yin and cold of the Shura power, freezing everything in its path. The 2 Earth Sovereigns struck simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying force. However, the rainbow sword energy emitted by the Snow Spirit Sword was extraordinarily sharp. With an unstoppable momentum, it shattered Blood Moon's thunderous half-moon slash and Cold Moon's Shura finger in an instant. Having neutralized both of their attacks, the sword energy did not dissipate. Instead, it surged forward, aiming directly at the ever-derogatory Blood Moon. Blood Moon cursed internally, hastily unleashing several thunderous half-moon slashes to barely fend off the sword energy. However, this severely drained his spiritual power, leaving him noticeably weakened. Dan Yao, with a flick of her Snow Spirit Sword, launched another strike toward Cold Moon. Seeing this attack was even stronger than the last, Cold Moon's expression changed dramatically. He quickly produced a dark, ominous orb, channeling his spiritual energy. He hurled the orb and shouted, "Explode!" The orb detonated with a deafening roar, unleashing a terrifying explosive force that cleared the sword energy entirely. What a powerful elixir! "You old fool, I never expected you to have such a trick up your sleeve." Dan Yao realized that Cold Moon was the most formidable of the 5 Earth Sovereigns in the Eastern region, second only to her in cultivation and profundity of spiritual energy. That last strike had contained 80% of her spiritual power, yet Cold Moon had managed to counter it. In contrast to Dan Yao's astonishment, Blood Moon and Cold Moon were horrified. They could hardly believe that even when collaborating, 2 Earth Sovereigns were being overwhelmed by Dan Yao. Particularly, the orb that Cold Moon had just thrown was a relic left by a former half-step celestial monarch of the Moon God Temple from millennia ago. They had thought that hurling this orb would at least severely injure Dan Yao, if not slay her. To their shock, Dan Yao emerged unscathed, having obliterated the half-step celestial monarch artifact with her sword energy. Heavens, brother, how can she be so powerful? Could she have broken through to the celestial monarch realm? Blood Moon exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Cold Moon shook his head, his voice hoarse. "No, she is not a celestial monarch. If she had truly become one, you and I would have perished beneath her sword long ago." The display of strength from Dan Yao had profoundly shaken Cold Moon. Had it not been for Han Yu's perusal of the ancient texts within the Moon God Palace, detailing the Celestial Lord's extraordinary prowess, he might have believed that Dan Yao had already transcended to the realm of the Celestial Sovereign. Yet even so, the terrifying strength of the enigmatic woman before them far exceeded their imaginations. "Brother, this wretched woman is far too formidable. We must employ that technique without holding back, or we shall perish here today," Blood Moon uttered, each word dripping with madness and ferocity upon his aged visage. Han Yu's expression darkened. His teeth clenched in resolute agreement. Let us do it. As the mightiest entities of the Moon God Palace, both Blood Moon and Han Yu had endured countless battles. Thus, it was inconceivable for them to arrive without preparation after issuing a challenge. In an instant, Blood Moon and Han Yu stood side by side, their sleeves billowing with the force of their intent. Following that, a sound akin to popping beans erupted from their bones, crackling ominously. The heavenly demon disintegration technique. Dan Yao furrowed her brow. As a top-tier powerhouse of the Eastern Domain, she was well aware of this forbidden art, a ruthless and malevolent technique that could reverse meridians and unleash latent potential, amplifying one's spiritual power manifold in an instant, delivering a thunderous blow to formidable foes. However, the use of such a technique would inevitably lead to severe backlash, resulting in debilitating damage, and in the worst cases, complete severance of one's meridians and death. Both Han Yu and Blood Moon were acutely aware of the drawbacks of the heavenly demon disintegration technique and had never intended to resort to such a measure for victory. Yet, Dan Yao's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, far surpassing their expectations. Knowing full well that employing the technique would leave them vulnerable, Blood Moon, despite being a nascent Earth sovereign, was compelled to proceed. Dan Yao was taken aback to discover that these righteous cultivators would resort to such nefarious practices. In her moment of surprise, the two had already unleashed the full extent of the heavenly demon disintegration technique. Dan Yao, unwilling to underestimate her opponents, grasped her snow spirit sword, splitting the sword energy into two and directing it toward them. Each of them responded with a palm strike. As their powers collided, Dan Yao felt a violent shockwave, nearly causing her to lose grip on the sword. What a formidable heavenly demon disintegration technique. Blood Moon and Han Yu, witnessing Dan Yao withstand such a powerful strike, were both astonished and alarmed, their expressions shifting dramatically. Blood Moon's face darkened to the hue of ink, while Han Yu turned ghostly pale, resembling a corpse. They each placed a hand upon the other's shoulder, their free hands simultaneously channeling the forces of yin and yang, launching a sudden strike toward Dan Yao. As Dan Yao prepared to evade, she was alerted by Xiang Yang's telepathic warning. Yao, be cautious. This is the long-lost demonic technique, the yin-yang transformation technique. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao's spirit soared, and she immediately engaged, her palms meeting theirs. The two, filled with elation, exclaimed in unison, "Wretched woman, your demise is imminent." Dan Yao retorted with a cold smile, "Who shall perish remains to be seen." Blood Moon replied icily, "Even at death's door, you still speak boldly. Allow me to enlighten you. The technique we wield is known as the yin-yang transformation technique. As our spiritual power flows, it will gradually erode your cultivation. Regardless of how formidable your spiritual energy or how high your cultivation, you cannot escape death today. Ha ha ha. I must concede. You are the strongest opponent we have encountered since our rise. Yet alas, with our yin-yang transformation technique, your death is assured." Han Yu articulated each word clearly, ensuring that all the observing cultivators comprehended the gravity of their words. The yin-yang transformation technique was an exceedingly vicious demonic art. As prominent figures of the righteous sects, Blood Moon and Han Yu dared not openly admit to its use. At worst, they could simply deny it. However, at this critical juncture, they brazenly declared their utilization of the yin-yang transformation technique before the multitude of witnesses. This was not an act of folly, but a desperate measure. The revelation stemmed from their earlier encounter at the Seven Stars Palace, where they sensed the presence of Earth sovereigns from the Lingmen Temple and the Diamond Temple among the onlookers. Initially, they had not concerned themselves with the presence of these Earth sovereigns, believing that Han Yu alone could handle the two elderly monks. Yet, they had gravely underestimated Dan Yao's strength, not anticipating the depth of her abilities as the matriarch of the Seven Stars Palace. Despite their combined efforts, they found themselves unable to best her, forcing them to resort to the heavenly demon disintegration technique to forcibly augment their strength. While this technique could dramatically enhance their power in the moment, it would inevitably lead to severe repercussions. Even if they managed to defeat the matriarch, the old monks Ming Kong and Qingjing would undoubtedly seize the opportunity presented by their weakened state. Fully aware of the stakes, they willingly sacrificed their reputations, publicly disclosing their practice of the demonic art, hoping to deter Ming Kong and Qingjing from attacking them. After all, while reputation holds great value, it pales in comparison to one's life. If one loses their life, all else is rendered meaningless. Initially, Dan Yao chuckled at their folly for publicly revealing their technique. But upon further reflection, she grasped their strategy and felt a surge of admiration. These two old foxes, despite their questionable character, possessed remarkable cunning. Attempting to intimidate the Earth sovereigns of the Diamond Temple and Lingmen Temple, Their ascension to the Earth Sovereign rank was not merely due to talent and luck. Their intelligence was unparalleled. Even in dire circumstances, they managed to consider such tactics. Yet, alas, regardless of how well they calculated, with her Mingyu technique at play, their plans were doomed to fail. You wish to drain my cultivation? Very well, I shall grant you that opportunity. With a thought, Dan Yao summoned her inner spiritual energy, engaging in a contest of power. As Han Yu and Blood Moon felt her relentless spiritual energy surging forth, their delight only grew. They mused that this wretched woman's skills were remarkable. Should they engage her in a battle of divine arts, the longer it prolonged, the more disadvantageous it would become for them. After all, the heavenly demon disintegration technique had a limited duration. Once its effects waned, not only would their power diminish, but the backlash would follow. If they failed to eliminate her before the technique expired, their own fates would be sealed. With her willingly channeling her spiritual energy, they could fully unleash the marvels of the yin-yang transformation technique, ensuring that she would exhaust her energy and perish. Thus, the two hastened to employ the yin-yang transformation technique, one channeling yin energy and the other yang energy. The forces of yin and yang intertwined, reversing the cosmos, resembling a colossal grinding wheel, gradually eroding Dan Yao's spiritual power. As the spectators beheld the three figures in midair, their palms clashing in a seemingly languid exchange akin to a Tai Chi push, the battle appeared deceptively mundane, yet all the conflict was concentrated on the cultivation of spiritual energy. This contest, far more perilous than the previous exchanges of strikes, left no room for error. A moment's negligence could lead to instant annihilation. Watching the battle unfold, the Taoist Qing Su and his companions felt as though their hearts were being fried in oil. Though they had never practiced the yin-yang transformation technique, they had heard tales of its formidable prowess, capable of entirely erasing a person's cultivation. If Dan Yao cannot withstand the onslaught and finds her cultivation forcefully stripped away, not only will her life be in peril, but the entirety of the seven-star palace will also face annihilation. However, the battle among the earthly sovereigns is overwhelmingly terrifying, rendering even the Void Realm cultivators powerless to intervene. Despite the goodwill of Taoist Qingshu and the recluse Qingjing, both of whom reside in the Void Realm, they are at a loss as to how to assist. Initially, Han Yu and Shui Yu believed that employing the yin-yang transformation technique would swiftly deplete Dan Yao's powers, reducing her to a mere shell of her former self. To their astonishment, her spiritual energy only multiplied, growing in strength with each moment. Unwilling to accept such an inexplicable phenomenon, they persistently activated the yin-yang transformation technique. The result was that Dan Yao's spiritual energy surged forth like an unrelenting tide, ceaseless and boundless. In a moment of sheer disbelief, Han Yu could not restrain a scream. What nefarious technique have you mastered? How is it that your spiritual energy only increases? Dan Yao responded with a cold smile. My cultivation is rooted in the principles of creation, boundless in its marvels. My powers are righteous and formidable, beyond the reach of your vile techniques. Should you persist, you will not harm me in the slightest. Rather, you will exhaust yourselves and meet your demise. Her Mingyu technique bestowed upon her an inexhaustible reservoir of spiritual energy, increasing with use. The audacity of attempting to strip her of her cultivation was akin to a foolhardy gamble. At that moment, the expressions of Han Yu and Shui Yu darkened, as if they had suffered a grievous loss. The formidable earthly sovereigns' techniques they wielded, forcing their cultivation to rise and activating the yin-yang transformation technique, were the pinnacle of their capabilities. Yet, they found themselves outmatched by Dan Yao's extraordinary and peculiar methods. While others would deplete their energy in combat, she thrived, her strength only amplifying. Flee! Han Yu shouted. Panic etched across his face. Had they not witnessed the peculiarity of Dan Yao's energy, they might have considered continuing the fight. But now, realizing her powers not only remained intact, but grew during battle, they were left with no option but to escape. Desperation gripped them. Their lives were at stake. After a millennium of brotherhood, they shared a silent understanding. With a single word, flee, they swiftly retreated, transforming into streaks of light as they vanished. By the heavens, they are actually running. How could a dignified earthly sovereign choose to flee? Surely, I must be dreaming. In the Eastern Domain, where the legends of the celestial sovereign reigned supreme, earthly sovereigns stood as the most formidable beings among cultivators. To the myriad of practitioners in the Eastern Domain, earthly sovereigns were akin to deities, revered figures gazing down upon mortals. It was unimaginable that they would witness an earthly sovereign escape in their lifetime. Yet, upon reflection, it was no wonder they chose flight. This mysterious female ancestor of the seven-star palace was indeed too powerful. What other choice did they have but to flee? Chapter 238, The Battle of Earthly Sovereigns, 10. You think escaping will be so simple? Dan Yao's expression turned cold as she executed the 1,000 illusions and fragrant steps, instantly appearing behind the two. Without delay, her delicate hand lifted, conjuring a colossal hand that blotted out the sun, crashing down upon them. No, they roared in unison, hastily drawing forth treasures from their possession to form a protective barrier of spiritual energy before them. Boom! The giant hand collided with the barrier, producing a thunderous sound that echoed through the air. Uffed! They could not withstand the residual force, and both coughed up blood. Damn you! You strike with sufficient malice. Shui Yu cursed vehemently. As earthly sovereigns, both Han Yu and Shui Yu were among the elite of the Eastern Domain, their cultivation and refinement of spiritual energy unparalleled. Together, they could traverse the Eastern Domain with ease, even holding an advantage over the earthly sovereigns of the Golden Vajra Temple and the Spirit Gate Temple. Alas, their opponent this time was Dan Yao, a veritable champion. The system had bestowed upon her a cultivation technique that was one of the two legendary arts of the Tianxian continent. In its operation, her spiritual energy never waned. Instead, it grew stronger, rendering her invincible against others of the same realm. Not only were Han Yu and Shui Yu no match for her, but even if they summoned the earthly sovereigns from the Golden Vajra Temple and Spirit Gate Temple, they would still fall short. How is your spiritual energy so formidable? Why is it that despite employing the demon disintegration technique, we cannot overcome you? Han Yu, bloodied and incredulous, gazed at Dan Yao in disbelief. He could not fathom why. After so many exchanges where both sides had expended considerable energy, they were left in a weakened state while Dan Yao remained unscathed. Dan Yao replied coldly, I am not like you. I do not practice the demon disintegration technique or the yin-yang transformation. I cultivate a genuine Taoist art. Impossible. How could a Taoist art yield such results? You lie. Shui Yu's face was a mask of fury, unable to accept the truth. I assure you, the technique I practice is indeed a pure Taoist art. Your ignorance of its profundity is not my concern, she stated dismissively. Fellow cultivators, we have acted rashly. Let us each take a step back. If you agree to cease hostilities, we will guarantee to abandon our pursuit of revenge for the deaths of Dugu, He and Song Tianji. And the disciples of the Moon God Palace will no longer trouble the Seven-Star Palace. What do you say? Han Yu understood that to continue fighting would likely cost him his life. He hastily lowered his stance in submission. Indeed, further conflict would yield no benefits, only serve to render them the subjects of ridicule. It was wiser to retreat for the time being. Even Shui Yu, who had consistently hurled insults at Dan Yao, now began to relent, albeit with ulterior motives. He secretly plotted to capture the Black Serpent upon their return and acquire the blood-glazed crystal, hoping to extract its true essence. If he could absorb the true essence energy within the blood-glazed crystal, he and his brother would not only mitigate the backlash from the demon disintegration technique, but also advance towards the celestial sovereign realm. At that point, eliminating this woman would be a trivial matter. Step back? Dan Yao's lips curled into a cold smile. To step back would imply a stalemate, a decision made to avoid mutual destruction. Given her current advantage, why should she concede? Furthermore, the Moon God Palace continually sought trouble, emboldened by the presence of these two earthly sovereign old-timers. Chapter 239, Unexpected Complications. As long as they lived, the Moon God Palace would dare to create discord. Why should she retreat? To eradicate the roots of trouble, she saw fit to send them straight to the netherworld. Once more, Dan Yao extended her delicate hand. An infinite number of icy, malevolent energies converged, forming a massive iceberg that came crashing down upon the two. You think it's that easy to kill us, you wretched woman? Today, I shall fight to the death. Han Yu screamed, desperation fueling his resolve. Coincidentally, the time limit for the demon disintegration technique had expired. A terrifying backlash surged forth, draining their spiritual energy entirely, leaving them without the slightest resistance. They shrieked in despair. At that moment, a noxious smoke wafted through the air. Using the smoke as cover, 7 or 8 ghostly figures darted forth with astonishing speed. Leading the charge was a figure clad in a serpent mask, none other than the Dark Serpent, the leader of the underworld sect. Stop her, the Dark Serpent commanded loudly. Yes, Master. The 8 ghostly figures immediately encircled Dan Yao, ready to confront her. Enraged, Dan Yao exclaimed, preposterous. You vile specters dare to act with such audacity in my presence. Today, you shall come with your lives, but leave empty-handed. The indignation from her previous encounter at the ancient battlefield, where the Black Serpent had taken advantage of her, simmered within her. To her dismay, these wretches had once again come to thwart her endeavors, an affront that was utterly intolerable. Drawing forth the Snow Soul sword once more. Its icy brilliance radiated with an air of lethal sharpness as she aimed a swift strike at the nearest fiend. The Snow Soul sword, renowned for its unparalleled sharpness, cleaved through the air, leaving the malevolent spirit no time to utter a cry before it was obliterated, vanishing without a trace. The remaining 7 malevolent spirits, witnessing their companion's demise, quickly took their positions within a formation, transforming into myriad ghostly apparitions that encircled Dan Yao. The ethereal ghost shadow formation? How foolish. Dan Yao scoffed. Channeling her spiritual energy into the hilt of the sword, the blade gleamed with intensified brilliance. Countless sword energies erupted forth, inflicting grievous wounds upon the 7 specters, who cried out in despair, deprived even of the chance for reincarnation. However, amidst this chaos, the Black Serpent seized the opportunity to drag Han Yu and Shui Yu away. Fleeing into the distance, Dan Yao, unwilling to let the tiger return to the mountain, immediately pursued. The monks from Lingmin Temple and King Kong Temple could not contain their curiosity and inquired, "Ancestor, why do you not intervene against the Black Serpent?" The 2 earthly sovereigns of the Moon Temple have long regarded you as a thorn in their side, eager to eliminate you at the earliest opportunity. Master Mingkong and Master Huijing exchanged glances filled with profound contemplation, shaking their heads without uttering a word. In times past, they would have eagerly wished for Han Yu and Shui Yu's demise. Yet, witnessing the fierce battle of the earthly sovereigns today, they found themselves hoping for the survival of these 2 ancient beings. The prowess displayed by the Grand Mistress of the 7-Star Palace was formidable. Should Han Yu and Shui Yu perish, the 2 of them would not stand a chance against such strength. Conversely, if Han Yu and Shui Yu managed to escape, their narrow-mindedness would compel them to seek revenge. The 4 earthly sovereigns, united in balance, would prevent the 7-Star Palace from dominating, thus alleviating the burden upon King Kong Temple and Lingmin Temple. However, the Buddhist teachings advocate for the concept of emptiness and discourage ambitions for power and profit. As earthly sovereigns of the Buddhist sect, to express the desire to retain Han Yu and Shui Yu for the sake of balancing the Grand Mistress of the 7-Star Palace would tarnish their esteemed image as high monks. Though Dan Yao was momentarily hindered by the 8 malevolent spirits of the Void Realm under the Black Serpent's command, her mastery of the 1,000 Illusions fragrant step allowed her to quickly close the distance. Black Serpent, if you possess any true skill, face me in a fair fight. Resorting to the insidious tactics of using malevolent spirits, what kind of hero does that make you? Yet the Black Serpent remained deaf to her taunts. Continuing to hastily flee with Han Yu and Shui Yu in tow, Dan Yao brandished the Snow Soul Sword, transforming into a streak of blue light as she pursued. The Black Serpent, sensing the sword's lethal sharpness and the frigid aura it emitted, dared not confront it head-on, instead evading the blade's edge with a deft leap. Dan Yao soared through the air, manipulating her sword with grace, sending forth waves of sword energy. The Black Serpent, still wary, evaded with his peculiar agility. But this series of evasions cost him precious time. Dan Yao closed the gap, aiming a decisive strike at the Black Serpent's left arm. The Black Serpent, taken aback by her swiftness, hastily drew forth the blood glaze and hurled it at her. Though Dan Yao had previously bested the lesser members of the Underworld sect, she had yet to engage with its true leader. This encounter provided an excellent opportunity to gauge the Black Serpent's capabilities. As they exchanged swift blows, a flurry of strikes unfolded in mere moments. In terms of spiritual prowess, Dan Yao vastly outmatched the Black Serpent. Within just a few exchanges, she discerned that his strength was merely at the mid-level of the Void Realm, comparable to that of Du Gu He. Logically, she could have effortlessly overwhelmed him with just a flick of her finger. However, the blood glaze he wielded was not merely an artifact. It was imbued with the accumulated spiritual essence of generations of Underworld sect leaders, crafted into a formidable treasure by the Underworld Matriarch. The Underworld Matriarch, the first and only female heavenly monarch recorded in the Eastern Domain, had meticulously forged this treasure, making it far from ordinary. Through the Underworld sect's secret techniques, the Black Serpent could utilize it to unleash power rivaling that of an earthly sovereign. After several exchanges, Dan Yao was entirely convinced of the Black Serpent's mediocre skill, realizing that his prowess relied solely on the formidable nature of the blood glaze. They say the blood glaze is indestructible, capable of shattering anything. I shall see if it can withstand my divine sword. Having wielded the Snow Soul Sword for decades, Dan Yao was acutely aware of its extraordinary capabilities, far surpassing any weapon known to man. Other than the long-lost Pure Yang divine weapon, the Fire Feather Sword, no artifact could rival its lethal edge. Yet she understood the principle that a man is innocent, but a treasure may bring calamity. Should others discover that the Snow Soul Sword was in her possession, it would undoubtedly attract the pursuit of formidable beings from other domains, even ancient entities who had lived for millennia. For years, Dan Yao had exercised caution in wielding the Snow Soul Sword, never revealing its full potential. Others perceived her sword as merely sharper than ordinary blades. At most a formidable divine weapon, unaware that it was one of the two legendary divine swords. With a firm grip on the Snow Soul sword, Dan Yao infused it with her spiritual energy. A piercing azure sword light erupted, cleaving towards the blood glaze. The black serpent felt a tremor in his palm as the supposedly indestructible blood glaze was sliced in twain by the unparalleled sharpness of the Snow Soul sword. In that instant, not only was the blood glaze severed, but a silent slice also took off one of his arms. The sudden turn of events left the black serpent reeling. He could never have anticipated that Dan Yao's sword would possess such extraordinary sharpness, capable of cleaving through what even the underworld matriarch could not. In his desperate moment, the black serpent, having failed to gain an advantage, found himself disarmed. Yet his composure remained unshaken. Instead of abandoning Han Yu and Shui Yu to flee, he turned and scattered a handful of black powder towards the onlookers from the Seven-Star Palace. Normally, one would expect that after losing a limb and having their weapon destroyed, the individual would prioritize escape. Yet, his unexpected assault on the spectators caught everyone off guard. Is that the underworld goo poison? Among the observing cultivators, one recognized the black powder as the infamous underworld goo poison, exclaiming in alarm. This poison was renowned as the deadliest in the Eastern Domain. Those afflicted would suffer as if plunged into the depths of an 18-layered underworld, enduring torment beyond measure. Yearning for life, yet unable to escape death. This toxin was not only exceedingly potent, but also targeted the vulnerabilities in a cultivator's training, infiltrating every possible crevice. Even a powerful figure in the Void Realm would find themselves at a severe disadvantage against such poison. Clearly, the Black Serpent had devised a strategy to distract and ensnare. If Dan Yao intervened to neutralize the poison, she would be unable to pursue him with lethal intent. Conversely, should she refrain from acting, the likes of Qingsu Daoist and Qingjing San Run might escape. Yet the disciples of the Seven-Star Palace, spearheaded by Qi Hao and Shui Ling, would likely fall victim to the toxin. Aware of the trap, Dan Yao had no choice but to comply. Swiftly descending as she summoned a surge of unparalleled spiritual energy from her palms to disperse the black powder. However, this act of prevention inadvertently granted the Black Serpent yet another opportunity to flee. Dan Yao gritted her teeth in anger, fully aware that allowing a tiger to return to the mountain would undoubtedly lead to endless repercussions, especially with a treacherous and cunning character like Black Snake. If he were to escape this time, the future would hold uncertain and perilous schemes against her. After dispelling the ethereal poison, Dan Yao pursued him once more. Black Snake, having suffered a grievous defeat, dared not confront her head-on. In his flight, he released plumes of highly toxic black smoke, shrouding the once azure sky in a dark pall. Unable to discern her path, Dan Yao pressed on. At that moment, she suddenly recalled having signed for 3 bloodthirsty needles several years prior. These 3 needles, notorious for their malevolent venom, possessed a toxicity that rivaled, if not surpassed, the ethereal poison. More remarkably, these needles could sense blood and automatically pursue their target, refusing to cease until they struck. When Dan Yao acquired the bloodthirsty needles, she had already reached the earthly sovereign realm. Across the Eastern Domain, aside from Xianxiang, a formidable celestial sovereign, no one stood a chance against her. Despite the formidable nature of the needles, they held little utility for her. Moreover, given their insidious toxicity, she had refrained from employing such wicked artifacts for many years. Now, witnessing Black Snake's cunning and malice, it seemed fitting to counter his poison with poison of her own. With Han Yu and Shui Yu already wounded and bleeding, and Black Snake having lost an arm, the scent of spilled blood was undoubtedly potent. The needle's unique ability to track blood made them perfectly suited for this scenario. With this thought, Dan Yao promptly retrieved the 3 bloodthirsty needles, glimmering with an eerie purplish-red hue, and propelled them forward with a surge of energy. A hissing sound echoed as the needles pierced through the dense black smoke, racing ahead. Moments later, anguished cries rang out, and a smile graced Dan Yao's lips. Chapter 242, A Storm Approaches in the Eastern Domain. The bloodthirsty needles were lethally toxic, and with Han Yu and Shui Yu gravely injured, their demise was all but assured. As for Black Snake, even if he managed to escape this time, he would certainly suffer significant depletion of his vitality, serving as a lesson learned. With this thought, Dan Yao transformed into a streak of light, vanishing deep within the Yao Guang Peak. She appeared and disappeared in a flash, leaving not a trace behind. Like a transcendent being, her presence was palpable yet ephemeral. Outside the Seven-Star Palace, countless onlookers were left in a daze, still processing the events even after Dan Yao had disappeared. Previously, her unparalleled strength had already astounded them when she defeated the earthly sovereign Ghost Emperor on the ancient battlefield. After all, for thousands of years, the strongest cultivator within the Seven-Star Palace had only reached the Void Realm. Now, a formidable earthly sovereign had emerged. A clear sign of ancestral blessings. What more could they expect? Little did they anticipate that not only had she ascended to the earthly sovereign realm, but her power was also overwhelmingly potent. The two ancient beings from the Moon God Temple, having cultivated for over a millennium, were no match for her. Suffering a crushing defeat. Such prowess, such divine abilities, and such cultivation were simply beyond imagination. Indeed, the heavens of the Eastern Domain were on the brink of transformation. Zhong Wanshan, the leader of the Wujimen, had once received guidance from Dan Yao, successfully breaking through to the Void Realm. At this moment, his face reflected awe, his body trembling with excitement as he gazed fervently at Yao Guang Peak. Ever since the Blood Moon had broken through to the earthly sovereign realm a millennium ago, establishing dual supremacy, the Moon God Temple had become the unquestioned leader of the righteous sects, towering above all other cultivators. Yet, this pinnacle myth had been shattered by a previously inconspicuous female cultivator. To single-handedly confront two opponents and decisively defeat Han Yu and Shui Yu, such strength could only be described as unfathomable. In an era where celestial sovereigns had become mere legends, she was undoubtedly the unrivaled champion of the Eastern Domain. Meanwhile, the Moon God Temple, along with the Golden King Temple and the Lingmin Temple, bore pale expressions. Particularly, the elders and disciples of the Moon God Temple were so frightened they nearly fainted. Han Yu and Shui Yu had emerged from seclusion, issuing a challenge to the female Grandmaster of the Seven-Star Palace. Logically, with the combined might of two earthly sovereigns, the Moon God Temple should have been assured of victory. However, now, Han Yu and Shui Yu lay grievously injured, even having been abducted by Black Snake, their fates uncertain. Such a dramatic reversal left the elders and disciples of the Moon God Temple struggling to accept the reality. What was even more terrifying was that the Moon God Temple had repeatedly clashed with the Seven-Star Palace, and the two sects had long been locked in a bitter feud. Now, with Han Yu and Shui Yu suffering defeat at the hands of the Seven-Star Palace Grandmaster, would the Seven-Star Palace seize the opportunity for revenge? Even if they refrained from retaliating, what of the other sects? The Moon God Temple, relying on the support of two earthly sovereigns, had not engaged in any honorable actions for over a millennium, with its higher-ups behaving arrogantly and its disciples bullying others. Now, with their foundation crumbling, it was only natural that their enemies would take advantage of their misfortune. In contrast to the Moon God Temple's turmoil, the Golden King Temple and the Lingmin Temple were also rife with concern. Previously, while the Eastern Domain had been dominated by the Moon God Temple, both the Golden King Temple and the Lingmin Temple had maintained their standing through their own earthly sovereign elders, forming alliances to stand against the Moon God Temple. Now, with the female Grandmaster of the Seven-Star Palace having severely injured Han Yu and Shui Yu, the original balance had been disrupted, indirectly diminishing the influence of both the Golden King Temple and the Lingmin Temple. Consider the fact that if even the two earthly sovereigns of the Moon God Temple were no match for the Grandmaster of the Seven-Star Palace, the Golden King Temple and the Lingmin Temple stood no chance whatsoever. Chapter 243, The Grandmaster Prevails. In order for the major sects of the Eastern Domain to maintain their longevity, they must undoubtedly open their doors wide, welcoming disciples and passing down their teachings. This is akin to the universities of the past. The higher the rank, the more robust the faculty, the greater the societal influence, and the more exceptional talents they can attract. Similarly, the greater the sect's influence, the more genius disciples it can recruit, the more talented disciples it gathers, the more powerful cultivators it can nurture in the future, further enhancing the sect's strength and influence. Thus, a positive cycle forms, leading to continual growth and expansion. Previously, the Golden King Temple and the Lingmin Temple had thrived, attracting numerous talented disciples due to the presence of their earthly sovereign elders. However, with the emergence of the mysterious female Grandmaster of the Seven-Star Palace, who decisively defeated Han Yu and Shui Yu, the equilibrium of power among the Moon God Temple, Golden King Temple, and Lingmin Temple had been shattered. One can imagine that after today, the number of disciples wishing to join the Seven-Star Palace for cultivation would increase by dozens or even hundreds of times. The likes of Taoist Qingsu and others could select the best of the best, nurturing the most exceptional disciples under their guidance. In just a few hundred years, as these outstanding disciples matured, the Seven-Star Palace would undoubtedly surpass the Golden King Temple and the Lingmin Temple, emerging as the foremost sect in the Eastern Domain. This was precisely what they feared most. Alas, such a situation was beyond their ability to alter. Who could have foreseen the rise of such a formidable female Grandmaster from the Seven-Star Palace, where sheer might was the ultimate truth? In stark contrast to the shock and anxiety of the major sects, the atmosphere within the Seven-Star Palace was one of jubilant celebration. We won! We won! The Grandmaster has triumphed, exclaimed an ecstatic disciple from Tianshu Peak. Taoist Qingsu and others exhaled in relief, smiling broadly. Indeed, we won. A resounding victory. Who would have thought that the once invincible Moon God Temple would face such a humiliating defeat? Shui Ling furrowed her brow. Fame brings controversy. The early bird catches the worm. Given that the Grand Master has publicly defeated the two ancient beings of the Moon God Temple in front of so many cultivators, will the earthly sovereigns of the Golden King Temple and the Lingmin Temple plot against her out of fear? The tranquil recluse chuckled, stating, indeed, caution is warranted. However, the two ancient bald monks of the Diamond Temple and the Spirit Gate possess skills inferior to those of the two old anomalies from the Moon God Temple. Given their recent dire defeat at the hands of our esteemed ancestor, they are likely more fearful of her than anything else. So how could they dare to plot against her? The Moon God Temple, in its current state of disarray, must surely leave the Diamond Temple and the Spirit Gate in a state of silence. Those two old monks, having attained the level of earthly sovereign, are certainly not fools. How could they dare to conspire against our venerable ancestor? Do they not fear inciting her wrath, which could obliterate the millennia-old legacies of the Diamond Temple and the Spirit Gate? Previously, due to our ancestors' display of earthly sovereign prowess, the Seven-Star Palace ascended to become a premier sect, second only to the Moon God Temple, the Diamond Temple, and the Spirit Gate. Now, with the Moon God Temple's earthly sovereign suffering such a dismal defeat, the Seven-Star Palace's status will undoubtedly rise once more, surpassing both the Diamond Temple and the Spirit Gate, establishing itself as the strongest presence in the righteous path. A multitude of cultivators have come to witness this event, many of whom are renowned figures from the eastern region. Through their proclamations, news of the Seven-Star Palace's female ancestors' victory over the Moon God Temple's earthly sovereigns swiftly spread. The entire eastern region trembled at the revelation. What do you say? The female ancestor of the Seven-Star Palace triumphed over the earthly sovereign of the Moon God Temple? At this moment, deep within the sacred grounds of the Wind and Thunder sect, one of the 10 foremost sects of the righteous path, an elder sat calmly upon a mat, attentively listening to the report of a middle-aged man. This elder, the supreme elder of the Wind and Thunder sect, stands as the sect's sole cultivator of the Void Realm. The one delivering the report is none other than the sect leader of the Wind and Thunder sect. Having been stymied at the initial stage of the Void Realm for many years, the Supreme Elder has been diligently focusing on his cultivation and thus did not attend the battle at the Seven-Star Palace. Upon receiving this unexpected news, a look of astonishment enveloped his face. How could those two earthly sovereigns from the Moon God Temple, who have been renowned for over a millennium, possibly lose to the female ancestor of the Seven-Star Palace? It is indeed true, Master Uncle. The female ancestor of the Seven-Star Palace is extraordinarily formidable. Even when the two earthly sovereigns from the Moon God Temple joined forces, they were no match for her. Many witnesses have attested to her methods and supernatural abilities, which surpass the imagination. Perhaps only a legendary celestial monarch could rival her. The Supreme Elder fell into a contemplative silence, eventually sighing. The path to becoming an earthly sovereign is fraught with challenges. To produce even one is a monumental task. To think that the two earthly sovereigns from the Moon God Temple could succumb to such a crushing defeat. It is astonishing that the Seven-Star Palace harbors such an unparalleled powerhouse. After a moment's pause, the sect leader of the Wind and Thunder sect inquired, now that the news of the female ancestors' resounding victory has spread, every notable sect and power is dispatching their elders and disciples to visit the Seven-Star Palace. Should we not follow suit? Although the Wind and Thunder sect ranks among the 10 foremost sects of the righteous path, they dare not underestimate the female ancestor of the Seven-Star Palace. Of course we must. It is imperative to pay our respects to such an extraordinary figure. However, we cannot arrive empty-handed. At this juncture, the Supreme Elder revealed a brilliantly colored fruit in his hand. Let us take this fruit as a gift. The Hunyuan fruit? The sect leader was taken aback. Is such a grand gift truly necessary for a mere visit? This Hunyuan fruit is a rare spiritual treasure that takes a millennium to grow, mature, and bear fruit. After the Wind and Snow secret realm emerged, it was fortuitously obtained by a disciple of the Wind and Thunder sect and presented to the Supreme Elder as a tribute. Even a cultivator of the Void Realm would find their power significantly enhanced by consuming this 1,000-year spirit object. For the Supreme Elder, who has been stuck at the initial stage of the Void Realm for years, this fruit is essential for breaking through to the mid-stage. Yet, he was now compelled to bestow it as a gift. With a wry smile, the Supreme Elder remarked, "My potential has long been exhausted. Reaching the Void Realm in this lifetime is the peak of my journey. Whether at the initial or mid-stage, if I cannot break through to the earthly sovereign level, my lifespan is ultimately the same. It is only a matter of time before I meet my end. Therefore, it is better to offer this fruit." The Seven-Star Palace's signature technique, the Hunyuan palm, embodies the essence of the 5 elements and the dualities of yin and yang, making its practice exceedingly difficult. This Hunyuan fruit is an exceptional aid in mastering that technique. If Taoist Qingxiu receives such a generous gift, he will undoubtedly reciprocate, and we shall gain even more in return. One cannot catch a wolf without parting with its cub. The sect leader understood this principle well. However, the fact that the Hunyuan fruit matures only once every 3,000 years made it exceedingly precious, and the thought of parting with it pained him. Not only the Wind and Thunder sect, but also the leaders and elders of other sects felt the same pang of regret as they prepared to present their finest offerings. There was no choice. The 7-star palace is no longer the same as it once was, and one cannot appear too meager in their gifts. In addition, lesser factions also began to mobilize. Given their limited resources and influence, they could not approach the 7-star palace directly, but could seek to forge connections with the families of the disciples behind the scenes. For instance, an unremarkable family suddenly found itself inundated with visitors, all eager to pay their respects simply because one of their members was a disciple of the 7-star palace. Gifts of every kind poured in, overwhelming them. The 7-star palace had suddenly become the center of attention. Yet Taoist Qingxiu and his companions did not allow this sudden fame to cloud their judgment. They understood very well that the flattery from these visitors was solely due to the esteemed female ancestor. She has always acted with humility, concealing her accomplishments, and surely does not relish such sycophantic praise. Furthermore, as a sect with a millennia-old legacy, the 7-star palace has maintained a relatively Buddhist ethos, eschewing ostentatious and superficial gifts. Taoist Qingxiu and his companions treated the visiting leaders and elders of various sects with warmth, but graciously declined their lavish offerings. This approach not only showcased the integrity of the 7-star palace, but also prevented others from perceiving them as arrogant or pretentious. Seeing their conduct, Dan Yao felt a deep sense of admiration for the 7-star palace. Maintaining composure in the face of both honor and disgrace is indeed the hallmark of a righteous sect. Once again, Dan Yao found herself resonating profoundly with the 7-star palace. Having defeated the earthly sovereign of the Moon God Temple, their name had been etched into the annals of the Eastern region. Yet, Dan Yao remained indifferent to such accolades. Her sole desire was to cultivate in peace. Since returning from the ancient battlefield, Dan Yao has been singularly focused on absorbing the true essence of Bailioli to break through to the celestial monarch level. It was only due to the interference of those 2 old anomalies from the Moon God Temple that her progress had been delayed. Now that she had inflicted severe damage upon them, the other nefarious individuals dared not provoke her, allowing her to pursue her breakthrough in tranquility. Taking a deep breath, Dan Yao retrieved Bailioli and commenced her cultivation, striving to ascend to the celestial monarch realm at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, far away in the Tianma Ridge, significant changes were unfolding. Soon after, the bodies of Han Yu and Shui Yu were discovered in Tianma Ridge. When found, their corpses had been completely drained of blood, resembling horrific desiccated husks. This manner of death was strikingly similar to the fate of righteous cultivators whose essence was extracted by demonic practitioners, resulting in their transformation into dried corpses. On that day, the Black Snake had intervened and rescued Shui Yu and Han Yu from Dan Yao. Although the surrounding cultivators sensed his ill intentions and suspected he would not aid them without ulterior motives, they were wholly unprepared for the revelation that he sought to steal the true essence of Shui Yu and Han Yu. Yet, the techniques of the demonic path and the righteous path are inherently incompatible. Forcibly extracting true essence would only lead to self-destruction. Why would the Black Snake take such a grave risk? Upon hearing this news, Dan Yao immediately thought of Shui Yoli. Shui Yoli possesses the ability to store the true essence of cultivators, while Shui Yu and Han Yu had evidently delved into the demonic path, practicing the yin-yang transformation technique and the heavenly demon disintegration method. Thus, through the blood glass, the black serpent can directly seize the essence cultivated by these 2 ancient beings over countless years. Dan Yao wore a wry smile. I unleashed the bloodthirsty spike, intending to eliminate those 2 elders from the Moon God Palace, yet I inadvertently aided the black serpent tremendously. Both Han Yu and Shui Yu are formidable beings of the earthly sovereign realm. Despite being severely injured by her, should they choose to resist with all their might, they would still pose a considerable challenge to the black serpent. Unbeknownst to her, while the bloodthirsty spike severed their lifelines, it simultaneously provided the black serpent with an opportunity, allowing him to effortlessly absorb all their powers. Chapter 246. Seize the time to break through. Xiang Yang chuckled. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. Who could have anticipated that this scoundrel sought to siphon the essence from those 2 old codgers? Dan Yao sighed. In truth, I should have foreseen this. As legitimate masters, those 2 elders have secretly practiced demonic techniques, straying into the path of evil, precisely what the Black Serpent desires. The Blood Glass. A treasured artifact passed down through generations in the Netherworld sect can indeed store the essence of cultivators, yet over time, that energy inevitably diminishes. The Black Serpent must have discovered that a significant portion of the Blood Glass's energy had waned, prompting him to absorb the powers of Han Yu and Shui Yu as a supplement. The Blood Glass is akin to a refrigerator, preserving the freshness of meat to the utmost. However, over prolonged durations, the nutrients gradually deplete. No amount of storage can rival the quality of freshly sliced meat. Having devoured the spiritual essence painstakingly cultivated by these two ancient beings over millennia, the Black Serpent is poised to soon transcend the earthly sovereign realm. Coupled with the inherent energy of the Blood Glass and the wind and snow sovereign legacy pilfered from Qi Hao, it is conceivable that he might even attain the celestial monarch status. Reflecting on this, Dan Yao felt an unsettling agitation rise within her. Xiangyang, perceiving her inner turmoil, remarked, "One cannot deny that the Black Serpent is a cunning and formidable adversary. His schemes are profoundly intricate. His orchestrations are merely aimed at breaking through to the celestial monarch level, revitalizing the Netherworld sect, and unifying the Eastern domain. However, as long as our strength is sufficiently powerful, his machinations will ultimately prove futile." Dan Yao's eyes suddenly sparkled with resolve. Indeed, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracies are rendered ineffective. As long as I can achieve the celestial monarch status, no matter how he plots, he will never be my match. Ahua, thank you. You always manage to help me see clearly at the right moment. Xiangyang smiled faintly. It is nothing. I speak from experience. I was once ensnared by that old rascal Xiang Banshan, enduring severe consequences. If I couldn't see through this, then my parents died in vain. Many lessons and insights come at the cost of great suffering. I hope you can avoid some of those detours. Yes, Dan Yao nodded. I must hasten my breakthrough to the celestial monarch. When the time comes, I will tear that foul serpent apart. Taking a deep breath, Dan Yao produced the white glass and resumed her cultivation. Time swiftly passed, and another 5 years elapsed. Through absorbing the energy from the white glass, Dan Yao progressed through the mid and late stages of the earthly sovereign realm, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the earthly sovereign. According to the standard cultivation hierarchy, there exists a significant gap between the peak of the earthly sovereign and the celestial monarch, with an intermediary stage known as the half-step celestial monarch. However, the Mingyu technique that Dan Yao practiced operates under a uniquely special principle, devoid of any half-step earthly sovereign or half-step celestial monarch stages. Thus, having attained the peak of the earthly sovereign, she now stands merely a step away from the legendary realm of the celestial monarch. Yet, that single step feels like traversing a vast expanse, and crossing it proves to be quite the challenge. Even with a plethora of heavenly materials and earthly treasures at her disposal, along with the assistance of the white glass and frost snow pearl, she would still require at least another 20 years of arduous effort to achieve her goal. On this day, the Seven Stars Palace celebrated the 700th birthday of its leader, Taoist Qingsu. In the realm of cultivation, time holds little value. For cultivators, it is the most inexpensive commodity. A mere bout of seclusion can span years, decades, or even centuries. If one were to observe their birthday like an ordinary elder in the mortal realm, celebrating milestones, such a practice would be utterly trivial to their cultivation. However, this does not imply that cultivators do not celebrate their birthdays. They do, albeit at a much older age and over a more extended period. Chapter 247, The Laughing Monk Ming Shi. For common folk, there are 3 significant birthdays: the 60th, marking the flower of one's years, the 80th, celebrating the ancient age, and the centenary, heralding the milestone of 100 years. In the case of the Seven Stars Palace's cultivators, they typically celebrate only 2 birthdays, the 700th and the 1000th. The 1000th birthday is easily understood, as the arduous path of cultivation only permits one to enjoy a millennium of life upon breaking through to the cave void realm, thus warranting its celebration. The Seven Stars Palace, being a sect of the Xianmen, adheres to the mystical number of 77 and 49. The 700th birthday is considered an auspicious number, and it is a significant milestone that Taoist Qingsu sought to commemorate. Although it was a grand occasion, Taoist Qingsu chose not to indulge in extravagance, merely instructing the kitchen to prepare longevity noodles and a few banquet tables, nothing more. However, for reasons unknown, news of Taoist Qingsu's birthday celebration leaked prematurely, causing it to become widely known across the Eastern domain. Various sects, eager to curry favor with the Seven Stars Palace, prepared gifts and made their way to extend their congratulations. Among them were Master Chun of the Diamond Temple and Master Ku Chan, the abbot of the Lingmen Temple, as well as the laughing monk Ming Shi, who had been the first to break through to the cave void realm among the younger generation. Reflecting back several decades, Wen Song-Tianji, the young master of the Moon God Palace, was regarded as the most talented youth in the Eastern Domain. Many believed he would be the first to achieve the Cave Void Realm. Who could have foreseen the fickleness of fate? Song-Tianji has long since vanished, and the Moon God Palace has plummeted into the abyss, losing its former glory. In stark contrast, the perennial underdog Mingshi has risen to prominence, becoming a formidable presence in the Cave Void Realm. At this juncture, he is but a mere 110 years of age. Achieving the Cave Void Realm at such a young age is a rare feat, not only in the Eastern Domain but also in the Central Domain, which is renowned for its prodigies. Master Ming Kong of the Lingmen Temple was overjoyed and immediately conferred upon him the title of Holy Son of the Buddha and designated him as the next abbot of the Lingmen Temple. Speaking of the laughing monk Mingshi, his Dharma name was bestowed upon him by Master Ming Kong. Given that Ming Kong belongs to the Ming generation of eminent monks in the Lingmen Temple, it is somewhat peculiar that Mingshi, several generations removed, would bear the Ming moniker. The reason behind this is the extraordinary circumstances surrounding Mingshi's birth. It was said that when he was born, the heavens erupted in a shower of blossoms, and the earth surged with golden lotuses, with the lion's roar of the Buddha resonating incessantly. During a visit to the Diamond Temple to discuss Buddhist teachings with Master Qingjing, Master Ming Kong fortuitously encountered him. At that time, he was merely 10 years old but exhibited an extraordinary comprehension of Buddhist principles. With a serene smile that mirrored the Buddha's gentle expression, Master Ming Kong, intrigued, engaged him in discourse on Buddhist philosophy, nearly finding himself outmatched. This was nothing short of astonishing, considering Master Ming Kong had lived for over 1,000 years, and his understanding of Buddhist teachings surpassed even that of Master Qingjing, a fellow earthly sovereign. To think that a mere child of 10 could possess such formidable insight. Convinced that this child was the reincarnation of a great Buddhist figure, Master Ming Kong took him back to the Lingmen Temple, requesting Abbot Ku Chan to take him as a disciple and granting permission for his Dharma name to include the character Ming. Mingshi did not disappoint. Not only did he demonstrate remarkable mastery over Buddhist teachings, but his innate talent for cultivation was also exceptional. By the age of 12, he had cultivated qi. By 20, he had gathered essence. By 40, he had condensed his infant form, and now, at just over 100 years of age, he had achieved the Cave Void breakthrough. Given his prodigious talent, barring unforeseen circumstances, he is destined to attain the earthly sovereign level within a few hundred years. At that time, he and Master Ming Kong will regard each other as equals, solidifying his status as a true member of the Ming generation of eminent monks. Chapter 248, Dan Yao's Gift. Prominent figures from various sects gathered at the Seven Stars Palace to celebrate Taoist Qing Su's birthday, creating a lively atmosphere filled with bustling activity. At that time, Dan Yao had just reached the pinnacle of the Earth's sovereign realm and had awakened from her secluded meditation. Upon learning that Taoist Qing Su had celebrated his 700th birthday, she summoned Shui Ling and entrusted her to deliver a gift of congratulations. The gift Dan Yao sent was a jade talisman of a vibrant green hue. Upon seeing the talisman, Taoist Qing Su felt an immediate resonance and began to study it intently. Several elder Taoists, including Qing Quan and Qingjing, could not suppress their curiosity. Master, what mysteries does this jade talisman conceal? Taoist Qing Su, his face alight with excitement, exclaimed, "This jade talisman was personally crafted by our esteemed ancestor. Not only can it withstand a thunderous strike from a powerful earth sovereign, but it also contains the complete cultivation methods for the 7-star sword technique and the primordial palm." The complete cultivation methods for the 7-star sword technique and the primordial palm? The elder Taoists, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of disbelief. Master, are you certain that this jade talisman records the complete cultivation methods for these techniques? It was no wonder they doubted him. After all, the complete 7-star sword technique and primordial palm had been lost for several millennia. These two techniques were closely guarded secrets of their sect, passed down through oral tradition alone, never to be inscribed in ink or written in books. This was to prevent any unscrupulous individuals from stealing their secrets, which would lead to the leakage of their sect's profound arts. However, this method, while effective in keeping outsiders at bay, posed a significant disadvantage. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise during the transmission of these teachings, it could result in the loss of the techniques altogether. The two grand techniques of the 7-Star Palace had reached their 57th generation of leadership, only to be met with misfortune, leading to their untimely demise before they could leave behind a complete legacy. Consequently, the 7-Star Sword technique was missing its final move, and the primordial palm was left with 3 moves unaccounted for. Subsequent generations of leaders in the 7-Star Palace have sought various means to restore the incomplete techniques. Alas, The founder of these two extraordinary arts was an unparalleled being at the heavenly monarch level. The descendants, unable to even break through to the Earth's sovereign realm, could hardly be expected to complete the methods devised by a heavenly monarch. Thus, they were left to pass down the incomplete techniques through the ages. The incompleteness of the seven-star sword technique and the primordial palm had long been a source of concern for every leader of the seven-star palace, yearning to restore them, but feeling powerless to do so. Taoist Qing Su had resigned himself to the notion that he would never witness the complete techniques in his lifetime. Little did he expect that on this occasion of celebrating his 700th birthday, this enigmatic ancestor would bestow upon him such a monumental surprise. With the acquisition of these two complete methods, even in death, he would have the honor to face the illustrious predecessors of the seven-star palace. May the ancestors bless us. Taoist Qing Su was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he knelt in reverence. The other elder Taoists were equally moved. In the 100 Flowers Valley, Dan Yao had spent 5 years in seclusion, absorbing the essence of the white, glazed energy to elevate her cultivation to the pinnacle of the Earth's sovereign realm. She had initially intended to push through to the heavenly monarch realm in one go before emerging. However, Xiangyang repeatedly cautioned her that the heavenly monarch realm was no ordinary feat. Not only was it a difficult journey, but the breakthrough also entailed facing profound external demonic disturbances. Therefore, it was imperative to relax and empty the mind before attempting the breakthrough, achieving a state of unity with heaven and earth. Xiangyang understood that once Dan Yao broke through to the heavenly monarch realm, her resolute nature would compel her to reveal the second method of the wedding garment divine art to him. Chapter 249, The Identity of the Black Serpent. At that time, he would not only escape the torment of the blazing fire, but would also truly master the wedding garment divine art. Yet, the risks associated with breaking through to the heavenly monarch realm were substantial. If one were to recklessly attempt it without adequate preparation, it could lead to catastrophic failure and the peril of falling into madness. Xiangyang naturally did not wish for Dan Yao to take such risks. After all, the 100 Flowers Valley was tranquil and timeless. If today was not the day for a breakthrough, tomorrow would suffice. Why take unnecessary risks? Thus, he continually advised Dan Yao to remain patient, steady, and methodical in her approach. However, Dan Yao's temperament was rather impatient. Her sole desire was to break through to the heavenly monarch realm as soon as possible to eradicate the detestable black serpent. Yet she was aware that in cultivation, haste makes waste. Being overly eager to achieve results could lead to undesirable consequences. Furthermore, given the extreme difficulty of breaking through to the heavenly monarch realm, with no cultivator from the eastern domain succeeding for millennia, she needed to proceed with caution. As the seasons passed, time flowed silently like a stream. The most effective way to empty her mind and spirit was to immerse herself in nature. The 100 Flowers Valley, a veritable paradise of eternal spring, was perpetually adorned with blooming flowers. Surrounded by blossoms, Dan Yao busied herself with tending to the flowers and weeding, soon shaking off the weariness of her secluded cultivation, her mind and spirit gradually becoming clear and serene. One day, while attending to a precious mountain tea plant, Xiangyang approached her and whispered, Yao, I believe I have discerned the identity of the black serpent. Dan Yao's expression stiffened, her heart racing as she urgently inquired, who is it? Although she had only confronted the black serpent once, his cunning and ruthlessness were chilling. As long as such a scheming and treacherous individual remained at large, she could not find peace. Unfortunately, the black serpent's movements were shrouded in mystery, and his face concealed behind a mask, rendering it difficult to ascertain his true identity. A woman's intuition told her that the black serpent's identity was far from simple. The very reason he concealed his face must be tied to some grand scheme. Xiangyang softly uttered 2 words, Mingxi. Mingxi, the laughing monk? Dan Yao was momentarily taken aback. How could it be him? Isn't he the holy son of the Buddhist sect? How could he possibly be the black serpent? The Lingmen Temple was one of the 10 righteous sects, while the black serpent was the leader of the underworld sect. Good and evil could not coexist, as the lord of the underworld. How could he remain within the Buddhist realm as a mere holy son? Xiangyang elaborated. In fact, even back in the Snowstorm secret realm, I sensed something peculiar about him. There was an inexplicable malevolence lurking behind his flower-picking smile. At that time, his cultivation was still low, and I dismissed it lightly. However, upon casually glancing at his recent activities during Taoist Qing Su's birthday celebration, I discovered that he has now reached the Earth's sovereign realm. Dan Yao was even more astonished. He absorbed the powers of the cold moon and blood moon to break through to the Earth's sovereign realm. Xiangyang nodded. Indeed, he has reached the Earth's sovereign realm, but there remains a significant gap between him and you. Dan Yao furrowed her brows. A mere increase in cultivation does not necessarily prove he is the black serpent. Perhaps, like me, He possesses extraordinary talent and has encountered fortuitous circumstances, allowing him to cultivate rapidly. If Mingxi were a young man from modern society who had crossed over and received a divine boon, it would not be unusual for him to cultivate so quickly. While a surge in cultivation could stem from opportunities and fortuitous encounters, there is one thing that cannot be faked. Dan Yao hurriedly asked, "What is that?" His hand. His hand? Chapter 250, The Secret of True Essence Extraction. Xiangyang chuckled. Yao, have you forgotten? 5 years ago, during your battle with those two old monsters from the Moon God Palace, he attempted to take advantage of the situation. In the end, his scheme backfired, and you severed one of his arms. This time, he came to congratulate Taoist Qing Su on his birthday, and he had replaced it with an iron hand, cleverly using a unique technique to disguise it as a human hand. While he managed to deceive others, he could not fool my discerning eye. Seeing Dan Yao's dazed expression, he continued, "In truth, it is not just you. No one could have anticipated that the infamous leader of the underworld sect would conceal his identity as a holy son within the Buddhist realm. Though good and evil cannot coexist, Buddhism and demonic paths are inherently intertwined. The notion that one thought can lead to enlightenment and another to demonic descent means that the leader of the demonic path and the holy son of Buddhism could very well be the same person." Dan Yao, upon hearing this explanation, fell into deep contemplation. The fragmented pieces regarding blood glaze, Shifeng, and the ghostly underworld sect gradually coalesced into a coherent narrative with the revelation of the true identity of the Black Serpent. "I understand now. I finally comprehend. It turns out the answer lies here." Xiangyang was taken aback. "Understand what?" Dan Yao replied. "I understand why the Black Serpent infiltrated the Buddhist sect as a holy son. I also grasp the profundity of Shifeng's method of extracting the essence of blood glaze." "Are these two matters interconnected?" Xiangyang asked, bewildered. "Indeed, they are profoundly related. If the Black Serpent had not entered the Buddhist sect, he would never have been able to acquire the essence energy of blood glaze." Noticing the confusion etched onto Xiangyang's feline face, Dan Yao inquired, "Blood glaze has been passed down within the ghostly underworld sect for several millennia. Why have so many individuals, despite exhausting their life's wisdom, failed to comprehend the extraction method of blood glaze? Yet, Shifeng managed to figure it out?" After a moment of thought, Xiangyang responded, "Shifeng is clever, as evidenced by his various strategies on the ancient battlefield." Dan Yao shook her head. "That is incorrect. Every individual who ascends to the position of leader within the ghostly underworld sect possesses extraordinary talent. Their wisdom and abilities cannot all be inferior to those of Shifeng. Let us not even mention the founder of the sect, the ghostly matriarch, the only female celestial monarch in the history of the Eastern domain. Surely her intellect and capability cannot be overshadowed by Shifeng? This is evidently impossible." Xiangyang furrowed his brow. "Then why is that?" "Because this leader, Shifeng, possesses one significant distinction from the others: his origins." Xiangyang immediately thought of something and blurted out, "Among the 96 leaders before Shifeng, all hailed from the demonic path, while only Shifeng was different. He was originally a disciple of the Moon God Palace, cultivating righteous techniques. However, due to his exceptional talent, he fell victim to jealousy and scheming by his peers, which forced him into the demonic path. He was subsequently recognized by the previous leader and brought under his wing, eventually inheriting the title of leader, thus commencing his legendary journey." Xiangyang pondered. "Are you implying that only by simultaneously cultivating both righteous and demonic techniques can one achieve a harmonious balance of good and evil, thereby extracting the essence contained within blood glaze?" "Precisely." Dan Yao nodded. "The many leaders of the ghostly underworld sect could not fathom the extraction method of blood glaze until Shifeng betrayed the Moon God Palace, transitioning from righteousness to demonic, which led to his success. Therefore, the answer becomes evident. The Black Serpent, as the current leader of the ghostly underworld sect, must be aware of this secret, which is why he meticulously sought to join the Spirit Gate Temple. As for the miraculous legends surrounding his birth, they were undoubtedly disseminated intentionally by the ghostly underworld sect." Chapter 251, Dual Approaches. Xiangyang mused. Shifeng's betrayal of the Moon God Palace, his descent into the demonic path, and the fusion of the righteous techniques of the Moon God Palace with the demonic techniques of the ghostly underworld sect allowed him to innovate the essence extraction method. I suspect that the Black Serpent originally intended to join the Moon God Palace. However, at that time, Dugu He and 2 Elder Earth Sovereigns had their eyes on Song Tianji. Even if he became a disciple of the Moon God Palace, he would struggle to gain attention and would certainly not learn the most authentic techniques of the Moon God Palace. Thus, he opted for the Spirit Gate Temple as an alternative. Now, feigning a breakthrough into the Void Realm, he has become the foremost youth of the Eastern Domain. When the old monk Ming Kong conferred upon him the title of Holy Son of the Buddhist sect, he would undoubtedly impart the most profound and powerful Buddhist techniques to him. Once he achieves a harmonious blend of good and evil, the essence energy contained in blood glaze will be entirely absorbed by him. At that point, Dan Yao's expression shifted. Although Shifeng has extracted a substantial portion of blood glaze's essence energy, what remains is still formidable. Now that he has absorbed the powers of the two elder earth sovereigns from the Moon God Palace and usurped the secrets of the Wind and Snow Earth Sovereign from Qihao, he has likely comprehended the mysteries of the celestial monarch. Demonic techniques often involve the perverse practice of yin and yang absorption, which inherently allows for faster cultivation compared to righteous techniques. The Black Serpent is adept at exploiting opportunities. And if he truly acquires the most profound Buddhist meditation techniques from the Spirit Gate Temple, he may surpass me in achieving the celestial monarch status. As the discussion grew more intense, her expression became increasingly grave. We must devise a strategy to unmask his true identity and publicize his secret of comprehending the celestial monarch and extracting the essence of blood glaze, compelling the cultivators of the Eastern Domain to unite in hunting him down, preventing him from focusing on his breakthrough. Otherwise, if he reaches perfection before me, it will all be over. Xiangyang quickly asked, "What do you propose we do?" Dan Yao replied coldly, "We must go to the Spirit Gate Temple at once and directly expose his identity." "No." Xiangyang immediately shook his head. "This fellow is cunning, treacherous, and dark-hearted. If we rashly expose him, those bald monks of the Spirit Gate Temple will not only disbelieve us, but will also assume that the Seven-Star Palace is envious of the emergence of a peerless genius from the Spirit Gate Temple, concocting these fabrications to slander him out of jealousy. Then what do you suggest?" Xiangyang sighed. "Direct exposure is far too passive and difficult to substantiate. To deal with a devious and crafty individual like the Black Serpent, we must engage in subterfuge." As he spoke, his charming feline face leaned closer to Dan Yao's ear, whispering, "We should approach it in this manner." Dan Yao's eyes brightened with excitement. "Brilliant idea. This time, he shall not escape unscathed." Xiangyang continued, "Time is of the essence. You must hasten your cultivation. Leave this matter to me." "No. You are bound by the constraints of the wedding garment divine skill, limiting your spiritual power. Furthermore, if you act externally, your spiritual energy will leak, making it easy for Xiangbanshan to discover. At that point, not only you and I, but the entire Seven-Star Palace would face annihilation. It is better that I take charge." "You?" Xiangyang was taken aback. Dan Yao smiled. "Have you forgotten? I possess a clone, and as my realm continues to advance, the strength of the clone also escalates. Now she has reached mid-earth sovereign level. Even if she confronts the Black Serpent directly, she may not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Having the clone handle this matter is indeed a viable option, but once she departs, you will be occupied with your cultivation, and the clone will not have time to tend to the 100 Flowers Valley, leaving it unattended." Chapter 252, Plotting 1. Dan Yao chuckled. "You foolishly underestimate me. My identity as the flower cultivator makes me a transparent entity within the Seven-Star Palace. Typically, only Shui Ling seeks me out for conversation and companionship. I merely need to devise a way to send her away, while the clone can leave an illusion in her place. No one will suspect a thing. That is true. Then let us proceed with a dual approach. You focus on cultivating, and I will safeguard you, while the handling of the Black Serpent will be entrusted to the clone." Thus, the two of them meticulously discussed their plan, confirming its feasibility before promptly taking action. Dan Yao sent out a jade talisman summoning Shui Ling, instructing her to impersonate herself for a meeting. Since the clone is a projection of Dan Yao's own essence, in terms of appearance and internal energy, she is indistinguishable from the original, so Shui Ling noticed no discrepancies. Shui Ling performed a respectful disciple's salute and inquired, "Senior, you summoned me late at night. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Little Yao wasted no time, revealing the discovery of the Black Serpent's identity in detail. Shui Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. So the leader of the ghostly underworld, the Black Serpent, is actually the Holy Sun Mingshi of the Spirit Gate Temple? This is truly unbelievable. "Senior, are you certain of this?" Little Yao laughed. "We have known each other for decades. When have I ever deceived you?" The laughing monk of the Spirit Gate Temple, Mingshi, is indeed the leader of the ghostly underworld, the Black Serpent. He has now acquired blood glaze and comprehended the celestial monarch's mysteries from the Wind and Snow Earth Sovereigness inheritance. So it is likely he will soon break through to the celestial monarch. What? He intends to achieve the celestial monarch? Yes. I summoned you for this very reason. You should understand what the celestial monarch signifies. If he successfully breaks through, the entire Eastern Domain will descend into an inferno of despair. No. He must not be allowed to attain the celestial monarch status. Absolutely not. With unwavering determination, Shui Ling gazed at Xiao Yao, saying, "Senior, you sought me out to discuss this matter, which must mean you possess a means to avert the impending calamity. Should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to speak. For the sake of all living beings, I am prepared to face any peril. The cunning black snake, like a wraith, would surely retaliate if exposed publicly. The monks of Lingmen Temple would be careless, perhaps even striking back at us. However, this matter cannot be prolonged any further. Our only recourse is to engage in subterfuge, to combat poison with poison. I have devised a plan to unveil him, and I need your support. As she spoke, Xiao Yao elaborated on Xiang Yang's scheme. Shui Ling nodded repeatedly. Though ambushing is not the way of our sect, it is undoubtedly the most effective approach against a villain as treacherous as Black Snake. I am willing to cooperate with you, Senior. Excellent. With your commitment, the task becomes significantly easier. In just a few days, the ceremony to officially enshrine the Holy Sun at Lingmen Temple will take place, and they will certainly extend an invitation to the people of Qingjing Palace to attend. I will temporarily merge my spirit with yours, allowing me to strike him unexpectedly in front of everyone. At that moment, he shall have no choice but to acknowledge my presence. Yes, I shall do my utmost to assist. The scene swiftly transitioned to the enshrinement ceremony at Lingmen Temple. For a sect like Lingmen Temple, the status of the Holy Sun is akin to that of a crown prince within a secular dynasty. Thus, the ceremony is second in grandeur only to the ascension of the abbot. As one of the few sects possessing a powerful earthly venerable, Lingmen Temple's influence in the eastern region is indeed profound. As the foremost righteous sect recognized today, Qingjing Palace was naturally invited by Lingmen Temple. The abbot, Master Ku Chan, personally penned the invitation, earnestly requesting the upper echelons and disciples of Qingjing Palace to attend the ceremony. Shui Ling, typically indifferent to such worldly formalities, had previously evaded them whenever possible. However, with the invitation from Lingmen Temple yet to arrive, she proactively approached her master, Qingjing Sanren, expressing her desire to attend the ceremony. Noticing Shui Ling's unusual fervor, Qingjing Sanren could not help but inquire further. Unable to conceal the truth any longer, Shui Ling confessed the identity of Black Snake as a malevolent figure. Qingjing Sanren was taken aback and immediately intended to inform Taoist Qing Su. Fearing that too many people would lead to a leak, potentially alerting Black Snake and thwarting their plans, Shui Ling quickly intervened. Upon learning of Dan Yao's strategy, Qingjing Sanren did not find her actions inappropriate. Rather, she applauded the initiative. Remembering the incident when disciples of Qingjing Palace were ensnared by the Yongming sect, and how she herself was gravely injured by Black Snake's treachery, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away, expressing her willingness to collaborate with Dan Yao. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. This time, Dan Yao, Shui Ling, and Qingjing Sanren united to put on a splendid performance for Black Snake on the day of the Holy Sun's enshrinement. On the day they set out for Lingmen Temple, Dan Yao suddenly furrowed her brow. Black Snake is devious and sharp-eyed, and the venerable monk Ming Kong at Lingmen Temple is also highly skilled. I wonder if my spirit, merging with Shui Ling, will go unnoticed? Xiang Yang replied coolly. Lingmen Temple is a venerable Buddhist sect with a history even older than Qingjing Palace, rich in tradition. The myriad formations and restrictions within the temple make it challenging to execute plans under their watchful eyes, yet for me, it shall be a straightforward task. As he spoke, Xiang Yang gestured, and a crimson spiritual light flowed into Xiao Yao's body. He personally concealed her aura. Unless a heavenly sovereign resided within Lingmen Temple, no one would be able to see through her disguise. The major sects in the eastern region are predominantly established in areas of pristine mountains and clear waters, facilitating the absorption of pure spiritual energy for cultivation. In contrast, Lingmen Temple is uniquely situated in the bustling heart of the city, perhaps to encourage the populace to visit for worship and, incidentally, to contribute more offerings. Having successfully merged with Shui Ling, Xiao Yao entered Lingmen Temple. As one of the most prestigious sects in the eastern region, Lingmen Temple exuded opulence, resplendent in gold and jewels. From a distance, it resembled a royal palace rather than a sanctuary for ascetics. Xiao Yao intended to seize an opportunity to investigate the soon-to-be enshrined Holy Sun. Yet the disciples of the Yaoguang Peak were exclusively female. Given the societal customs of gender interactions, particularly among monks, Qingjing Sanren's group, along with the nuns from Tianqin Gate, were assigned to rest in quarters far removed from the temple's disciples. Investigating Black Snake's situation proved to be a formidable challenge. Fearing that any misstep might alert their adversary and jeopardize their scheme, Xiao Yao reluctantly abandoned her plans. The day of the Holy Sun's enshrinement arrived, and major sects from the eastern region gathered at the Grand Hall to witness the celebration. As Master Ku Chan's most esteemed disciple, Ming Shi, renowned for his profound understanding of Buddhist teachings and exceptional talent, had recently broken through to the Dongshu realm, positioning him among the strongest in the eastern region. The enshrinement of the Holy Son marked his future ascension to the abbot's role, and the assembly of monks was wholly devoted to him. The enshrinement ceremony at Lingmen Temple unfolded through an intricate process, with monks chanting sutras, striking wooden fish, and blowing conch shells, creating an atmosphere that could easily lull one to sleep. Through her avatar, Xiao Yao observed Ming Shi from afar, clad in a simple white robe. He knelt before the venerable Master Ming Kong and Abbot Ku Chan, receiving blessings. Bathed in radiant light, his eyes sparkled like stars, lips red and teeth white. His countenance strikingly handsome, even surpassing that of a youthful maiden. Yet, the allure of his smile and the gentleness of his gaze were unmatched by any woman of this world. The female cultivators present felt their hearts race, pondering how such a handsome man could forsake a life of romance to don the robes of a monk. Fortunately, no female practitioners skilled in the dark arts of yin and yang were present. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have abducted him and ensnared him in their charms. Dan Yao, having spent years amidst the male-dominated Qingjing palace, had encountered countless men. Yet, she had never seen anyone as refined and elegant as Ming Shi. Beside her, Xiangyang was an exceptionally handsome man as well, his looks rivaling Ming Shi's, but his allure stemmed from a masculine vigor that was strikingly different. Xiangyang, with a hint of envy, teased, "Everyone claims Ming Shi is one of the most handsome men in the eastern region. I assume you have already caught a glimpse of him through your avatar. Have you fallen under his spell?" Reluctantly, Dan Yao admitted, "Indeed, he possesses a captivating charm. But even the most exquisite exterior cannot conceal a flawed essence. I shall remain resolute against someone like him." Xiangyang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of sweetness amidst the bitterness, his heart swelling with satisfaction. After enduring the lengthy proceedings, the moment to don the new robe arrived. Lingmen Temple espoused the doctrine that the Bodhi tree is not a tree, the bright mirror is not a platform, and that in essence, there is nothing to attract dust. Thus, the monks' robes were pristine white, free of any blemish. As Ming Shi was to be enshrined as the son of Buddha, he was to exchange his old white robe for one of purple gold, signifying his distinguished status. Master Ku Chan rose, accepting the purple gold robe from the elder and personally draping it over Ming Shi. "Ming Shi, from this day forth, you shall be the holy son of Lingmen Temple. I hope you will diligently cultivate your character, promote the teachings of Buddhism, and guide all beings towards enlightenment, striving to attain Buddhahood." Ming Shi joined his hands in prayer, his countenance grave. Yes, disciple shall heed the teachings of the Master. Before he could complete his utterance, a sudden darkness enveloped his face, and with a thunderous roar, he cast off the purple golden cassock draped upon him, hurling it away with great force. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Upon closer inspection, they beheld the resplendent purple golden robe, its inner lining an abyss of darkness, as if swarms of black insects were writhing within. Seeing this, Taoist Qing Su could not suppress his astonishment. The ghostly poison worms. This is indeed the ghostly poison. It was unmistakably the ghostly poison. The hermit Qingjing exclaimed repeatedly, 5 years ago, the black serpent, in a fit of overconfidence, clashed with our sect's venerable ancestor and lost an arm. Just when he was at the brink of demise beneath our ancestor's sword, this treacherous rogue resorted to the ghostly poison to ambush us, luring the ancestor to his aid and seizing the opportunity to flee. Chapter 255, The Shadowy Intrigue, 4. She trembled as she pointed to the purple golden cassock, asserting with conviction, "Those black insects on the robe are the ghostly poison worms. I cannot be mistaken, they are indeed the ghostly poison." Shui Ling, suddenly animated, turned pale with fright, exclaiming, "The black serpent from the ghostly sect has returned. He seeks to harm us once more." The monks of Lingmen Temple, upon realizing that the ghostly poison worms were unleashed by the black serpent, assumed he had targeted Ming Shi, intending to eliminate this rare prodigy of Lingmen Temple. They promptly surrounded Ming Shi, preventing the black serpent from launching another poisonous assault. Ming Shi, witnessing this unfolding scenario, felt a surge of both shock and fury, yet was utterly bewildered. Who was framing him? Who had stolen his ghostly poison to implicate him? At this moment, Ming Shi remained oblivious to the fact that Dan Yao had already unraveled his true identity. Furthermore, the sudden emergence of the ghostly poison was not the result of theft, but rather a gift from Ming Shi himself. It transpired that 5 years prior, during that fierce battle, Ming Shi had attempted to seize an advantage, but ended up being severely beaten by Dan Yao. As he teetered on the brink of death at her hands, he devised a desperate strategy, casting the ghostly poison to distract Taoist Qing Su and the others. Dan Yao, intending to neutralize the ghostly poison with her spiritual power, suddenly reconsidered. Given the potency of the poison, its concoction must have been a formidable task. Destroying it would be a waste. Better to preserve it, for it might prove useful in the future. Thus, she sealed the ghostly poison and stored it in a specially crafted vial. Unbeknownst to her, this decision would yield significant consequences today. As Mingshi sought to use the ghostly poison for malevolent purposes, Dan Yao now wielded it against him, returning the favor in kind. At this moment, the crowd remained oblivious to the gleeful malice and concealed satisfaction in the eyes of Qingjing and Shui Ling, their gazes fixated on Mingshi. They observed numerous small wounds sprouting along Mingshi's back, evidently inflicted by the voracious ghostly poison worms. The ghostly poison was notoriously fierce. Once infected, its effects manifested instantaneously, coursing through the body in mere moments. As the leader of the ghostly sect, Mingshi had long dealt with toxins, and since he had personally concocted the ghostly poison, his constitution was somewhat accustomed to its venom, which was why it had not yet invaded his meridians. Nonetheless, the terrifying potency of the ghostly poison was gradually eroding his bodily functions, and if prolonged, his life would inevitably be at stake. Mingshi was acutely aware of the ghostly poison's dreadfulness. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, he had also prepared an antidote during its concoction for self-defense. If he were to retrieve and consume the antidote now, he would naturally be safe. However, the entire assembly was aware of his poisoning. Should he use the antidote, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Just as he hesitated, the toxin swiftly spread within him, forcing Mingshi to summon his energy to temporarily suppress it. Is there any fellow Taoist among you who possesses an antidote? Master Ku Chan, fearing for his beloved disciple's life, urgently sought a remedy from the crowd. Qingjing quickly interjected, I have it. I carry the 100-flower elixir. Master Ku Chan could not help but feel elated. He had long heard of the 100-flower elixir from the 7-Star Palace, renowned as the finest divine remedy in the eastern region, capable of resurrecting the dead and revitalizing the bones. Even if it could not neutralize the ghostly poison, it could at least delay its onset. Kindly bestow the elixir, and the entire Lingmen Temple shall be eternally grateful. Qingjing had been awaiting this very moment and cast a glance at Shui Ling Chapter 256, The Shadowy Intrigue. 5. A barely perceptible smirk graced Shui Ling's lips as she retrieved a small jade vial from her sleeve. This was the 100-flower elixir. Shui Ling knew all too well that the Black Serpent was suspicious. Having suffered a significant setback with the cassock, he would undoubtedly worry about possible poisoning in the elixir. Without waiting for him or the Lingmen Temple members to speak, she promptly uncorked the vial. Instantly, a fragrant and sweet aroma wafted through the air, invigorating everyone present, as though they were ensconced in an endless sea of blossoms. Shui Ling applied a small amount of the elixir to the back of her hand. When Mingshi observed that she exhibited no signs of poisoning, his suspicions, roused by the ghostly poison, dissipated entirely, suppressing his intense pain. He joined his hands in prayer. Amitabha, I am deeply grateful to the benefactress for the elixir. No need for pleasantries. Allow me to administer the antidote. Shui Ling replied with a beaming smile, akin to a camellia in full bloom, enchanting countless young cultivators. Mingshi maintained an indifferent demeanor, his expression calm and unperturbed. As he approached her, this 100-flower elixir had been meticulously refined by my master from countless precious flowers. Though the ghostly poison was formidable, it could scarcely resist the elixir's potent efficacy. However, consuming it necessitated a complete closure of the eyes and a tranquil mind to fully harness its floral potency. As Shui Ling spoke, she gestured toward the small jade vial, and a splash of verdant liquid erupted from the bottle's mouth. Mingshi opened his mouth and closed his eyes, prepared to ingest it. In a flash, Shui Ling's eyes gleamed, and with a swift motion, she struck Mingshi's abdomen with a powerful palm. The attack came so swiftly that it caught him completely off guard. Even as cunning as Mingshi was, he could not have anticipated that Shui Ling, a disciple of a reputable sect offering him the 100-flower elixir as an antidote, would launch a covert assault in front of the gathered crowd. Mingshi cried out in agony, the intensity of the pain unmistakable. Following that, Shui Ling delivered another palm strike to his chest. Having been poisoned and then ambushed, Mingshi found himself unable to defend, let alone summon his protective energy in time. Xiao Yao had awaited this moment, poised for action, and with both palms infused with her full spiritual power, she struck with unyielding force. Mingshi was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the statue of Shakyamuni Buddha, and coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The ghostly poison had surfaced abruptly, and Mingshi, already suspecting foul play, was caught off guard by the suddenness of the attack. Now realizing that Shui Ling had turned against him, even the dullest of minds could connect the dots. In this life-or-death moment, he cared for nothing else and called forth the profound energy of the earthly sovereign, executing the Buddhist technique, the diamond palm, aimed at Shui Ling. Xiao Yao chuckled coldly and met his strike with her own palm. The clash of their energies unleashed a violent shockwave, shattering the offerings of fruits and wooden tables meant for the Buddha into dust. Xiao Yao staggered back 3 steps, but Ming Shi remained steadfast, albeit he spat out another mouthful of black blood. This unforeseen turn of events transpired in the blink of an eye. The once chaotic crowd fell into a profound silence, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Ming Shi's lips darkened, and his complexion turned deathly pale. He gazed at Shui Ling with an expression of disbelief, his voice hoarse. "What are you doing? Why have you treated this poor monk so harshly? Shui Ling, how could you commit such an act?" Chapter 257, Unmasking the Identity, 1. Shui Ling, what has happened to you? Have you lost your sanity? Master Ming Shi is a revered monk of the Buddhist order. This woman, unwilling to use the 100-flower immortal brew to heal Master Ming Shi from his poison, has resorted to such a brutal attack? What an audacious talent from Yaoguang Peak, thinking that Lingmen Temple can be bullied so easily. The crowd, befuddled yet astonished, began to voice their outrage. The monks of Lingmen Temple were filled with unbridled fury. Had it not been for their fear of the unfathomable female ancestor from the Seven Stars Palace, they would have surged forward to tear Shui Ling apart. At this moment, even the disciples of the Seven Stars Palace, who had spent every day in her company, stared wide-eyed and gaping, unable to believe that their usually amicable and wise junior sister could behave in such a manner. Only the tranquil figure of the quiet sage remained unfazed, observing the unfolding chaos with calm detachment. Little Yao chuckled coldly. "Why do you think I would do this? Shouldn't Master Ming Shi understand better than anyone?" Ming Shi's expression shifted dramatically, trembling as he spoke. "You are not Shui Ling. Who are you?" Shui Ling could never possess such formidable power. Today, she had come to witness the ceremony not in her usual robe, but in an unprecedented gown of pale yellow silk. This striking hue, rather than appearing garish, accentuated her ethereal grace and breathtaking beauty. At this moment, little Yao's essence was intertwined with her, emanating an air of unparalleled authority, rendering her seemingly untouchable. She toyed with the exquisite jade vial containing the 100-flower immortal brew, speaking leisurely. The true Shui Ling could never wield such strength. Yet as the greatest prodigy of Lingmen Temple, you cannot possibly claim to have just entered the Dongshu realm while exchanging such a powerful blow with me. Unless you are not of the Dongshu realm, but rather of the earthly sovereign realm. Should I address you as Ming Shi, or shall I call you the Black Serpent? Ming Shi's eyes widened in shock. "You? How? Surprised, are we?" Little Yao replied with a smile. "Not just you. I dare say everyone present is astonished. For who could have imagined that the first disciple of Lingmen Temple, renowned for both his Buddhist and martial prowess, would turn out to be the dreaded leader of the underworld sect, the Black Serpent? What? He is the Black Serpent of the underworld sect?" Little Yao's revelation struck like thunder, leaving the crowd in utter disbelief. Daoist Qingxiu, filled with confusion and horror, exclaimed, "Shui Ling, how could he possibly be the Black Serpent? Have you mistaken him for someone else?" Little Yao shook her head, offering no reply, but her gaze remained fixed on Ming Shi, scrutinizing his reaction. Ming Shi, the formidable figure of the demonic path and ruler of the underworld, soon regained his composure in the face of this upheaval. He clasped his palms together. "Amitabha, this poor monk grew up in Lingmen Temple, with my master and fellow disciples as witnesses. How could I possibly be the Black Serpent?" The monks of Lingmen Temple, already infuriated by Shui Ling's sudden attack and her slanderous accusations, were incensed further by Ming Shi's defense. A throng of voices clamored to confront Shui Ling, but they were silenced by Master Ming Kong's cough. While others might not perceive the gravity of the situation, Master Ming Kong was acutely aware of the limited number of earthly sovereigns in the Eastern Domain. He immediately recognized that the palm strength displayed by Ming Shi and the possessed Shui Ling was genuine earthly sovereign power. Given that Ming Shi had only been training in Lingmen Temple for a little over a century and had just recently broken through to the Dongshu realm, it was implausible for him to suddenly ascend to the earthly sovereign level. Chapter 258, Unmasking the Identity, 2. Thus, there were only two possibilities. Either he, like Shui Ling, had been possessed by a mysterious force, or, as this enigmatic figure claimed, Ming Shi was indeed the Black Serpent of the underworld sect. The talents Ming Shi displayed in both Buddhism and martial arts filled Master Ming Kong with hope for a prosperous future. He secretly wished that Ming Shi had merely fallen under the influence of a malevolent entity. However, your denial matters not. I shall compel you to admit the truth. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, little Yao lunged at Ming Shi, attempting to seize him. Realizing her strikes were lethal and intent on his demise, Ming Shi could no longer conceal his strength and had to unleash his earthly sovereign power to counter her assault. Unexpectedly, little Yao employed a feint, causing Ming Shi's attack to miss its mark, and she seized his arm instead. With a swift tug, she dislocated his arm. Raising the severed limb high, she proclaimed, "Everyone, behold this." In an instant, the dismembered arm transformed into a ghostly, steel-like appendage, exuding a chilling aura. The atmosphere fell silent, and the faces of the Lingmin temple monks turned ashen. Years ago, Dan Yao had severed the black serpent's arm with the blade of the snow spirit sword, a fact known to all. Now, the arm little Yao held bore an uncanny resemblance to the one lost in that fateful encounter. Observing Mingshi, the space beneath his sleeve was conspicuously empty, without a trace of blood. If this arm had just been severed and was merely an illusion meant to deceive, then there should have been a profusion of blood at the site of the injury. Clearly, this arm had not been recently dismembered, but rather had been lost long ago. The wound healed for years, hence no blood flowed from the stump. Master Ku Chan, overwhelmed with rage and disbelief, looked as though he had not washed for years. He trembled as he pointed at Mingshi. You truly are the Black Serpent. Even at this moment, Master Ku Chan struggled to accept that his beloved disciple, whom he had nurtured as his own son, was the leader of the underworld sect. Recognizing that his identity was fully exposed, Mingshi ceased to hide the truth. He swiftly retrieved an antidote from his spatial ring, consumed it, and nodded. Indeed, I am the Black Serpent, and the Black Serpent is I. Mingshi is the true form of the Black Serpent. Master Ku Chan nearly fainted from the revelation. Mingshi wore a sinister grin as he fixed his gaze on little Yao. You are the one possessed by that female ancestor of the Seven Stars Palace, aren't you? Little Yao nodded. Indeed. Is your Seven Stars Palace not renowned for its righteousness? How could you resort to such vile and treacherous means to undermine others? It seems that the so-called righteous and virtuous sects are not as they claim. Mingshi scoffed derisively. Little Yao smiled. The term gentleman pertains to men. As a mere woman, how could I be considered a gentleman? Moreover, there is no need to speak of righteousness when dealing with a treacherous and despicable villain like you. Mingshi was momentarily speechless. He then raised his thumb in praise. Very well, very well. Your eloquence and wit are remarkable. You truly are an extraordinary woman. I am quite curious to see the face that lies beneath your mask. Little Yao remained noncommittal, suddenly recalling something. She could not help but inquire. I remember that the underworld sect was annihilated by the combined forces of the 10 major sects a millennium ago. At that time, your father was defeated and perished in that great battle. Yet, before his death, he entrusted all his legacies to you and arranged for several surviving elders to assist you in inheriting the position of sect leader. You should be over 1,000 years old, yet you appear so youthful. Chapter 259, Unmasking the Identity, 3. This question echoed in the minds of all the cultivators present. The former leader of the underworld sect had died a millennium ago. As the biological son of the previous leader, Black Serpent should have been born before that great conflict. Now, over 1,200 years had passed since that battle. According to reason, the age of the Black Serpent should indeed exceed 1,200 years. The lifespan of cultivators in the Tianxian continent is inherently limited. True immortality is unattainable. Only those at the Dongshu realm and above may live for over a millennium. As the son of the former sect leader, Black Serpent inherited his father's legacy at the earthly sovereign level and possesses unparalleled intelligence and talent. After over 1,200 years of diligent cultivation, he should, at the very least, have attained the earthly sovereign level of mastery. Why then did he exhibit merely the prowess of the Dongshu realm when he clashed with the enigmatic female master of the Seven Stars Palace 5 years ago? Moreover, why would he risk his life to rescue Han Yue and Zumon, seeking to absorb their true essence and spiritual power to break through to the earthly sovereign level? Furthermore, when Master Mingkong discovered Black Serpent, he was merely a 10-year-old child. As a seasoned earthly sovereign, Master Mingkong possessed a keen eye. Black Serpent's cultivation at that time could hardly have surpassed the Dongshu realm. If he had transformed into a child through some arcane technique, it would undoubtedly not have deceived the discerning gaze of this venerable monk. Over a millennium has passed. Even if Black Serpent did not age into an old man, he should have matured into adulthood. How could he possibly still appear as a child? It is precisely due to the common understanding that Black Serpent is the son of the former leader of the underworld sect that people instinctively perceive him as a 1,000-year-old monster. Even if he is not a frail elder, he should at least be a middle-aged man of considerable years, and thus, it is inconceivable that he is a youthful prodigy of the Lingmin Temple. Mingshi smiled and said, Indeed, based on the passage of time, I should have been an ancient being of over 1,000 years, and it is impossible for me to have become a disciple of the Lingmin Temple in the guise of a child. However, this tale traces back over 2,000 years to a certain celestial lord from the southern region. More than 2 millennia ago, the only celestial lord in the southern region was betrayed by 3 ungrateful disciples, leaving him gravely injured. Before his demise, he imparted his entire legacy. including the secrets of breaking through to the celestial level, to the earthly sovereign of wind and snow. Unfortunately, the news leaked, and the earthly sovereign was pursued by the three traitors. Realizing he was outmatched, the earthly sovereign resolutely ignited his true essence, unleashing the chilling power of the frost snow pearl to confront the traitors. Two were frozen into eternal ice, while the remaining one, though narrowly escaping, was also gravely injured. On his journey back to the southern region, this individual fortuitously encountered the former leader of the underworld sect, who is Black Serpent's father. In a desperate bid, the earthly sovereign unleashed the overwhelming chill of the frost snow pearl, which was far too potent for the injured man to dispel with his own spiritual energy. As time passed, he faced inevitable death. The only recourse was to utilize the demonic arts of spatial transference to shift the icy essence onto another individual. Thus, he lured Black Serpent's father with the promise of knowledge regarding the breakthrough to the celestial level, seizing the opportunity to transfer the chilling essence into his body. The man believed that once the chill was transferred, Black Serpent's father would surely perish. He smugly recounted the secret of the earthly sovereign of wind and snow's inheritance, ensuring that Black Serpent's father would understand the gravity of his fate. However, Black Serpent's father, despite suffering from the chill, was not turned to ice and did not die. Since the demonic art of spatial transference could only be enacted once, the recipient could not pass the chill onto another. Thus, Black Serpent's father bore the agony of the chill for several centuries until the birth of his son, Black Serpent. Among the many spells in the Tianxian continent, there exists a technique known as blood exchange through palace pushing. It is said that a wise female cultivator devised this method to save her son from a peculiar poison, gleaned from an ancient tome. This technique involves exchanging the poison through a deep bloodline connection between the savior and the saved. This female cultivator, employing this technique, activated the power of her bloodline, transferring all toxins from her son into her own body, ensuring her son's well-being while sacrificing her own life. Black Serpent's father, after many tribulations, learned the method of blood exchange through palace pushing. Unlike the selfless maternal love of the female cultivator, Black Serpent's father displayed a cold and selfish nature, using the technique to transfer the chill within him to his newborn son. Perhaps due to Black Serpent's innate resilience, he survived the chilling affliction. Among all materials in nature, ice is undoubtedly the most extraordinary. It can freeze everything and maintain a state of unchangingness over time. After death, if a body is entombed in a coffin made of eternal ice, it may remain uncorrupted for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The chill within Black Serpent's body acted like a block of eternal ice, freezing his physical form and suspending time itself. In this state of stasis, he slumbered for over a millennium. Only a little more than a century ago, when the last vestige of chill dissipated, did he begin to grow and develop once more. This explains why Black Serpent lived for over 1,000 years, yet could not attain the true mastery of the earthly sovereign level. It also elucidates why he appeared as a 10-year-old child upon entering the Lingmen Temple. At that time, the chill within him had only recently begun to fade, making it impossible for him to resemble an adult. Furthermore, due to the unique circumstances of Black Serpent's childhood, he was able to conceal himself, adopting an almost flawless identity within the Lingmen Temple, remaining unnoticed by others. Had it not been for Black Serpent's reckless act of self-destruction, resulting in the loss of an arm to Dan Yao, creating a vulnerability, or had he not been observed by Xianxiang, who had transformed into a cat while attending Qingxiu Daoist's birthday celebration, it is likely that no one would have unraveled his disguise. Xiao Yao, having listened intently, murmured, "So that is how it is. No wonder we could never uncover your secrets. You went to great lengths to infiltrate the Lingmen Temple, seeking the ultimate Buddhist techniques to merge the righteous and the wicked and absorb the true essence energy within the blood glass." Mingxi's eyes shimmered with surprise. "You are aware of this?" Xiao Yao nodded. "Yes, I have pieced together most of it. Upon hearing your situation, I comprehended the entire chain of events." Mingxi smiled, though an undercurrent of malice and cruelty flickered within. "So what do you intend to do? Do you wish to kill me? I sensed a significant reduction in your spiritual power during our exchange. It seems you may not be able to take my life." "Who said I wanted to kill you?" Xiao Yao replied, her tone pausing momentarily before she chuckled softly. Mingxi was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized. "Your spiritual power has weakened not due to injury or a lapse in cultivation, but rather like Duge He. You have manifested a doppelganger through the method of the primordial spirit. This is not your true self?" Xiao Yao smirked coldly, offering no response. Mingxi, interpreting her silence as acquiescence, quickly processed the implications and his eyes widened in astonishment. You have also grasped the secrets to breaking through the celestial level." Fearing that I might absorb the true essence energy of past underworld sect leaders after obtaining the blood glass and surpass you, you devised this scheme to thwart me? Xiaoyao couldn't help but be taken aback, surprised by Mingxi's quick wit. She regarded him with a smile. In your injured state, you managed to deduce this. You are indeed a clever individual, deserving of admiration. If only your intellect were applied to noble pursuits, how many would benefit? Yet, before she could finish, Mingxi suddenly leaped into action, launching 2 strikes toward her. As the leader of the underworld sect, he had always been the one to scheme against others, and no one dared to plot against him. At present, having suffered a significant setback at the hands of Xiaoyao, he was consumed by rage, fury, and hatred. He surmised that Xiaoyao's true form, Dan Yao, had comprehended the mysteries of the heavenly monarch and was hastening her ascent, naturally unwilling to allow her to surpass him in becoming the heavenly monarch. In his eyes, Xiaoyao's identity was merely a manifestation conjured by Dan Yao's spiritual essence, interconnected with her true form. When one prospered, both prospered. When one faltered, both faltered. Should he succeed in extinguishing this incarnation, her true form would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm. It was reminiscent of when Dan Yao, in the blizzard-laden secret realm, eliminated the incarnation of Dugu He upon the demise of the Avatar. The true form faced a backlash of spiritual energy, resulting in a precipitous decline in cultivation from the late Dongshu stage to the mid-Dongshu stage. By vanquishing Xiaoyao's incarnation, Dan Yao would not only be unable to surpass him in breaking through, but would also suffer significant depletion of her vitality. Mingshi, aware of Dan Yao's formidable prowess, recognized that even if it was merely an incarnation, her divine abilities remained extraordinary. He unleashed a full-powered strike, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Xiaoyao. However, unbeknownst to him, this incarnation of Xiaoyao was not a mere projection of Dan Yao's spiritual essence, but rather a manifestation created through external transformation techniques. Even if Mingshi were to eliminate Xiaoyao, it would not inflict a fraction of harm upon Dan Yao. At most, she would lose a helper to manage the myriad affairs of the 100-Flower Valley. Xiaoyao, having gleaned from Dan Yao's true form the ruthless and cunning nature of Mingshi, had already prepared for this venomous snake's sudden strike. The moment Mingshi made his move, Xiaoyao immediately summoned the primordial palm, striking back and denying him any opportunity for a sneak attack. The 2 torrents of extreme and fierce palm energies collided with a thunderous roar. Spiritual energy instantaneously formed a tempest, sweeping forth with the force of a cataclysm. Surrounding statues, incense burners, and wooden fish were all reduced to dust. The cultivators within the hall simultaneously channeled their energies to resist the onslaught of the spiritual storm. As the dust settled, Mingshi was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Xiaoyao's incarnation, the water spirit, also appeared pale, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Despite sustaining considerable impact from the clash, her gaze burned with a fervent brightness. For Mingshi had suffered more grievously than she. Yet, she had to concede that Mingshi's cultivation was indeed formidable. Chapter 262. Demon Lord, where are you going? Had she not taken the initiative to ambush him and inflict severe injury, she would certainly have perished at his hands. Such a powerful primordial palm. Mingshi struggled to rise from the ground, his pallid complexion darkening with anger. I never anticipated your spiritual energy to be this potent. An incarnation of spiritual essence is already so formidable. One can only imagine the true form's strength. The identity of the mysterious 7-star palace matriarch must surely have reached the threshold of a half-step heavenly monarch. Humph. You think it will be that easy to kill me? Xiaoyao, panting and smiling, turned to Master Mingkong. Mingshi is a disciple of your Lingmen temple. How to deal with him is an internal matter for your sect. I shall not interfere. You may resolve it amongst yourselves. With that, Xiaoyao departed in a flash. Not waiting for Master Mingkong's response, the quieting wanderer, sensing the situation was amiss, hastily joined the others in a retreat, making a swift exit. Master Mingkong's lips twitched in frustration, his aged face revealing a most unsightly expression. The true identity of the Black Serpent was unearthed by your revelation. Now, you depart without a care, leaving the mess for me to clean up. What kind of senior is that? Master Mingkong lamented, catching sight of Mingshi attempting to escape, and immediately transformed into a wrathful figure. Demon Lord, where do you think you're going? His robe billowed as he lunged towards Mingshi with great speed. Another round of earth-shattering combat erupted. Xiaoyao, embodied in the water spirit, soared through the skies on her sword, returning to the 7-star palace ahead of Master Qingxiu and the others. Upon descending from the clouds, Xiaoyao's spiritual essence withdrew from her body. The water spirit felt dizzy, and Xiaoyao pressed against her back, using spiritual energy to massage her until she gradually recovered. Senior, you clearly inflicted severe injuries upon the Black Serpent. Mingshi, why not pursue him and eradicate the evil completely. The water spirit inquired in confusion. Eradicate evil completely? Xiao Yao replied with a bitter smile, sighing. It is not so simple. Are you afraid you cannot contend with him? It's not a matter of being able to contend. It's that Ming Shi is treacherous and cunning. Back in the day, during my battle with the two old monsters of the Moon God Palace, he emerged to snatch people away. Even though I wielded my divine sword and severed one of his arms, he still managed to escape. You must understand. He was merely at the Dongshu stage back then, and now, having absorbed the true essence of Han Yu and Shui Yu, his spiritual power has significantly increased. Even if Master Ming Kong and I were to join forces to defeat him, it would be exceedingly difficult to deliver a final blow. The water spirit fell silent. Xiao Yao sighed. As the old saying goes, strike the snake and leave it alive, and it may bring harm upon you, since I lack absolute certainty in killing that foul snake. Why should I expend such effort? Moreover, during the battle of the earthly sovereigns, Lingmin Temple and the Diamond Temple, those two old bald donkeys watched from the sidelines. They knew the Black Serpent was ruthless and cruel, leading the underworld sect to cause untold suffering to countless innocents, yet they refrained from intervening. Humph. Do they think I am unaware of their schemes? They are merely wary of my cultivation being too high, fearing that the seven-star palace might grow too powerful and overshadow the Diamond Temple and Lingmin Temple. Monastics are supposed to be free from desires, aiding the world and rescuing the suffering, yet they lack even the most basic compassion. Ming Shi is a disciple of Lingmin Temple. Why should I involve myself in this matter? Chapter 263. Enjoying the spectacle without fear of trouble. While such reasoning holds merit, do you not fear? Fear what? Xiao Yao interrupted with a cold laugh. At present, my true form is exerting all her strength to break through to the heavenly monarch realm. Once she achieves fruition, she will be able to unleash the frost and snow energy like the earthly sovereign of the blizzard. At that time, no matter how cunning Ming Shi may be, he too cannot escape the fate of becoming an ice statue for 10,000 years. The water spirit, upon hearing this, was filled with astonishment and delight. Has your true form truly comprehended the heavenly monarch? Yet her tone bore an air of disbelief. The breakthrough to the heavenly monarch realm is notoriously arduous. How many earthly sovereigns have been trapped in this stage for a lifetime, dying with regrets? If it were truly that simple, the heavenly monarchs of the Eastern Domain would not have disappeared for over 10,000 years. Indeed, she has comprehended, but to break through is not so effortless. Especially during the culmination phase when external demons cause intense disturbances, rendering it exceedingly perilous. During this period, I must focus entirely on my cultivation. If there are no pressing matters, do not provoke the jade talismans, understood? Xiao Yao instructed. Yes, disciple understands. Well, matters have nearly reached a conclusion. It is time for me to reunite with my true form. With that, Xiao Yao transformed into a stream of spiritual light and vanished into the depths of Yaoguang Peak. Following Dan Yao's maneuver, Ming Shi's identity was thoroughly exposed. Soon, the news of the Buddhist Holy Son Ming Shi being the Black Serpent, the leader of the underworld sect, spread like wildfire throughout the Eastern Domain. Subsequently, Master Ming Kong, in an effort to cleanse the sect, engaged in a cataclysmic battle with Ming Shi. Although Master Ming Kong was a seasoned earthly sovereign, and Ming Shi had already been injured by Dan Yao prior to the confrontation, Ming Shi, born with an indomitable spirit, managed to escape the all-encompassing grasp of Master Ming Kong's Buddhist robe, despite being severely wounded and poisoned, fleeing from Lingmin Temple. Dan Yao, eager to create obstacles for Ming Shi, promptly instructed the Quieting Wanderer and the Water Spirit to disseminate the secrets of Blood Lioli. The Quieting Wanderer and his disciples delightedly reveled in the chaos, spreading the word with fervor. They made it widely known throughout the Eastern Domain that only by simultaneously cultivating both righteous and demonic paths could one extract the true essence energy contained within Blood Lioli. Now, Ming Shi has acquired the blood-glazed crystal and mastered the techniques of both the righteous and the demonic sects, while also obtaining the celestial secrets of the wind and snow earth sovereign. With the advantage of time, place, and harmony among people, his ascension to the rank of celestial sovereign is merely a matter of time. Over 1,000 years ago, the 10 major sects of the righteous path, led by the Moon God Temple, united to obliterate the Netherworld sect. Now, with Ming Shi returning, if he were to become a celestial sovereign, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance for the destruction of his sect. At that juncture, not only would the righteous cultivators face annihilation, but even the eastern region would be transformed into a hell on earth. Contemplating this, the major sects and scattered cultivators discarded their past grievances and united to confront the Netherworld sect. In an instant, the Netherworld sect and Ming Shi became like rats fleeing from a flood, universally condemned. After Ming Shi's escape, Master Ming Kong understood the peril of allowing a tiger to return to the mountain, The repercussions would be endless if they did not swiftly eliminate this demon. The Millennium Legacy of Lingmen Temple would surely be destroyed. Consequently, Master Ming Kong hurried to the Diamond Temple to seek his good friend, Master Qingjing. The two Earth sovereigns joined forces, relentlessly pursuing Ming Shi until they finally cornered him in the Tianma Ridge. However, despite being trapped, Tianma Ridge was once the stronghold of the Netherworld sect, suffused with demonic energy. Ming Shi concealed himself within the malevolent miasma, rendering the two Buddhist Earth sovereigns momentarily powerless against him. Upon hearing that Ming Shi was trapped in Tianma Ridge, Dan Yao chuckled softly. Those two old bald donkeys possess some skills to have managed to confine him. Xiang Yang raised a paw. They may have contained him for a time, but not for eternity. Ming Shi will eventually break free. I am well aware that those two old bald donkeys cannot hold him indefinitely. I merely wish to buy time. The longer I can delay, the greater my chances of breaking through before Ming Shi does. If I can successfully ascend, even if he achieves his cultivation, he will not be my match. With a sense of relief, Dan Yao focused her mind and spirit, embarking on her journey towards the realm of the celestial sovereign. Ming Shi, let us see who reaches that step first. After Master Qingjing and Master Ming Kong had trapped Ming Shi, they were acutely aware that the demonic energy of Tianma Ridge could heal his internal injuries. Should Ming Shi recover his strength, confining him again would become exceedingly difficult. Therefore, Master Ming Kong instructed Master Ku Chan to retrieve the temple's treasured artifact, the purple gold bowl. This bowl, an artifact of an Earth sovereign from tens of thousands of years ago, possessed unparalleled power to subdue demons. Despite enduring the ravages of time and the diminishing of its spiritual essence and celestial spells, it remained beyond the reach of any Earth sovereign. Indeed, as soon as the purple gold bowl was invoked, it pierced through the dense mists of Tianma Ridge and enveloped Ming Shi. At this moment, Ming Shi radiated an intensely malevolent aura, devoid of any trace of the sanctity associated with the holy son of Lingmen Temple. You two damnable, stinking thieves. Do you think a mere bowl can confine me? He spat, disdainfully. How foolish. Once I attain the rank of celestial sovereign, I shall send you to meet the Buddha in the West. Ming Shi's visage twisted into a snarl. His once gentle and refined demeanor was replaced by a terrifying ferocity. Dare to witness the might of the purple gold bowl. Master Ming Kong, holding the bowl, recited the incantation. The purple gold bowl glowed brilliantly, and a multitude of Buddhist seals burst forth, pressing down upon Ming Shi. The more he struggled, the stronger the suppressive force became, forcing him to his knees. Struggling for breath, the purple gold bowl, as the temple's treasured artifact, wielded power that rivaled and perhaps surpassed that of the seven-star sword of the seven-star palace and the yin-yang supreme sword of the Wuji sect. The monk wielding it, with a deeper mastery of Buddhist practices, could amplify its power. Master Ming Kong, drawing upon his Earth's sovereign-level Buddhist energy, should have been capable of subduing all demons and wicked cultivators beneath that level. Yet, to his astonishment, Ming Shi, shrouded in golden light, showed no signs of being subdued. Ming Shi, put down your weapon and become a Buddha. Quickly hand over the blood-glazed crystal. There is still time. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. If you are willing to turn back, you can still be the holy son of Lingmen Temple. Ming Shi scoffed repeatedly. Buddhism and demonism are but two sides of the same coin, each following its own extreme. I am inherently both Buddha and demon. Why should I turn back? Old bald donkey, do not think I am unaware. You are clearly coveting the blood-glazed crystal on my person, chasing me like a rabid dog. If you want the blood-glazed crystal, just say so. Spare me your drivel about putting down weapons and turning back. It disgusts me. Master Ming Kong, incensed, retorted. Stubborn and unyielding, you shall see how I will subdue you. He continuously channeled his energy into the purple gold bowl. The Buddhist seals grew increasingly large, pressing down like Mount Tai. Just then, two blood-red crystals emerged from Ming Shi's hands. He flashed a sinister smile and, with a flick of his hands, hurled them towards Master Ming Kong. Brother Ming Kong, be careful. Master Qingjing shouted suddenly, unprepared for Ming Shi to launch a surprise attack with the blood-glazed crystals under the suppression of the purple gold bowl. Master Ming Kong hastily attempted to absorb the crystals into the bowl. However, the sinister blood aura of the crystals, upon contact with the golden Buddhist light, not only failed to be purified but instead clung to the purple gold bowl like a parasite. With a deft motion of his hands, Ming Shi immediately ensnared the purple gold bowl, wresting it from Master Ming Kong's grasp and drawing it toward himself. In shock and fury, Master Ming Kong hastily summoned his Buddhist energy to retrieve the purple gold bowl, yet he had underestimated the malevolence of the blood-glazed crystals. The bowl, tainted by the evil aura, behaved as if it had been cursed, flying straight into Ming Shi's hands. The purple gold bowl is a treasure of the Buddhist realm. How can you, a vile demon, possibly control it? Master Ming Kong exclaimed, astonished. One thought can lead to enlightenment, while another can lead to demonic descent. Did I not mention that Buddhism and demonism are one and the same? With my mastery of both righteous and wicked paths, it is only natural that I can control the purple gold bowl. Master Ming Kong was rendered speechless by anger. Old bald donkey, do you know? I have coveted this purple gold bowl for a long time and was merely waiting for the opportunity to seize it. I did not expect you to deliver it to me on a silver platter. Ming Shi gazed at the purple gold bowl in his hand, grinning with wicked delight. What? You desire the purple gold bowl? Master Ming Kong gasped in disbelief. What do you intend to do with it? Master Qingjing inquired, perplexed. What? Do you two still wish to pry secrets from me? Fine, since my identity is already exposed, it matters not if you learn the truth. Years ago, while descending the mountain for training, I obtained the Wind and Snow Earth Sovereign's legacy from Qi Hao, the foremost disciple of the Seven-Star Palace, and learned the secrets to breaking through to Celestial Sovereign. However, the techniques I practiced differ from those of the Celestial Sovereign of the Southern region, rendering it impossible for me to follow the same path. At this moment, I thought of the purple gold bowl, which was bequeathed by the Earth's sovereign monk of Lingmen Temple. The Buddhist teachings it contains are in perfect alignment with my own practices. I originally intended to wait until the conferment ceremony concluded to find an opportunity to eliminate that old monk Ku Chan, inherit the position of abbot of Lingmen Temple, and then, under the guise of abbot, acquire the purple gold bowl to study its teachings. I did not expect that woman from the Seven-Star Palace to sabotage my plans. Nevertheless, regardless of her interference, the purple gold bowl has ultimately fallen into my hands. Ha! Ming Shi laughed heartily, his expression one of utmost arrogance. It turns out that you lured us to the Demon Ridge merely to use the malevolent aura here as a cover, compelling me to produce the purple gold bowl to confront you? Master Ming Kong was astounded. Indeed, otherwise, how could you two ancient wretches possibly confine me? Master Ming Kong was nearly overwhelmed by rage. Ming Kong, quickly stop him. The purple gold bowl must not fall into his hands, otherwise, everything will be lost. Demon, you shall not take the purple gold bowl. At the same moment, the two emerald prayer beads in their possession soared into the air, one to the left and one to the right, transforming into a demon-subduing Vajra circle directed towards Ming Shi Tian's spiritual barrier. Chapter 266. Take me away quickly. Merely a trivial skill. Ming Shi Tian scoffed coldly, lightly flicking his finger towards the purple gold bowl. A colossal swastika seal burst forth from the bowl's opening, instantly shattering the two strands of emerald prayer beads. You audacious wretch, how dare you use the purple gold bowl against this monk? Master Ming Kong was so furious he felt as if he might split apart. He never anticipated that Ming Shi Tian could not only use the blood glass to seize the purple gold bowl, but could also channel the bowl's supreme demon-subduing power with his own spiritual energy. Who instructed you, you old bald donkey, to use it against me? I am merely returning the favor. Ming Shi Tian sneered repeatedly. His handsome visage, illuminated by the golden light of the purple gold bowl, appeared remarkably dignified, akin to the Buddha incarnate. No one would dare believe he was the ruthless and brutal lord of the underworld. Now that the purple gold bowl was in hand, I have no time for you two old bald mushrooms. I shall remember this debt for today and settle it with you slowly when I have the chance. From this moment forth, I am no longer the holy son of Lingmen Temple, but the lord of the underworld, Ming Shi Tian. Ha! With a hearty laugh, Ming Shi Tian's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. Master Ming Kong and Master Qingjing's faces turned ashen, their fury rendering them speechless. Ming Shi Tian had scarcely fled when he joined his awaiting disciples from the underworld sect. Hurry, take me away from here. The leader, astonished, exclaimed, Master, what happened? No time for idle chatter, move quickly. Ming Shi Tian urged, his once handsome face now devoid of its previous arrogance and calm. These underworld disciples were meticulously trained loyalists, and upon seeing Ming Shi Tian panting heavily, they rushed to assist him. Little did they know, upon touching him, a bone-chilling aura seeped through, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Master, this do not ask anything. Just take me away. Yes. Several underworld disciples supported him as they swiftly retreated, covering 1,000 kilometers before finally stopping in a dilapidated temple. Seeing the desolate and tranquil surroundings, Ming Shi Tian felt a measure of relief. He immediately sat cross-legged, cultivating his internal energy, emanating a continuous stream of cold air that gradually formed a layer of frost around him. Before long, Ming Shi Tian opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, murmuring, I never expected that woman's primordial palm to be so formidable. I nearly fell victim to her today. Ming Shi Tian had indeed been injured by the primordial palm of Xiao Yao, which contained an extremely cold and energy, truly formidable. Had it not been for the extremely young Buddhist techniques he practiced at Lingmin Temple, which could counteract the chilling force, he would have already been frozen. Ming Shitian had initially intended to find a suitable place to recuperate after Xiao Yao departed, but was unexpectedly entangled by Master Ming Kong and his close companion, Master Huijing. Thus, he altered his strategy, daring to take a great risk by utilizing the demonic aura of the Demon Ridge to lure out the purple gold bowl. Severely wounded by Xiao Yao and having previously lost an arm, his combat strength was considerably diminished, making it impossible for him to contend with the two eminent masters, Ming Kong and Huijing. He was already at the end of his tether. His previous bravado in front of them was merely to mask his weakness. For if they discerned his frailty, given their ruthless natures and their covetousness for blood glass, his demise would be assured. The previous battle was indeed fraught with peril. Chapter 267, The Demon Extermination Plan. Fortunately, he managed to deceive them. The consequences of failure were truly unimaginable. As Ming Shitian pondered, he reflected on how the Seven-Star Palace, although a Taoist sect, practiced techniques leaning towards the yin, yet embodied the interplay of yin and yang, reminiscent of the taiji. However, the primordial palm that struck him was immensely powerful and chillingly cold, evidently not a technique cultivated by the Seven-Star Palace. That mysterious woman, clearly a female patriarch of the Seven-Star Palace, wielded the primordial palm and Seven-Star swordplay, both of which were closely guarded secrets of the sect. Undoubtedly not skills of another faction. Moreover, she had battled with the two ancient beings from the Moon God Palace. And despite their employing the fatal yin-yang transformation technique capable of nullifying cultivation, she had managed to retain such formidable spiritual energy. Ming Shitian could not fathom the reasons behind this. However, one thing was certain. The internal cultivation method practiced by this woman was far from simple. Once he ascended to the status of celestial sovereign and captured her, he would demand clarity. Perhaps her techniques could elevate his cultivation to even greater heights. But for now, he must hasten to heal his injuries. That woman had already comprehended the secret to breaking through to the celestial sovereign. It was likely only a matter of years before she shattered her constraints and attained that level. If he could not surpass her in becoming a celestial sovereign, all would be lost. Contemplating this, Ming Shitian closed his eyes once more, continuing to cultivate for healing. After Ming Shitian seized the purple gold bowl, the two earthly sovereigns not only failed to subdue him, but were instead deprived of the bowl. Ming Kong and Huijing were acutely aware that if this incident were to spread, they would become the laughingstock of the eastern region. With the purple gold bowl in Ming Shitian's possession, given his intelligence and innate talent, it wouldn't be long before he became the first celestial sovereign in millennia in the eastern region. Once he succeeded in his cultivation, Lingmin Temple and the Diamond Temple would undoubtedly face annihilation. The only viable strategy now was to unite all cultivators in the eastern region to eliminate this cunning and treacherous snake. Faced with impending disaster, Ming Kong and Huijing cast aside all notions of pride and sectarianism, promptly dispatching their disciples to inform others of the situation. Before long, news of Ming Shitian's acquisition of the purple gold bowl and his insight into the mysteries of the celestial sovereign spread widely. Major sects began to converge upon the Diamond Temple and Lingmin Temple to discuss a plan to exterminate the demon. Huijing proposed that Taoist Qingxiu and others summon the mysterious female patriarch, allowing her to use her divine sword to slay the demon Ming Shitian. However, Taoist Qingxiu wore a bitter smile, stating, "This senior from our sect appears and vanishes without a trace. Even I do not know her whereabouts. So how can we summon her?" The serene hermits echoed, admitting ignorance of the patriarch's location. Their claims of ignorance were indeed true, but more importantly, they wished to avoid disturbing Dan Yao's cultivation. For they had learned from Shui Ling that this esteemed patriarch had explicitly acknowledged her comprehension of the secret to breaking through to the celestial sovereign. If word got out that she was on the verge of attaining this supreme realm, Ming Kong, Huijing, and others would undoubtedly resort to moral coercion under the guise of demon extermination, compelling her to emerge and preventing the Seven-Star Palace from producing a celestial sovereign. There was even the possibility that after forcing her out, they might seize the opportunity to ambush and eliminate her alongside Ming Shitian during their battle. In such a scenario, Lingmin Temple and Diamond Temple would monopolize the eastern region, becoming the foremost sect. Chapter 268, The Posa Zen Room. Such matters pertaining to the rise and fall of sects are of paramount importance, and thus, Taoist Qingxiu and his companions dared not treat them lightly. Regardless of how eloquently Ming Kong and Huijing articulated their arguments, Taoist Qingxiu remained impervious to their persuasion. In essence, his stance was unequivocal: "I know nothing." Frustrated by Qingxiu's obstinacy, Ming Kong and Huijing concealed their anger beneath a facade of calm. The only entity capable of contending with the formidable Ming Shi was the esteemed matriarch of the Seven Stars Palace. should they decide to chastise these stubborn old Taoists. There was a risk of provoking the matriarch's wrath. If they failed to eliminate Ming Shi, it was they who would face dire consequences. Moreover, following the consecration of the Holy Son, the matriarch of the Seven Stars Palace had become irreconcilably opposed to Ming Shi, locked in a deadly conflict. Should Ming Shi ascend to the realm of the Celestial Monarch, both Lingmin Temple and Vajra Temple would undoubtedly face annihilation, and the Seven Stars Palace would not escape unscathed. Out of both sentiment and reason, the Seven Stars Palace could not remain idle while witnessing Ming Shi's ascension. Thus, their urgency was warranted. With this in mind, the two elder dignitaries exchanged faint smiles and engaged in a detailed discussion with fellow cultivators regarding strategies to vanquish the demonic threat. Despite Taoist Qingxiu's repeated assertions of ignorance regarding the matriarch's whereabouts and his inability to summon her for the extermination of evil, he harbored deep-seated concerns. If the matriarch failed to achieve a breakthrough soon, the millennia-old legacy of the Seven Stars Palace would likely be extinguished at his hands. How could he face the esteemed ancestors of the Seven Stars Palace in the afterlife? After much deliberation, the assembly ultimately resolved to forge an alliance akin to that which eradicated the underworld sect a millennium prior, launching a grand campaign against the demonic forces. Thus, the fervent battle against evil commenced. However, unbeknownst to them, Ming Shi had already relocated the underworld sect's stronghold, learning from the lessons of the past millennium. He had concealed himself in an unexpected sanctuary for his cultivation. Even if they turned the eastern region upside down, they would not discover his whereabouts. Master, why must you conceal yourself in this place for your cultivation? Inquired an elder of the underworld sect, gazing perplexedly at the resplendent Bodhi meditation room before him. This Bodhi meditation room, not only located within Lingmin Temple, was also the favored practice space of Master Mingkong. Ming Shi replied with a smile. The most perilous places often provide the greatest security. That old rascal Mingkong knows that once I attain the realm of Celestial Monarch, he will no longer be my adversary. Even if he were to scour the earth, he would not unearth my location. Now, he and Qingjing are scouring the land with those so-called righteous cultivators, desperately seeking my whereabouts, utterly oblivious to the fact that I am hidden within the sanctuary of his daily practice. The underworld sect elder, enlightened, bowed deeply in admiration. Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. Very well, you may depart. Do not disturb my seclusion unless necessary. Yes, take care, Master. I take my leave. After the elder exited, Ming Shi exhaled a long breath. Despite maintaining a calm facade in the face of exposure and becoming the target of public ire, he was plagued by anxiety within. Having suffered a grievous blow from the matriarch of the Seven Stars Palace, the chill still lingered within him, diminishing his combat prowess to a mere 30 to 40%. He was burdened with the fear of a sudden ambush from Dan Yao, as well as the relentless pursuit by Mingkong, Qingjing, and their allies. It was only upon arriving at the Bodhi meditation room that he felt a modicum of reassurance. The Bodhi meditation room was a place of cultivation for Mingkong. Given Mingkong's esteemed status, even the abbot Ku Chan would not dare to intrude recklessly, let alone the other disciples. Chapter 269, A Century of Sign-ins, Concealed Here. He could heal in peace without being disturbed. Concurrently, as Ming Shi recuperated and sought to break through, Dan Yao also approached a critical juncture in her ascension to the Celestial Monarch. The transition to the realm of the Earth's sovereign required her to endure the thunder tribulation. A moment's lapse in focus could result in being struck down by heavenly lightning, leading to her demise. The most pivotal aspect of ascending to the realm of the Celestial Monarch was navigating the 7 fiends of hell. These 7 fiends consisted of the 5 elemental forces: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, augmented by the dual energies of yin and yang, forming 7 hellish checkpoints. Each checkpoint was intricately connected, creating a cyclical interplay that manifested in 49 variations, each presenting formidable challenges. Only by overcoming each trial could a profound transformation occur, enabling her to ascend to the realm of the Celestial Monarch. However, surmounting these 49 trials proved to be no simple feat. The breakthrough must occur in a single, uninterrupted flow. Any pause would result in a backlash of energy, leading to the destruction of her dantian and rendering her powerless. This demanded immense cultivation prowess, as only with the harmonious integration of the primordial spirit, physical body, and spiritual energy could one withstand the trials of the yin-yang and 5 elements, breaking through the metaphysical barriers to attain the Celestial Monarch's realm. Having traversed this world for over 80 years, Dan Yao, through the resources acquired via system sign-ins, had established a profoundly solid foundation. With the guidance of the Celestial Monarch-level expert Xianxiang by her side, her breakthrough was not particularly arduous. What remained was merely the passage of time. Given sufficient time, everything would fall into place. The elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, combined with the yin and yang energies, surrounded Dan Yao's primordial spirit, subjecting her to relentless trials. Undaunted, she grew increasingly resolute in battle. Observing this scene, Xiang Yang's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that the days of enduring the endless torment of the bridal garment divine art were drawing to a close. In the realm of cultivation, time is but a fleeting shadow, slipping away silently. Unbeknownst to her, another 20 years had passed. Calculating the time, Dan Yao had now spent a full century in this world. Her commitment to the system's sign-in routine had also spanned a century. Throughout the 2 decades of her cultivation, the alliance of demon-exterminating forces in the eastern region had not ceased their pursuit of Ming Shi. Yet, despite their relentless searching, they could not uncover his whereabouts. As if he had vanished from the mortal realm. The realms of Buddha and demon are intrinsically linked. A single thought can lead one to enlightenment or demonic descent. Mingkong and Qingjing, both formidable earth sovereigns and esteemed monks of the Buddhist sect, possessed a heightened sensitivity to the aura of the demonic path. Recently, they had sensed an exceptionally terrifying demonic presence, intermingled with the formidable power of the Buddhist realm, indicating that Ming Shi was on the cusp of achieving completeness in his cultivation. If they did not devise a means to locate him soon, all would truly be lost. At this moment, Mingkong arrived beneath the Bodhi tree at Vajra Temple, conferring with Qingjing about the matter. After much contemplation, they resolved to summon the leaders and elders of various sects to convene a meeting, pooling their insights to seek a solution. Just then, a disciple from Lingmen Temple rushed in, breathless with urgency. "Master, it's terrible. The demon has appeared." "What? He has appeared?" Mingkong's expression hardened as he inquired. "Where's the demon?" The disciple hesitated, struggling to articulate the location. "Where exactly is he? Speak plainly, no need for hesitation." "In the Bodhi meditation room?" Mingkong was taken aback. What a cunning creature, to hide there. No wonder we could not find him. Qingjing was filled with frustration. Without further ado, the two hastened toward Lingmen Temple to confront the demonic threat. Chapter 270, Ming Shi emerges. At Lingmen Temple, the sound of chanting reverberated, fragrant sandalwood wafted through the air, and the blossoms of the pineapple flower adorned the woods, while the Uddiyana flowers flourished amidst the golden sands, epitomizing the sanctity of the Buddhist realm. Yet, at this moment, this hallowed sanctuary was shrouded in a palpable malevolence, obscuring the serene atmosphere of the Bodhi. Devotees shrieked in terror, and disciples were thrown into a state of panic. Chaos reigning supreme. Clad in black, Ming Shi hovered above the main hall, observing the frantic escape of the devotees and disciples below, a sinister smile gracing his lips. With a mere flick of his finger, he immobilized a fleeing young monk. "Do not kill me, Master Ming Shi. Spare this humble monk." The little novice was utterly terrified, struggling in vain, unable to move an inch. "Ming Shi, master?" Ming Shi sneered. "Since when did I become your master? How utterly laughable." He shook his head and struck the little novice with a palm, reducing him to a mist of blood that lingered in the air. Witnessing this horrific scene, the disciples of the Buddhist sect and the devotees were paralyzed with fear, their cries echoing as several good-hearted believers even fainted on the spot, overwhelmed by terror. Ming Shi shook his head, proclaiming, "The world is filled with ignorance. Let me guide you all to the Western paradise, so that your efforts in cultivation are not in vain." Amipa. At that moment, 2 resounding shouts of fury erupted from the horizon. "Demon, cease your reckless behavior." Ming Shi. "The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the only shore." Mingkong and Qingjing flew in unison. They had never anticipated that Ming Shi would unleash a massacre upon his arrival. What should have been a sacred Buddhist sanctuary had transformed into a hell on earth. Ming Shi glanced at the two, a cold smile playing upon his lips. "The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the only shore. Don't you find these worn-out Buddhist maxims tiresome? Besides, if the sea of suffering is indeed boundless, what shore remains to turn back to?" Truly amusing. Pausing momentarily, he continued with a laugh. "One might say, if I do not enter hell, who will? Sending them to hell is merely offering them an early liberation. That is true merit. Yet you 2 old bald heads, reciting scriptures and practicing Buddhism daily, are far more tedious." Upon hearing Ming Shi's perverse distortion of Buddhist teachings, Mingkong and Qingjing were nearly driven to madness. "Arrogant demon, how dare you desecrate the Buddhist teachings and harm the innocent? Do you truly believe no one can subdue you?" Qingjing shouted vehemently. "Amitabha, you are both the lord of the netherworld and a disciple of Lingmen Temple. To harm your fellow disciples is a grave sin, and today I shall cleanse our ranks." Mingkong unleashed a lion's roar, his robe flying off. Under the influence of Mingkong's demon-subduing Zen technique, the robe emitted waves of golden Buddhist light, surging towards the magic-infused Ming Shi. "Wem, Ma, and I, Pat. Me. Master Qingjing formed hand seals, unleashing the six-character mantra, a supreme technique of the Vajra Temple. The two formidable beings of the earthly sovereign realm struck simultaneously. As golden light blazed forth and Buddhist chants roared, their might shaking the heavens and the earth as they charged towards Mingshi. To their astonishment, Mingshi did not evade or flinch. He stood resolutely in place. As the robe and the six-character mantra neared him by a mere 10 feet, a protective barrier of black and gold energy spontaneously rose around him. Their attacks collided with the barrier, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The six-character mantra dissipated, and the robe fragmented into the air. Boom! A powerful spiritual storm swept through the area, shattering the tiles of the grand hall. At the center, Mingshi resembled a black bamboo rooted in the crevice of a steep cliff, hovering above the grand hall, unmoving as a mountain. In that moment, all attacks felt to him like a gentle breeze brushing against his face. How is this even possible? Upon witnessing this scene, even Ming Kong and Qingjing, who had meticulously practiced Buddhist teachings for millennia and achieved remarkable meditative prowess, were left stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Over 20 years ago, when they battled the female ancestor of the Seven-Star Palace, Mingshi was merely at the mid-stage of the Void Realm. They had assumed that in the span of 2 decades, even if his cultivation had grown, it would not be excessively remarkable. Given the arduous nature of advancing through the realms, which typically required centuries of effort. To their utter shock, in just 20 years, his power had surged to such a terrifying level. Without lifting a finger, he effortlessly deflected their attacks with his protective barrier. Have you broken through to the celestial monarch? Feeling the ominous aura radiating from Mingshi, Ming Kong and Qingjing were rendered speechless in horror. It should have been a foregone conclusion. However, fate has played its hand, and I miscalculated. Mingshi sighed. Now, he was on the brink of becoming a celestial monarch. Yet he had not fully achieved that status. What was the miscalculation? Qingjing managed to ask, suppressing his inner terror. Bloodlily, Mingshi gritted his teeth in frustration. I accounted for everything, except for the sharpness of the sword wielded by that female ancestor of the Seven-Star Palace. She cleaved the blood lioli in two, severely diminishing its spirit, leaving my cultivation perpetually one step short. At this point, a sinister smile crept across his face. However, with you two, the situation becomes manageable. A chill ran down their spines as they exclaimed in unison, what do you intend to do? I have long stated that demon and Buddha are one and the same. The face of the demon is the Buddha, and the face of the Buddha is the demon. You two old bald heads may lack cleverness, but your spiritual essence is remarkably pure. By using your millennia of Buddhist blood to refine the blood lioli, I too can break through to the celestial monarch. Demon, you cannot expect to drain our essence and practice your dark arts. Ming Kong bellowed. Mingshi chuckled, can I not? You shall soon find out. Their faces paled as they transformed into beams of spiritual light, fleeing in a frenzy. Attempting to escape? Not a chance. Below the celestial monarch, even the mightiest of earthly sovereigns are but ants. Mingshi wore a smile reminiscent of the Buddha's serene expression, flicking his fingers. 2 waves of black and gold energy surged forth, causing Ming Kong and Qingjing's bodies to explode, dissolving into a sky of blood mist. Mingshi gathered his palm, condensing the blood mist into a sphere, merging it with the shattered fragments of blood lioli in his grasp. Under the refinement of Mingshi's dual cultivation of both righteousness and darkness, the residual energy of the blood lioli swiftly fused with the blood orb, reforming a complete blood lioli. The restoration of the blood lioli was successful. It was time to take the final step. Mingshi smiled softly, his expression particularly enchanting and sinister. Once I break through to the celestial monarch, I shall ensure that those so-called righteous sects find no place for their remains. The news of Ming Kong and Qingjing's gruesome demise swiftly spread across the eastern domain, enveloping it in a shroud of death that lingered for a long time. The powerful figures of the Righteous Path Alliance gazed upon the sea of corpses and rivers of blood at Lingmen Temple, their hearts gripped by an icy dread. In just 20 years, that demon had attained such a fearsome level of power, it was truly terrifying. The expression of Taoist Qing Su was grave, resembling an indelible cloud of darkness. This child's talent is indeed formidable. No wonder the ancestral masters exerted every effort to prevent his breakthrough. Taoist Qingjing sighed. Shall we merely stand by and watch him become a celestial monarch, slaughtering the cultivators of the eastern domain without taking any action? Taoist Qingjing was beside himself, pacing anxiously, for of the 5 earthly sovereigns of the eastern domain had been drained of their essence and met a gruesome end. Now, he possessed the spiritual essence of 4 earthly sovereigns spanning thousands of years. Even without becoming a celestial monarch, we would not stand a chance against him. Taoist Qing Su shook his head, his face marked by deep resignation. Below the earthly sovereign, even void realm cultivators are akin to ants. Let alone facing a celestial monarch who is 100 times more powerful. Qi struggled to maintain his composure, stating, currently, the only one capable of contending with that demon is our female ancestor, yet Shui Ling smiled gently. The ancestral master has been in seclusion for 20 years, striving to break through to the celestial monarch realm. If she can succeed, that demon will have no chance. Taoist Qing Quan chuckled bitterly. Breaking through to the celestial monarch is immensely challenging. The ancestral master has only been in seclusion for 20 years. How could she possibly break through so quickly? Meanwhile, that demon has refined the blood Lioli using the millennia of Buddhist blood from Ming Kong and Qingjing. And it won't be long before he fully steps into that realm. Time is not on our side. The serene recluse, gritting his teeth with determination, declared, even if time is short, we must wait. The venerable ancestor is our only hope against the demon. Only when she breaks through to the celestial monarch can the tide be turned. From this moment forth, regardless of what transpires, even if we, the old fools, meet our demise, we must not disturb her breakthrough. The consequences of interrupting her cultivation are unfathomable. Shui Ling, swiftly destroy the jade talisman in your possession. Understood. Shui Ling comprehended that her master feared someone might falter and seize the talisman, coercing the venerable ancestor to emerge prematurely. However, forcing her out to confront the demon would only lead to certain death. She had always held deep respect for this enigmatic elder and could not allow anyone to disrupt her cultivation. Without hesitation, she shattered the talisman with a single strike of her palm. The serene recluse then turned to Taoist Qing Su, saying, Brother Zhang, it is better to be overly cautious than to regret later. Should that demon seize the opportunity before the venerable ancestor achieves her breakthrough, we must be adequately prepared. He gazed at the young disciples before him, adding, we, the old ones, have lived for centuries. If we perish at the hands of the demon, it is of little consequence. Yet these young ones have their whole lives ahead of them. We cannot allow their futures to be squandered. What do you think, brother? Rest assured, even without your urging, I will ensure their safety. Taoist Qing Su replied with a bitter smile. As you said, we old ones have lived our lives. If we die, so be it. However, the legacy of Qixing Palace must endure. I will arrange for the younger generation to evacuate. Therefore, even if we all fall to the demon, as long as the venerable ancestor succeeds in her cultivation, she, as a celestial monarch, can still lead our disciples to restore Qixing Palace. Qi Hao, Shui Ling, and the others immediately expressed their unwillingness to leave, insisting on standing with Qixing Palace until the end. Taoist Qing Su and the others, however, would not permit such emotional attachments at this critical juncture, firmly commanding them to depart. It was an order. Failure to comply would result in their expulsion from the sect. Reluctantly, Qi Hao, Shui Ling, and the others nodded in acquiescence. Half a year swiftly passed. During this time, the underworld sect remained eerily silent. Chapter 273, Even the wisest may err. Everything appeared unnaturally tranquil, a calm before the storm. Just as the sea becomes eerily still before a tempest, the tension in the air was palpable. Finally, at the end of the 100th year since Dan Yao's signing in, a peculiar column of light, both dark and golden, surged skyward, intertwining the forces of good and evil, stirring countless storms. Following this, a voice, gentle yet chillingly magnetic, echoed powerfully, I, Ming Shi, have now ascended to the rank of supreme monarch. Those who wish to live, come forth to Tianmao Ridge and bow in submission. Upon hearing this voice, the eastern region erupted like boiling oil from a single drop of water. The demon had indeed broken through to the celestial monarch. Taoist Qing Su, Zhong Wanshan, and Master Miao Yin were all left aghast. Ming Shi's voice resonated throughout the entire eastern region, infiltrating the humble abode of Baihua Valley. At this moment, Dan Yao was on the verge of completing the final phase of her breakthrough to become a celestial monarch. As Ming Shi's voice reached her, Dan Yao felt a jolt of shock. Fortunately, having practiced the ice-clear tranquility mantra from the system's signing rewards, her heart remained as serene as ice, unperturbed by the impending chaos. Otherwise, her vital energy would have surely gone awry. Dan Yao suddenly opened her eyes, pressing her palms together, murmuring, Ming Shi endured my powerful strike, and blood Lioli was shattered by the Shuepa sword. How could he possibly break through to the celestial monarch so quickly? Xiang Yang's feline eyes displayed unprecedented gravitas. He too was baffled. The conditions that enabled Ming Shi's rapid breakthrough had been thoroughly dismantled by Dan Yao. Logically, it should have taken Ming Shi at least a century to succeed. How could he have achieved it so swiftly? He could not fathom that the founder of the underworld sect, old Madame Yuming, had once been a nun. During a Buddhist exchange, she had fallen in love with a young, handsome monk from the Vajra temple. The two, deeply enamored, had vowed to marry after renouncing their vows and live together forever. However, fate dealt her a cruel hand. That monk heartlessly abandoned her in pursuit of the abbot's position. Heartbroken, old Madame Yuming, in a fit of rage, forsook the Buddhist path and established the underworld sect. It was yet another tale of a lovesick woman scorned by a heartless man, mirroring the plight of Master Miao Qing from Tianqing Gate. Out of her disdain for the Buddhist monks, old Madame Yuming created a counter-technique entirely opposed to the teachings of Buddhism. Yet, behind her deep-seated hatred lay profound love. Without love, how could there be hate? Thus, the demonic arts of the underworld sect were not only at odds with the Vajra Temple and Lingmen Temple, but could also merge in times of necessity. Mingshi understood this well. After Blood Liuli was cleaved in two by Dan Yao, he decided to supplement his power with the millennium-old Buddhist blood essence of Ming Kong and Qingjing. As for why the successive leaders of the underworld sect were all male, it was because old Madame Yuming, having never remarried after her abandonment, passed her legacy to the most gifted nephew from her family. Xiangyang sighed. Even the wisest may err. Ah Yao, we have underestimated the situation. Indeed, this miscalculation has led us into deep trouble. Dan Yao replied with a sense of helplessness. At this moment, her cultivation was perilously close to the celestial monarch level, just a hair's breadth away from completion. Yet that final push eluded her. With news of Mingshi's breakthrough weighing on her mind, her agitation only intensified, making it increasingly difficult to concentrate on her own breakthrough. Chapter 274. Disturbance of the Demonic Voice. At that moment, Mingshi's voice, gentle yet insidiously enticing, wafted through the air. Venerable ancestor of Qingjing Palace, where do you hide? Did you not wish to slay me? I am here now, why do you not emerge? Though his tone was soft, it brimmed with endless temptation and eeriness, causing one's heart to flutter. Xiangyang, recognizing Mingshi's intent to disrupt Dan Yao's breakthrough, quickly intervened. A red light flickered at Dan Yao's forehead, steadying her mind. In a hushed tone, Xiangyang declared, evil is born from the heart. It is neither illusory nor augmented. What you hear and see is but a mirage. With Xiangyang's support and the reassurance of his words, Dan Yao's heart steadied. She closed her eyes and accelerated her breakthrough. However, before a mere half an incense stick had passed, Mingshi's voice slithered in like a venomous snake. I have arrived at Qingjing Palace. If you do not come out, I will ensure that not a single soul remains within your halls. Xiangyang repeatedly urged his energy to stabilize Dan Yao's spirit, asserting, do not believe him. This vile serpent speaks no truth. Treat him as a rabid dog barking madly. Indeed, Dan Yao gritted her teeth in determination. Mingshi's incessant attempts to disrupt her were relentless, but with Xiangyang, another celestial monarch-level powerhouse, serving as her protector, the interference had little effect. Suddenly, a series of blood-curdling screams pierced the air. If you do not emerge, your disciples will perish. After several failed attempts to disrupt her, Mingshi resorted to a method of distant voice transmission, amplifying the anguished cries of the Qingjing Palace disciples. The cacophony of anguish echoed incessantly, sending chills down the spine. Just then, Shui Ling's voice cut through the turmoil. Elder, do not fall for this demon's trickery. Wait until you have broken through to the celestial monarch. Then emerge and slay this demon to avenge us. Qi Hao and the others quickly echoed her sentiments. Yes, there are no cowardly disciples in Qingjing Palace. As long as the elder can successfully break through, there is hope for us all. Although Taoist Qing Su had meticulously arranged for Qi Hao and the others to evacuate, they had grossly underestimated the terrifying might of a celestial monarch. The young disciples had barely exited the gates of Qingjing Palace when they were all forcibly returned. Qi Hao, Shui Ling, and others preferred to face death rather than allow Dan Yao to break through and rescue them. Little did they realize that their fervent declarations and indifference toward life and death would only serve to disturb Dan Yao's mind. With a soft hum, Dan Yao could no longer contain her emotions. Xiangyang's expression shifted dramatically, knowing that if this continued, Dan Yao would inevitably succumb to madness, her meridians severed, leading to her demise. Gritting his teeth, he immediately transformed into human form. He removed the hairpin from Dan Yao's hair, revealing the snow spirit sword, and charged forth with it. At this moment, the Seven Stars Palace was already awash with blood, its disciples falling one by one. However, Qing Su Taoist and the others could only watch helplessly, their eyes reddened to the point of almost bleeding. The quieting master cursed vehemently. Demon, do you think to lure the elder out with this trick, dreaming your grand dream of 1,000 years? Qingyang Taoist shouted. The elder's cultivation is unparalleled. Once she successfully breaks through, you shall await your transformation into a dead snake. Mingshi paid no heed to their furious shouts and curses, his smile as serene as the Buddha's gentle smile. To the realm of the Eastern domain, a celestial monarch was akin to a deity. cultivators beneath the celestial monarch. Even those at the pinnacle of Earth's sovereign or half-step celestial monarch were no more significant than ants. With such a vast disparity in strength, how could he possibly care about their insults and opinions? Yet, the absence of the female ancestor of the Seven Stars Palace was indeed infuriating. Mingshi mused that this individual was female and must certainly belong to the Yaoguang Peak lineage. Chapter 275, Xiangyang takes action. Previously, he had slain only male disciples. Why not use a female disciple as a means to draw her out? Shifting his gaze to Shui Ling, he inquired, I have heard you are the most outstanding disciple of the Yaoguang Peak lineage? Shui Ling stood tall and replied, and if so, if you wish to kill, then kill. You shall not extract the whereabouts of our esteemed ancestor from us. A girl of such fortitude, with commendable character and exceptional talent, was surely a focal point of cultivation for the Yaoguang Peak lineage. Very well, I shall take you as my first target and see if she appears. Just as Mingshi prepared to strike, the quieting master shouted angrily, Scoundrel, if you have the ability, come and kill me. Bullying the young ones is beneath you. Mingshi sneered, she is young, but so am I, old Taoist. Have you forgotten that I was once a prodigy of Lingmin Temple's younger generation? The quieting master was left speechless. Master, do not be angered by such a wretch. If he wishes to kill, let him. I fear not. I shall return in my next life to be your disciple. Shui Ling declared resolutely, exuding a spirit reminiscent of the heroic The Wind's Howl. The waters of the Yi River are cold. With that, she slowly closed her eyes, quietly awaiting death. At that moment, a clear, melodious sound of a sword rang in her ears. Shui Ling quickly opened her eyes to see a dazzling, piercing ice-blue sword light rushing toward her. This sword light emanated from the blue sword wielded by the esteemed ancestor. Oh no, how could she break through at this critical moment? Wouldn't this be courting death before achieving celestial monarch? Shui Ling was filled with anxiety, about to call out to Dan Yao to retreat. However, Mingshi's gaze had already locked onto the sword light. Mingshi laughed heartily, just in time. You truly cannot resist making a move. Today, I shall unmask you and see what you truly look like. Qingsu Taoist and the others, witnessing this scene, were filled with despair. The esteemed ancestor could not withstand the breakthrough. Without having achieved celestial monarch, how could she possibly contend with this demon? It was over. Everything was finished. The sword energy tore through the air, entering the Seven Stars Palace, and immediately erupted into countless shards of sword energy, surging toward Mingshi. Trivial skills. Mingshi scoffed, lightly waving his hand, and the sword energy was instantly obliterated. As the dust settled, a tall figure appeared, clad in a blue robe, graceful and ethereal, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Mingshi furrowed his brow deeply. Who are you? How did you come to possess this sword? Xiangyang replied coldly. Do not inquire about my identity. If you know what is good for you, leave this place at once. Or do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Such an ignorant youth dares to speak so defiantly before me. He seeks death. Mingshi gathered his true energy into a massive, demonic hand, reaching out toward him. Holding the snow spirit sword, Xiangyang infused it with true energy, causing it to hiss. A sword energy interwoven with red and blue sliced toward the demonic hand. Though it appeared as a single strike, it was many times stronger than the countless shards of sword energy before. The terrifying sword energy instantly tore through the demonic hand, causing the energy to dissipate as well. Mingshi was taken aback. Who are you? How can you possess such cultivation? Xiangyang's tone remained icy. You are not worthy to know who I am. Once more, I say, leave this place, or face the consequences. Although your cultivation is not weak, you are still no match for me. If you are wise, quickly divulge the whereabouts of that woman, and I may consider sparing your life. Chapter 276, The Battle of Celestial Monarchs. In Mingshi's view, since Xiangyang could wield this blue sword and engage him in battle, he must have a deep connection with that mysterious woman. Through him, he was determined to find that treacherous woman. Since Mingshi embarked on his journey, he had always been the one to scheme against others, never before having been outwitted. However, the appearance of the female ancestor from the Seven Stars Palace had dealt him a significant blow, and he was determined to reclaim his dignity. Xiangyang remained silent, wielding the snow spirit sword with swift movements. Waves of sword energy shot forth, intertwining to form a sword net, which then transformed into a sword cage, sealing Mingshi within. The sword energy cage. Mingshi's expression shifted as he waved his hand. The combined true energy of righteous and demonic paths morphed into a massive axe, cleaving toward the sword energy cage. Boom. The ground centered around the Seven Stars Grand Hall trembled violently, yet the sword energy cage remained unyielding. Mingshi's expression turned grim. He had never anticipated that this mysterious man could envelop him with sword energy. Though Xiangyang had summoned the sword energy cage, The expenditure of his energy was immense, causing his internal true energy to begin boiling violently. Fortunately, the Snow Spirit Sword, forged from a 10,000-year-old ice crystal snow lotus, was the coldest and most keen sword, allowing him to counteract some of the raging energy. Otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand it. However, the destructive force of a battle between celestial monarchs was astounding. If this continued, the Seven Stars Grand Hall would surely be lost. Xiang Yang's thoughts raced as he maneuvered the sword energy cage, retreating while engaging Ming Shi, leading him outside the hall. Then, the Snow Spirit Sword burst forth in brilliance, its sword energy coalescing into a colossal sword that sliced toward Ming Shi's head. Ming Shi roared like a trapped beast, his true energy of righteousness and demonic energy surging forth, manifesting as a gigantic finger. The finger was as dark as ink, exuding an ominous, ghostly aura, crashing into the giant sword. When the two forces collided, the sword energy was instantly engulfed by the ghostly energy. Ghostly claws. Ming Shi transformed his finger into claws, tearing through the void with ferocious energy, reaching for Xiang Yang's neck. Xiang Yang showed no signs of weakness, unleashing another wave of sword energy. The Snow Spirit Sword was extraordinarily sharp, and the sword energy, following the blade's edge, not only neutralized the ghostly claws, but also severed 3 of Ming Shi's fingers. Damn it! Ming Shi was seething with rage. Although after breaking through to Celestial Monarch he could regenerate severed limbs, the memory of his earlier humiliation still haunted him. You ignorant fool! I shall let you experience the might of a Celestial Monarch. An endless torrent of demonic energy and ghostly aura converged, erupting violently from Ming Shi, gradually coalescing into a colossal black Buddha. The giant Buddha raised a massive black hand, swiftly striking towards Xiang Yang. Midway through its descent, the hand transformed. 1 hand became 2, 2 became 4, and 4 multiplied to 8. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of hands emerged, dazzling the onlookers. The 1,000-handed Tathagata. Upon witnessing Ming Shi unleash this technique, Xiang Yang was taken aback. This 1,000-handed Tathagata is one of the most revered secret arts of Lingmen Temple, celebrated as the most challenging palm technique to master since the temple's inception. Even Master Ming Kong, who had transcended to the earthly sovereign realm for millennia, had not succeeded in mastering this technique. To his astonishment, Ming Shi not only perfected this art, but also infused it with the dark sorcery of the underworld sect, rendering the already formidable technique even more sinister and unpredictable. Xiang Yang's expression hardened, and he rapidly channeled his pure yang energy to meet the demonic 1,000-handed Tathagata. Boom! The immense force instantly engulfed the carvings and trees outside the hall. The sword energy cage that Xiang Yang had painstakingly erected was utterly obliterated in that moment. Both combatants were hurled backward by the force, their garments tattered and in disarray. The only distinction was that Xiang Yang did not spit blood, while Ming Shi coughed up a mouthful of black, demonic blood. With an incredulous look, Ming Shi gazed at Xiang Yang. You are also a celestial sovereign. Xiang Yang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you are not the only celestial sovereign. I am one as well. No, this is impossible. For millennia, the Eastern Domain has been devoid of celestial sovereigns. Even I only managed to break through after receiving the legacies of the Wind and Snow Earthly Sovereign and the Blood Glaze. How could you possibly have cultivated to this level? Ming Shi was nearly driven to the brink of fury. He had endured countless trials and tribulations, meticulously scheming for years to become a celestial sovereign. He had even humbled himself to the esteemed elders of Lingmen Temple, bowing before Ming Kong and Ku Chan, performing the rites of a disciple. Yet, just as he attained the celestial sovereign status and was poised to dominate the Eastern Domain, an equal appeared, another celestial sovereign. How could he accept such a reality? What troubled him further was that the other's mastery over the celestial sovereign realm was evidently superior to his own. This was clearly not the achievement of a newly ascended celestial sovereign, but rather that of an experienced veteran. Suddenly, Ming Shi recalled something, his eyes widening as he stared at Xiang Yang. You cannot be the Grandmaster of the Seven Stars Palace? Huh. Xiang Yang was momentarily taken aback. I understand now. That enigmatic Grandmaster of the Seven Stars Palace is not the true entity, but rather your primordial spirit's manifestation, a ruse to confound the masses. In truth, you have long been a celestial sovereign. Ming Shi's intellect was astounding, and his imagination quite extraordinary, as he mistakenly regarded Dan Yao as Xiang Yang's avatar. In his view, the so-called Grandmaster of the Seven Stars Palace was merely the illusion this man had conjured. When cultivators reach the cave void realm, they can manifest avatars using their primordial spirit's power. However, these avatars are not restricted by gender. They can be male, female, or even androgynous. Male cultivators can create female avatars for their own amusement, while female cultivators can manifest extraordinarily handsome male avatars to spare themselves from the advances of unscrupulous men. The Eastern domain, being geographically disadvantaged and spiritually impoverished, has a stark imbalance in the ratio of male to female cultivators. It is already remarkable for a female cultivator to reach the cave void realm, let alone for one to exist at the earthly sovereign level. If she is indeed an avatar, everything falls into place. The avatar is connected to the essence of the true self, and if the true self is powerful, so too must the avatar be. Mingshi recalled that Dan Yao's first official appearance was during the opening of the Wind and Snow Secret Realm. With overwhelming strength, she had slain the seemingly invincible avatars of Tsang Tianji and Dugu He, astonishing countless onlookers. At that time, many pondered why she was able to enter the Wind and Snow Secret Realm, which imposes formidable restrictions on cultivators. Setting aside the myriad rumors, there were essentially two possibilities. Either Dan Yao possessed extraordinary talent and became a cave void realm expert before the age of 100, or she was remarkably powerful, having reached the celestial sovereign realm, thus able to disregard the restrictions imposed by the Wind and Snow Secret Realm. Now it seemed the latter was true. Since the true self was a celestial sovereign, her avatar could freely enter and exit the Wind and Snow Secret Realm. As for why she would create a female avatar to deceive the public, the reasoning was simple. The man before him had long since become a celestial sovereign. He did not wish to witness anyone else achieving the same level of power and thus repeatedly conjured avatars to create chaos. As long as others were unable to become celestial sovereigns, he could remain the invisible sovereign, dictating the fates of all. At this thought, Mingshi was consumed with rage. That wretched individual, having quietly broken through to celestial sovereign status, was not content to merely play the fool, but also sought to impede others from ascending to the same heights. Fortunately, the past leaders of the underworld sect had bestowed their blessings. Otherwise, he would have truly fallen into this wretch's trap. As Qingsu Daoist and the others emerged from the Grand Hall in a state of disarray, they overheard the conversation between the two, their astonishment palpable. Initially, they found it hard to believe that their female grandmaster could possibly be a man. However, upon reflection, it began to make a certain degree of sense. Previously, Qingjing Senren had perused the archives of Yaoguang Peak, and there had been no record of any exceptionally gifted disciples in the past generations. The sudden emergence of this grandmaster, dazzling the world with her extraordinary abilities while shrouded in mystery, was already puzzling enough, and she insisted on wearing a mask. For a long time, they had speculated about the significance of the mask. Some claimed that the grandmaster was plain and unremarkable, unwilling to be ridiculed. Others suggested that she was breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing even the fairies of Yaoqi, and feared that her beauty would distract others and hinder their cultivation. There were also rumors that she had once been stunning, but had suffered an accident that marred her appearance, thus opting to conceal her face. Now, hearing the dialogue between the two, the disciples of the Seven Stars Palace could not help but wonder if, as Mingshi the Fiend suggested, the Grandmaster was indeed a manifestation of the primordial spirit of the man before them. Though she possesses the form of a woman, she retains the masculine traits of her true self. Fearing that the flaws in her visage might be discerned, she resorts to concealing her identity behind a mask. Fortunately, Dan Yao at this moment remains oblivious to these words, for were she to hear them, she would undoubtedly be incensed. How could a truly magnificent beauty like herself be mistaken for a man? Despite harboring doubts regarding Dan Yao's identity, everyone still hopes that Xiangyang can withstand the mounting pressure. At present, he is the only one capable of contending against the formidable Mingshi. Should he falter against Mingshi, not only would the Qingjing Palace face inevitable obliteration, but the entire eastern region would descend into chaos, transforming into a living hell. The absurdity of Mingshi's grandiose imagination leaves Xiangyang both amused and exasperated. Just as he is about to shake his head in denial, a thought strikes him. Yao is currently at a critical juncture of breakthrough. Any misstep could lead to failure. If this villain believes that he and Yao are one and the same, he will naturally refrain from using his ghostly voice to disrupt her. Conversely, if he remains unaware of their distinction, fearing a united front from two celestial beings against him, he would undoubtedly devise means to thwart Yao's advancement, which would be significantly detrimental. With this in mind, Xiangyang nods. Your insight is commendable. I must admit my admiration for you. Mingshi huffs in anger. Indeed. I thought myself cunning, yet you surpass even my treachery. No wonder I fell to you during the Son of Heaven's ceremony 2 decades ago. Xiangyang brandishes the Shuepa sword, blowing away the cold aura emanating from it, and adopts Dan Yao's tone. Years ago, I orchestrated your downfall. What do you intend to do about it? Kill you and cleanse my disgrace with your blood. Mingshi scoffs, huh? You think you possess the ability? A defeated foe dares to speak so boldly. Do you not recall who fled in disgrace back then? You left with an arm crippled. Xiangyang deliberately brings up Ming Shi's lost arm to provoke his fury. A man who perceives himself as successful can easily be blinded by vanity and even more so by rage. Thus, he would become increasingly convinced that he and Dan Yao are the same, never doubting his own veracity. Arrogance shall be your undoing. Today I shall ensure your demise. Ming Shi raises his hand, unleashing an overwhelming surge of celestial energy that transforms into a colossal fist, a force capable of rending the very fabric of space as it hurtles towards Xiangyang. As it descends, it resembles a meteor crashing to earth, the sound of its impact echoing relentlessly. Xiangyang, still channeling the sword's energy, attempts to counter this titanic blow. However, he has underestimated its might. The clash between the sword's aura and the colossal fist results in an instantaneous collapse. The terrifying might of the punch, akin to a lightning strike, rapidly approaches Xiangyang. He leaps aside just in time to narrowly evade the strike, yet the marble-paved plaza of the Qingjing Palace is left with a massive crater. This is not due to any inadequacy in Xiangyang's cultivation. The bridal attire technique he practices is among the most formidable arts known to man, powerful and unyielding. Any external technique or weapon in his possession can unleash force many times greater than its inherent capabilities. In the same realm, he and Dan Yao, who practices the Mingyu technique, are both invincible. His invincibility primarily manifests in explosive power, allowing him to vanquish opponents of the same level without the need for a second strike. The sheer ferocity of the bridal attire technique means that a single blow can obliterate an adversary. Why would he require a second? Regrettably, Xiangyang has yet to fully master the bridal attire technique, and while the Shuepa sword's chill can suppress the fiery essence within him, it simultaneously constrains his solar energy, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. The strength he can currently muster is merely a fraction of his true capacity, were it not for this limitation. With the explosive power of the bridal attire technique, he could dispatch Ming Shi to the underworld in no more than 7 or 8 blows. Ming Shi's eyes glimmer with a dark wave, a murderous intent enveloping him. With a sweeping gesture, he summons the blood glass, its eerie crimson light surging forth. Black-hearted blood fiend palm. Ming Shi bellows, unleashing a burst of ominous bloodlight as the blood glass morphs into a hand far larger than the previous fist, striking down at Xiangyang. Even before the palm arrives, Xiangyang is overtaken by an immense force and an overwhelming stench of blood, leaving him astounded. He had not anticipated such a formidable technique to exist in the eastern region. The Qingjing Palace's pride, the Hunyuan palm, could scarcely compare, even at its pinnacle. Little does he know, the black-hearted blood fiend palm is the most potent technique of the underworld sect, having remained unmastered for over 3 millennia. Its rarity stems from the necessity of the blood glass for its execution. The blood glass, a vessel of immense primordial energy, has been coveted by generations of leaders who wish to harness its power, yet none could wield it effectively. After much contemplation, they finally combined the celestial secrets left by the underworld matriarch, creating this unparalleled technique based on the blood glass. Xiangyang understands that attempting to counter with the sword's energy would not only be futile, but could also cost him his life. As the palm approaches, he grits his teeth, plunging the Shuepa sword into the ground, stepping forth with determination, channeling the full force of the bridal attire technique. Red Lotus Flame Hand. Terrifying solar energy erupts from Xiangyang, instantly reducing his clothing to ashes. The scarlet energy coalesces in his palm, swirling like a blooming red lotus. This is a supreme technique birthed from the Xiang clan's fusion of the bridal attire technique with the essence of fire. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes the red lotus, imbued with a cataclysmic heat, hurtling it towards the colossal blood hand. The collision darkens the heavens and dims the sun. The searing waves of heat from the red lotus ravage forth, incinerating the underworld sect's treasured blood glass into nothingness. The blood glass, a curious artifact formed from the vengeful energies of ancient battlefields combined with celestial thunder, is impervious even to the mightiest celestial beings like the underworld matriarch. 25 years ago, Dan Yao had split it in two with the Shuepa sword, a feat astonishing enough. Who could have imagined that this man could completely obliterate it with his own energy? The onlooking members of the Qingjing Palace are equally astonished. Though they have not directly interacted with the blood glass, they are aware of its unparalleled hardness, beyond human capability to destroy. Witnessing Xiangyang incinerate it to nothingness with mere flesh and blood leaves them in disbelief. The 7 elderly Taoists exchange horrified glances, each pondering the terrifying ferocity of such a technique. Ming Shi, struck with fear by Xiangyang's display, pales, his previous bravado evaporating as he turns to flee. However, Upon glancing back, he sees Xiangyang collapsed on the ground, a stream of blood shooting from his mouth, his clothing reduced to ash, revealing a physique that would make countless female cultivators blush. Mingshi's shock swiftly turns to delight. So this fellow has also suffered a grievous wound from the blood glass. I thought it impossible for such a treasure to be destroyed so easily. He must have paid a heavy price to withstand that palm strike. Seizing this opportunity, I shall take your life. Once you are out of the way, the eastern region shall belong to me. The murderous intent of Mingshi permeated the air, and the demonic energy surrounding him transformed once more into a colossal fist of spiritual power, wielding an aura capable of rending the very fabric of space as it descended with ferocity upon Xiangyang. Bound by the fiery nature of the wedding garment divine art, Xiangyang could only muster a meager 2 or 3/10 of his cultivation. In a desperate bid to withstand the sinister blood Lioli's heart of darkness palm, he bore the excruciating pain of flames consuming his body, unleashing his full strength. Only then could he incinerate blood Lioli's attack using the unyielding yang force of the wedding garment divine art. However, in harming his foe, he incurred significant self-damage. The overwhelmingly tyrannical and scorching true yang energy of the wedding garment divine art severely scorched his meridians. At this moment, with 9/10 of his meridians obliterated and unable to circulate even a trace of true energy, how could he possibly withstand Mingshi's punch? After being tormented by the wedding garment divine art for centuries, death was, for him, an undeniable release. He had never feared life or death, but the thought of Dan Yao filled his heart with a pang of sorrow, nearly bringing him to tears. In this moment of peril, fighting for her, he pondered whether she would remember him as she ascended to the pinnacle of the continent in the days to come. Just as it appeared that Xiangyang would perish beneath Mingshi's blow, a sudden rush of wind pierced his ears, and a crystalline snow lotus flower came soaring through the air, colliding with the enormous spiritual fist. Though it appeared merely a small ice crystal snow lotus, upon impact, it unleashed an astonishing surge of energy. The gargantuan spiritual fist, akin to a mountain, instantly dissipated into nothingness upon contact. Xiangyang discerned that this ice crystal snow lotus was a manifestation of Ming Yugong's ultra-cold, ultrine spiritual energy, filling him with both astonishment and elation. "Ah Yao, have you succeeded?" he exclaimed. "Indeed, I have succeeded." Dan Yao's voice floated softly, imbued with an ethereal quality. As the gathered crowd turned their gazes towards her, they beheld a swirling mass of blue and white vapor, resembling frost and snow, coalescing above Yaoguang Peak into a multitude of blooming snow lotus flowers. These flowers spun gracefully before ultimately transforming into an exquisitely alluring figure, graceful and perfectly proportioned. Dan Yao, appearing both leisurely and urgent, approached Xiangyang, her expression tightening upon seeing his pallid visage and the blood trickling from his lips. "Are you gravely injured?" she asked anxiously. Xiangyang shook his head. "I'm fine. Your timing is impeccable. Just a moment longer, and it would have been time to collect our corpses." Upon witnessing Dan Yao, masked and exuding an overwhelming aura, Mingshi gasped in shock, his voice trembling as he stammered. You're not the same person as him?" Dan Yao furrowed her brow. "Of course not. How could I possibly be the same person as him? With such a stark contrast in their appearances, it was inconceivable that they could be one and the same. Had this foul serpent truly lost his mind in his pursuit of power? Mingshi could hardly believe his eyes as he rapidly scanned between Xiangyang and Dan Yao, noting the stark disparity in their energies, one weak, the other strong, one yang, the other yin, each embodying extremes that could not possibly belong to the same individual. The avatar and the true self share a connection. One thrives, the other falters. It made no sense for the true self to suffer such grave injuries while the avatar remained unscathed. Sky Sovereign. Mingshi suddenly recalled the ice crystal snow lotus that had thwarted his gigantic fist, his expression shifting dramatically. "You have also broken through to Sky Sovereign?" Dan Yao nodded. "I just achieved it." "Just achieved it?" Mingshi momentarily froze. Then his rage surged as he glared at Xiangyang. "So, your intervention to stop me was merely a ruse to buy time, claiming to be the same person as this woman?" Xiangyang's pale, handsome face cracked a smile. "Indeed. But alas, you comprehend this far too late. You vile brat, daring to thwart my ambitions, I shall rend you limb from limb." Mingshi's face twisted with fury. "Rend me limb from limb?" Xiangyang chuckled. "Let us see if you can survive today first." With Dan Yao having ascended to Sky Sovereign, and with the boundless nature of her Ming Yugong's spiritual energy, Mingshi was fated to lose today, or worse, to perish. Mingshi's dark, scrutinizing gaze assessed Dan Yao as he demanded, "I became Sky Sovereign because I acquired the secrets of the Sky Sovereign from the Wind and Snow Earth Ruler, along with the millennia of spiritual energy from Blood Lioli and the 4 great earth rulers. How did you accomplish such a feat? Dan Yao smiled slightly. You possess blood, Liuli. I too have it. While you may think yourself the hunter, you are unaware that the true mastermind lies behind the scenes. Shifeng, concerned that blood Liuli might fall into the hands of nefarious individuals and wreak havoc upon the world, has already separated the purest energies from blood Liuli, leaving you with but half of its essence. Damn that Shifeng. Ming Shi's fury reached a boiling point, nearly causing him to explode with rage. Chapter 282, Dan Yao revealed. Countless calculations had failed to account for Shifeng's foresight. He had previously wondered why the true energy within blood Liuli was so much less than what was recorded in the records of the underworld sect. He had assumed that the passage of time had caused much of the energy to dissipate. Little did he realize that Shifeng had deliberately extracted the most refined energies and given them to this woman before him, turning her into a formidable threat. Ahua, leave this to me. You should tend to your injuries. Dan Yao waved her sleeve lightly, guiding Xiangyang towards Daoist Qingsu. Take good care of him. Yes, senior. Daoist Qingsu responded loudly, though he was unaware of Xiangyang's true identity. He recognized him as a benefactor who had intervened to prevent Ming Shi from harming the disciples of the Seven-Star Palace. The Seven-Star Palace had always upheld the principle of repaying kindness, and even without Dan Yao's request, he would ensure Xiangyang's safety. Dan Yao let out a slight sigh of relief, her gaze chillingly fixed on Ming Shi. I have attained the form of Sky Sovereign. Do you still intend to flee today? Flee. Ming Shi scoffed, his eyes suddenly turning menacing. After all my scheming, to become the first Sky Sovereign in the Eastern Domain in millennia, how could I possibly retreat without a fight? With empires at stake, I will not yield. Today will be either your death or mine. Dan Yao replied with a cold smile. Even if you wish to escape, I shall not grant you that opportunity. Allowing this venomous serpent to slip away today may lead to unforeseen retribution in the future. I understand the principle of uprooting the problem. I cannot allow him any path to survival. Humph. Then let us see if you possess the capability. Dan Yao's voice rang out clearly. Everyone stepped back, hearing her command. Daoist Qingsu and the members of the underworld sect hastily retreated several hundred paces. The memories of the Earth Ruler War from over 2 decades prior were still vivid in their minds. Moreover, the confrontation between 2 unparalleled Sky Sovereigns would undoubtedly unleash unfathomable destruction. Even a formidable Earth Ruler, if inadvertently swept by the power of a Sky Sovereign, would surely meet their end. Thousand-handed Tathagata, Ming Shi bellowed, launching the first strike. The demonic and Buddhist energies surged forth, coalescing into a massive black Buddha. The Buddha's palms danced as countless Tathagata prints materialized, converging from all directions towards Dan Yao. Dan Yao stood poised in the void. As waves of Tathagata prints surged forth like a tidal wave, she appeared as a fragile leaf upon a vast ocean, seemingly minuscule, as though a single palm print could obliterate her existence. Trivial skills. Dan Yao flicked her finger, unleashing her spiritual energy, which transformed into blooming ice crystal snow lotus flowers that collided with the Tathagata prints. Boom. The heavens trembled and mountains crumbled. The overwhelming surge of energy tore through the mountain peaks surrounding the Seven-Star Palace. The Seven-Star Big Dipper Formation. Daoist Qingsu and the others quickly formed the Seven-Star Big Dipper Formation, shielding the disciples from the impending energy shockwave. Dan Yao effortlessly dissipated the thousand-handed Tathagata's palm strike with her ice crystal snow lotus. To Ming Shi, this was hardly surprising. Having engaged in several battles with Dan Yao previously, he was well aware of her formidable cultivation and profound skills, making her a challenging opponent. He had intended to emerge victorious after becoming a celestial monarch, overpowering her to extract her cultivation secrets. However, to his astonishment, the moment he ascended to the celestial monarch realm, she too stepped into the same echelon. With a swift gesture, Ming Shi unleashed the ghostly fragmentation finger, summoning an overwhelming aura of demonic energy that coalesced at his fingertip. This single strike, imbued with a terrifying malevolence and viciousness, hurtled toward Dan Yao. Upon witnessing this, a grave expression clouded Dan Yao's features, for although the attack appeared mundane, it harbored a toxicity and ferocity far surpassing that of the prior ghostly goo poison, tenfold, at least. Should it strike her, even if it did not claim her life immediately, the insidious poison would surely invade her body, leading to madness and demise. In response, Dan Yao summoned her spiritual energy, which surged from her palm like a tempestuous vortex, engulfing the ghostly fragmentation finger. The vortex quivered violently, and the finger was expelled, hurtling back toward Ming Shi. Ming Shi, aghast, hastily redirected his own strike to counter it, resulting in a collision between their energies. The onlookers held their breath, captivated by the fierce duel unfolding in midair, as the clash between celestial monarchs proved to be nothing short of terrifying. The residual energy from their battle alone could easily obliterate a mountain, not to mention the devastation wrought upon the two combatants at the epicenter. Master, who do you believe will emerge victorious, the Grandmaster or this demon? Qihao could not restrain himself from asking. Surely, it must be the Grandmaster, Taoist Qingsu replied, though internally he felt a gnawing uncertainty. In the eastern region, no celestial monarch had arisen for millennia, making this his first encounter witnessing such a clash. The disparity in power between celestial monarchs was unfathomable to anyone outside their ranks, leaving no one capable of predicting the outcome. Yet, he silently wished for Dan Yao's triumph. Sensing the tension, Shui Ling turned to the meditating Xiangyang beside her. Senior, as a celestial monarch yourself, can you discern who holds the greater chance of victory? Xiangyang remained fixated on the tumultuous battle, eventually uttering 4 words, a Yao shall prevail. This assertion was not born of favoritism, but rather a fair assessment based on their strengths. Dan Yao's cultivation of the Mingyu technique was akin to his own bridal gown divine art, both premier inner arts of the Tianxian continent. Once mastered, they rendered one invincible within the same realm. Even Ming Shi, newly ascended to celestial monarch, could not hope to match her prowess. However, Dan Yao had only just broken through to the celestial monarch level and had yet to stabilize her realm, leading to a temporary depletion of her spiritual power. Otherwise, how could Ming Shi have managed to exchange so many blows with her? Nevertheless, as the battle progressed, the unique properties of the Mingyu technique began to intensify, and it became increasingly evident that Ming Shi was destined for defeat. The audience found solace in Xiangyang's unwavering confidence. Yet, upon hearing the name Yao, Shui Ling furrowed her brow. This title sounded strikingly familiar. As Xiangyang had anticipated, after several exchanges, Ming Shi found himself at a disadvantage. Having inadvertently awakened the utmost cold and yin energy within Dan Yao, his confidence waned as she began to dominate the fray. Xiangyang laughed heartily. Your spiritual power is acquired through devious means. How could it possibly compare to the genuine cultivation of a celestial monarch? While a Yao has utilized some energy from the blood lapis, it has been refined by Shi Feng and is indistinguishable from standard cultivation, far beyond your reach. His words served to uplift the morale of the Seven Stars Palace, while simultaneously attempting to distract Ming Shi. As anticipated, Ming Shi's complexion soured at this remark. Suddenly, Dan Yao struck him forcefully on the back, causing him to spout a mouthful of blood. The crowd erupted in joy. Looking at Ming Shi's disheveled state, Dan Yao chuckled. Your prowess as a celestial monarch appears rather lacking. You aren't a false celestial monarch, are you? How dare you, wretched woman? Do not presume that your ascension to celestial monarch grants you the power to rival me. I shall show you the true depths of the ghostly cult. Ming Shi's expression darkened, and with a sweeping gesture, he unleashed a torrent of demonic energy that traversed the distance to the Tian Mo ridge. Soon, a surge of blood energy erupted into the sky, coalescing above the Tian Mo ridge to form a colossal blood figure. As the foremost sect of the demonic path, our expertise lies not merely in demonic cultivation, but in breeding malevolent spirits. This blood figure, cultivated from the ghostly cult's millennia of heritage, has become a ghost lord, now comparable to a celestial monarch, in tandem with my ascension. Ming Shi's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Dan Yao. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. You alone shall never be my match. With a thunderous roar, he commanded, Ghost Lord, heed my call, transform into a sword and slay this woman. Upon hearing his command, the blood figure morphed into a fearsome, blood-red giant sword, which zipped into Ming Shi's grasp. The legendary Ghost Lord had indeed been birthed. The ghostly cult's technique of breeding spirits was renowned within the demonic path. With sufficient investment, one could effortlessly produce a cadre of formidable beings. The earlier ghostly phantom array deployed against Dan Yao and the malevolent spirits that had entangled her were all creations of Ming Shi. However, while breeding malevolent spirits was considerably faster than conventional cultivation, it inherently bore significant limitations. To rear a specter rivaling a void realm expert was already an extraordinary feat. The legends of superior specters, such as ghost lords, had long faded into myth. Previously, they had only encountered one in the ancient battlefield, a ghost lord born of Shi Feng's shrewd exploitation of the blood lapis's fierce aura. As for ghost lords, they were mere whispers in the wind, unknown and unseen. It was said that when the founder of the ghostly cult, the elder of the underworld, achieved the rank of celestial monarch, the malevolent spirits she nurtured transformed into ghost lords, rivaling celestial monarchs in power due to her breakthrough. Yet, such tales were but fables, with no one having witnessed them. Celestial monarchs had not graced the eastern region for over 10,000 years, let alone ghost lords. Such notions were sheer fantasy. To Ming Shi's astonishment, Even after the elders passing millennia ago, the ghostly cult had still managed to cultivate such a formidable spirit. This was dire news. The emergence of a ghost lord equated to the presence of two celestial monarchs. The Grandmaster would have to face two adversaries, and the odds seemed grim. Do not fear. Even if a ghost lord appears, even if 10 more come, they shall not be a Yao's match, Xianxiang declared with unwavering confidence, despite his pallid complexion. Is that truly the case? The crowd gasped, incredulous at his assertion. Indeed, even when a Yao was still at the Earth Sovereign level. She fought against 2 from the Moon God Palace, forcing those ancient monsters to flee in disarray. Had those 2 not been severely injured beforehand? How could that wretched serpent have stolen their millennium's worth of spiritual energy to reach this point? The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dan Yao scoffed repeatedly. A mere serpent, do you truly believe that adding another malevolent spirit will suffice to defeat me? Humph. Even the so-called indomitable blood Lioli has been cleaved in twain by my blade. I am intrigued to see how many of my swords this wretched dagger can withstand. With a clear command, she cried out, Sword, come forth. The Xianxiaaudiobooks sword, previously thrust into the ground by Xianxiang during their fierce battle, responded to its mistress's summons, transforming into a streak of azure light that flew into Dan Yao's grasp. Holding the Xianxiaaudiobooks sword, Dan Yao pointed its blade directly at the crimson giant dagger. Come forth. Let me witness the might of the blood blade conjured by the ghost lord. Ming Shi observed Dan Yao, clad in a blue robe like a blooming flower, her sword gleaming as white as snow. He couldn't help but recall the moment years ago when she sliced through Blood Lioli, severing his arm in the process. If such a formidable entity as Blood Lioli could not withstand her strike, how could a blade born of evil spirits fare any better? With a flicker of thought, Ming Shi hastily commanded the blood blade to transform into a blood figure once more. The 3 of them ceased their displays of extraordinary skills, each unleashing a palm strike to compete against Dan Yao's spiritual energy. A contest of palm against palm in a clash of spiritual powers is unlike any other form of combat. In other forms, one can rely on secret techniques, agility, or weaponry, even resorting to poison. Any stratagem is permissible as long as victory is achieved. However, a battle of spiritual energy is rooted in genuine cultivation. Ming Shi's strategy was to evade the blade's edge and confront Dan Yao directly in this duel. He mused to himself that this woman had just broken through and emerged. Surely her realm was unstable. An unstable realm would weaken her spiritual energy by collaborating with the Ghost Lord to simultaneously deplete her spiritual resources. This contest would inevitably exhaust her energy, leaving her physically drained and lifeless. As for the 2 ancient oddities from the Moon God Palace who lost to Dan Yao in a battle of spiritual energy, Ming Shi believed it was due to their insufficient power, unable to rival her profound cultivation. Their defeat was entirely reasonable. Little did he know, Dan Yao's spiritual energy was not as deep as he imagined. Rather, her cultivation method was exceedingly unique. In terms of explosive power, her practiced Ming Yu Gong paled in comparison to the might of the wedding dress divine art. Yet, when it came to endurance and longevity, it was unparalleled. To challenge her in a contest of spiritual energy was akin to inviting one's own demise. Dan Yao snorted coldly, promptly sheathing the Xianxiaaudiobooks sword, her palms dancing as she faced both the entity and the ghost head-on. With a resounding crash, their palm strikes collided, unleashing a force capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Caution! Retreat quickly. Do not draw too close, or you may lose your life, shouted Taoist Qing Su and the others, pulling their disciples back several thousand steps. A thunderous roar erupted. The 7 Stars Hall, which had stood for over 10 millennia, succumbed to the overwhelming power of the 3 unparalleled beings, crumbling into ruins. The ice jade butterfly mask adorning Dan Yao's head was no indestructible treasure at this moment. Under the relentless assault of their combined forces, it shattered, revealing a youthful countenance of astonishing beauty that seemed unearthly. The hairpin used to secure her hair snapped as well, and her dark tresses billowed in the wind. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. In their minds, this revered celestial maiden of the 7 Stars Palace, who had attained the status of a heavenly lord, must have been an ancient sorceress of at least 1,000 years. They never anticipated that beneath the mask lay such an unexpected visage. This face was not only extraordinarily youthful, but breathtakingly beautiful beyond imagination. The world often uses the phrase as beautiful as a celestial being to describe a woman's allure, yet even a true fairy from the Yao Terrace might not rival her. At this moment, Shui Ling was even more astonished than the others. When she heard Xianxiang call the elder a Yao, she felt a sense of familiarity with that moniker. Among her acquaintances, there was someone with a name that included Yao, whose figure bore a striking resemblance to that of the elder. Yet, she dared not connect the dots. The disparity in both appearance and cultivation was too great between the two individuals. The elder, possessing profound cultivation and unmatched talent, despite wearing a mask, had eyes that sparkled with life. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and from her gaze, it was evident she was a beauty. Conversely, the Dan Yao from her memories was a relatively mediocre talent, with one side of her face marred by poison spots. The chasm between these two was so vast that it felt as if they belonged to different realms, making it inconceivable for them to be the same person. Shui Ling gazed vacantly at the familiar figure in the void, her eyes wide with shock. "Sister, is that you?" Shui Ling's voice trembled with astonishment. "What sister?" "Shui Ling. Do not be disrespectful to the elder," Taoist Qingjing admonished sternly. "Master, it is my sister. She truly is my sister." The more she spoke, the more confused she became. "How many sisters do you have in this generation that I, as your master, would not know? How could the elder possibly be your sister?" Taoist Qingjing exclaimed. However, as he spoke, a sudden realization struck him, and he stared wide-eyed at the void. Could it be? No, it cannot be. He recalled that a century ago, when Dan Yao had entered the Seven Stars Palace, he had publicly declared to her, "Your talent is insufficient. You will not achieve greatness." How could someone with such poor aptitude and mediocre qualifications possibly be the elder? How could she be a heavenly lord? Impossible. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Yet, no sooner had his cries faded than Dan Yao slapped him in the face at lightning speed, acknowledging, "It is I." With her true identity now revealed, denial was no longer an option. Taoist Qingjing was left speechless. As Dan Yao's words resonated in the air, silence fell over the assembly. The disciples of the Seven Stars Palace stood agape in astonishment. When Dan Yao unveiled her youthful visage, they were shocked, but as they pondered the implications, they recalled that Taoist teachings excel in longevity and preservation of life. If one could break through the barriers of inner cultivation, why would they not be able to retain their youthful appearance? Thus, the more youthful Dan Yao appeared, the more they were convinced of her status as a profound and ancient sorceress. Now, hearing Shui Ling refer to her as sister and witnessing her nod in affirmation, their previous assumptions were shattered, leaving them in utter disbelief. Taoist Qing Su was the first to regain his composure, urgently asking, "Shui Ling, you say she is your sister? How is that possible?" Shui Ling, trembling with excitement, stammered, "Yes, she is my sister. She is my sister." Taoist Qing Su's brow furrowed even deeper. What on earth is happening here? If she is a disciple of the Yaoguang Peak, how come we have never seen her? Taoist Qing Quan and the others echoed the same questions. Little did they know, although Dan Yao was indeed a disciple of Yaoguang Peak, she had never formally entered Taoist Qingjing's sect. Without formal discipleship, she was not permitted to attend sect gatherings or interact with male disciples from other peaks. Dan Yao, by nature, was as lazy as a sloth, preferring seclusion. She spent her time either tending to flowers and cats or devotedly cultivating, rarely engaging with others. Additionally, Dan Yao's appearance, marred by poison spots on the left side of her face, led many to overlook her true identity. After a moment of hesitation, Shui Ling revealed Dan Yao's true identity. Instantly, Taoist Qing Su and the other disciples appeared as if struck by lightning, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. They could never have anticipated that the Venerable Master, who had come to the aid of the disciples of the Seven Stars Palace on numerous occasions, was in fact the flower girl of the 100 Flowers Valley. In their minds, the flower girls of the 100 Flowers Valley were regarded as the lowest tier within the Seven Stars Palace, akin to the kitchen cooks, toilet attendants, or cleaners, positions of little distinction. The notion that such a humble being could ascend to become a formidable celestial monarch at the pinnacle of the Eastern Domain was utterly ludicrous. Dan Yao was the Venerable Master? Taoist Qingshu felt as though his head was spinning. 100 years prior, the Seven Stars Palace held its centennial ceremony for disciple recruitment, a grand event to select promising talents. Dan Yao, along with a multitude of young men and women, underwent various trials to become disciples of the Seven Stars Palace, subsequently chosen by the masters of each peak. At that time, the reclusive master Qingjing deemed her talent woefully inadequate and found her appearance regrettable, refusing to accept her as a disciple. Out of pity for her orphaned state, Taoist Qingshu suggested that Master Qingjing take her in, reasoning that the Seven Stars Palace could afford to accommodate one more mouth to feed. Reluctantly, Master Qingjing consented, assigning her to the 100 Flowers Valley to tend to the flowers. Time flew by, and a century passed in the blink of an eye. As if it were only yesterday, he could never have imagined that this flower girl, whose qualifications had once been scorned, could, without any specialized guidance and cultivation, leap to become a celestial monarch. This was simply unbelievable. The onlookers were rendered speechless with astonishment. Master Qingjing felt a profound embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. A century ago, he had publicly declared that a celestial monarch of unparalleled strength was lacking in talent and unlikely to achieve greatness. A celestial monarch after 100 years, such an existence was unparalleled not only in the Eastern Domain, but throughout the entire Tianxian continent. If she were deemed talentless, then what did that make them? Foolish beyond comprehension? The more Master Qingjing pondered, the more he felt the heat of embarrassment. His aged face turning as red as a pig's liver, filled with regret. Taoist Qingshu seemed to see through Master Qingjing's thoughts and spoke with a smile. Junior sister, do not be troubled. Dan Yao is certainly not a narrow-minded and petty woman. Otherwise, she would not have sacrificed her own essence to save you with the blood of a land deity, nor would she have repeatedly come to the aid of our disciples. Upon hearing this, Master Qingjing felt a mix of guilt, sighs, and newfound admiration. She softly replied, "You speak the truth, senior brother. I was indeed too small-minded." Just as the disciples of the Seven Stars Palace absorbed the shock of Dan Yao's identity, Ming Shi was equally taken aback. Realizing that beneath Dan Yao's mask lay a face of breathtaking beauty, he gazed at her, dazed. "So you are not only extraordinarily gifted and resourceful, but also possess such stunning beauty. Now that we have both reached the celestial monarch realm, continuing to fight would only lead to mutual destruction. Why not?" Dan Yao interrupted coldly. "Why not what? Why not join forces, you and I? We are both celestial monarchs. Together, we could dominate the Eastern Domain and become a pair of enviable celestial lovers. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Chapter 288, The Perverse Technique. Ming Shi's smile radiated like the spring sun, making it difficult to reconcile with his identity as the leader of the Shadow Sect. Celestial lovers? Dan Yao scoffed. "Why not say that we are thieves in the night, colluding in deceit? To suggest that I partner with a man as insidious, despicable, and cruel as you is hardly preferable to death." Ming Shi seethed with fury, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. "Do not blame me if I resort to ruthless measures." He stomped his foot, urging his blood minions forward to overpower her. Confident in his profound spiritual energy, he believed that, together with the Ghost Monarch, they could deplete Dan Yao's strength. However, after a brief skirmish, her energy not only showed no signs of waning but instead surged stronger, like the relentless tides of the Qianxiang River. "I refuse to believe that your energy is genuinely that formidable." Ming Shi, alongside his blood minions, engaged her several more times, only to discover that Dan Yao's spiritual energy had grown even more potent than before. Her energy resembled the boundless ocean, ceaseless and infinite. Ming Shi's expression turned frantic as he regarded Dan Yao with a gaze akin to that of a monster. "How can your energy not deplete? What kind of wicked technique are you practicing?" Ming Shi howled in desperation. He had previously felt the power of her strike and realized her technique was unique. Yet he could never have imagined that her energy was inexhaustible. "What? Energy that never depletes?" The crowd was taken aback by Ming Shi's exclamation. In the realm of Tianxian, regardless of how profound the techniques, they invariably consumed spiritual energy during their operation. This is why generations of heroes sought to create various marvelous techniques to minimize their energy expenditure and achieve absolute control. Yet, extremes beget extremes. Excessive rigidity must yield to softness, and the most yielding can also generate ferocious strength. The pursuit of absolute control was, to many, naught but a delusion. No technique in existence could claim to be devoid of spiritual energy consumption. Yet, the Mingyu technique was a notable exception, operating differently from any other method. Other techniques allowed energy to flow downward, with some dissipating into the ground, inevitably diminishing over time without replenishment. In contrast, the Mingyu technique drew moisture from the heavens, increasing in volume until it transformed into an ocean that overwhelmed all opposition. It was already astonishing that Dan Yao had become a celestial monarch in just a century. Yet now, Ming Shi claimed that her technique was entirely without energy depletion. This was simply unfathomable. Dan Yao smiled. "Your insight is commendable. You have discerned that my technique does not deplete energy, but alas, you understood too late." Ming Shi recalled the battle over 20 years ago against the two ancient beings of the Moon God Palace, who had attempted to drain Dan Yao's energy using their formidable techniques. Instead of succeeding, they had inadvertently destroyed themselves, allowing him to easily steal their millennia of cultivation. At the time, he believed their defeat was due to insufficient strength. Only now did he grasp that it was Dan Yao's technique that was utterly perverse. Chapter 289, The Iceman Who Never Melts. Not only did her energy never deplete, but it also increased with use, growing stronger with each conflict. Regardless of how potent one's energy might be, it would ultimately be exhausted by her. "Dan Yao, I may have lost this battle today, but if you think you can easily take my life, you are mistaken. Await my ascension to a higher realm." I shall ensure you have no place to bury your remains." With that, Ming Shi withdrew his power, allowing his blood minion to entangle Dan Yao, while he leaped into the air, intent on fleeing. But to think he could escape so easily. Dan Yao chuckled coldly, her eyes alight with murderous intent. She forcefully repelled the blood minion, wielding the snow spirit sword to ensnare it, while a vibrant green light suddenly blossomed in her other hand. As the green light emerged, the air around them instantly turned frigid. Frost Snow Pearl. Ming Shi's face registered shock, his voice trembling. "What do you intend to do? Are you truly so clever that you cannot guess my intentions?" Dan Yao's smile, illuminated by the Frost Snow Pearl's eerie green glow, appeared exceedingly alluring and sinister. Over 2 millennia ago, amidst the howling winds and biting snow, the formidable Fengxue Dizuan, at the brink of death, summoned the power of the Frost Snow Pearl to deliver a grievous blow to 3 traitorous apostates who had slain their master. One of these scoundrels managed to escape, yet in doing so transferred the frigid essence into your father's body. In turn, your father employed a technique of palace exchange to pass this chilling force onto you, subjecting you to its torment for over a millennium. Surely, you harbor profound psychological scars regarding the Frost Snow Pearl, do you not? Cunning as Ming Shi was, he could hardly fathom Dan Yao's intentions, his eyes widening in fury. "You dare? What is there to fear?" she retorted, her voice icy. "You, foul serpent, scheming for your selfish gains, have harmed countless innocents, even raising malevolent spirits to wreak havoc. Today, I shall wield this Frost Snow Pearl to transform you into an everlasting ice statue, allowing you to perish in the agonizing grip of cold." With that, Dan Yao infused her spiritual energy into the Frost Snow Pearl. Instantly, the pearl erupted with a verdant glow, unleashing an overwhelming blast of frigid air. Ming Shi felt this chill to be exponentially more severe than the one that had tormented him for a millennium. His complexion drained of color as he hastily retreated. "You cannot escape," Dan Yao declared. "I have recently mastered a profound ice sealing technique, specifically designed to deal with treacherous fiends like you." Under her command, the Frost Snow Pearl spun with purpose, ensnaring Ming Shi's primordial spirit. After years of meticulous plotting, he had finally become the first heavenly monarch of the Eastern Domain in 10 millennia. How could he allow himself to be sealed in ice by you? I refuse to accept this. Before the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the Frost Snow Pearl resembled a celestial silkworm, emitting gossamer threads of icy silk that bound Ming Shi's corporeal form and spirit tightly. The more he struggled, the tighter the silks constricted, ultimately encasing him in a cocoon of ice. Dan Yao then directed the Frost Snow Pearl to create a vast pit in the Tianma Ridge, burying the ice cocoon within, severing it from the world entirely. Thus, Ming Shi, the leader of the Netherworld sect, was frozen into an unyielding ice figure for eternity. The disciples of the Netherworld sect were left pallid and despondent, having believed their leader's ascension would herald a resurgence of their sect's dominance in the Eastern Domain. Yet, their triumph was snuffed out within mere moments by overwhelming force. "What shall we do now?" Dan Yao's gaze turned icy as she surveyed the disciples. "You who have nurtured malevolent spirits and harmed the innocent, sparing neither women nor children, deserve nothing less than death." Years ago, when Xue Ling returned from her trials, she recounted the atrocities committed by the Netherworld sect in their quest to raise evil spirits, slaughtering countless villages and even sparing no infants. It was a madness beyond comprehension. I have long desired to eradicate the Netherworld sect, but lacked the opportunity. Now, having attained the rank of Heavenly Monarch, I shall no longer hold back. It is time to eliminate this scourge to prevent further harm to the innocent. Please, fairy, spare us. We realize our wrongs. We implore you, grant us mercy. We shall repent and turn over a new leaf." Sensing Dan Yao's unrestrained murderous intent, the disciples fell to their knees, pleading desperately. "Humph. The innocent citizens you once slaughtered included countless mothers, who knelt in anguish, beseeching you to spare their children. Did you show them mercy? Divine retribution may be forgivable, but self-inflicted calamity is inescapable. Go to hell and atone for your sins." With a cold glance, Dan Yao unleashed her palm. Boom! A terrifying force obliterated the pleading disciples, reducing them to nothing more than a crimson mist, their bones scattered to oblivion. After concluding this grim task, Dan Yao cast a glance at Xiangyang before transforming into a beam of spiritual light, vanishing into the depths of Yaoguang Peak. Xiangyang smiled softly, first transforming into a streak of light to depart from Qingjing Palace, only to morph into a cat, returning to Baiwa Valley. Yaoguang Peak was a sanctuary for women, forbidding men from entry. Though Baiwa Valley was distant from the female disciples' quarters, it remained within the jurisdiction of Yaoguang Peak. Directly flying to Baiwa Valley could lead to gossip that might tarnish the female disciples' reputations. Returning in the guise of a cat was a far more prudent choice. Thus concluded the harrowing massacre, resulting in the complete annihilation of the Netherworld sect. Ming Shi, after countless schemes, had risen to become the first heavenly monarch of the Eastern Domain in 10 millennia, only to find his ambitions thwarted at the hands of Dan Yao before they could even unfold. The elders of Qingxiu, having anticipated the fall of Qixing Palace, were astonished to see the impending disaster dissolve into nothingness. Master, what on earth has transpired? That esteemed elder, a talented disciple from Tianxian Peak, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired. Unlike Shui Ling, they had no prior knowledge of Dan Yao. They could not fathom how a humble flower girl could suddenly ascend to become a heavenly monarch. The other disciples turned their gazes toward Qingxiu Daoist, perplexed. Their bewilderment was justified. Firstly, Yaoguang Peak was an all-female domain, where men were not permitted to interact freely with their female counterparts, even among fellow disciples. Secondly, over a century had passed since Dan Yao joined Qixing Palace. It was common for even close relatives to be forgotten after decades apart, let alone a flower girl with whom one had little association a century prior. Lastly, her humble role as a flower girl had garnered little attention, unlike Qi Hao or Shui Ling, leading many to overlook her existence. The specific reasons elude me. This elder hails from Yaoguang Peak. Perhaps you should consult your serene master. Qingjing. Recalling the circumstances of Dan Yao's apprenticeship was an awkward affair for Qingxiu Daoist. He could not bring himself to divulge that she was assigned to tend flowers due to her perceived lack of talent. She broke through to heavenly monarch within 100 years. If that is considered lacking, then we might as well find a piece of tofu to end our lives. Just then, Qi Hao turned to Shui Ling, smiling as he asked, Junior sister, you recognize this esteemed elder at a glance. Surely you know her best. Could you enlighten us about this matter? All eyes turned to Shui Ling. She hesitated, glancing at Qingjing. With a sigh, Qingjing conceded, let me tell the truth. And so, Shui Ling recounted how Dan Yao had entered Qixing Palace, how she was deemed lacking in aptitude and assigned to cultivate flowers, and how, through her self-study during that time, she had achieved the rank of heavenly monarch, detailing every nuance. As she spoke, an eerie silence engulfed the crowd. Each face wore an expression that transcended mere words. Visibly shaken by Dan Yao's astonishing identity and journey, Shui Ling, too, understood their astonishment. Learning that Dan Yao was a revered ancestor had deeply shocked her, leaving her momentarily speechless. No one could have anticipated that the unparalleled, enigmatic powerhouse of Qixing Palace was neither a senior ancestor nor a formally initiated disciple, but a seemingly inconspicuous flower girl. Even more astounding was the fact that she had ascended to the heavenly monarch realm in a mere century. The silence lingered until Qingxiu Daoist coughed gently, prompting them to gradually regain their composure. They exchanged incredulous glances, still reflecting disbelief. Junior sister Shui Ling, is what you said true? As the eldest brother of the younger generation, Qi Hao possessed the best demeanor and cultivation among the disciples. Despite everything, he was utterly astonished. Taking a deep breath, he inquired. Shui Ling smiled and replied, in the presence of all esteemed mentors, how could I dare to utter falsehoods? The truth is as follows. I have been acquainted with this senior sister of the Grand Master for several decades. I initially believed her to be merely a person of mediocre talent, albeit with an exceedingly optimistic disposition. It is only today that I have come to realize the profound depth of her cultivation. How did she reach such heights in her practice? Qi Hao asked, voicing what everyone else was pondering. To break through to the heavenly sovereign realm in just a century is indeed astonishing. While the assembly was captivated by Dan Yao's identity, they were even more astounded by her cultivation. In the Eastern Domain, achieving the embryonic transformation in a mere 100 years is already the hallmark of a genius, let alone transcending 3 major realms, void refinement, earth sovereign, and heavenly sovereign. Previously, the consensus was that the most exceptional cultivation record belonged to Ming Shi, who commenced his training at the tender age of 10 and attained void refinement by the age of 111. This does not even account for Ming Shi's unique status. If that were considered, achieving embryonic transformation at 100 would still render him the most prodigious. A century to reach void refinement is already a formidable feat, let alone the heavenly sovereign, a realm that has not been witnessed for millennia. The incredulity of the situation is simply overwhelming. I do not know either. Shui Ling responded with a wry smile. It was only today that I discovered my senior sister's identity. Previously, she always appeared masked, unwilling to reveal her true visage. I contemplated numerous possibilities. Yet I never imagined she was concealing her remarkably youthful identity. Well, this is not the time for such discussions. We must first tend to the aftermath and ensure the well-being of our disciples, interrupted Daoist Qing Su. The recent siege of the 7-star palace by Ming Shi and the disciples of the underworld sect, while ultimately defused by Dan Yao, had nonetheless resulted in significant casualties among their ranks. Even the 7-star hall, which had stood for over 10,000 years, sustained heavy damage during the battle. The remaining elders and surviving disciples bore considerable injuries and required immediate recuperation. Otherwise, prolonged delays could lead to lingering ailments that would hinder their future cultivation. Furthermore, the shockwaves and ramifications of Dan Yao's breakthrough to the heavenly sovereign realm and the revelation of her true identity were nothing short of monumental. Taoist Qing Su and the others would need ample time to thoroughly process these events. All of this felt surreal, as if one were caught in a dream. The emergence of a heavenly sovereign exerting pressure in the Eastern Domain was tenfold more perilous than the combined efforts of the 10 righteous sects to eradicate the underworld sect in years past. It was believed that the 7-star palace was doomed, yet the reversal of fortune was so swift that it left everyone in disbelief. Taoist Qing Su sighed softly and waved his hand. Everyone disperse. We shall address any matters in due time. Yes, Sect Master. The crowd gradually dispersed. Shui Ling stared vacantly in the direction of the 100-Flower Valley on Yaoguang Peak. The tranquil Taoist spoke slowly. Shui Ling, I understand your desire to seek clarity from your uniquely positioned senior sister, but it would be prudent not to approach her just yet. Why? Shui Ling asked, perplexed. From the battle earlier, it was evident that the young man who suddenly appeared was acting to buy time for your senior sister. In other words, your senior sister has only just broken through to the heavenly sovereign realm. As practitioners, we ought to recognize that those who have just transcended their realms are often in a state of instability and require a period of recuperation to solidify their newfound powers, particularly at the Earth's sovereign and heavenly sovereign levels. How could I have forgotten? My senior sister has just experienced her breakthrough. Her realm is indeed at its most precarious. Especially after engaging in fierce combat with that demon, Ming Shi. Her vitality must have been substantially depleted, and she now requires time to stabilize her cultivation. The tranquil Taoist gazed thoughtfully towards the 100-Flower Valley. It has been over 10,000 years since the Eastern Domain has witnessed a heavenly sovereign. Who would have believed that 3 would emerge all at once? If not for witnessing it firsthand, who could accept such a truth? Enough of this discourse. You have also exerted yourself in battle. Return and rest well. We shall discuss matters in a few days. Yes, Master. In the 100-Flower Valley, after defeating Ming Shi, Dan Yao returned to her humble dwelling. However, rather than immediately settling down to circulate her inner energy and stabilize her realm as the tranquil Taoist had done, she found that her heavenly sovereign state had already been thoroughly solidified during the battle. It turned out that the Ming Yu Gong she practiced was the most profound and enigmatic intersect technique, unlike other methods that dissipate vital energy during operation, leading to depletion that necessitates meditation for replenishment. Her Ming Yu Gong operated in stark contrast. The vital energy circulated inward, increasing rather than diminishing, rendering it inexhaustible. Just moments ago, Ming Shi and his summoned ghostly sovereign had engaged her in a fierce contest of spiritual energy. Throughout the confrontation, the extraordinary properties of the Ming Yu Gong's vital energy were gradually unleashed, forming a swirling vortex of energy. This vortex continuously honed her heavenly sovereign vitality. Akin to making steam buns without kneading the dough forms itself. Had Ming Shi not forced a contest of strength, she would have needed considerable effort to stabilize her realm. Sitting upon her obsidian mat, Dan Yao reflected with a hint of melancholy. After concealing my true identity for over a century, it has finally been revealed. Although somewhat surprised, she did not feel disheartened. In truth, even if her identity had remained undisclosed, she had no intention of continuing to hide. The reason she had concealed her identity was due to her binding to a system that favored a laid-back existence. Only by living as passively as a salted fish could she continuously receive rewards. However, more importantly, she felt her strength was still insufficient. After all, there are always greater beings beyond oneself. Until she achieved invincibility, it was wise to remain prudent. Flaunting her abilities recklessly could lead to dire consequences. Yet, once she attained a truly invincible state, there would be no need for caution. As far as she knew, the Eastern Domain had not seen a heavenly sovereign for over 10,000 years. Today, both she and Ming Shi had broken through, dispelling the notion of the heavenly sovereign as mere legend. In essence, her current strength allowed her to completely disregard any practitioner beneath the heavenly sovereign level in the Eastern Domain. Those beneath the heavenly sovereign, even the pinnacle of Earth sovereigns and half-step heavenly sovereigns, appeared as insignificant as ants. Only those at the heavenly sovereign level could stand against her. Given the turmoil Ming Shi had caused in the Eastern Domain, it was challenging to find even an Earth sovereign, let alone a heavenly sovereign. Aside from Xianxiang, she had no opponents left, even if, hypothetically, someone were to break through to the heavenly sovereign realm. The boundless nature of her practice technique would render any such contender incapable of matching her strength. Thus, there was no need for her to remain low-key. As for the system's insistence on a salted fish lifestyle, that was an easily manageable requirement. Previously, her lack of strength had necessitated caution to avoid drawing attention. Now, with her absolute invincibility, who would dare to disturb her? Did they no longer wish to live? Lost in thought, a flash of red light appeared before her. Xianxiang materialized, landing gracefully yet panting heavily. Dan Yao gasped, "What happened to you?" "I'm fine," Xianxiang replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Dan Yao reached out to check his pulse, her heart racing with alarm. "Your meridians, what has happened to them?" Xianxiang sighed, "As you have sensed, my meridians have been severely damaged by the scorching true energy of the wedding dress divine art. You are well aware that the true energy of the wedding dress divine art is intensely fiery, unless one reaches a level of mastery where they can control it freely. Invoking such power inevitably leads to severe backlash. How could you? It is beyond my expectations. The Blackheart Bloodfiend palm, catalyzed by the blood glaze of the underworld sect, is indeed formidable. Had I not unleashed my full power to destroy the blood glaze, I would have perished beneath the hands of that old rascal Mingshi." At this juncture, Xianxiang offered a bittersweet smile tinged with gratitude. "Congratulations. You have transcended to the realm of the celestial monarch, becoming the unrivaled champion of the Eastern domain." With her eyes glistening, Dan Yao replied, "If you hadn't intervened to fend off Mingshi and provided me the opportunity to break through, I would have long succumbed to madness, severing my heart's pulse and meeting my demise. How could I possibly have achieved this breakthrough?" Recalling the perilous moment of her ascension, Dan Yao felt a lingering trepidation, her heart swelling with appreciation for all that Xianxiang had done for her. "My meridians have been shattered, my path to cultivation severed. I am utterly rendered a waste." Xiangyang's voice was heavy yet warm. "Yao, I can no longer protect you, nor can I guide you further. Your future cultivation lies solely in your own hands." Dan Yao trembled as she protested. "Who says that? Your journey of cultivation has only just begun. How could you be reduced to a state of ruin? With your own strength, you can restore your meridians." "It is impossible. The meridians are the conduits through which a cultivator channels their spiritual energy," he replied. Xianxiang shook his head. "Once destroyed, all true energy will be locked within the dantian. There exists no method to repair meridians in this world, save for the act of seizing a new life. To seize a new life, harming the innocent for selfish gain, was something he could never bring himself to do. Furthermore, his corporeal form was forged from the essence of his parents. As the saying goes, one's body and skin are bestowed by their parents. How could he inflict harm upon himself? Being their sole son, abandoning his flesh would sever the lineage of his ancestors. Dan Yao interjected, "Who says it cannot be done? Consider the cultivation methods. Everyone believes that all techniques incur a loss during practice, that no technique exists without consumption. Yet, my practice of the Mingyu skill is an exception. Although your meridians may be largely damaged, they are not beyond repair. You need not my assistance. With your own power, you can completely restore your injured meridians." Xianxiang, momentarily taken aback, suddenly grasped the concept and exclaimed with excitement, "Are you suggesting that the bridal garment divine skill can repair my meridians?" Dan Yao nodded emphatically. "Indeed. The bridal garment divine skill and the Mingyu skill are revered as unparalleled techniques throughout the ages precisely because they enable cultivators to mend their damaged meridians. This is one of the mysteries of the skill. Yet, is it not implausible? The true energy of the bridal garment divine skill is exceedingly hot. My meridians were burned by this very energy. How could it possibly be used for repair?" he questioned. "There is nothing implausible about it. Your meridians were damaged because you had not yet truly mastered this divine skill, rendering you unable to control its power, which then backfired upon you. If you can fully master this skill, repairing your meridians will be as simple as drinking water." At this point, Dan Yao gazed into Xiangyang's eyes, reigniting the spark of hope within him. "Do you know what the term bridal garment signifies?" Xianxiang was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Does it not derive from the last two lines of the poem The Poor Girl by Qin Taoyu, bitterly lamenting year after year, pressed by the golden thread, to make a bridal garment for another? It implies the act of making a bridal garment for others, does it not?" Dan Yao listened, nodding and shaking her head in turn. "Indeed, making a bridal garment for another is one method of practicing the bridal garment divine skill. But it is not the supreme path of cultivation." Xianxiang furrowed his brow. "Why is it not the supreme path? Is it not also possible to cultivate the bridal garment divine skill in this manner?" "It is possible, but the outcomes are entirely different. You must have heard of how the bridal garment divine skill and the Mingyu skill are interdependent, each capable of countering the other. Their powers are on par. Yet, if you compare my strength to yours now, is there not a significant disparity?" Xianxiang pondered and concluded, Just now, in your battle with that foul serpent. The power you unleashed seemed only slightly weaker than my red lotus flame palm. I am in the mid-stage of the celestial monarch realm, while you are in the early stage. If we discount the differences between the mid and early stages, the powers of these two techniques should be comparable, no? There is a significant problem. Dan Yao shook her head vigorously. The strength of the Mingyu skill lies in its endurance. The longer it is sustained, the more advantageous it becomes. Conversely, the bridal garment divine skill excels in explosive power. When I first attacked, I was at my weakest. While you unleashed your full strength from the outset, is it normal for the weakest power to match the strongest? Moreover, the operational method of the bridal garment divine skill, like other techniques, experiences a continuous consumption of true energy during practice, growing weaker over time. Yet my power, throughout the process, continually strengthens. This back and forth does not align with the legends regarding the two great wondrous skills being equal in might. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yang's brow furrowed deeply. Indeed, the advantage of the bridal garment divine skill lies in its explosive power. Its strength should be at least 2 to 3 times greater than that of the Mingyu skill to align with expectations. How could this be? Dan Yao smiled. That is because the true cultivation method of the bridal garment divine skill is not merely to create a bridal garment for another. The immense power you exerted, born out of enduring the searing flames, can contend with my spiritual energy. However, as my spiritual energy is utilized increasingly, you will ultimately face inevitable defeat. Should you transfer all your cultivation to another, the potency of that power will diminish due to the differences in personal constitution, rendering it even less a match for mine. Are you implying that only through the second method of cultivation, allowing the cultivator to independently master the bridal garment divine skill, can it truly rival your Mingyu skill? Xiang Yang now comprehended. Precisely. Only the bridal garment divine skill cultivated through the second method can stand shoulder to shoulder with my Mingyu skill, and it is indeed the most superior path of cultivation. Xiang Yang hurriedly inquired, what is this second method? I promised you that once I broke through to the celestial monarch realm, I would reveal the second method to you. I would never go back on my word. At this point, Dan Yao displayed a peculiar smile and continued, bitterly lamenting year after year, pressed by the golden thread. To make a bridal garment for another. Do you truly believe that the nameless female immortal was merely a resentful woman harboring hatred for men? Consider that she, having attained immortality, must be a person of great wisdom. If this technique were only capable of making garments for others, why would she have devoted herself to creating it? Furthermore, why would she establish it as a skill of equal power to the Mingyu skill? Wouldn't that be laughable? Xiang Yang, hearing her words, seemed to glimpse a flicker of light in the darkness, yet it vanished just as quickly. Dan Yao continued. The reason you perceive the bridal garment divine skill as merely a technique for creating garments for others is that you view it from a man's perspective. If you were to consider it from the standpoint of the female founder, the situation would be entirely different. The female perspective? Xiang Yang mused. Bridal garment? Woman? Dan Yao prompted him again. The environment of the cultivation world mirrors that of the secular realm, where male superiority and female inferiority prevail, leading to inherent discrimination against women. Once a woman marries, she becomes part of her husband's family, severing ties with her own. Hence the saying, a married daughter is like spilled water. The term bridal garment in the bridal garment divine skill derives from this concept. Only by comprehending the true meaning behind these two words can one unravel the mysteries of cultivation. Bridal garment? Marriage? Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon Xiang Yang. To don the bridal garment and immerse oneself in a new environment signifies the commencement of a new life. Therefore, his temples throbbed, his voice hoarse with excitement. Therefore, one must forfeit all cultivation when reaching a certain level, and then begin anew, to be reborn from the flames and truly master the bridal garment divine skill. The resplendent red phoenix crown and veil worn by a bride symbolized the phoenix reborn from the fire. Dan Yao nodded emphatically, indeed. The Xiang clan is only aware that the bridal garment technique must not be practiced. If one attempts to practice it, they can only create garments for others. Yet, they fail to comprehend that the term bridal garment signifies a rebirth through fire, a fresh beginning. The vigorous energy cultivated from this technique is so intense that it becomes unbearable, necessitating the complete relinquishment of one's cultivation when it reaches 60 to 70% of its potential. Xiang Yang remarked, this is what is meant by to utilize its benefits. One must first dull its edge. Precisely, after this tempering, the technique's sharpness is dulled, and once it is mastered again, the energy begins to merge harmoniously, retaining its potency. At this juncture, those who practice this technique have already undergone its trials twice, thus gaining a more adept mastery over their energy, enabling them to unleash its full power with ease and precision. With a sigh, Dan Yao continued, The path of immortals and Zen Buddhism intertwines with the bridal garment technique, which is esteemed as a Zen practice, predominantly centered on enlightenment. However, this enlightenment has been misconstrued as a self-sacrifice. If I do not enter hell, who will? A misunderstanding that strays far from the original intent of the nameless female immortal. After being trapped in darkness for centuries, Xianxiang had finally glimpsed the light. He pondered aloud. The true essence of the bridal garment lies in the beauty of a woman on her wedding day, shedding her old attire for a new one. Akin to being reborn, this necessitates relinquishing her previous life, even if it means parting from her beloved parents, as she must wholeheartedly embrace the new family she creates with her husband. To gain, one must be willing to lose. This is the authentic enlightenment of Zen. At this moment, despite their insightful dialogue regarding the cultivation method of the bridal garment technique, they were still only aware of one facet, oblivious to another. The nameless female immortal had once married the man she loved, only to be abandoned later, when she established the bridal garment technique. Her heart brimmed with resentment towards her unfaithful husband, yet amidst this bitterness, she grasped a profound truth. The bridal garment technique symbolizes a woman's departure from her life, forsaking her nurturing parents to entrust her entire being to her spouse. Should he betray her, her life would mirror the excruciating trials of the bridal garment technique, fraught with suffering and torment, with no hope of liberation. The adage men fear entering the wrong profession, women fear marrying the wrong man rings particularly true for women in ancient times. A wrong marriage could lead to a lifetime of ruin. Otherwise, the lament of the noble lady, Qingjing, would not echo. For a day's grace from you, I have sacrificed 100 years of my being. She chose to name this technique the bridal garment to caution future practitioners, urging them to cherish their loved ones and avoid acts of betrayal. If any man could comprehend her sentiment and unravel its intricacies, mastering the bridal garment technique she painstakingly crafted would not be considered misplaced trust. However, this insight into the emotions of love between men and women was too personal to be inscribed in the manual, lest she be ridiculed for being a transcendent figure ensnared by love, yearning for the unattainable. Ironically, her reluctance to articulate this led to the misinterpretation of the bridal garment technique through the ages, with no one truly mastering it. Ultimately, the ancestors of the Xiang clan distorted its meaning into that of creating garments for others, causing suffering for generations, a thought that evokes deep sorrow. Xianxiang contemplated and inquired. After relinquishing one's cultivation, is it truly possible to cultivate anew? Chapter 297, Breaking and Rebuilding. Certainly, Dan Yao replied, one must break before they can stand anew. This technique is inherently designed to be perfected only to be destroyed. Once destroyed, remnants will remain within your being, allowing for a more efficient rebirth during recultivation. It is akin to a towering tree, stripped bare, yet with roots still buried deep in the earth, destined to regrow in due time. Understanding dawned upon him. The nameless female immortal who created this technique was indeed an exceptionally astute individual. He exclaimed with a sigh, the process of cultivating the bridal garment technique is excruciating. Even someone with his extraordinary talents would require a century to reach 60 to 70% proficiency, who would willingly discard the energy they had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years, yet, without obliterating their entire cultivation. The secrets of the bridal garment technique could never be unveiled or truly mastered. In truth, he was not alone. Prior to him, several prodigious youths from the Xiang clan had attempted to cultivate this technique. They were well aware that reaching its pinnacle would bestow upon them immortality and eternal bliss, and they all practiced diligently. However, in the end, they either transferred their entire cultivation to another or succumbed to the searing trials of the bridal garment technique, resulting in their demise. In contrast, he considered himself fortunate. He had encountered Dan Yao, sparing him from being a mere creator of garments for others, dying with his energy expended. Dan Yao further elucidated, once the bridal garment technique is dismantled, the supreme energy will instantaneously obliterate all your meridians, leading to a state of reconstruction, ultimately resulting in a rebirth that surpasses your former self. Only through this reconstitution can the bridal garment technique compete with my Mingyu technique. Xianxiang suddenly grasped the implications. No wonder you said that I could restore my destroyed meridians with my own strength. I see now that the destruction of my meridians is part of the process. Indeed, Dan Yao affirmed. A phoenix must first ignite its own body before it can be reborn from the ashes, achieving a more potent existence. Thus, whether your meridians are destroyed or not, the outcome remains the same. What should I do now? Xianxiang inquired, his excitement rendering him nearly speechless. No one could fathom his current emotions. Tormented by the fiery nature of the bridal garment technique for centuries, he was on the brink of collapse. Multiple times, He had contemplated transferring all his cultivation to someone. Even if it meant a tragic end, anything to escape the relentless torment. The bridal garment technique flourishes when aligned with the flow, but leads to death when opposed. You must reverse your meridians, dismantle all your cultivation, to emerge from the brink of death. Very well, time is of the essence. I shall commence the process now. Xiangyang promptly settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and prepared to reverse his meridians, annihilating all his cultivation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he opened his eyes once more. What is it? Dan Yao asked, concerned. I cannot relinquish my cultivation. Why not? Dan Yao furrowed her brow. I previously mentioned that Xiang Banshan deceived me into practicing the bridal garment technique. Fearful I would flee, he cast a curse upon me. To evade his pursuit, I had to consume the beast transformation pill and transform into a cat. This curse, forged from his heart's blood, intertwines with the supreme energy of the bridal garment technique. Should I destroy my cultivation, he would undoubtedly sense it. That old rogue has schemed for centuries to attain the energy of the bridal garment technique for his own ascension. If he discovers I have dissipated my power, I fear. Chapter 298, Shocking the Eastern Domain. Dan Yao immediately understood. You fear he will track you here? Yes. He confirmed. His heart's blood merges with my energy. Once my cultivation is destroyed, he can pinpoint my location through the energy released during the destruction of the bridal garment technique. At that point, not only would we be unable to escape, but the entire Seven Stars Palace might face annihilation. Dan Yao's expression grew increasingly grave. What do you propose we do? In the intricate balance of nature, everything exists in opposition. The bridal garment technique embodies the utmost yang and strength. Thus, I seek a place of utmost yin and cold to release this energy, ensuring that Xiang Banshan cannot locate me. A place of utmost yin and cold, Dan Yao pondered. The seed of the wind and snow earth Venerable. A palace forged from profound ice would suffice. If the secret realm remains intact, it could serve as a location to dismantle my cultivation. However, currently, Xiangyang smiled and said, actually, this is not difficult. You possess the frost snow pearl of the wind and snow earth Venerable, do you not? The mystical art of Mingyu, cultivated from the essence of utmost yin and cold, allows one to freeze a relatively vast body of water by channeling the chilling aura of the frost snow pearl. Why did I overlook this? Dan Yao exclaimed, slapping her forehead. The Xianbing Palace of the Wind and Snow Earth Sovereign was also formed using the chilling energy of the frost snow pearl. We can simply replicate that. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten our search. Xiangyang shook his head. Not so fast. Why not? He replied. While the extreme cold can conceal the yang energy within me, it does not guarantee that my powers won't escape. One must always be cautious. A careless slip could lead to disastrous consequences. We cannot afford to take such risks. What then shall we do? Dan Yao inquired. Xiangyang pondered deeply. I recall a particularly enigmatic sea region at the boundary of the eastern and southern domains, a place rife with sinister forces and teeming with countless demons. We ought to seek it out. In doing so, even if the powers of the wedding dress technique were to leak, any misfortune would befall those malevolent entities rather than innocent souls. Dan Yao smiled sweetly. It is only fitting for the Xiang clan to deal with these evil spirits, employing poison to counter poison. Now, after your prolonged meditation and fierce battles, you must be weary. Rest and regain your strength before we set forth, Xiangyang gently advised. Very well. Meanwhile, as the two discussed the intricacies of the wedding dress technique, news of the grand battle at the Seven-Star Palace spread throughout every corner of the eastern domain. After breaking through to the celestial monarch realm, Ming Shi had declared dominion over the eastern domain with his ominous voice, summoning all major sects to submit to Tianma Ridge. Those who resisted would face merciless annihilation. The practitioners of the eastern domain had already sensed the overwhelming might of the celestial monarch from his chilling proclamation. Upon learning of Ming Shi's intention to obliterate the Seven-Star Palace, they believed it was doomed. After all, the celestial monarch was a legend in the eastern domain, and no individual or sect could withstand such formidable power. However, they could never have anticipated that this unparalleled powerhouse, the first to break through to the celestial monarch realm, would ultimately meet his demise at the hands of the female grandmaster of the Seven-Star Palace. In an instant, the name of the female grandmaster resonated throughout every corner of the eastern domain, becoming a revered figure for countless practitioners, admired especially by female cultivators. Her emergence shattered the long-standing patriarchal traditions of the eastern domain's cultivation world. Who says women are inferior to men? Look at the grandmaster of the Seven-Star Palace, the only celestial monarch in the eastern domain. To the men who belittled female cultivators, the question loomed. Do you not feel ashamed? Are you not embarrassed? Though the Seven-Star Palace did not publicly announce the grandmaster's cultivation level, Her ability to subdue Ming Shi, the celestial monarch, implied that she was indeed a formidable force herself. Every Earth sovereign, upon reaching their level, acquires a title. For instance, the names Blood Moon Sovereign and Cold Moon Sovereign were derived from their status as Earth sovereigns of the Moon God Palace. Dan Yao, appearing with absolute and unmatched strength, emerged into a world where the hierarchy of the four great Earth sovereigns had existed for over 1,000 years, complete with established titles. Her sudden rise left everyone at a loss for how to address her. Dan Yao, modest by nature and disinclined to seek fame, did not regard titles as significant despite her immense prowess. Moreover, in recent decades, the practitioners of the Eastern Domain's Righteous Alliance had been preoccupied with the troubles caused by Ming Shi, leaving them little time to devise a title for her. Thus, the matter lingered unresolved until now. As she shattered historical records to become the first celestial monarch in 10 millennia, a title became imperative. Many were perplexed. Wasn't Ming Shi the first to achieve the celestial monarch status? Indeed, if one were to scrutinize closely, Ming Shi was the first to break through. However, as the malevolent leader of the underworld sect, his cruel and ruthless nature had wrought havoc upon many, and now, he lay encased as an eternalized statue. The title of celestial monarch had become a mere facade, devoid of true acknowledgement from the practitioners. Conversely, Dan Yao's breakthrough came only shortly after Ming Shi's. Yet her actions were nobler. Had she not stepped in to suppress Ming Shi, the Eastern Domain would likely have succumbed to darkness, and the major righteous sects would be eternally grateful to her. History is invariably written by the victors. Even though Ming Shi was the first to ascend, the practitioners of the Eastern Domain recognized the Grand Master of the Seven-Star Palace as the true celestial monarch. Unfamiliar with Dan Yao's given name, the higher-ups of the Seven-Star Palace remained secretive about her origins. The practitioners of the Eastern Domain racked their brains to devise a fitting title for her, yet none seemed appropriate. Ultimately, it was the master of the Wujiman, Zhong Wanshan, who broke through the void under Dan Yao's guidance, suggesting, this esteemed elder, having used the Frost Snow Pearl of the Wind and Snow Sovereign to encase the Black Serpent Demon for a millennium, should be honored with the title Frost Snow Celestial Monarch. The characters representing frost and snow are often found in feminine names, like Yunshuang, Xiaoxue, Caixia, and Lulu. Thus, using Frost Snow as her title strikes a balance of elegance and feminine grace, making it quite fitting. The practitioners nodded in agreement, collectively referring to Dan Yao as the Frost Snow Celestial Monarch. Soon, some gossip-loving practitioners learned from the disciples of the Seven-Star Palace that the Frost Snow Celestial Monarch was also a breathtaking beauty, giving rise to another title, the Snow Spirit Fairy. Chapter 300, The Monarch Above. Snow Spirit, akin to the icy essence of frost and snow. This title harmonized perfectly with the Snow Spirit Sword in Dan Yao's possession. The Frost Snow Celestial Monarch, the Snow Spirit Fairy. These two names swiftly spread throughout the Eastern Domain. Simultaneously, the Seven-Star Palace, due to this Frost Snow Celestial Monarch, ascended to become the preeminent righteous sect. As the only top-tier sect with a Celestial Monarch, no other force dared to challenge its authority. After breaking through to the Celestial Monarch realm, the path ahead would only grow more arduous. Dan Yao and Xiangyang were engaged in discussions regarding their subsequent cultivation. Meanwhile, the Tranquil Wanderer led Qingxiu Daoist and others, anxiously approaching the 100 Flowers Valley. Before them stood a humble thatched cottage, unremarkable in appearance, yet now seemed as lofty and sacred as a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate. 7 elderly Taoists hovered outside the cottage, hesitating for what felt like an eternity, lacking the courage to enter. At that moment, Taoist Qingjing spoke up. Water Spirit is acquainted with this esteemed individual. Perhaps she should take the lead and gauge the situation? Excellent idea. Taoist Qingyu immediately concurred. The Tranquil Wanderer shot them a disapproving glare. If you lack the courage to enter, do not use my disciple as a scapegoat. Show some elder-like demeanor. Taoist Qingyu blushed and retorted, if you're so capable, why don't you go in yourself? The Tranquil Wanderer replied, were it not for the black history of years past, I would have already pushed the door open. Water Spirit, sensing her master's embarrassment and dilemma, quickly interjected, Master, uncle, please do not quarrel. I will go. Taking a deep breath, she was about to push the door open when a voice, gentle yet irresistibly commanding, resounded, come in. All of you. The 7 venerable Taoist priests shuddered as if swept into a tumultuous current, their faces pale with alarm. Chi Hao, Shui Ling, and a few other exceptional disciples felt as though they stood on the precipice of an abyss, burdened by immense pressure. Indeed, the might of a celestial monarch is truly formidable. Leading the way, Taoist Qingxiu cautiously pushed open the door and stepped inside. The dwelling of Dan Yao was nothing more than an ordinary thatched cottage. Yet, due to her presence, It transformed into a sacred ground tenfold more solemn than the Seven Stars Palace. As the group entered, they observed the surroundings, which were so unremarkable that even the outer disciples would have found them lacking, and they could not help but furrow their brows. Taoist Qingxiu cast a glance at the tranquil hermit, who understood and thought to himself that upon their return, he would ensure that the disciples properly arranged the place, so that the frost and snow celestial monarch might reside here comfortably. At that moment, Dan Yao was seated cross-legged upon an obsidian jade mat, her aura subdued as if she were merging with the void. Beside her lay an exquisite cat bed, upon which a cat lounged, its fur of vibrant crimson, akin to a swirling flame. The master of the Seven Stars Palace, Qingxiu, along with fellow disciples and students, pays homage to your majesty. Taoist Qingxiu and the others bowed deeply in reverence. In the Eastern Domain, a cultivator reaching the embryonic realm is considered a formidable figure. Above the embryonic realm, those who attain the void realm are revered as great powers, while those at the Earth sovereign level are addressed as the respected ones. The title Your Majesty is a term of esteem for practitioners beneath the celestial monarch. In this context, a monarch is akin to an emperor, wielding immense power over life and death, who would dare to defy them, knowing it would lead only to ruin. Dan Yao surveyed the group before nonchalantly raising her hand. You may all rise. Chapter 301. There is no need for apologies. After her true identity was revealed, Dan Yao anticipated that Taoist Qingxiu and the others would eventually seek her out. Thus, she was not taken aback. What brings you all to me today? Dan Yao inquired directly. Following the exposure of her identity, she found interactions with others to be the most daunting, particularly when they addressed her as senior or your majesty, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. She preferred straightforward communication over veiled expressions. Taoist Qingxiu paused momentarily upon hearing her words, then replied, We have come to express our gratitude for your majesty's timely intervention. Had it not been for your suppression of the villain Ming Shi, the Seven Stars Palace would have ceased to exist. Such a profound kindness renders us at a loss for how to repay you. As he spoke, Taoist Qingxiu and his disciples once more bowed deeply to Dan Yao. Dan Yao waved her hand dismissively. Master Qingxiu, you are too courteous. I am also a part of the Seven Stars Palace. Naturally, I could not stand idly by while that villain wreaked havoc. Upon hearing her declare that she was also a member of the Seven Stars Palace, Taoist Qingxiu and the others felt an even deeper sense of shame. A century ago, they had deemed her talent insufficient and relegated her to flower planting. Little did they expect that she would not only bear no resentment, but would repeatedly come to their aid, genuinely considering herself one of them. Such a magnanimous spirit is rare indeed. Taoist Qingxiu inquired further, May I ask, your majesty, was it you who eliminated the twin demons of heaven and earth when they invaded Yaoguang Peak several decades ago? Decades prior, Taoist Qingyu had encountered a setback in his cultivation, and Taoist Qingxiu and the others had entered seclusion to assist him in his recovery. The notorious twin demons, Tian Sha Long and Dimia Feng, had invaded Yaoguang Peak, stealing the essence of 100 flowers and killing several female disciples. In a moment of crisis, 2 peony blossoms had soared through the air, scaring off the twin demons, whose corpses were later discovered at the mountain gate. At that time, Taoist Qingxiu had deduced from the chilling aura and sword wounds on the demons' bodies that it was the work of a senior from Yaoguang Peak. However, due to the inability to ascertain the identity of this mysterious expert, the matter remained unverified. Dan Yao nodded. It was indeed I. Having attained the celestial monarch realm, Dan Yao no longer regarded the twin demons, mere lowly figures of the embryonic realm, with any seriousness. Had Taoist Qingxiu not broached the topic, she might have forgotten the incident entirely. Thank you for your intervention. Merely a trifling matter, not worthy of mention. Taoist Qingxiu then exchanged a glance with the tranquil hermit. The tranquil hermit let out a soft sigh, steeling himself to approach, hesitating. Your majesty, 100 years ago, I should not have. Should not have what? Dan Yao smiled. You acted entirely correctly. There is no need for an apology. The tranquil hermit was momentarily taken aback. Dan Yao chuckled. I speak sincerely. Your refusal to accept me back then was indeed the right decision. However, there is no but. If I were in your position, I would likely make the same choice. While Dan Yao had once harbored lingering feelings regarding the events of the past, with the passage of time and witnessing the tranquil hermit risk his life to protect his disciples during their trials, she had fully come to terms with it. The tranquil hermit cherished each disciple he formally accepted as if they were his own daughters, naturally holding them to a higher standard. Furthermore, as the master of a peak, his rigorous selection of disciples was also aimed at ensuring the sustainable development of the Yaoguang lineage. Chapter 302. A disciple has a matter of confusion. After all, the lineage of Yaoguang Peak consists solely of women. If the selection of disciples were not stringent, they would be unable to contend with male cultivators from other peaks. When she first entered the Seven Stars Palace, her talents were indeed quite ordinary, and thus she could not blame the tranquil hermit for his reluctance to accept her. Yet, the affairs of the world often unfold unexpectedly. Who would have guessed that she was a transmigrator with a system bound to her? Through the system, she soared to unprecedented heights, altering her fate and creating astonishing miracles. The tranquil hermit could not foresee the future. He could only make choices and judgments based on the present circumstances. Thus, his actions from that time were entirely justified. It was merely the unforeseen variable of the system that rendered the outcome rather awkward. This situation reminded Dan Yao of the palace intrigue dramas she had watched before her transmigration. Many viewers, after watching such dramas, mocked Empress Olenara for being foolish, laboring tirelessly to secure the third prince's guardianship while missing the opportunity with the fourth prince, a potential asset, truly a display of ignorance. Yet, little did they know. Those who spoke such words were merely second-guessing. Firstly, the ancient succession system favored the legitimate over the illegitimate, and with no legitimate son. The empress's previous two princes had died young, making the third prince the eldest son, thus the rightful heir according to traditional feudal etiquette. Secondly, the status of a mother is elevated by her child, and vice versa. The two are interdependent. The noble status of a prince is determined not only by age but also by the rank of his mother. The third prince's mother held the rank of consort, while the fourth prince's mother was a lowly maid with no standing. Which prince's status is more exalted is self-evident. Therefore, from the empress's perspective at the time, choosing the third prince was the most rational decision. Selecting the fourth prince would have been sheer folly. As for why the fourth prince ultimately ascended the throne, one could only attribute it to the overwhelming protagonist aura surrounding Jinhuan. The tranquil hermit's predicament bears resemblance to that of the empress in the drama. Both made the best choices based on the circumstances, yet were left with embarrassment and dismay due to the overpowering protagonist aura that defied all odds. After a century of signing in as an underachiever, Dan Yao had not only cultivated her skills, but had also gained profound insights into human relationships and the intricacies of life. Dan Yao harbored no resentment towards the quiet sage. Instead, she expressed gratitude for being assigned to tend to the flowers, which allowed her century-long cultivation to be spent in such tranquility and freedom. Upon hearing Dan Yao's words, the quiet sage reminisced about the time she had intervened to save her from peril, even extracting her own essence to assist in healing and breaking through to the void realm, feeling increasingly humbled. Observing Dan Yao's amicable and magnanimous demeanor, the Taoist Qingxiu and his companions also relaxed, no longer as tense as they had been previously. The 7 elder Taoists eagerly posed their inquiries regarding their doubts and cultivation challenges. Dan Yao, with utmost candor, responded to every question she could. Having ascended to the celestial monarch realm, where she could not claim to be invincible, yet in the eastern domain, she was undeniably a formidable force. As long as the matters involving the salted fish sign-in system and the secrets of the Mingyu technique were not broached, she generously shared her insights. After approximately an hour, feeling somewhat fatigued, Dan Yao suggested, "If there is nothing pressing, you may take your leave." Upon her words, Qingxiu Taoist and the others were about to depart, when Shihao suddenly recalled something and boldly inquired, "Your Majesty, I have a matter that confounds me." Dan Yao replied nonchalantly, "What is it? Speak freely." Chapter 303, Beyond Genius, Still a Genius. With your Majesty's capabilities, you could easily vanquish that demon, Ming Shi. Why then choose to encase him in ice? Shihao articulated his perplexity. This question mirrored the curiosity of Qingxiu Taoist and the others. Dan Yao responded, "That demon has committed numerous atrocities. A swift death would be too merciful. He has been tormented by the chill of the Frost Snow Sovereign for over a millennium, leaving him with profound psychological scars. I intend to use the Frost Snow Pearl to rekindle his suffering, allowing him to perish in unending torment. Only then can the souls of the innocents wronged by the underworld sect find solace." Shihao remarked, "Your Majesty's method of punishing the demon is indeed most fitting. Yet I harbor concerns." "Concerns about what?" "This demon is cunning and possesses formidable powers, being a celestial monarch like yourself. Should he ever break free while you are away, the eastern domain would inevitably face cataclysm, descending into a hellish nightmare." Dan Yao chuckled, "You need not worry on that account. The spiritual energy I cultivate is of profound coldness, and the Frost Snow Pearl is an object of extreme chill. The combined forces of these two frigid energies have already shattered the demon's meridians. Even with his celestial monarch cultivation, he is no different from a cripple. Conversely, the longer his lifespan, the more he shall suffer." The assembly shuddered at her words. From the breakthrough of the Earth's sovereign to celestial monarch, one's lifespan doubles, from 3,200 years to 6,400 years. Roughly calculating, Mingshi would need to remain encased for 4,000 to 5,000 years to attain liberation. It was undeniable that this method was ruthlessly effective. However, it was precisely suited for dealing with a treacherous and vicious demon like Mingshi. This visit proved to be immensely beneficial for all, particularly for Taoist Qingxiu and the Quiet Sage, both of whom had entered the Void Realm. After breaking through to the Void, the path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous, akin to traversing a jungle filled with thorns, with every step forward fraught with difficulty. As the most gifted disciple of their generation, Taoist Qingxiu had toiled for nearly 2 centuries without advancing from the initial to the mid-stage of the Void Realm. Yet, after this enlightening exchange, he had grasped the threshold of breakthrough, not only the mid-stage, but also the later stages and the pinnacle, as well as the half-step to Earth Sovereign, were now within his imminent reach. Emerging from the 100-Flower Valley, the group gathered in a pavilion atop Yaoguang Peak to savor tea. Taoist Qingxiu surveyed his companions and inquired, "What are your thoughts on the individual from the 100-Flower Valley?" To describe this person, I can only say, beyond genius. Still a genius. Taoist Qingjing was the first to speak, his face a canvas of astonishment and reverence. Previously, the group had posed various questions to Dan Yao regarding their cultivation, encompassing topics such as Taoist breathing techniques, internal and external arts, swordsmanship, palm techniques, primordial spirit, and spiritual energy, covering nearly all aspects. Not only did Dan Yao provide answers to each inquiry, but she also elucidated the challenges faced when breaking through to the Void and Earth Sovereign in terms so simple that even a child could comprehend. While it is said that the path to greatness is simple, it hardly seems this elementary. It is simply unfathomable. Taoist Qingchuan sighed, indeed. This person's understanding of the Tao has reached an astonishing level. The term genius hardly suffices. Taoist Qingyu frowned. Her profound comprehension of Taoist principles is such that even a naturally gifted prodigy could not possibly achieve this. Chapter 304. The Warning of Taoist Qingxiu. Moreover, as far as I know, she has spent the past century in the 100-Flower Valley tending to flowers, without any interaction with the outside world. How then has she acquired such profound esoteric knowledge? The Quiet Sage took a sip of tea, gazing into the distance at the 100-Flower Valley. Although the eastern domain is relatively underdeveloped compared to the rest of the Tianxian continent, it is not devoid of cultivation talents. Yet, how could any genius rival her terrifying prowess? What is even more alarming is that she has only been engaged in cultivation for a mere century. As the Quiet Sage's words resonated, the expressions of the group deepened with astonishment and confusion. Taoist Qingxiu had spent 200 years in arduous practice, yet had not progressed from the early to mid-stage of the Void Realm. In contrast, Dan Yao had transformed from a mere mortal to a celestial monarch in just 100 years. Such a pace of cultivation is truly terrifying. They could hardly fathom how a flower-gathering girl, devoid of any guidance, could ascend to the celestial monarch realm. How could she possess such an intricate understanding of Taoist cultivation? Countless questions swirled in their minds. They had cultivated for several centuries, acquiring a deep understanding of the intricacies of cultivation. Even within the eastern domain, there had never been such a prodigious talent. At this moment, Taoist Qingxiu turned his gaze to Shui Ling. "You are closest to the individual from the 100-Flower Valley. If you have the opportunity, please inquire on our behalf." "Master," Shui Ling's expression revealed her reluctance. Taoist Qingxiu quickly replied with a smile, "Do not misunderstand. We are not coveting her cultivation techniques or her opportunities. We simply find this matter too enigmatic and wish to clarify, nothing more." He paused before continuing, "Furthermore, given her current cultivation level, even if someone were to covet her, they would not dare to disturb her." "Yes, I shall obey." "Very well. Regarding the matter of the individual from the 100-Flower Valley, it suffices for us a few to know. Do not spread it indiscriminately, lest we attract unnecessary trouble." At this juncture, Taoist Qingxiu's expression turned serious, especially regarding her age and cultivation duration. One word must not be uttered. Should anyone dare to defy this, they shall not find me merciful. If it were to be known that Dan Yao achieved the celestial monarch realm in just 100 years, others would inevitably suspect her of possessing some hidden treasure. Otherwise, how could her progress be so rapid? An innocent person is faultless, yet possessing a gem invites suspicion. Although Dan Yao has no rivals in the eastern domain, formidable cultivators of equal standing still exist in other domains. Once the news spreads, it would undoubtedly incite a pursuit by the elite of those realms. This is akin to the Frost Snow Sovereign, who, having obtained a legacy from a celestial monarch on their deathbed, inadvertently leaked the information and was pursued by 3 traitorous Earth sovereigns, ultimately meeting a tragic end. The 7-Star Palace had only recently produced a peerless celestial monarch. They must ensure she does not repeat the fate of the Frost Snow Sovereign. Indeed, I will adhere to the teachings of the sect leader. In truth, even without the words of the esteemed Qingxiu Taoist, the significance of this matter is well understood by all. Following the chaos instigated by the Netherworld sect, there has been a severe depletion of earthly sovereigns in the eastern region. Previously, the four great earthly sovereigns maintained a tripartite balance. Now, they have all succumbed to the hands of Ming Shi. Currently, the eastern region is bereft of any formidable figures in the earthly sovereign realm. If the earthly sovereigns are in such a dire state, one can only imagine the plight of those above them, the celestial lords. The celestial lords represent the pinnacle of power in this realm. Chapter 305, Pure Een Small Returning Pill. The emergence of a celestial lord undoubtedly exerts a tremendous influence on their sect. They regard the celestial lord Dan Yao as the beacon of hope for the resurgence of the Seven Stars Palace, and thus, they would never dare to place her in jeopardy. As the others departed, Dan Yao prepared to settle down and cultivate. Learning is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not progress, they regress. The same principle applies to cultivation. Even upon reaching the celestial lord realm, one cannot afford to be complacent. At that moment, Dan Yao suddenly recalled that during her recent focus on breakthroughs, she had neglected to sign in. The rewards from the Xinyu system have grown increasingly bountiful as her cultivation level has escalated. Now that she has successfully ascended to the celestial lord realm, she is curious about what remarkable rewards she might obtain. With a flicker of thought, Dan Yao silently intoned, "Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving one pure Een Small Returning Pill." A pure Een Small Returning Pill. Dan Yao felt a surge of delight within her. Previously, she had heard Xiangyang mention that upon entering the celestial lord realm, the speed of cultivation would once again slow considerably. For an ordinary cultivator, it might take a millennium of relentless training to break through even a minor realm. To expedite this process, one would need either the pure Yang Great Returning Pill or the pure Een Small Returning Pill. The pure Yang Great Returning Pill and the pure Een Small Returning Pill are hailed as the finest elixirs. Years ago, the Fengshui earthly sovereign, in pursuit of greater power, infiltrated the royal palace of the Great Yin dynasty at the juncture of the eastern and southern regions and pilfered a pure Yang Great Returning Pill. Merely one pill granted him a millennium of cultivation. The effects of the pure Een Small Returning Pill and the pure Yang Great Returning Pill are largely similar. The distinction lies in that the pure Yang Great Returning Pill is suitable for cultivators of Yang-based techniques, while the pure Een Small Returning Pill can only unleash its full potency in those who practice Een Cold techniques. These two types of elixirs are specifically concocted to align with the attributes of the cultivator's techniques and must not be misused. Should a cultivator of Yang techniques consume the pure Een Small Returning Pill, the opposing forces of Een Cold and their inherent Yang true energy would clash, resulting in no gain in cultivation and an unbearable state of alternating cold and heat. Conversely, a cultivator of Een Cold techniques consuming the pure Yang Great Returning Pill would face a similar fate. The pure Een Small Returning Pill can augment a cultivator's spiritual power by a millennium. Although Dan Yao has ascended to the celestial lord realm, ordinary spiritual herbs for cultivation have lost much of their efficacy for her. However, the immense potency of the pure Een Small Returning Pill could still save her from over a century of arduous training. Excellent, indeed. Dan Yao nodded in satisfaction. Not long after the celestial lord conflict, the eastern region returned to its former tranquility, and Dan Yao resumed a languid existence. The sole difference was that she no longer needed to tend to flowers. Ever since her true identity was revealed, the members of the Seven Stars Palace have revered her as a divine being, and they would not dare assign such menial tasks to a noble celestial lord like her. Yet, having grown accustomed to gardening, she felt somewhat uneasy without it. "Ahua, weren't you supposed to disperse your energy? Why have you not yet set off?" Dan Yao inquired, perplexed. Before Xiangyang learned of the wedding garment divine skill, he had incessantly lamented his desire to escape the trials of the blazing fire. Now that he had finally discovered a second cultivation method, it seemed illogical for him to remain idle. Xiangyang stretched his claws and replied, "The time has not yet come." Dan Yao was taken aback. "What are you waiting for?" Xiangyang explained. "The place I intend to go is called the Black Water Domain, a site of extreme Een and malevolence situated at the boundary of the eastern and southern regions. And it is also the birthplace of the 10,000-year ice condensed saliva." 10,000-year ice condensed saliva? Upon hearing these 5 words, Dan Yao's body jolted, her face alight with astonished joy. Chapter 306, 10,000-year ice condensed saliva. The 10,000-year ice condensed saliva is a miraculous liquid formed from the pure Een energy condensed in the land of malevolence, undergoing a century of compression, a millennium of amalgamation, and a 10,000-year process of liquefaction. This liquid not only alleviates the damage inflicted by practicing Yang techniques, but also cleanses the marrow and channels, significantly enhancing the cultivation of those who practice cold techniques, forging an unparalleled purine body. Due to the extremely stringent conditions for its formation and the protracted time required for liquefaction, this substance exists only in the annals of legend. Very few have encountered it in reality. Even Dan Yao, in her leisurely pursuits, had only come across its mention in her readings. Whether the 10,000-year ice condensed saliva could boost cultivation was of little concern to Dan Yao, having reached the Celestial Lord realm. Aside from a handful of rare elixirs like the pure small returning pill, there is little that can significantly enhance her spiritual power. Even if the 10,000-year ice condensed saliva could greatly elevate one's cultivation, its effect on her would be minimal. What she truly cared about was the pure body forged from the 10,000-year ice condensed saliva. A pure body, as the name implies, embodies pure energy, making it the most suitable constitution for practicing cold techniques. Other constitutions attempting to practice cold techniques are akin to driving a tractor. After altering her cultivation constitution with the 100 Flowers Tranquil Heart pill, her cultivation speed was akin to that of a luxury car. However, those with a pure body practicing cold techniques experience a surge akin to riding a rocket. Moreover, the higher the level of the technique, the more pronounced the effects. The Mingyu technique she practices is one of the most extreme and cold techniques in existence. If one were to initially cultivate this technique with a pure body, supplemented by the Frost Snow Pearl and White Glaze, they could break through to the Celestial Lord realm in less than 50 years, a speed so astonishing it defies description. However, such a remarkable cultivation constitution is not something just anyone can possess. Generally, only a pure woman born on a day, in a month, during a year, and at an hour can manifest this constitution, with the probability being less than 1 in 1,000. Pure women are already exceedingly rare. The odds of such a condition arising are even slimmer. Throughout the historical records of the Tianxian continent, spanning hundreds of thousands of years, there have been scarcely a handful of pure women. Across the 5 great regions of the continent, it takes nearly a millennium for a single one to emerge, underscoring the improbability of such occurrences. Legend has it that the nameless female immortal who created the Mingyu and wedding garment divine skills was also a pure woman, an extraordinarily rare entity. Dan Yao's breath quickened as she could not help but exclaim, "Is the 10,000-year ice condensed saliva truly found in the Blackwater domain?" "What? Are you interested?" Xianxiang responded with a faint smile. Of course. Which female cultivator would not be intrigued by the 10,000-year ice condensed saliva? If I were to obtain it, my cultivation of the Mingyu technique would at least double, along with unforeseen benefits. It would be unnatural not to be tempted. Dan Yao did not hide her yearning for the 10,000-year ice condensed saliva. Xianxiang chuckled. "I anticipated your interest in this substance, which is why I have delayed our journey to the Blackwater domain." The emergence of the 10,000-year ice condensed saliva coincides with the peak of energy in the Blackwater domain. At that time, we can collaborate. I will handle the dispersal of energy, and you will procure the 10,000-year ice condensed saliva. It would be mutually beneficial, would it not? That does sound quite appealing, but Dan Yao furrowed her brow. When will this substance appear? You cannot simply delay the dispersal indefinitely, can you? According to the ancient texts left by my father, the 10,000-year ice condensed saliva in the Blackwater domain will appear in 1 year's time. Chapter 307. You have hidden it from me most painfully. Xianxiang gazed intently at Dan Yao, declaring, "Next year heralds the year of pure month, day, hour. The abyss of the Blackwater domain shall open, revealing the millennia-old ice and its viscous secret." 1 year? Do you believe you can endure a year? Dan Yao expressed her concern. "Indeed, I can. I have persevered for decades, even centuries. What is 1 more year?" She replied, but hesitated. "No buts," Xianxiang interrupted. "What we must do now is to await in quietude. You have just broken through to the heavenly monarch realm. While your control over spiritual energy is commendable, your foundation appears somewhat unstable, perhaps a result of the disturbances during your breakthrough. The 100-Flower Valley, perpetually serene, is the ideal sanctuary for you to solidify your foundation. A skyscraper rises from the ground, and establishing a solid foundation is paramount. If it falters, the higher the edifice, the more susceptible it becomes to collapse. Dan Yao nodded gently, inquiring, "And what of you?" "Cultivation is arduous, and dispersing energy is equally excruciating. I intend to utilize this year to contemplate how to disperse my energy without inflicting harm upon my body, as well as to devise a strategy for a swift return to peak prowess thereafter." As he spoke, Xiangyang's ears perked up, and he quickly sprawled over the cat's nest, feigning death. Dan Yao sensed the presence outside the thatched cottage. "Shui Ling, how long are you planning to linger outside? If you do not come in soon, I shall drag you in myself." Dan Yao called out towards the doorway. Almost immediately, the door creaked open, and a striking figure entered, albeit with a furtive demeanor akin to a thief. Dan Yao found the sight both amusing and exasperating. Ever since Dan Yao's true identity was revealed, Shui Ling had been in a state of existential doubt, unable to reconcile the fact that her mentor, whom she had spent countless hours with, was the same person as the legendary figure who had guided her cultivation. A few days prior, she had entered with Taoist Qing Su and others, but had not felt this level of trepidation. Now, standing face to face with Dan Yao, her heart raced to her throat. Even at this moment, she struggled to believe that the one who had frozen Ming Shi with unparalleled thunderous might was indeed the Dan Yao before her. Shui Ling cautiously approached Dan Yao and slightly bowed. "I pay my respects to your majesty." "Your majesty?" Dan Yao replied, exasperated. "What your majesty nonsense is this? You calling me that gives me goosebumps. Just stick to calling me sister." Dan Yao could hardly tolerate her dear sister addressing her in such a distant manner. Shui Ling quickly shook her head. "I dare not. You are the heavenly monarch, while I am but an inconsequential nascent infant cultivator. What does it matter whether one is significant or not? Did we not agree to be sisters for life? Do you no longer acknowledge me as your sister now that I have ascended to the rank of heavenly monarch?" Dan Yao retorted, vexed. No, that's not it." Shui Ling stammered, flustered. "I merely feel." "Feel what?" Dan Yao pressed. "If you acknowledge me as your sister, then let it be as it was before. If you do not, then there is nothing more to discuss. Leave immediately," she stated with a stern expression. Very well, I shall comply." With nearly a century of sisterly bond at stake, Shui Ling could not bring herself to sever ties. Eventually, she shifted her mindset and resumed a more tranquil demeanor towards Dan Yao. With a faint sigh, Shui Ling remarked, "Sister, you have concealed your true self from me for so long. There was no choice. My rapid ascent in power would have led you to regard me as a monster had you known." Chapter 308. Deception 1. Dan Yao chuckled, her words embodying the quintessence of subtle boastfulness. Shui Ling's lips twitched in response. Xian Yang, sprawled upon the cat's nest, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Shui Ling recalled Taoist Qing Su's words of caution, hesitating to voice her thoughts. "Enough. If you have inquiries, speak freely. There is no need for such formality between us." Dan Yao discerned Shui Ling's intent immediately. "Sister, your keen perception reveals that nothing escapes your notice. My purpose, I believe, is clear to you?" "Perhaps I can guess 8 or 9 out of 10, Dan Yao replied, her gaze clear. "The sect leader is simply too shy to inquire about my cultivation progress directly. Thus he sent you to ask." Time reveals a horse's strength, and the heart unfolds with familiarity. After a century of living together, I have come to understand Qing Su, Qingyu, Qingyang, Qingquan, and Qingjing quite well. They are not the type to covet others' cultivation secrets. Had they been so, Taoist Qing Su would have acted long ago after Qi Hao received the legacy of the Wind and Snow Earth Lord, rather than waiting until now. Taoist Qing Su's reason for sending Shui Ling to inquire was not only driven by curiosity, but also by concern for the sect's future. As the leader of the Seven Stars Palace, he needed to understand this sudden emergence of an unparalleled powerhouse to ensure it would not jeopardize the sect's future. In terms of strength, Dan Yao undoubtedly surpassed all predecessors of the Seven Stars Palace, rivaling even the founding patriarch, Seven Startzi. With a heavenly monarch of her caliber, the sect could flourish for at least 5 or 6,000 years. The concern, however, lay in the mysterious origins of Dan Yao's cultivation. Taoist Qing Su could not ascertain whether her path was linked to the Seven Stars Palace. To illustrate, it is akin to a man who works far from home, returning only once or twice a year to find his wife has given birth to a son. The neighbors praise the child's beauty, predicting he will be a heartthrob in the future. Yet, if the man is not handsome himself, he cannot help but question whether the child is truly his. If the child is indeed his, it matters not how unattractive he may be, he is still of his bloodline. Conversely, if the child is not his, even if he is exceptionally handsome, he remains a stranger to him. In the same vein, sects in the Tianxian continent place immense emphasis on lineage. Even a relatively laid-back sect like the Seven Stars Palace values the inheritance of cultivation. This does not imply that disciples of the Seven Stars Palace cannot learn techniques from other sects. After all, Qi Hao once received the legacy of the Wind and Snow Earth Lord. What matters is whether one is a member of the Seven Stars Palace and whether they are learning the sect's most orthodox techniques. Previously, Taoist Qing Su had no doubt regarding Dan Yao's lineage, as her mastery of the Seven Stars sword technique and the primal unity palm served as irrefutable evidence, leading him to regard her as a revered ancestor. Now that her disguise had been shed, the image of the revered ancestor lay shattered. Her youth, juxtaposed with her formidable prowess, was bound to incite apprehension in Taoist Qing Su. In truth, Dan Yao had long anticipated this day. After all, one cannot conceal fire beneath paper forever. No matter how skillfully one hides, the truth will eventually come to light. For this eventuality, Dan Yao was well prepared. Shui Ling, since you harbor such questions, allow me to enlighten you. Dan Yao smiled slightly, beginning her tale. A century ago, I underwent numerous trials to become a part of the Seven Stars Palace, intending to join Yaoguang Peak and become an official disciple of your master. Alas, my talents were deemed insufficient, and I was relegated to tending to flowers here. Chapter 309. Deception 2. At first, I was truly incensed. Why had the recluse Taoist Qingjing accepted so many disciples while excluding me? Was my talent truly so lacking? Shui Ling found this narrative peculiar, given her current prowess. If that constituted a lack of talent, then others would surely be rendered hopeless. Yet, she soon considered that her master, though strict, was not blind to potential. If her sister had indeed been a gem in the rough, her master would never have overlooked her. The only plausible explanation was that after arriving at the 100-Flower Valley, Dan Yao encountered extraordinary fortuitous events that transformed her abilities. Sister, how did your talent improve? How did you cultivate to reach your current level? At this moment, Xiangyang perked up his cat ears, eager to listen. He too was curious about how Dan Yao had transformed into an unparalleled genius. Subsequently, during a flower planting session, I inadvertently got splashed by Granny Flower, who was fertilizing the plants, and the stench was overwhelming. I immediately jumped into a nearby mountain spring to wash off the foul odor. While bathing, I stumbled upon an iron bagua, seemingly left behind by someone, which I decided to retrieve in hopes of returning it to its rightful owner. To my astonishment, that very night, the iron bagua emitted a peculiar light. My curiosity piqued. I picked it up to examine it, but accidentally cut myself on its sharp edges, causing a drop of blood to fall into the center of the bagua's taiji pattern. The yin-yang fish eyes within the taiji diagram began to spin rapidly, pulling me in. Shui Ling, both startled and bewildered, asked, what happened next? Inside the bagua, I discovered an immense space, where I encountered an old man with a white beard. Upon seeing me, he nodded repeatedly, praising my innate talent, and expressed his surprise that after all these years, a genius disciple had emerged in the Seven-Star Palace. Hearing his words ignited my anger. How could he mock me so, when my abilities were evidently mediocre? Noticing my frustration, he clarified, you, my dear, are a rare and exquisite gem, akin to the He Bai. The previous 2 generations of Chu kings failed to recognize your beauty, only the 3rd generation realized it. He then explained that the blemishes on my face were not due to poisoning, but were instead manifestations of my extraordinarily unique constitution. Shui Ling blurted out, is it the dragon's saliva fragrance physique? Dan Yao was taken aback, her eyes widening as she stared at Shui Ling. She had not expected that her whimsical conjecture would lead to a connection with the legendary dragon's saliva fragrance physique. This physique, chronicled in Taoist texts, is named for its resemblance to dragon saliva. Initially, when extracted from the belly of a sperm whale, it reeks horrendously. But after decades or even centuries of washing and drying in the sea, it emits a refreshing and elegant fragrance. Those who possess the dragon's saliva fragrance physique often start with a weak constitution, bearing unsightly blemishes on their faces. However, with time, these marks gradually fade, and their physical condition transforms dramatically, allowing them to comprehend the profound mysteries of the universe with astonishing ease. Yet, due to the rarity of such a constitution, akin to that of a pure yin body, only a handful among millions of cultivators ever possess it, often leading to their neglect as worthless. Chapter 310. Deception 3. Dan Yao nodded, affirming, indeed, it is the dragon's saliva fragrance physique. No wonder I cultivate so rapidly. Shui Ling sighed in admiration and inquired, what happened next? Dan Yao recounted, the old man with the white beard claimed to be an elder of the Seven-Star Palace, but he had forgotten which generation he belonged to. As he had perished many years ago, what remained in the iron bagua was merely his residual soul. Shui Ling curiously asked, is he akin to the frost and snow sovereign, who, after encountering a unique opportunity, was pursued and left a fragment of his soul in the iron bagua, waiting for a fated individual to inherit his legacy? Dan Yao shot her a glance, unable to restrain her amusement at Shui Ling's imaginative leap. Exactly, she continued. Like the frost and snow sovereign, he inadvertently stumbled upon a monumental opportunity, but, regrettably, lacked the fortune to enjoy it. He could only conceal his remaining soul within the iron bagua, leaving it for future generations. Upon seeing my unique constitution and exceptional spirit, he decided to pass down all his life's teachings to me, including the secretive 7-star sword technique and the mixed element palm. Shui Ling nodded in understanding. So that is how it is. If you hadn't mentioned it, No one would have suspected such a remarkable backstory. Dan Yao chuckled inwardly, reflecting that her tale was merely a fabrication inspired by the over-the-top novels of her past life. Yet Shui Ling believed it wholeheartedly. After a brief pause, she continued, "Once I received the inheritance, fearing it might incite envy, leading to a fate similar to that of the old man, I refrained from speaking about it. By day, I helped Granny Flower with planting and weeding, and by night, I concealed myself among the flowers to practice secretly. It was during this time that I saw you practicing swordplay late at night, and couldn't resist stepping in to guide you, thus beginning our sisterly bond." Shui Ling sighed softly. "When I think about it, it has been nearly a century since we became sisters. Time has flown by, and yet it feels as if it were just yesterday. Indeed, time passes remarkably swiftly." Shui Ling suddenly recalled something, saying, "I once heard Master mention that the 57th generation patriarch died unexpectedly, causing a disruption in the inheritance, leaving both the 7-star sword technique and the mixed element palm as incomplete fragments. The old man was able to pass down the complete techniques to you, indicating he must be a predecessor from before the 57th generation. Thus, you have become his reincarnated disciple, while I am from the 77th generation. By this logic, you could be considered my great-great-great-aunt." Dan Yao was taken aback, realizing that her whimsical words had inadvertently elevated her status by over 20 generations. Great-great-great-aunt. Such a delightful lineage is amusing to ponder. Dan Yao chuckled. "If we were to truly consider it, you would indeed have to address me as your great-great-great-aunt." Shui Ling, seeing her embarrassment redden her cheeks, Dan Yao quickly waved her hand. "We are of similar age, and the generational gap is vast. Let us not dwell on titles of seniority. We are sisters at heart." Xian Yang, listening intently, thought to himself, "So this is how she came to possess her Mingyu skill." Yet, her narrative sounded somewhat contrived, as if something was amiss. Little did he know, the old man and the iron bagua were mere figments of Dan Yao's imagination. Chapter 311, The Proper Use of Good Steel. Taoist Qing Su, upon receiving Shui Ling's report, believed the tale of the old man imparting his teachings, and he let out a sigh of relief. "I knew it. She must have received the inheritance of a great master, which is why she has cultivated to this level in just a century." What delighted him further was that this great master was a senior elder of the 7-star palace, with a formidable celestial being like her in their ranks. How could the 7-star palace not flourish? Now that her identity and inheritance had been confirmed, there was no need to pry any further, lest it annoy her. Taoist Qing Su instructed. Yes, Shui Ling felt the question was awkward to ask. After all, matters of inheritance held substantial weight. Throughout history, countless families have forsaken even their own kin for the sake of profit. She was reluctant to become embroiled in such affairs, fearing it might tarnish their precious sisterly bond. After all, the path of cultivation is long and arduous, often marked by solitude. Most family members succumb to the relentless passage of time, departing far too soon. Finding a fellow cultivator with whom to share companionship and idle chatter is an exceedingly rare gem. She cherished their sisterly bond deeply. Within the thatched cottage, after Shui Ling departed, Dan Yao settled into a meditative state. Having stepped into the realm of the celestial monarch, cultivation had become more arduous than ever. She reminisced about the time before her breakthrough, when each session of cultivation brought a palpable sense of progress. Yet now, the pace felt as slow as that of a tortoise. It is no wonder that Dan Yao feels her cultivation progresses at an exasperatingly slow pace. Transitioning from a mortal to the realm of Dongxiu, she likens herself to a novice office worker earning a modest monthly salary of 4,000 to 5,000. When her superiors recognize her diligent work and grant her a $1,000 raise, the feeling of appreciation is palpable. However, as she ascends from Dongxiu to Dizuan, and subsequently from Dizuan to Tianjin, her earnings multiply exponentially, soaring to a staggering 100,000. At this juncture, if her superiors were to bestow upon her an additional 1,000 each month, the sense of increase would become almost negligible, bordering on insignificant. Thus, it is not that her cultivation speed is deficient, but rather that the inherent power she seeks is exceedingly formidable. The might possessed by a Tianjin is not merely 100-fold stronger than that of a Dizuan, it is vastly superior. Naturally, she perceives her cultivation as slow as a tortoise. Although she possesses a pure small returning pill, which could spare her centuries of arduous training. Achieving a breakthrough is not something a single pill can accomplish. For cultivators, breaking through to the Tianjin realm entails an arduous journey of 6,400 years. This continent's cultivation realms have been established by the heavenly Tao, tailored to the constitution of humanity. A Tianjuan's lifespan is set at 6,400 years, implying that an ordinary individual aspiring to transcend the Tianjin and reach an even higher realm must undergo at least 5 to 6 millennia of grueling practice. The pure small returning pill can, at most, Reduce the cultivation time by 1/10. 1/10 is still significant. Even the smallest of mosquitoes is still meat. She certainly does not disdain it. Yet, Danielle hesitates to consume the pure small returning pill directly to enhance her cultivation. Given her prior experiences in breaking through to Tianjun and Dizuan, she understands deeply the importance of accumulating spiritual energy. The path to her Tianjun breakthrough was fraught with challenges and incessant disturbances. Were it not for the abundant true essence energy provided by Bilioli, she would not have achieved her breakthrough with such swiftness. The pure small returning pill contains a vast and astonishing medicinal power, which may not be easily accessed repeatedly. To utilize it for mere cultivation would be an immense waste. Good steel should be used at the cutting edge, and such a precious medicine should be reserved for critical moments of breakthrough. Chapter 312, Beyond Tianjun. Danielle slowly opened her eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Murmuring, "It seems I must swiftly obtain the 10,000-year ice condensed saliva to transform my constitution into a pure body to accelerate my cultivation." Xiangyang lounged atop the cat's nest, lazily remarking, "Aren't you supposed to be the rare dragon saliva fragrance body? Why then do you crave a pure body?" The legendary dragon saliva fragrance body is said to be just as formidable as the pure body. With the dragon saliva fragrance body, there would be no need for the pure body. Dan Yao shot him a glance. The so-called dragon saliva fragrance body is merely a fabrication of mine to deceive. How could you believe it? What? It's fake? Xiang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course it's fake. A dragon saliva fragrance body is exceedingly rare. You might not see one in 10,000 years. How could such a blessing fall upon me without reason? I simply wish to avoid arousing suspicion about my heritage and concocted a ruse. Xiangyang pouted. No wonder my mother used to warn me to be wary of women as I grew up. The more beautiful they are, the more deceitful they tend to be. Dan Yao took his comment as a compliment to her beauty, feeling quite pleased. She then inquired, having already broken through to Tianjun, what realm lies beyond? Since Tianjun is the most powerful being in the eastern region, one cannot find any cultivator more formidable than a Tianjun within this vast land. Thus, the highest known realm of cultivation is indeed the Tianjun realm. The scriptures and tomes of various sects contain no records of realms beyond Tianjun. Xiangyang smiled faintly. In the eastern region, the Tianjun realm represents the pinnacle of power. However, in the central region, where talents abound and ancient beings are numerous, it is somewhat lacking, necessitating a breakthrough to even higher realms. Only those from the central region possess knowledge of how many realms lie beyond Tianjun. Dan Yao raised an elegant eyebrow. Aren't you from the central region? Indeed, and thus only I am privy to the realms that exist beyond Tianjun. Speak quickly, Dan Yao urged. Beyond Tianjun, there are the realms of Lingtai, Xianxiu, and Yuhua, 3 superlative realms. Upon mentioning these 3 realms, a grave expression crossed Xiang Yang's feline features. Though he had long since transcended to the Tianjun realm, the distances to Lingtai, Xianxiu, and Yuhua remain exceedingly vast. Each of these grand realms presents increasingly formidable challenges. Let us first discuss the Lingtai realm, also known as the Lingtai realm. Cultivators who enter this stage can solidify their primordial spirit's power into an entity known as the spiritual fetus. In battle, they harness the spiritual fetus within their bodies to unleash tremendous might with every movement. Furthermore, the spiritual fetus possesses remarkable healing properties. Upon reaching the Tianjun realm, one can regenerate lost limbs. However, not every severed part can be restored. For instance, a eunuch, even if they attain the Tianjun realm, remains a teapot with a broken spout. The Lingtai realm, however, is different. The spiritual fetus created in this realm allows for complete regeneration, even if the entire physical body is destroyed, as long as the spiritual fetus endures and the primordial spirit remains intact. Rebirth can occur without the necessity of seizing another's body, an astonishing feat indeed, Dan Yao murmured. So, beyond the Tianjun realm, there exist the realms of Lingtai, Xianxiu, and Yuhua. The mere concept of a spiritual fetus granting rebirth is already beyond imagination, and I cannot even begin to fathom the latter 2 realms. Chapter 313, The Spirit Storage Bottle. Xiangyang continued. Beyond Tianjun, the realms of Lingtai, Xianxiu, and Yuhua are so unfathomably powerful and arduous to cultivate that the cultivators who step into the Lingtai realm no longer categorize their prowess as early, mid, late, or peak stages. Instead, they are classified by their levels of rebirth, with each realm containing 9 stages. Lingtai 1, Lingtai 2, Lingtai 3, all the way to Lingtai 9. Dan Yao inquired, upon achieving perfection in Lingtai 9, does it not lead directly to the Xianxiu realm? Xiangyang shook his head, not quite. Beyond Lingtai 9, there exists the half-step Xianxiu. This realm lies between Lingtai and Xinxiu, possessing strength that far exceeds that of the Lingtai realm. Yet its essence is akin to that of half-step Dongxiu and half-step Tianjun. The existence of half-step Dongxiu, half-step Tianjun, half-step Lingtai, and half-step Xinxiu is due to the immense difficulty in breaking through to the realms beyond them. Ordinary cultivators find it exceedingly challenging to cross this threshold, remaining in a state of half-step until they accumulate sufficient strength for a decisive breakthrough. He paused, smiling. The techniques we practice are legendary and unparalleled, yielding spiritual energy that is supremely refined and boundless like the sea. Thus, there is no concept of a half-step realm. As long as you can cultivate to the pinnacle of Tianjun, you can directly ascend to the Lingtai realm without passing through the half-step Lingtai. Dan Yao beamed. Half-step Lingtai? Half-step Xinxiu. These terms sound rather awkward. To be able to leap directly to the next realm would be the best scenario. Although the techniques we cultivate do not recognize half-step realms, the path to breakthrough remains a formidable challenge, requiring relentless dedication year after year. Indeed, I am aware. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. If one does not advance, they will inevitably fall back. In just 1 year, the 10,000-year ice condensed saliva will appear. Yet this year cannot be squandered. I must seize the time to cultivate. On this day, Dan Yao awakened from her meditative state. The dawn had barely broken, heralding a new day. With a thought, Dan Yao silently intoned, "System, sign in." To her surprise, the system remained utterly unresponsive. Dan Yao was taken aback and repeated, "System, sign in." Yet again, the system remained as silent as a tomb. Panic gripped Dan Yao's heart. Could it be that the system had crashed? The reason she managed to ascend to Tianjun in merely a century was due to the system's miraculous sign-in function. If the system were indeed to fail, would her cultivation come to a standstill? As the chaotic essence of Dan Yao enveloped her, a sudden chime resonated through the air. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a spirit reservoir bottle. A spirit reservoir bottle? Dan Yao murmured to herself. Previously, whenever she signed in, the system would elucidate the origins, characteristics, and instructions for the items acquired. Yet, with the appearance of the spirit reservoir bottle, the system offered no explanation. Coupled with the system's earlier silence, Dan Yao felt an increasing concern that something might be amiss. What did you say? A spirit reservoir bottle? You possess a spirit reservoir bottle, exclaimed Xiangyang, who was nearby, upon hearing those 3 words. Yes, I stumbled upon a wondrous spatial ring, filled with an array of peculiar items, one of which is the spirit reservoir bottle. You, my dear, have obtained one of the top 10 spiritual treasures of the Tianxian continent, the spirit reservoir bottle. Truly, you are blessed with immense fortune. Xiangyang sighed in admiration. What did you say? This is one of the top 10 treasures? Dan Yao was taken aback. Decades prior, during a casual conversation, she had overheard Xiangyang mention the treasures of the realm. Chapter 314. The essence of the Tao is dwindling. The Tianxian continent is abundant in rare materials and treasures, each possessing unique spiritual attributes. In ancient times, a peculiar sage with a penchant for collecting secrets compiled a list of the 10 finest treasures of the Tianxian continent. The snow spirit sword in her possession was ranked second, alongside the long-lost fire feather sword. The meditative jade cushion, upon which she practiced, was also included, albeit at the very end of the list. Indeed, the spirit reservoir bottle ranks 7th among the top 10 treasures. Unlike the snow spirit sword, which boasts unparalleled sharpness and combat prowess, or the meditative jade cushion, which aids in cultivation, the spirit reservoir bottle's inclusion among the top treasures is attributed to its astonishing ability to preserve spiritual essence. Preserve spiritual essence? Dan Yao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the spirit reservoir bottle, as its name suggests, is designed to house the spiritual attributes of rare materials and miraculous elixirs. It is well known that both rare materials and elixirs are manifestations of the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, and as such, they possess a limited lifespan. Over time, even with the best preservation, their spiritual essence inevitably wanes. However, when placed within the spirit reservoir bottle, not only is there no fear of losing this essence, but rather, it can enhance it. The longer the storage, the greater the spiritual potency. At this juncture, admiration gleamed in Xiangyang's eyes. For instance, if one were to acquire the 10,000-year ice condensation saliva next year and store it in the bottle, within just a few days, its spiritual potency and efficacy would increase by at least 30%. Increase by 30%? Dan Yao gasped in astonishment. Heavens, this is no mere spirit reservoir bottle. It is akin to a treasure-gathering vessel. Now that you comprehend the marvels of this treasure, possessing 3 of the top 10 spiritual treasures is indeed extraordinary luck. One might even say enviable. Dan Yao felt both astonished and delighted. She had yet to find the 10,000-year ice condensation saliva, and the system had graciously bestowed upon her the spirit reservoir bottle. How considerate. Just then, the system chimed again. Friendly reminder. The Tao essence of the 7-star palace is dwindling. Please select an alternative sign-in location. The Tao essence is dwindling? Danielle paused briefly before letting out a soft sigh. After a century of sign-ins, she had gained a general understanding of the system. Although she could sign in daily, the frequency and locations were not boundless. They were determined by her cultivation level. The system's offerings were tailored to her, and as her cultivation heightened, the items provided became increasingly refined. Furthermore, the quality of the items acquired through sign-ins was heavily influenced by the location itself. The more unique the sign-in location, the deeper the Tao essence, resulting in more substantial rewards. While the 7-star palace is considered one of the foremost sects in the eastern region, its founding master had only reached the realm of the heavenly sovereign. Now that she had surpassed the heavenly sovereign, her cultivation level rivaled that of the legendary founder. 7-star Tzi. The millennia-old Tao essence of the 7-star palace was no longer sufficient to sustain her continued sign-ins. Shallow waters cannot nurture a dragon. Danielle was aware that her departure from this place was inevitable, though she had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. Having spent a century in the 100-Flower Valley, the thought of leaving filled her with reluctance. With a sigh, Danielle remarked, "Ahwa. Once I obtain the 10,000-year ice condensation saliva, I do not intend to return." Not returning? Xiangyang was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Did you not cherish this tranquil life? The world is vast. I yearn to explore it. Danielle recited a classic phrase that had once swept across the internet in her previous life. Chapter 315, A Blessed Land 1. She paused briefly before continuing. Moreover, after my identity was revealed, the entirety of the 7-star palace regards me with reverence. And countless cultivators outside are eager to take me as their master, which has become utterly overwhelming. I simply wish to lead a peaceful life. Yet I find no tranquility here. I understand now. Reading 1,000 books cannot compare to traveling 1,000 miles. Then, by all means, go and see the world. It will benefit your cultivation. Xiangyang nodded in agreement. And what about you? Will you return? Xiangyang shook his head. While in the central region, I was also preoccupied with cultivation. Now, it is a perfect opportunity for me to broaden my horizons. He had intended to express that he would follow her wherever she went, but the words faltered on his lips, and he settled for the notion of exploring the world together. Very well, let us journey together. Danielle nodded in assent, then added, however, before we depart, I must leave something for the 7-star palace. After all, I have lived here for so many years. Even though Master Qing Su and others have not imparted any teachings to me, I still owe them a century of goodwill. What do you think I should leave for them? Danielle pondered, scratching her head. Xiangyang contemplated for a moment and suggested. The reason heavenly sovereign-level cultivators are pursued by major sects is not only due to their inherent strength, but also because they can alter the flow of spiritual veins and establish a blessed land, benefiting the entire sect immensely and ensuring its longevity. Why not leave the 7-star palace a blessed land? Danielle's eyes lit up. A blessed land can gather abundant spiritual energy, accelerating cultivation. Once established, the benefits will extend beyond just those 7 old Taoists. It will aid all disciples of the 7-star palace. Consequently, the influx of talented young cultivators wishing to join the 7-star palace will surely increase. With more gifted disciples, the sect will thrive, creating a positive cycle. Even in my absence, the eastern region will retain its status as the foremost sect. Precisely. The 7-star palace has recently suffered much turmoil, with countless disciples perishing. Now, it is in dire need of talent. If such a blessed land were to be established, how could it not prosper? Very well, I shall grant them a blessed land. After Danielle's identity was unveiled, all the major sects in the eastern region clamored to visit, eager to catch a glimpse of this unparalleled powerhouse who had ascended to the heavenly sovereign realm after millennia. However, they were all gracefully declined by Master Qing Su under the pretext that Danielle was in seclusion to cultivate. The members of the 7-star palace, however, were oblivious to the fact that Danielle had solidified her heavenly sovereign status long ago during her duel with Ming Shi and had no need for seclusion. Now, they dared not disturb her and could only wait anxiously for her emergence. As the anxious waiting continued, a sudden, overwhelming pressure emanated from the depths of Yaoguang Peak. The entire 7-star palace was instantly engulfed in this oppressive force, trembling violently, as if the end of days had arrived. In an instant, the entire 7-star palace was awakened by this terrifying aura, halting their cultivation to gaze in astonishment towards the depths of Yaoguang Peak. The sovereign has emerged. The sovereign has finally emerged. Everyone in the 7-star palace, from the sect leader to the cleaning staff, was filled with excitement. This was the heavenly sovereign, the first supreme powerhouse to step into this realm in the eastern region in 10,000 years. Reflecting on the recent past, she had, with unparalleled prowess, sealed the formidable demon Ming Shi, as if still lost in a dream. A radiant blue light soared from Yaoguang Peak, transforming into an exquisite and graceful figure before the gathered crowd. Chapter 316, The Celestial Paradise, 2. We pay our respects to your majesty, and congratulate you on your successful emergence from seclusion. Upon witnessing the appearance of Dan Yao, the onlookers hastily bowed in reverence. Aware that Taoist Qingxiu and the others mistakenly believed she had been in seclusion to consolidate her realm, she chose not to clarify. With a voice as cold as ice, she declared, I have concluded my retreat, and it is time to attend to matters at the Seven Stars Palace. You may all withdraw to a distance of 1,000 zhang. Upon hearing her words, the crowd momentarily froze, then suddenly realized something, their faces lighting up with uncontainable joy. It was said that once a cultivator transcended to the Celestial Lord realm, they could employ supreme techniques to alter the flow of spiritual veins, thus creating a cultivation paradise that would yield immeasurable benefits to their sect, allowing it to flourish for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. However, despite such claims, no one had truly witnessed this, nor dared to assert that anyone could achieve it. The Eastern Domain had not given birth to a Celestial Lord for over 10 millennia. The various miraculous abilities attributed to the Celestial Lords existed solely within the realm of legend. No one could verify their authenticity. Now, as they heard Dan Yao instruct them to retreat 1,000 zhang, Taoist Qingxiu and the other 6 elders could not help but recall the records of celestial paradises documented within their sect's texts. The Tianxian continent was divided into 5 great domains: east, west, south, north, and central. Aside from the bustling central domain, the other 3 domains boasted celestial lords or half-step celestial lords. Only the relatively backward eastern domain had not produced a celestial lord in 10,000 years. Consequently, the eastern domain was regarded by the others as a barren land unproductive of any merit. The backwardness of the eastern domain stemmed from its insufficient and overly diluted spiritual energy. Yet, a celestial lord could utilize their abilities to redirect the flow of spiritual veins, creating a celestial paradise where the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles could swiftly converge into one location. Such a paradise, transformed by human effort, would possess spiritual energy so dense that it not only surpassed the other 4 domains, but could even rival that of the mysterious and distant central domain. In essence, a sect that possessed a celestial paradise equated to having a cultivation environment on par with that of central domain practitioners. This would enable the disciples of the sect to cultivate to a strength not inferior to that of their central domain counterparts in the foreseeable future. The phrase "one attains enlightenment," and even "the fowl and dogs ascend" aptly describes the might of a celestial lord. This was precisely why, upon discovering the extraordinary talent of Tsang Tianji, who subtly harbored the potential to ascend to the celestial lord realm, the 2 ancient figures from the Temple of the Moon spared no effort in assisting him to forge the earthly sovereign golden crown. With this thought in mind, Taoist Qingxiu and the other 6 elders could not suppress their laughter. Though they appeared foolish in front of so many disciples, they cared little for their image at that moment. After all, what was reputation compared to the flourishing of their sect? Thus, they hastily urged their disciples to retreat. Each displayed their sword-flying abilities, swiftly soaring to a distance of 1,000 zhang. Seeing the crowd retreat, Dan Yao stepped forward, her delicate fingers pointing. A flash of blue light erupted, revealing the menacing form of the Shuepa sword. Grasping the sword, she slashed at the void. A torrent of overwhelming sword energy surged forth, crashing down upon the mountains like a meteor. Boom! The heavens trembled, the earth quaked. At that moment, the solid rock shattered like silk, sending plumes of dust billowing in all directions. With a mere press of her palm, Dan Yao quelled the swirling air and dust, revealing a vast expanse before the crowd. Chapter 317, The Celestial Paradise, 3. It was said that a cultivator in the Celestial Lord realm possessed the ability to distort space, alter spiritual veins, and create celestial paradises. Today, witnessing this firsthand, the tales proved to be true. 1,000 zhang away, Taoist Qingxiu and the others gazed in astonishment, exclaiming in awe. The disciples, too, could hardly contain their shock and wonder. A celestial lord, a peak realm that had long since become legend in the eastern domain. They had only heard their masters and uncles speak of the immense power and remarkable abilities of a celestial lord. Now, witnessing one in action, they truly understood the meaning of below the celestial lord, all are but ants. At that moment, the realm surrounding the Seven Stars Palace seemed to be held in the grasp of Dan Yao, akin to the Monkey King causing chaos in the heavens, allowing her to mold it as she pleased. Dan Yao's hair danced in the air. Her long sword gleamed like snow. Intertwining sword energies stirred the very essence of the universe. With a commanding shout, Dan Yao's palm emitted a swirling vortex of true qi, directly pulling from the hidden spiritual veins beneath the earth. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged towards the space she had opened. Subsequently, an even more concentrated and purer essence of heaven and earth surged forth from the ground, accompanied by a resounding roar that echoed like the cries of dragons and phoenixes. This sound emanated from the spiritual veins buried deep within the earth, now redirected by Dan Yao, making contact with the surface realm. The common folk at the foot of the Seven Stars Palace, unaware that a celestial lord was crafting a celestial paradise, felt the cataclysmic tremors and mistook them for divine wrath, kneeling in reverence and repentance. Meanwhile, cultivators and rogue practitioners from hundreds of miles away were drawn to the earth-shattering energy, hastening towards the Seven Stars Palace to investigate. The closer they approached, the more their astonishment grew. They beheld a colossal tornado centered around the Seven Stars Palace, with the surrounding spiritual energy being drawn into the vortex, coalescing at its core, faintly resembling liquid. The force erupting from the eye of the tornado was immense. Anyone caught within its grasp, even those as powerful as the Void Realm or Earthly Sovereign, would likely be mercilessly torn apart. Such terrifying power. Could this truly be the work of the Frost Snow, celestial lord of the Seven Stars Palace? The onlookers gasped in awe, hesitant to draw near, fearful that a moment's misstep could lead to their demise. What was she doing? Why such a grand display? A celestial paradise? Was she truly creating a celestial paradise? Indeed, it was said that upon reaching the celestial lord realm, one could use their divine abilities to forge celestial paradises. Having thought of celestial paradises as mere folklore, they were astonished to discover that a celestial lord could indeed alter the flow of spiritual veins. Once successfully established, the entire sect would reap boundless benefits. The Seven Stars Palace was truly fortunate. The sect's practitioners and rogue cultivators chattered excitedly, unable to conceal their shock and envy. They marveled at the extraordinary capabilities of a celestial lord, realizing that these practitioners were the most powerful beings in the Eastern Domain. They had not anticipated such overwhelming prowess, capable of not only creating space but also altering the flow of spiritual veins, gathering the essence of the surrounding hundreds or even thousands of miles into their own sect. Chapter 318, The Celestial Paradise, 4. They envied the fortune of the disciples of the Seven Stars Palace. These disciples might not possess superior talent compared to their own, yet they found themselves in fortuitous times, with the emergence of the Frost Snow Celestial Lord, a peerless powerhouse, personally leading the effort to forge a celestial paradise. In the present day, the Seven Star Palace enjoys the finest cultivation resources in the Eastern Domain, inciting envy and jealousy among those who dwell in its vicinity. The very ground upon which they stand lies 100 miles from the Seven Star Palace, yet the spiritual energy is already more than double that found elsewhere. It is almost unimaginable to consider the density of spiritual energy at the very heart of the Seven Star Palace. To cultivate in such a blessed land means not merely to achieve results with half the effort. The speed of progress is astonishingly rapid. One can easily foresee that once the celestial realm is successfully opened, it will not be long before the powerful figures of the Seven Star Palace emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. At that juncture, even in the absence of the unparalleled Frost Snow Sovereign, the Seven Star Palace will undoubtedly secure its position as the foremost sect in the Eastern Domain. This is the terrifying aspect of a sovereign at the celestial level. Even the most mediocre sect can transform into a top-tier entity the moment one of its members breaks through to this exalted realm. Moreover, all those associated with the celestial sovereign will reap boundless benefits from the celestial domain they establish, joining the ranks of the powerful. However, the endeavor to establish a suitable celestial realm for cultivation is far from simple. Although celestial sovereigns possess the ability to alter the flow of spiritual veins and gather spiritual energy within their newly created spaces, maintaining a continuous influx of energy to keep the spiritual essence anchored there requires an immense expenditure of spiritual power. Newly ascended celestial sovereigns often lack mastery over the control of spiritual energy at this level. A moment's carelessness could not only hinder the creation of a perfect space, but could also jeopardize the very sect that their disciples rely upon for survival. Fortunately, Dan Yao's practice of the Mingyu technique allows her spiritual energy to circulate endlessly, increasing with each use, thus eliminating such concerns. To her surprise, Dan Yao discovered that establishing a celestial realm demanded far more effort than she had anticipated. Had her spiritual energy not been sufficiently robust, she might have faltered. With a breath, she expelled a chilling stream of true energy, causing the surrounding spiritual essence to condense into liquid form. This powerful wave transformed into blocks of spiritual ice bricks, stacking upon one another, merging with the cold air. The grayish space she had crafted instantaneously transformed into a fairy tale-like world of ice and glass. The news of the Frost Snow Sovereign opening a celestial realm spread like wildfire throughout the eastern domain. Within a day, the entire region was abuzz with the revelation. Various sects were taken aback, astonished to learn that the legendary accounts of celestial sovereigns establishing celestial realms were indeed true, prompting a flurry of activity as they flocked to the Seven-Star Palace to investigate. As more cultivators arrived to witness this phenomenon, gasps of disbelief echoed through the air, unable to comprehend the scene before them. At this moment, Dan Yao successfully constructed the celestial realm. Countless streams of spiritual energy converged once more, thickening to a liquid state before being frozen into blocks of spiritual ice. The profound depth of this woman's spiritual cultivation was unexpected, thousands of miles away. Within the depths of the earth, the leader of the underworld sect, Ming Shi, sensed the shift in spiritual energy. Illuminated by his mystical sight, he beheld Dan Yao's methods of establishing the celestial realm, leaving him in a state of shock and muttering to himself. While celestial sovereigns possess the ability to establish celestial realms, this is typically limited to those who have cultivated for many years and possess profound spiritual power. Yet, it was beyond comprehension that Dan Yao, having only stepped into the celestial realm for less than a month, could achieve such a feat. What astonished him further was the fact that while other celestial sovereigns might take anywhere from half a month to 6 months to open a celestial realm, she seemed entirely unconcerned with the consumption of spiritual energy, her power intensifying with each moment, completing the task in merely one day. Such mastery over spiritual energy is something even peak celestial sovereigns might struggle to achieve. It is truly terrifying. Ming Shi's expression darkened to its utmost, his teeth gritting in frustration. Damn it! Why must fate play such tricks on me? Why grant me the opportunity to break through to the celestial realm only to send such a formidable woman to counter me? Why must there be both Zhuge Liang and Zhou Yu? I am unwilling to accept this. His anguished roar echoed through the Tianma Ridge, chilling and haunting, sending birds and beasts fleeing in terror. At this moment, the eyes of countless cultivators in the eastern domain were drawn to the celestial realm established by Dan Yao. They were eager not only to witness this newly opened celestial realm, but also to behold Dan Yao, the first extraordinary figure to ascend to the celestial level, and to see if she truly embodied the beauty and youth described in the legends. In just one day, she had accomplished what would take others at least half a month, astonishing the world once again. This is the legendary celestial realm. The leaders and elders of various sects who visited the Seven-Star Palace were filled with shock and awe at the sight of the spiritual energy condensed into bricks. The richness of the energy was staggering. Even if a pig were thrown in, it would absorb enough energy to transform into a spirit. With the establishment complete, Dan Yao floated in midair, regulating the restless true energy within her. After approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, she slowly opened her eyes, looking down upon the people of the Seven-Star Palace. The celestial realm has been successfully opened. You must devote yourselves to cultivation and not waste the efforts I have made. Yes, we shall heed the sovereign's teachings and cultivate diligently. The members of the Seven-Star Palace responded in unison. Very well, go and cultivate. I too must return. With that, Dan Yao flickered and transformed into a beam of spiritual light, vanishing into the Yao Guang Peak. Farewell, sovereign. Upon returning to the thatched cottage in the 100-Flower Valley, Xiangyang lay quietly atop a cat's nest, smiling as he asked, "Are you tired?" "A bit. I hadn't anticipated that opening a celestial realm would be such a laborious task. Thankfully, the Mingyu technique's spiritual power is inexhaustible. Otherwise, I would have truly struggled." Hee. Establishing a celestial realm is inherently no simple feat were it not for the uniqueness of your technique. I would not have suggested you undertake this endeavor. Dan Yao gazed into the distance, where the gathered spiritual energy converged, murmuring, "Once one reaches the celestial realm, one can open a celestial realm to benefit their sect. But if one were to cultivate to the spiritual platform realm, how formidable would that be?" Xiangyang chuckled lightly. If one were to reach the spiritual platform realm, they could open a small world, accommodating life forms and providing a place for spiritual herbs to flourish. Now, that would be truly remarkable. Open a small world? I recall that before the demise of the Wind and Snow Earth Sovereign, he opened the Wind and Snow secret realm using his own spiritual power. Dan Yao focused her gaze. How could one of mere Earth Sovereign cultivation open a small world? Especially given that the Wind and Snow Earth Sovereign was severely injured and on the verge of death? If my conjecture is correct, that secret realm must have been left behind by a superpower who ascended to the spiritual platform realm in ancient times. Due to the passage of time, the spiritual energy waned, and it was fortuitously discovered by the dying Wind and Snow Earth Sovereign, who then modified it into the Wind and Snow Secret Realm. So that is how it is. Dan Yao finally understood. The formidable beings of the Spirit Platform Realm far surpass those of the Celestial Monarch Realm. When they choose to act, the very heavens and earth tremble under their immense destructive power. If one wishes to traverse this continent with authority, attaining the Spirit Platform Realm is imperative. Indeed, I shall exert myself, not only the Spirit Platform Realm, but I aspire to conquer even the realms beyond, divine void and ascendancy. Dan Yao's gaze was resolute, emanating an indomitable spirit of a true warrior. Time swiftly passed, and half a year slipped away. Only 4 months remained until the fabled ice-condensed saliva would re-emerge in the world. On this day, Dan Yao awoke from her meditative state and silently intoned, "System. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 stinky pearls." Stinky pearls are the most foul-smelling substances in existence, beneath the Celestial Monarch. None can resist them. They are truly essential for home travels, or for eliminating rivals and seizing treasures. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao was instantly flabbergasted. The system had become increasingly mischievous, even producing items meant for pranks. Had she not ascended to the Celestial Monarch realm, she might have employed the stinky pearls to give that cunning and slippery serpent, Ming Shi, a taste of its own medicine. Now, as a formidable Celestial Monarch, what use did she have for such trinkets? Yet, as she pondered, a realization struck her. The upcoming venture to the Blackwater domain to seize the ice-condensed saliva would undoubtedly present numerous competitors. Although her own strength was formidable, she could not dismiss the possibility of encountering some truly bothersome adversaries. These 3 stinky pearls would serve well to counteract any unpleasant individuals. With this thought, Dan Yao procured a box and carefully stored the pearls away. Ding. The Tao essence of the 7-star palace has been depleted and has become an area where check-ins are no longer possible. Please select another auspicious location for check-in. The system's notification echoed once more. Alas, merely a year had passed, and the Tao essence had already run dry. It appeared that she, too, must prepare to depart. At this moment, a wave of jubilation swept through Tianquan Peak. The reason was none other than the simultaneous breakthroughs of Taoist Qing Su and his disciple Qi Hao. Taoist Qing Su had finally transcended the initial stage of the Void Realm, after nearly 2 centuries of stagnation, advancing to the mid-stage of the Void Realm. Qi Hao, even more remarkable, had made rapid strides in his cultivation after receiving the legacy of the Wind and Snow Earth Lord. With Dan Yao achieving Celestial Monarch status and creating a celestial abode rich in spiritual energy, both master and disciple unexpectedly broke through to the Void Realm, making Qi Hao the first among the young prodigies of the Eastern Domain to achieve such a feat. With the deaths of the 4 great Earth Lords at the hands of the nefarious Ming Shi, the Earth Lord realm faced a severe void. The Void Realm stood as the strongest existence beneath the Celestial Monarch. Now, with both master and disciple having broken through, it was indeed a double blessing. Chapter 321. Reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. The Earth Lord realm having been severed, our 7-star palace boasts 3 Void Realm masters. Even without the presence of our Celestial Monarch, we rank among the foremost sects in the Eastern Domain, Taoist Qing Su remarked with a smile. Though the Eastern Domain has a vast population, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is too thin, making the Void Realm cultivators the pinnacle of existence. 3 Void Realm masters in a single sect can rival the Moon God Palace of yore. Not to mention, we have a Celestial Monarch who oversees the cultivation of the Eastern Domain's denizens. All of this is thanks to the support of our monarch, Qi Hao sighed. Indeed, without the backing of our monarch, would the 7-star palace enjoy its current prominence? Taoist Qing Su concurred. Originally, the 7-star palace had only Taoist Qing Su as its sole Void Realm expert. Had it not been for Dan Yao's initiative in the Wind and Snow Secret Realm, willingly passing the Wind and Snow Earth Lord's legacy to Qi Hao and subsequently aiding Taoist Qing Su in healing, they would not have ascended to the Void Realm so swiftly, nor would the 7-star palace have attained such strength. At this moment, Dan Yao's clear and cool voice reached their ears. Come here, I have something to discuss. The crowd was startled. The monarch summons us. What could she need? Despite Dan Yao's brief absence of merely half a year, she had lived among the 7-star palace for over a century. Through Shui Ling, they had come to understand her tranquil nature, her humility, and her aversion to conflict and troubling others. Her sudden summons must indicate something significant. Not daring to delay, they hastened to the 100-Flower Valley. Upon arriving at the thatched cottage, they pushed the door open and approached Dan Yao. We have come to pay our respects to the monarch. They bowed slightly. Rise, Dan Yao said directly. I have called you here today to convey an important matter. Taoist Qing Su's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly inquired, may I ask what it pertains to, monarch? In a few days, I shall depart from the Seven-Star Palace to journey across the various domains of the continent. I wanted to inform you in advance. As those words fell, it was as if thunder had struck, causing their expressions to shift dramatically on the verge of protest. Yet, Danielle waved her hand. There is no need for further discussion. This decision has long been made. Reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. I have spent many years in seclusion here, and it is time for me to venture forth. Yes, the group appeared despondent, yet they dared not dissuade her further, their tones subdued. In truth, Taoist Qing Su and the others had long recognized that Danielle would eventually leave the Seven-Star Palace. After all, a shallow stream cannot harbor a dragon. Now that she had ascended to the celestial monarch realm, reaching the pinnacle of cultivation in the eastern domain, any further breakthroughs would necessitate her departure to realms of higher cultivation. For over 10,000 years, the Seven-Star Palace had never seen a disciple of such prodigious talent. Thus, while they were reluctant to see her go, they did not wish to hinder her progress. Furthermore, the eastern domain had long been regarded by other realms as a barbaric land incapable of producing a celestial monarch. If Danielle were to emerge from here, with her nearly monstrous talent, she would undoubtedly shine brilliantly across the continent. At that time, the cultivators of the eastern domain would no longer be looked down upon, and the reputation of the Seven-Star Palace would spread throughout the land, becoming an object of admiration for many. Chapter 322, Departing in Elegance. Rest assured, before I leave, I will ensure everything is in order. The Seven-Star Palace is my home, and I will not allow anyone to bully it. Yes. Hearing Danielle regard the Seven-Star Palace as her family moved Taoist Qing Su and the others deeply. As long as their home remained, distance would pose little concern. Monarch, when will you return? Yun Ran, a disciple of Yao Wang Peak, could not help but inquire. Danielle smiled gently. I do not know, but I promise that one day, I shall return. Pausing for a moment, she continued quietly. Now that I have finished speaking, you may all leave. Shui Ling, please stay. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Shui Ling. With a face full of reluctance, she gazed at Danielle. Sister, you truly intend to leave? Yes. I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and must depart from here. Danielle sighed softly, her gaze steady. I understand your reluctance, but the ebb and flow of life is inevitable. Each farewell paves the way for a better reunion. She pondered for a moment, saying, as I take my leave, I am uncertain when we shall meet again. To guide you in your cultivation may no longer be feasible. During these few days, I shall impart to you the secrets of transcending the realms of Dongshu, Dizuan, and Tianjun, along with my insights into our sect's ultimate techniques, the Seven-Star Sword Technique and the Hunyuan Palm. I hope that upon our next encounter, I will witness a transformed version of you. Shui Ling's eyes glistened with emotion as she nodded. Very well. I will strive diligently in my training to surprise my senior sister. Thus, Danielle shared all her knowledge, save for the Mingyu technique, teaching her from the simplest to the most profound. Following this, Shui Ling devoted herself wholeheartedly to the humble abode, absorbing the cultivation secrets imparted by Danielle. The Yaoguang Peak Heart method that Shui Ling practiced was a feminine, soft cultivation technique, akin to Danielle's teachings, making it relatively easy for her to comprehend. At present, her cultivation had reached the peak of condensing infant, with only a thin veil separating her from the Dongshu realm, rendering her capable of grasping the secrets of transcending it with relative ease. However, the realms of Dizuan and Tianjun, above Dongshu, remained somewhat distant, and despite Danielle's meticulous explanations, she found it challenging to fully comprehend. Yet, Danielle had limited time for instruction. She could only distill her understanding of Dizuan and Tianjun into a spiritual imprint, which would reside within Shui Ling's primordial spirit. As her cultivation progressed, this imprint would gradually unlock, allowing her to understand it over time. After approximately half a month of instruction, Danielle felt she had taught enough and retrieved a scroll from her sleeve. This set of techniques, flying flowers and dancing butterflies, has been passed down through generations in the 100-Flower Valley. Before the late Granny Hua transcended, she entrusted it to me. Originally, this technique served merely as a protective measure, but after my enhancements, it has evolved into a remarkable skill that integrates both offense and defense, capable of cleansing marrow and transforming one's constitution. Please ensure to pass it on to the next flower girl who comes to the 100-Flower Valley. It shall be a small blessing from me as a predecessor. Understood. Shui Ling nodded, reaching out to accept the scroll. Danielle smiled gently. With matters here concluded, it is time for me to depart. She waved to Xiangyang, who was lounging in a cat nest. Let us go. Xiangyang nodded with a smile, his form flickering before transforming into a diminutive kitten that perched upon Danielle's shoulder. Now, with his meridians destroyed and spiritual power sealed within his dantian, he could only evade attention by continuing to appear as an innocuous little cat. Chapter 323, The Discomfort of Male Attire. Farewell, 7-Star Palace. With a flash, Dan Yao transformed into a beam of spiritual light, vanishing in an instant. Take care, senior sister, Shui Ling murmured, gazing at the azure expanse of the sky. The Blackwater region lies at the confluence of the eastern and southern territories. The 7-Star Palace is situated several tens of thousands of miles from the Blackwater region, making the journey perilous, fraught with ferocious beasts. For ordinary cultivators, reaching this locale would take at least several months, if not half a year. After Dan Yao broke through to the Tianjun realm, her spiritual power surged, and her speed became akin to lightning. With Xiangyang's guidance, she traversed the vast distance in merely half a day, arriving at the Blackwater region. Upon seeing a city sculpted from ice and snow in the distance, Dan Yao questioned, "Isn't the Blackwater region supposed to be a dark, murky expanse? How can it be a city of ice?" Xiangyang explained, "The black in Blackwater refers to the ancient meaning of dark profound, akin to Xianming and Xuanwu, the northern divine beast associated with the utmost cold and darkness. Thus, the Blackwater region signifies a place of extreme cold and shadow." "Ah, I see." Dan Yao understood. "Let us descend." Dan Yao gracefully floated down, her gaze fixed upon the crystalline city, given that it was the birthplace of millennium-old ice. The Blackwater region exuded a chilling aura. Everywhere she looked, droplets froze mid-air. Sunlight reflected off the icy surface, making it difficult to keep her eyes open. Nevertheless, in such a frigid environment, cultivating techniques like the Mingyu was akin to a fish in water, yielding auspicious results. With delicate steps, Dan Yao entered the city. Women venturing out often encounter various inconveniences, particularly someone of her unparalleled beauty. Before her arrival, she had contemplated donning male attire. However, the peculiar nature of the Mingyu technique made this impractical. This technique, powerful and deeply mysterious, not only grants eternal youth, but also preserves one's beauty. Yet, therein lies a significant drawback. Practitioners are forever unable to disguise themselves as men. The Mingyu technique, crafted by an unnamed female immortal specifically for women, aligns with the innate desire for beauty. Thus, those who practice it undergo miraculous transformations in appearance and physique, regardless of their initial looks. Even if one were plain and unattractive, the technique could mold them into an exquisite beauty. Moreover, while altering one's visage, it would enhance one's figure, accentuating curves and transforming short legs into long, graceful limbs, and a barrel waist into a slender, supple form. Dan Yao's foundation was already exceptional. After practicing this technique for over a century, not only had her cultivation grown stronger, but her beauty and physique had also undergone a dramatic metamorphosis. At this moment, she possessed an otherworldly beauty beyond imagination, her figure perfectly proportioned and alluring. Wearing male attire might obscure her features, but it could not conceal her stunning physique. Unless the world were populated entirely by the blind, anyone with discerning eyes would instantly recognize her as a woman. Dan Yao found this predicament rather frustrating. Such a splendid body seemed to thwart even her attempts at masquerade. How vexing, she thought, perplexed as to why the male leads in dramas from her past could so easily see through a woman's disguise. Were they blind? Did they truly believe that the so-called breathtaking beauty was merely an unremarkable figure? Given her voluptuous physique, Dan Yao realized that regardless of her disguise, no one would believe she was a man. Chapter 324, The Treasure-Seeking Mouse. She reluctantly resolved to don a golden silk butterfly mask to conceal her features. Yet, while the gilded mask obscured her visage, it could not shroud the myriad charms radiating from her essence. As Dan Yao stepped into the throng, nearly every gaze turned toward her in unison. Although her true face was obscured by the mask, her captivating figure rendered it impossible for anyone to look away. Her beauty transcended the surface, resonating deep within. Her waist was as slender as a willow, with neither excess nor deficiency. Even the most fastidious of men could find no fault in her form. Before such a flawlessly alluring physique, even the most discerning of gentlemen could not help but steal a second glance. At that moment, the bustling street seemed to hold its breath, as onlookers pondered how a woman could possess such an enchanting figure. If her physique was already so mesmerizing, one could only imagine the beauty hidden beneath the mask. Xiangyang, transformed into a kitten and perched on Dan Yao's shoulder, felt a surge of indignation as he observed the numerous men leering at her. Were it not for his destroyed meridians and sealed spiritual power, he would have relished the opportunity to gouge out their eyes. Despite the astonishment of the gathered crowd at Dan Yao's figure, no rogue dared to approach her. This was not due to the overwhelming aura she exuded that deterred would-be offenders. Rather, In the presence of such perfection, everyone felt a deep sense of protectiveness, unwilling to impose upon the delicate beauty in public. For if even one person dared to act, the rest of the men would surely rush in to rescue her, leaving the offender utterly unrecognizable. Dan Yao could hardly withstand the fiery gazes of the men and women around her, and thus she gracefully executed the thousand illusions fragrant step, drifting away like a wisp of smoke. Where did she go? One wondered. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. Could she be a ghost? Surely. No specter could possess such a splendid figure. She must be a celestial fairy descended to the mortal realm. The crowd buzzed with speculation, utterly perplexed by the origin of this enigmatic woman clad in a mask. Yet, her exquisite fusion of ethereal elegance and alluring charm left an indelible mark upon the hearts of all present. Even years later, the memory of her unparalleled grace would linger vividly in their minds. As she floated away from the throng, Dan Yao sighed softly. Sometimes, possessing a striking figure could indeed be a double-edged sword. Fortunately, her mask concealed her visage, sparing her from the frenzied attention her beauty and form would otherwise incite. Expanding her consciousness, she scanned the surroundings but sensed no trace of the extreme coldness she sought. "Ahua," she inquired. "Where exactly is the 10,000-year ice condensation saliva you mentioned? I cannot sense its presence." Xiangyang replied in a hushed tone. "The ice condensation saliva only manifests during the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and Yin hour. At any other time, it remains hidden, even from the most formidable practitioners." "I see," Dan Yao responded with a hint of resignation. "What shall we do now? Let us find a place to rest and patiently await the arrival of the 4 Yin day." "Agreed." Dan Yao glanced around and noticed an elegantly adorned shop nearby, deciding it would be a suitable refuge. Upon entering, she felt a sudden, intense tremor emanating from her spatial ring. A quick sweep of her consciousness revealed a treasure-seeking mouse. This mouse was summoned on the penultimate day before the Seven Stars Palace's Tao essence was depleted. Chapter 325, The Tattered Sheepskin. According to the system's description, this jade-crafted mouse possessed the extraordinary ability to locate treasures throughout the world. No gem could elude its keen sense of smell. Just as Dan Yao contemplated an opportunity to test its prowess, it presented itself before her. She seized the treasure-seeking mouse and recited an incantation, boundless as the heavens. "Tracking across myriad miles, the world's rarest treasures lie within my grasp." With a swift whoosh, the mouse transformed into a radiant beam of light. Darting toward a shop not far away, Dan Yao approached the establishment, named the Qingjing Pavilion, and surveyed her surroundings. Although the shop's decor was not extravagant and bore a somewhat shabby appearance, it exuded an ancient and rustic charm. Stepping inside, she found the space modest yet impeccably clean. A few sparse customers were perusing the wares, casting a few glances at Dan Yao as she entered. Her consciousness swept the area, landing on a woman at the counter, diligently counting beads on an abacus for a customer. Clad in simple linen and with hair streaked with gray, her complexion was remarkably fair and delicate, presenting an oddly captivating sight. The peculiar appearance of this woman reminded Dan Yao of the phrase "pity that the old man's hair turns white first." Was she not the embodiment of that sentiment? What tribulations had she endured? Dan Yao's gaze sharpened as she noticed the woman's eyes sparkled with an otherworldly intelligence. Yet a thick haze of darkness lingered between her brows, leaving Dan Yao both astonished and puzzled. Not wishing to disturb the woman as she conducted her business, Dan Yao followed the treasure-seeking mouse's guidance to an antique shelf. The shelf displayed an eclectic assortment of oddities. Following the mouse's direction, she reached for the item perched atop the shelf, revealing a tattered sheepskin covered with an intricate script resembling tadpoles. Upon closer inspection, Dan Yao's eyes widened in shock. Not only did she recognize the characters, but she also discerned that this sheepskin contained a formula for concocting the pure, small returning pill. "Ah Yao, do you understand the script above?" Xiangyang asked softly. Dan Yao nodded. "Indeed. If I am not mistaken, these characters belong to the Danhua script of the Great Yin Dynasty, an exceptionally mysterious script known only to the royal family and a few renowned alchemical clans." "How do you recognize it?" Dan Yao shook her head in confusion. "I am unsure. It seems I should know it from my memories." Xiangyang furrowed his brow. "But you are an orphan, bereft of family, are you not?" "My parents have indeed passed, but their departure was not by natural means. They were victims of foul play. My memories were lost in that upheaval, leaving me with little recollection. Over a century ago, the original owner of this body was seemingly murdered by pursuers. After her demise, Dan Yao's spirit took residence within, but most memories were lost, retaining only the name Dan Yao. At that time, she believed death was akin to extinguishing a flame. Since fate had granted her a second chance in this body, she felt no need to dwell on the past. Thus, she chose to let go and embark on a new life. Through various trials, She joined the Seven Stars Palace and subsequently bound herself to the lucky fish sign-in system, propelling her to her present circumstances. Listening to her tale, Xiangyang felt a pang of sympathy. So, like me, you too have lost your most cherished kin amid strife. Chapter 326. Owner, name your price. This memory, lost for over a century, had gradually faded from her consciousness. Yet today, upon encountering this sheepskin, the characters evoked a profound sense of familiarity. Initially, Dan Yao believed herself to be an orphan with no ties, with no family left. She felt little attachment to her past. Thus, she shed her former identity to enter the Seven Stars Palace and commence anew. Who would have thought that destiny would lead her back to her roots through this written script? Xiangyang pondered. The script on this sheepskin is the Danhua script of the Great Yin Dynasty, specifically recording the secret methods of alchemical concoction. Could your surname Dan have connections to alchemy? Dan Yao narrowed her eyes. That is a possibility. It seems I must find the time to visit the Great Yin Dynasty. By the way, what is this sheepskin document? A formula for the pure Yin small returning pill. What? The pure Yin small returning pill? Xiangyang exclaimed in surprise. The legendary pill that can enhance a practitioner's cultivation by 1,000 years? Indeed, Dan Yao affirmed. Goodness, you have stumbled upon a treasure. Xiangyang's voice brimmed with astonishment and admiration. It was unexpected that they had scarcely arrived and had yet to locate the ice condensation saliva, yet had already encountered the formula for the pure Yin small returning pill. Dan Yao gazed at the sheepskin detailing the method for concocting the pure Yin small returning pill, her excitement palpable. Like the pure Yang great returning pill, the pure Yin small returning pill was an extraordinary elixir capable of significantly enhancing one's cultivation, reaching the celestial monarch realm. Gaining even a fraction of advancement was a formidable challenge. The 1,000 years of Yin energy contained within the pure Yin small returning pill was among the few rare elixirs capable of boosting her cultivation. Moreover, while ordinary pills often led to the development of tolerance in users, rendering subsequent doses ineffective, the pure Yin small returning pill, due to its unique properties, had a remarkably low tolerance threshold, allowing for consecutive consumption. In essence, as long as an ample supply of the elixir was available, she could leverage its power to break through. Previously, Dan Yao had received a pure Yin small returning pill through the system S sign-in. But due to its extreme rarity and the inability to procure another identical pill thereafter, she had hesitated to use it. Now that she possesses the alchemical formula, she can continuously refine the pure Yin little returning pill, making the breakthrough into the spirit platform realm merely a matter of time. At this moment, the silver-haired woman had just seen off the other customers in her shop. Turning back, she noticed Dan Yao fixatedly staring at the sheepskin and felt a sudden shock. Though her expression remained unchanged, she spoke with a calm demeanor. Dear guest, what would you like to purchase? Dan Yao turned around, pointing at the sheepskin in her hand, and smiled. I wish to buy this sheepskin, dear shopkeeper. What is your asking price? A glimmer of surprise flashed in the woman's bright eyes. Do you recognize the characters inscribed upon it? Dan Yao responded with a smile and a shake of her head. Not at all. I simply find the texture of this sheepskin delightful and wish to buy it to wrap my newly acquired jewelry. Although the sheepskin contained the method for refining the pure Yin little returning pill, it was inscribed in the rare Danhua script, a language known to few. It was likely that this woman was unaware of the secrets contained within, or she would not be so reckless as to sell such a precious formula. There was no way she would foolishly reveal the secret, allowing the other party to inflate the price. To wrap jewelry? The woman chuckled softly. Your jewelry must indeed be extravagant. Dan Yao furrowed her brow, sensing that the shopkeeper might be aware of the sheepskin's secret. Shopkeeper, where did you acquire this sheepskin? Do you have any others? Dan Yao could tell that the formula on this sheepskin was incomplete. It only detailed the refining method without the dosage of the required materials. Without knowing the precise ratios of the ingredients, even the most skilled artisan would find it impossible to work without the necessary resources. The woman replied nonchalantly. I stumbled upon this sheepskin while procuring goods from a supplier. As for where he obtained it, I cannot say. Oh, is that so? Dan Yao clearly did not believe her. If you do not know, then never mind. I want the sheepskin. How many spirit stones do you desire? This sheepskin is not for sale. The woman shook her head, her tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Dan Yao had long sensed that something was amiss with her and, upon receiving such a flat refusal, was not angered. She smiled and said, Dear shopkeeper, do not be so quick to refuse. Business is not solely about profit. We can certainly negotiate. If you are unwilling to sell, do you think I cannot afford your price? This sheepskin is priceless. No matter how many spirit stones you offer, I will not sell it. You may choose from everything else in the shop, but this particular piece is not for sale. Really not for sale? Dan Yao's smile faded. Not for sale means not for sale. Do not try to twist my arm. I shall not engage in this transaction any longer. Leave at once. Dan Yao's smile vanished, her demeanor turning icy. What if I insist that you sell it? Child, strong-arming is not the act of a respectable person. I advise you to return to your life as a pampered young lady. Otherwise, you may find your life hanging by a thread here, and that would be quite unwise. The woman smiled with an enigmatic depth, waving her flowing sleeves in a gesture to escort Dan Yao out, her expression remaining serene and untroubled. In the eyes of this woman, Dan Yao was merely a young girl. Even if she had been cultivating since birth, her level of attainment could not be significant. Even now, with the sheepskin clutched in Dan Yao's hands, she felt no fear of her resorting to coercive tactics. Dan Yao, however, chuckled. A mere Earth sovereign thinks to claim my life here. Your arrogance is rather excessive, don't you think? The woman trembled slightly, staring at Dan Yao in disbelief. Who are you? How do you know my identity? As she spoke, the woman flicked her sleeve, and a gust of wind surged forth, swiftly closing the shop door. Dan Yao replied, I do not know your identity. However, I am curious to learn your name. The cultivation environment of the eastern and southern regions is quite similar, both having only one heavenly monarch. In the absence of the heavenly monarch, the Earth Sovereign is undoubtedly the most powerful entity. This woman, having attained the rank of Earth Sovereign in a realm dominated by male cultivators, must be a figure of considerable stature among practitioners. Nonsense. If you do not know me, how could you possibly recognize me as an Earth Sovereign? Who sent you? Speak. The woman's gaze sharpened, her tone severe. The formidable aura of the Earth Sovereign erupted, pressing down on Dan Yao as if she were about to be crushed in the next instant. If it were anyone else facing such overwhelming pressure, they would likely have collapsed in fear, perhaps even soiling themselves. Yet Dan Yao remained unfazed, casually holding the tattered sheepskin as she said coolly, I truly do not know you. I merely sensed your aura and recognized you as an Earth Sovereign. Utter nonsense. The woman interrupted her sharply. Only an Earth Sovereign or an unparalleled expert above can sense my aura. You, a mere girl, how could you have such high cultivation to recognize me? Which ignorant old fool sent you here? If you do not speak the truth, I shall make your existence more unbearable than death. Dan Yao shrugged. I speak only the truth. If you do not believe me, what can I do? The woman's astonishment grew as she realized that under her oppressive aura, Dan Yao appeared utterly unfazed. Humph, do you think I would believe you? When I reigned over the southern region, you were not even born yet. Do you truly think you can deceive me? If you have any sense, tell me who sent you, and I might show you mercy. Otherwise what? Dan Yao's eyes narrowed. In a world where male superiority reigns, powerful female cultivators are exceedingly rare. Seeing this woman achieve the rank of Earth Sovereign, she had shown respect by yielding repeatedly. It was unexpected that the woman's words would be so sharp and increasingly rude, which was truly infuriating. Even though I am weakened by that accursed sunlight finger, I can still handle you with ease. If you do not speak, I will freeze your body inch by inch, allowing you to experience the agony of icy invasion, where survival is impossible. Humph, you think you can turn me into an ice sculpture? I doubt you possess that capability. Dan Yao let out a cold laugh, seizing the sheepskin and transforming into a streak of light, leaping out of the window. She was not afraid of the old woman. With her cultivation, even if the woman were at her peak, Dan Yao could easily crush her with a mere flick of her finger. However, a confrontation between an Earth Sovereign and a heavenly monarch would unleash a terrifying energy. If a battle were to erupt in the shop, it would not only endanger innocent bystanders, but also attract the attention of powerful beings in the vicinity, bringing about unnecessary complications. Dan Yao had come to the Blackwater region solely to obtain the 10,000-year ice condensation saliva and leave quietly, without seeking trouble. Thus, the best course of action was to use the sheepskin to lure this woman to a remote ice field, where she could then properly teach her a lesson. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that easy. The woman also transformed into a streak of light, swiftly pursuing her. She observed that although Dan Yao wore a mask, her voice was clear, and her figure was graceful, clearly indicating she was a youthful maiden. A girl of such tender age, even with extraordinary talent and a renowned mentor, could at most possess the cultivation of the infant condensation realm. Though she was currently constrained by the pure yang energy of the sunlight finger, her strength was diminished. She was still not someone a mere girl could take liberties with. Yet, Dan Yao, transformed into a stream of spiritual light, flew forth with astonishing speed. Like a shooting star across the night sky. The woman was taken aback. This girl is remarkably swift. She set aside her underestimation and employed all her skills to pursue. In the blink of an eye, the two had traversed over 100 miles. The woman trailed Dan Yao closely, merely several tens of yards behind. Yet she struggled to close the distance. The ethereal and exquisite technique known as the 1,000 illusions and fragrant steps, mastered by Dan Yao, is truly beyond comprehension. Not even a revered Earth Sovereign, let alone an opponent of the same realm, could hope to catch up with her. At this moment, she harbored a mischievous intent, deliberately controlling her speed to allow the old woman to see her, yet rendering her efforts to pursue utterly futile. The woman, both exasperated and furious, shouted, "Girl, if you don't stop, don't blame me for being rude. If you have the capability, come and catch me. If you do, I shall buy you some candy." With a playful smile, Dan Yao floated like a willow seed drifting on water, her movements elusive and unpredictable. The woman, consumed by rage, unleashed several icy needles that shot toward Dan Yao's back, attempting to force her to halt. However, the moment the needles approached her, they shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the air. In an instant, Dan Yao vanished from sight, landing gracefully upon a desolate ice expanse. The woman followed suit, her expression fierce as she glared at Dan Yao. "Why have you stopped running? Are you out of energy?" Brushing off the dust from her attire, Dan Yao replied with a smile, "It is not a lack of energy, but rather a sense of tedium. Senior, I harbor no ill intentions and do not wish to disturb your tranquility. I merely seek the sheepskin that pertains to my cultivation, and I hope you might part with it." The woman spat in disdain. "Humph, you crafty little minx, do you think I am unaware? That sheepskin contains the formula for refining the pure small rejuvenation pill. A single one could extend a practitioner's lifespan by 1,000 years. Such a treasure of cultivation, and you expect me to part with it for a pittance? Not a chance." A chill ran down Dan Yao's spine, prompting her to inquire, "If you are aware that this sheepskin is a treasure of cultivation, why then do you display it so conspicuously in your shop, unafraid of theft? The formula inscribed upon this skin is written in the language of alchemy, rarely comprehended by others. Who would dare to covet it? Moreover, few possess the capability to snatch it from beneath my very nose," the woman replied while swiftly forming hand seals. Countless icy needles coalesced from her fingertips, resembling a rain of pear blossoms as they launched toward Dan Yao. "Such a trivial skill," Dan Yao scoffed, waving her sleeve to redirect the icy needles back. "Using force against force?" The woman's pupils constricted in shock as she exclaimed, "How could you possibly possess such exceptional skill?" As the icy needles hurtled toward her, she hastily formed another seal, conjuring an ice shield that successfully deflected the incoming projectiles. "Remarkable. To withstand such a devastating blow and still conjure a formidable ice shield to block my counterattack. You truly live up to your reputation as a formidable Earth Sovereign." Dan Yao gazed at her with a look of admiration, akin to an elder praising a younger counterpart, which only served to further agitate the woman. As a renowned female Earth Sovereign, her strength and prestige were unquestionable. Aside from the two ancient ones in the southern domain, who else would dare speak to her in such a manner? To her astonishment, having fallen from grace, she found herself treated with such disdain by a mere girl who had yet to leave her family home, nearly causing her to spit blood in rage. Little did she realize that this seemingly youthful and delicate girl was, in fact, a celestial sovereign, standing at the pinnacle of the eastern domain, far above her fellow practitioners. Below the celestial sovereign, all are mere ants. Dan Yao's ability to engage with her in such a manner was already a significant elevation. Had any other male Earth Sovereign dared to speak to her so audaciously, they would have been swiftly dispatched with a single strike. An ignorant younger generation, daring to offend me so brazenly. If I do not teach you a lesson today, I shall no longer have a place in this world. With a furious roar, the woman prepared to unleash her most prized technique, the ice piercer. However, before she could act, Dan Yao pointed her delicate finger, and an enormous hand of spiritual energy materialized in an instant. Before the woman could react, the giant spiritual hand seized her as one would grasp a chick. And no matter how she struggled, escape proved impossible. Ignorant younger generation? Dan Yao chuckled softly. This is the first time someone has called me an ignorant younger generation. You possess quite the audacity. How can this be? You cannot possibly defeat me in one move. The woman's face was a mask of shock as she gazed at Dan Yao. The swiftness of her prior attack was already astonishing. And by the time she realized what was happening, the terrifying hand of spiritual energy had firmly ensnared her. A celestial sovereign? You are the celestial sovereign of the frost and snow? The woman's face drained of color, akin to encountering a ghost in the dark of night. This young woman before her, seemingly ageless, was indeed the first woman in a millennium from the Eastern Domain to ascend to the rank of celestial sovereign. How can this be possible? According to information from the Eastern Domain, the Lady Celestial Sovereign of the Seven Stars Palace was said to be over 20 generations senior to the sect leader Qingxiu. Given the sect's 100-year disciple recruitment cycle, that would make her at least 2,000 to 3,000 years old. So how could she appear so youthful? No, this cannot be. Little did she know that the reason Qingxiu publicly claimed Dan Yao to be over 20 generations younger was twofold. Firstly, it was due to Dan Yao's own deceit regarding her inheritance from an elder, and secondly, it was to conceal her true age. After all, Breaking through to Celestial Sovereign at just over 100 years of age was indeed astonishing. In the heavenly profound continent, one could not say there would never be another like her. She was undoubtedly unprecedented. Qingsu understood well the principle that the tallest trees attract the wind. Should the world discover Dan Yao's true age, it would likely bring her unnecessary trouble. Thus, when Dan Yao completed her cave of blessings, and various sects came to pay homage, he deliberately revealed that she was a disciple of an elder from over 50 generations, being over 20 generations senior to him, the 77th sect leader. Naturally, no one could have guessed Dan Yao's actual youth, calculating her age based on the 20 generations, believing her to be an ancient ancestor of the sect, at least 2,000 to 3,000 years old. For ordinary practitioners, 2,000 to 3,000 years was an age beyond compare. Yet for a celestial sovereign, it was merely the prime of life, a period of peak vigor and ability. After millennia, the emergence of a celestial sovereign in the Eastern Domain, particularly a female one, was a momentous event indeed, and such news warranted grand celebration, silencing any who dared mock the Eastern Domain as a wasteland. Thus, within a month, the three great domains of Southwest and North were all aware of the existence of a female celestial sovereign, known as Frost and Snow, in the Eastern Domain. Dan Yao raised an eyebrow with a smile. You are aware of me? The first celestial sovereign in a millennium from the Eastern Domain, and a female one at that. Naturally, no one is unaware, the woman exclaimed, her eyes filled with astonishment. You truly are the Frost and Snow celestial sovereign, she said, her tone incredulous. Indeed. What of it? Do you not believe me? It was not disbelief, but rather incredulity. How could someone so youthful possibly attain such a status? Though small, a weight can crush 1,000 pounds. Though tiny, pepper can prick the heart. One must not underestimate the youth, for they are capable of tremendous miracles and surprises. Indeed, talents emerge in every generation, and the new surpasses the old. I have underestimated the youth. The woman sighed deeply, then paused before raising her voice sharply. Having fallen into your hands today, I shall concede my lack of foresight, but do not grow too complacent. This sheepskin is incomplete. The other half is essential for refining the pure, small rejuvenation pill. Dan Yao's gaze turned cold as she tightened her grip with the spiritual hand. You dare threaten me? Do you believe I will not crush you? Crush me? Go ahead. The woman's face flushed, displaying immense pain. Yet her lips curled into a cold smile. Having lived for over 1,000 years, traversing through countless trials and tribulations, what storm had she not weathered? How could she fear a mere girl threatening her? You are a celestial being of unparalleled strength, a supreme figure of the heavenly monarch realm. Not only would my diminished abilities be insufficient to contend with you, but even at the height of my powers, I would stand no chance against you. However, should you presume to coerce me into revealing the other half of the alchemical formula, you shall find that utterly impossible. If you possess the strength, then by all means, strike me down with a single blow. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Dan Yao's frustration intensified. Drawing in a deep breath, she flicked her sleeve, causing the colossal hand of spiritual energy to dissipate, and sighed. Speak. What must I do for you to relinquish the other half of the formula? Your decisiveness is remarkable. You grasp both the art of gain and relinquishment with such swiftness. It is evident that your ascension to the heavenly monarch status is not mere fortune. Who would have imagined that from the desolate eastern region could emerge such a prodigious talent? The woman mused. Enough with the pleasantries. What conditions must be met for you to part with the remaining half of the formula? Dan Yao replied coldly. The woman fixed her gaze intently upon Dan Yao, and suddenly, a spark of joy flickered in her eyes. She obliquely remarked, I must confess, I misjudged you. With your unfathomable cultivation, even a heavenly monarch would be unable to evade your discerning gaze, let alone a mere earthly sovereign. Dan Yao responded with a soft acknowledgement. Given your keen insight, you must have discerned that I am not a true earthly sovereign in the conventional sense. Indeed, upon first laying eyes on you, it was clear you were an earthly sovereign, one whose essence has been grievously wounded by pure yang energy, leaving nearly all of your powers sealed, the woman articulated. Grievously wounded? That term piqued my curiosity, and it fits my current state perfectly. The woman replied with a bitter smile. Are you aware of my identity? Dan Yao lowered her gaze in contemplation before looking up at her. You cannot be the Rakshasa sovereign, one of the 5 great earthly sovereigns of the southern region. Can you? The woman nodded. Indeed, I am the Rakshasa sovereign. Prior to arriving in the Blackwater domain, Dan Yao had inquired about the southern region from Xiangyang. The Blackwater domain lies nestled between the eastern and southern regions, and the emergence of the millennial ice condensation would inevitably attract numerous powerful contenders. Knowing oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. Thus, she sought to familiarize herself with the southern region to avoid falling into traps. The southern region ranks as the second least developed domain in the Tianxian continent, with its cultivation levels and number of powerful beings only marginally superior to those of the eastern region. Over 2 millennia ago, the southern region's sole heavenly monarch, the sun-setting monarch, was betrayed and perished at the hands of 3 unscrupulous individuals, leaving a void in the realm of heavenly monarchs and a period where the southern region faced the awkwardness of having no heavenly monarchs, unlike the eastern region. Yet, shortly after the sun-setting monarch's demise, an earthly sovereign ascended against all odds, breaking free of constraints to claim the position of heavenly monarch. Currently, the power structure of the southern region consists of 1 heavenly monarch and 5 earthly sovereigns. The Rakshasa sovereign is one of the 5, and notably, the only female among them, a figure revered by countless female cultivators. Her birth name is Dan Qingli, the legitimate daughter of the foremost alchemical family in the Great Yin dynasty. As the legitimate daughter, Dan Qingli was expected to cultivate the family's ancestral flamewood techniques, becoming an alchemist. However, she was born on a day and hour fraught with omens, embodying the essence of 4 Yin energies. Although she did not possess the legendary pure Yin body, her constitution was exceptionally cold and Yin. This Yin-cold physique rendered her incapable of practicing the family's Yang-based techniques and made it exceedingly difficult for her to become an alchemist. Due to this, coupled with the early demise of her father, she was left without support and subjected to scorn. As she grew, she faced further hardships when the fiancé of the Grand Elder's granddaughter developed an affection for her, leading to her betrayal and expulsion from the family. Tragically, her biological brother was murdered shortly after her departure. 5 centuries later, a formidable and unpredictable female tyrant emerged in the Great Yin dynasty, a figure who would not hesitate to take lives without a second thought. Upon her arrival, she exacted vengeance upon those who had wronged her, eradicating them without mercy. The illustrious Dan family, renowned for their alchemical legacy, nearly faced annihilation at her hands. Her ruthlessness surpassed even the male practitioners of the demonic arts who engaged in sinister practices, earning her the moniker of the Rakshasa sovereign. Subsequently, she supported her brother's lineage to inherit the position of the family head, while she herself became the matriarch of the clan. Dan Qingli is among the few earthly sovereigns in the southern region, and though she is a woman, her talents and methods are in no way inferior to her male counterparts. Over a century ago, the 5 great earthly sovereigns of the southern region attended a cultivation exchange at the invitation of a heavenly monarch. During this gathering, she faced off against the other 4 male earthly sovereigns, triumphing over 3 of them. Ultimately, she was bested by the younger brother of the heavenly monarch, the peak earthly sovereign Lei Xian. Despite her defeat, her prowess astonished all, establishing her as the unrivaled foremost female cultivator of the southern region. Following the exchange, the Rakshasa sovereign, Dan Qingli, mysteriously vanished. Some speculated that she had fallen in love with a man, forsaking everything to live incognito and dedicate herself to family life. Others believed she sought greater breakthroughs, daring to traverse the treacherous chaos sea to pursue cultivation in the distant, enigmatic central region. As 100 years hastily passed, the name of the Rakshasa sovereign remained infamous, echoing through the ages, yet her person was nowhere to be found. Who would have expected that the seemingly frail woman before me, with prematurely graying hair, is none other than the legendary Rakshasa sovereign, Dan Qingli? Dan Yao sighed softly. I never would have imagined the fearsome and illustrious Rakshasa sovereign would find herself managing a small shop in such a sinister place. Surprising indeed. Dan Qingli replied with a wry smile. Quite astonishing. Dan Yao queried. What could have led you to such a fate? Your spiritual energy is abundant and robust, reaching the late stages of earthly sovereign, yet your current capabilities scarcely surpass those of a void realm cultivator. Dan Qingli's gaze drifted across the vast, desolate ice expanse. More than a century ago, I was invited by the Qingjing heavenly monarch, alongside the other 4 earthly sovereigns, to his estate for a discourse on cultivation and combat. Little did I know that on my return journey, I would encounter an old lecher, who, smitten by my beauty, demanded that I engage in dual cultivation with him. Naturally, I refused, and a battle ensued. To my astonishment, the old lecher possessed strength beyond my expectations. Within mere exchanges, I found myself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, I had learned a secret technique for escaping by burning my essence during my travels, which allowed me to evade his clutches and preserve my purity. Though I managed to escape, I fell victim to his solar finger, a brutal and domineering attack of pure yang energy that became my greatest nemesis. This finger penetrated my body, unleashing a terrifying pure yang force that not only sealed the vast majority of my spiritual power, but also rapidly aged my appearance, reducing me to this ghastly state. She lamented. I have lived in disdain and have taken countless lives, accumulating innumerable grudges. Were those foes to discover my powers have been sealed, they would surely flay me alive. Thus, I have no choice but to hide away in seclusion. Now I understand, Dan Yao nodded, then inquired, who was that old lecher? Could it be the Qingjing heavenly monarch or Lei Xian? Given that Dan Qingli is a late-stage earthly sovereign, only the Qingjing heavenly monarch and his brother Lei Xian would be capable of besting her. Neither of them. Dan Qingli shook her head in denial. He is an extraordinarily powerful ancient being. It is said that over 2 millennia ago, this old monster wreaked havoc in the eastern region, but after suffering a grievous injury, he returned, having changed his ways to study pure yang techniques. I fell victim to his meticulously developed solar finger, leading to my current predicament. Over 2 millennia ago, studying pure yang techniques? Dan Yao found an inexplicable sense of familiarity, lowering her gaze in contemplation. The person you speak of, could it possibly be Qi Hua, the former celestial lord's little disciple from the southern domain? Dan Qingli was taken aback, hastily inquiring, what? You know him too? With a cold smile, Dan Yao replied, I do not know him personally, but I am all too aware of his treacherous heart and the schemes he devised against his master. Over 2 millennia ago, the revered Frost Storm Earth Sovereign, at the brink of death, unleashed the immense chill of the Frost Snow Pearl, freezing 2 of his ungrateful disciples into ice for eternity. Only the youngest disciple, Qi Hua, narrowly escaped this fate, albeit severely injured and afflicted by the chilling energy. At that time, this fellow was oblivious to the fact that the Frost Storm Earth Sovereign had already perished. Fearing retribution, he devoted himself to mastering the pure yang technique to counteract the sovereign's icy true energy. Little did he anticipate that the sovereign had long since fallen, rendering his painstakingly cultivated solar finger useless, and instead, it brought misfortune upon Dan Qingli. Dan Yao furrowed her brow. After all these years, that old wretch has yet to meet his end? The sovereign's lifespan could scarcely exceed 3,200 years. The former celestial lord of the southern domain has been dead for over 2 millennia, and considering the sovereign's own cultivation period, he should have surpassed 3,000 years by now. Virtuous beings seldom enjoy longevity, while calamities endure for millennia. Dan Qingli sighed in resignation. That old monster is fortunate. Just 2 years before his lifespan was to expire, he successfully broke through to become a half-step celestial lord, extending his life by another 1,500 years. Were it not for his serendipitous breakthrough, with my strength, I would not have been reduced to this pitiful state, even if I couldn't defeat him. For over a century, I have been hiding here, endeavoring to unravel the method to break the pure yang confinement. Yet no matter how I research, I remain utterly helpless. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao suddenly narrowed her eyes. This sheepskin, could it be that you deliberately placed it there to lure me in? Dan Qingli's eyes widened in astonishment. Staring at Dan Yao, how did you discern that? Dan Yao smiled. It is quite simple. This sheepskin explicitly states that the pure small returning pill can only be consumed by cultivators whose strength surpasses that of the Earth Sovereign. If cultivators below that realm forcefully consume it, they will not only fail to enhance their cultivation, but will also be overwhelmed by its potent medicinal energy, resulting in their meridians exploding and death.